Chapter 1 Rebirth. Zhao Fan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his gaze wandering over the throngs of people in the community square, observing the carefree laughter of children and the jovial banter of adults. He felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. How long had it been since he had witnessed such a scene? 5 years, an entire 5 years had passed without such a sight. Since awakening that morning, he had remained in this spot for the entire morning, watching the bustling life outside and the incessant flow of traffic beyond the community. It was only after hours of contemplation that he finally grasped the reality of his situation at that moment. He was certain he had returned, he had come back from the apocalypse, 25 years into the future. With this thought, Zhao Fan covered his face with his hands and wept silently, tears streaming through his fingers. He remained in this silent sorrow for a while, before wiping his face and tilting his head back to smile, albeit soundlessly. He wiped his face again, hastily erasing the remnants of his tears, and took 2 strides into his bedroom to retrieve his phone from the bedside table. As he glanced at the names of the missed calls displayed on the screen, a shadow crossed his eyes. He disregarded the missed calls and focused instead on the date. Upon seeing it, he fell back onto the bed in shock. His left hand rested over his eyes as he pondered the current date in comparison to the one etched in his memory from his previous life. After some calculation, he realized that there were only 25 days remaining until the onset of the apocalypse. He had returned to just 25 days before the world would plunge into chaos. 25 days she could savor, 25 days of peace and tranquility. Yet, after those days, the relentless cycle of slaughter would commence once again. The apocalypse felt like a dream, yet it was all too real. He did not believe that his rebirth would alter the inevitable. Thus, he resolved to prepare supplies. In his previous life, after 3 days of darkness, he had awakened to the dual powers of space and water. Initially, his space ability encompassed a mere 10 square meters, albeit with considerable height, allowing him to store a substantial amount. With this in mind, he began to contemplate what supplies to gather: food, clothing, necessities, and medicine, all of which he needed to procure. His cash reserves were limited, and he longed to acquire more, but without the means to do so. He could not resort to robbing a bank. This was still a society governed by law, and he had no desire to end up in prison. In truth, as long as one possessed strength, there was no scarcity of food for those with abilities. During the apocalypse, many mutated plants and animals could be consumed, and they contained the energy that those with powers required. However, capturing them was a formidable challenge due to their formidable strength. Thus, to thrive in the apocalypse, one relied not solely on pre-prepared supplies, but rather on their own strength. With sufficient power, one could navigate the treacherous landscape of the apocalypse with ease. Contemplating his own abilities, Zhao Fan recalled his dual powers. Many considered the space and water abilities to be the most useless of powers, as the former could merely store items while the latter lacked offensive capabilities. Consequently, those endowed with such powers often became mere storage facilities and reservoirs. Zhao Fan, however, held a different perspective. He believed there were no useless abilities, only inept individuals who failed to utilize their powers effectively. Thus, he refused to relinquish his abilities and become a mere storage unit. In his previous life, he relentlessly honed his powers, and by the time of his demise, he had finally developed a spatial blade, though it was tragically too late, as he perished at the jaws of a mutated wolf. A flash of resentment crossed Zhao Fan's eyes as he recalled his dearest friend, Zhou Jin, whom he had always protected and regarded as a younger brother. In the end, Zhou Jin had betrayed him, stabbing him in the back and casting him into a horde of mutated wolves. The bitterness in his gaze deepened at the memory. Both Zhao Fan and Zhou Jin were orphans. Having grown up in the same orphanage, Zhou Jin had always been frail, and Zhao Fan had taken it upon himself to safeguard him. Treating him like family, they both gained admission to university, but lacking funds, Zhao Fan sacrificed his own opportunity to work and support Zhou Jin's education. He bore no resentment for this. Zhou Jin was his brother, and it was only right that he helped him attend university. This had been Zhao Fan's conviction in his previous life, and now a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. When the apocalypse erupted, Zhou Jin had been attending university in the nearby city. Upon awakening from the darkness and sensing something was amiss, Zhao Fan immediately called Zhou Jin, instructing him to stay put until he could come for him, giving him various pieces of advice until the phone ceased to function. After hastily gathering his belongings, he rushed to the city to find Zhou Jin. When he located Zhou Jin, His friend had already been hiding in his dormitory for 3 days. Zhao Fan led Zhou Jin and his dorm mates to the nearest base. They eventually traversed several bases before settling in the strongest and largest base of the Apocalypse, the Dawn Base, which would later become the initial capital of the New World. Ultimately, during a final mission, Zhao Fan met his end at the hands of Zhou Jin. The fervent practitioner of the Dawn Base had succumbed to such a fate. He chuckled bitterly at the thought. Even in death, he could not fathom why Zhou Jin had betrayed him from childhood to adulthood. He had never wronged Zhou Jin in any way. With a fierce resolve, Zhao Fan vowed that in this life, he would not seek out Zhou Jin again without his protection. He wondered how Zhou Jin, an ordinary person, would fare. Revenge was not solely about killing one's enemies. True retribution lay in making them wish for death. As long as Zhao Fan existed, Zhou Jin would find it impossible to thrive. As these thoughts consumed him, his phone vibrated in his left hand. He glanced at the screen, recognizing the name with a derisive smile. Zhou Jin had persistently called him throughout the morning, and Zhao Fan knew without doubt that Zhou Jin was once again asking for money, for that was the only reason he ever reached out. Zhao Fan unceremoniously set the phone down on the bed, the device vibrating insistently. His gaze darkened momentarily before he finally answered the call. True to his expectations, Zhou Jin's call was yet another veiled request for funds. Zhao Fan dismissed him with a few curt words. He had initially hesitated to answer, wishing to avoid hearing Zhou Jin's voice. However, he feared that if he ignored the call, Zhou Jin might return over the weekend, compelling him to answer. After ending the call, Zhao Fan mused that Zhou Jin would not contact him again after the apocalypse began, nor would he return. He tossed the phone onto the bed and proceeded to prepare a meal. Opening the refrigerator, he retrieved some meat and vegetables and began cooking. Before long, a pot of rice accompanied by 3 dishes was ready. Zhao Fan enjoyed a hearty meal, feeling satisfied and content before he began making preparations for the impending apocalypse. Days passed in this manner as Zhao Fan resigned from his job, spending his time either exercising or shopping each time. He was cautious not to overindulge, yet the accumulation of small purchases led to his 2-bedroom apartment becoming filled with supplies. At last, having secured everything and locked the door, Zhao Fan lay on his bed, staring intently at the inky night sky when a meteor shower cascaded through the heavens. He murmured softly before succumbing to darkness. In that moment, it was not only Zhao Fan who was engulfed in darkness. Every living being on the planet fell into the abyss. Meanwhile, the plants began to grow wildly. As time ticked by, after 3 days of darkness, the sun finally emerged, awakening all life that had been shrouded in shadow. Zhao Fan stirred from the void, and as the sounds of anguished cries reached his ears, he uttered softly, "The apocalypse has arrived." This time, unlike his previous life, he did not rush to the window to observe the chaos below. Instead, he began to gather the supplies he had stored at home. While he was collecting his supplies, his phone rang once more. Hearing the ringtone, he smirked derisively and chose not to answer, continuing to stow away his provisions. Being an orphan without family or friends, Zhao Fan was inherently reserved apart from Zhou Jin. He had no one to reach out to after storing all the supplies in his home. The phone's persistent ringing ceased. He understood that the signal had been disrupted. Slowly, he made his way to the balcony to survey the situation outside. Just as in his previous life, the flowers and trees in the community appeared to have been injected with hormones, growing wildly. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The truly horrifying reality was that many of these overgrown plants had mutated and developed aggressive tendencies, attacking humans and turning them into sustenance. Not only were the plants attacking, but even once docile pets, such as cats and dogs, had undergone mutations, their eyes turning crimson as they began to assault people. Countless pet owners had fallen prey to their once beloved companions. After surveying the chaos, Zhao Fan resolved to prepare a meal. Once he was well fed, he armed himself with a weapon and readied himself to venture outside. He intended to eliminate the aggressive mutated plants and animals within the community, not out of altruism, but because he needed the crystal cores within them. Absorbing these cores would enhance his powers. This was also the reason he had not rushed to the established bases. He needed to grow stronger along the way. With a knife in hand, Zhao Fan opened the door and cautiously descended the stairs. He treaded carefully, aware that many residents in his building owned pets, and he feared an encounter with a mutated beast. Zhao Fan cautiously descended the stairs, making his way towards an aggressively mutated plant. This peculiar specimen was a mutated rose, and before Zhao Fan could approach it, its branches lashed out towards him. Observing the cold, glimmering thorns adorning the mutated rose, Zhao Fan thought to himself, if those branches were to strike me, the outcome would surely be a gruesome affair. Without resorting to his supernatural abilities, he narrowed his eyes, gripping the knife tightly, and charged at the mutated rose with a few deft swings of his blade. He severed the branches of the plant undeterred. He continued his assault, and soon the mutated rose lay significantly damaged at his feet. Zhao Fan unearthed the crystal core hidden beneath the soil, gazing at it with a smile. Just as he was about to stow the crystal core away in his spatial pouch, he suddenly darted to the right. Chapter 2. Mutated Animals in a Swift Motion. Zhao Fan found himself confronted by a red-eyed, mutated dog charging towards him, but a flicker of caution crossed his eyes as he tightened his grip on the knife. Engaging in a fierce battle with the creature. There are two categories of mutated animals, those with red eyes and those with normal eyes. The red-eyed mutants have completely lost their rationality. Driven solely by the instinct to feed, these creatures are referred to as aberrant beasts. Even more terrifying is the fate that befalls ordinary individuals bitten by these aberrant beasts. The majority will be assimilated within 12 hours, transforming into aberrant humans. The nature of the aberrant human reflects the creature that bit them. For instance, a person bitten by a mutated dog will ultimately become a dog-like aberrant human, possessing a human body with a canine head and sharp claws for hands. Like aberrant beasts, aberrant humans lack independent thought, devolving into mindless monsters driven only by hunger. Conversely, those who survive a bite from an aberrant beast may experience partial beastification, and such individuals are deemed fortunate, known as mutated humans. However, those who suffer wounds from aberrant humans and fail to endure the transformation will likewise become aberrant humans. Thus, humanity's plight is not yet at its most desperate. True despair will descend only when aberrant humans become widespread, marking the onset of an apocalyptic reality. In addition to the red-eyed aberrant beasts, there exists a subset of mutated creatures with normal eyes, whose intelligence has generally increased. As their rank elevates, so too does their intellect. These beings are referred to as spiritual beasts. The number of spiritual beasts is exceedingly rare compared to aberrant beasts. The mutated dog currently battling Zhao Fan is one such aberrant beast. Although Zhao Fan's body does not compare to the battle-hardened form he will possess 5 years into the apocalypse, his combat instincts remain intact, allowing him to swiftly slay the mutated dog. He promptly stored the creature's corpse within his spatial abilities, not intending to conceal his powers, but rather utilizing them openly. After dispatching the aberrant dog, Zhao Fan continued forward, knife in hand. The vicinity held numerous stray dogs and cats, all targets for him. As he walked, a flash of brilliance caught his eye. He discovered a mutated peach tree, laden with fruit. Do not question how a mutated peach tree could exist here. It is quite simple, as someone must have discarded a peach pit in this location. Following 3 days of darkness, that pit has transformed into the fruit-bearing mutated peach tree before him. Truly, the apocalypse is a realm of wonder. Zhao Fan observed the mutated peaches, resembling the leaves of the tree, and recognized that this particular tree posed no threat. While all mutated peach trees possess peculiar abilities, this one displayed a remarkable trait. The fruit had morphed into shapes akin to the leaves themselves. Had Zhao Fan not encountered such mutated peaches in a past life, he might not have recognized them today. Notably, such mutated peach trees lack crystal cores. Only aggressive mutated plants possess them. Zhao Fan quickly approached the mutated peach tree and began to harvest the fruit. Mutated fruits are known to purge the body of violent energy, and these particular peaches are exceptionally effective in this regard. With these peaches in hand, he could confidently absorb the crystal cores from aberrant beasts and mutated plants. The cores contain a portion of violent energy, especially those from aberrant beasts and aberrant humans, which are replete with such energy. When ability users absorb these cores during their cultivation, they also ingest this violent energy. As they accumulate more of it, not only does it hinder their progression, but it also exacerbates their irritability. Eventually, it was discovered that mutated fruits could cleanse ability users and mutated beings of this violent energy, rendering them highly valuable, unattainable by ordinary ability users or mutated beings. However, it wasn't long before the Kyoto base developed a purification serum, which was subsequently distributed across various major bases, improving the conditions for ordinary ability users and mutated beings. Zhao Fan harvested over 1,000 mutated peaches before departing. In a short while, the tree would bear more fruit, and since he planned to leave in a couple of days, he decided to linger a little longer. After gathering the peaches, he also killed 2 aberrant beasts and 3 mutated plants before heading back. Upon reaching the base of his apartment building, 2 mutated cat beasts leapt at him. A glint of cold determination flashed in Zhao Fan's eyes as he swiftly dispatched the 2 creatures. He stored their remains within his spatial abilities before entering the building. Using his access key, he opened the door and found several individuals standing inside. Frowning, Zhao Fan closed the door and made his way towards the stairwell. "Brother, you are truly formidable," a middle-aged man remarked with a smile. "You too can become this formidable," Zhao Fan replied without turning back, continuing on his way. "Wait a moment," the middle-aged man called after him. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Fan turned to inquire. "Do you understand what is happening right now?" the middle-aged man asked. Shaking his head, Zhao Fan responded, "When I awoke today, this was the scene before me. I wondered if the apocalypse had arrived. Otherwise, how could the world be in such a state?" "Brother, that's not a funny joke," a young man interjected. "I wish it were a joke. But look outside. Do you still think it's a jest?" Zhao Fan addressed the group. Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent, their expressions increasingly filled with dread. "Could it really be the apocalypse?" another young man questioned, before suddenly collapsing to the ground. "That I'm still so young. I don't want to die," he wailed. "I don't want to die either," another echoed. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. "If you wish to survive, pick up a weapon and fight the monsters outside." "I can't." They all shook their heads in unison. "Then prepare to be devoured by the monsters," Zhao Fan said bluntly. "How can you speak to us like that?" A young man retorted with hostility. "I speak the truth. If you find it unpalatable." "That is not my concern," Zhao Fan replied, continuing, "Your only option now is to take up arms and slay those monsters, and be cautious not to let them bite or scratch you. There are no rabies vaccines available." Having said his piece, Zhao Fan turned and continued on his path. "You are so powerful. Can't you protect us?" the young man shouted after him. "I cannot," Zhao Fan said without looking back. They were neither family nor friends. So why should he protect them? "I saw you make those monster corpses vanish into thin air. You must be a spatial ability user. Aren't you afraid I will expose your secret?" the young man threatened, glaring at Zhao Fan's back. Turning around with a cold smile, Zhao Fan's icy gaze fixed on the blonde youth. "Feel free to say whatever you wish. It matters not to me. If he wished to keep it secret, he would not have used his spatial abilities in front of others. Though rare, spatial abilities are not non-existent. The first wave of awakened ability users is still relatively few, but soon, many more will awaken their powers. Awakening does not come with warning, it simply occurs. However, not everyone possesses the potential to awaken abilities. Those who do remain a minority. With that, Zhao Fan ascended the stairs. "You clearly have the power to protect us. Why won't you? You are truly cold-hearted," the young man called out. Hearing the youth's words, Zhao Fan scoffed, his figure disappearing around the corner. Ignoring the group behind him, Zhao Fan hurried home, residing on the 14th floor. He had rented this apartment 2 months ago and was unfamiliar with the residents of the building. Upon returning home, Zhao Fan changed out of his clothes, washed briefly, and hung them on the balcony. After drinking a glass of water, he massaged his sore arms, rested for a moment, had a light meal, and then proceeded to the bathroom to handle the 5 aberrant beasts. It is certain that aberrant beasts possess toxins in their bodies. However, such toxins are ineffective against ability users and mutated beings. Some aberrant beast meat is quite palatable, while others are not. The flesh of the mutated dog is delicious, whereas that of the mutated cat is not. Zhao Fan, needing energy, was unwilling to waste any of the meat. He first extracted the crystal cores from the beasts before beginning the processing. Drawing on his past life experience, he handled the task with great proficiency. Upon finishing with the first mutated dog, he cut several pieces of its meat to cook while continuing his work. After processing 3 mutated dogs and 2 mutated cats, he stored them within his spatial abilities. The space of a spatial ability user remains static. Whatever is placed inside retains its form upon removal. Having tidied up, the previously cooked mutated dog meat was now ready, and Zhao Fan planned to dine on it that evening. "A familiar taste," he remarked after taking a bite of the mutated dog meat. "Still as delectable as ever." Proclaiming the meat delicious, he devoured approximately 5 pounds of it, showcasing the voracious appetite characteristic of ability users. Once finished, Zhao Fan felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body. After washing the dishes, Zhao Fan began to prepare the meat of mutated dogs and beasts. He had previously purchased 2 large steamers specifically for this purpose. While the mutated dog meat was simmering, Zhao Fan took the opportunity to make dumplings. Once the last batch of dumplings was steamed to perfection, he stored them in his spatial pocket and retrieved the 9 crystal cores he had collected that day. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he grasped the crystal cores and commenced his cultivation. As he absorbed all 9 cores, a flicker of ecstatic joy flashed in Zhao Fan's eyes. In this lifetime, his aptitude was far superior to that of his previous life. He vividly recalled that during his last life, he could only absorb 2 cores before reaching his limit. Yet this time, having absorbed 9, he still felt ample energy remaining. If he possessed more crystal cores, he was certain he could continue absorbing them. With this thought, Zhao Fan resolved to gather more crystal cores. By the time Zhao Fan finished his cultivation, night had fallen. Listening to the distant roars of beasts and the sounds of screams, he realized that the mutated humans had begun to emerge. The days ahead would be increasingly arduous for humanity. Chapter 3. Saving Su Rushu. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Zhao Fan ventured out with a knife in hand. He spent the entire day outside, ultimately acquiring over 200 crystal cores, a fully loaded off-road vehicle, and several large barrels of gasoline. After dinner, he resumed absorbing crystal cores, managing to absorb 16 before he finally halted. After his cultivation session, Zhao Fan lay down on his bed and quickly fell asleep. In the days that followed, Zhao Fan left early and returned late, becoming as elusive as a dragon. The remaining residents of the building struggled to locate him. Over the course of 2 weeks, Zhao Fan amassed more than 2,000 crystal cores, the majority coming from the heads of mutated humans. Through these battles and continuous absorption of crystal cores, Zhao Fan sensed that his abilities were on the verge of an upgrade. With each core absorbed, his powers steadily rose, reaching the pinnacle of high-level 0. With just a few more cores, he would ascend to level 1. In his previous life, he had only achieved level 1 6 months into the apocalypse. Now, just half a month into this new world, he was on the cusp of leveling up. How could he not feel elated? As the number of mutated humans grew each day, Zhao Fan decided it was time to leave. If he waited until the plants and trees underwent another evolution, he would have no choice but to leave on foot. The next day, Zhao Fan visited the mutated peach tree and was fortunate to find it laden with ripe mutated peaches. After harvesting the peaches and cutting off more than 10 branches to store in his spatial pocket, he drove away in the off-road vehicle he had salvaged from the road. The situation had deteriorated further. An increasing number of people were no longer waiting for rescue, instead heading towards the nearby base. Just as Zhao Fan had done. As he exited his community, he spotted 2 vehicles barreling down the side road, one trailing the other. The lead vehicle turned sharply onto Zhao Fan's road, while the second vehicle was less fortunate, crashing directly into a large tree by the roadside. The occupants tumbled from the wreckage. A pack of mutated dogs and beasts surged after them, lunging towards the hapless individuals. At that moment, the first vehicle returned, and 3 people emerged to join the fray. Zhao Fan remained in his vehicle, not inclined to intervene. He could not help but lament the misfortune of these individuals, who had managed to attract the attention of a dozen mutated dogs and beasts. To make matters worse, another group of mutated humans soon appeared. Zhao Fan's gaze landed on one of the men in the group. He possessed a clean and handsome face, devoid of any effeminacy. Despite his legs being somewhat unsteady and not utilizing any powers, he exhibited remarkable agility, each strike claiming the life of a mutated human. Zhao Fan believed that if this man were more agile, his strength would surpass what it was now. As the group fought while retreating, they quickly made their way back to the earlier vehicle, climbing aboard as supplies were hastily tossed out. Zhao Fan, fixated on the man, suddenly felt his heart race as he witnessed one of the man's companions strike him from behind, kicking him into the throng of mutated humans and beasts. After committing this treachery, the assailant jumped into the vehicle, which sped away without a glance back. This sight, a flicker of fury ignited within Zhao Fan. Such a scene was eerily reminiscent of his own demise in his previous life. He watched as the man lifted his head, disbelief and despair etched across his features. Zhao Fan felt as though he were gazing at his former self and could bear no more. He remembered his desperate hope for someone to come to his rescue during his own time of need, only to be met with emptiness. Determined, he leaped from his vehicle and dashed towards the man, his spatial blade slicing through the mutated humans and beasts with relentless precision. Soon, Zhao Fan stood before the man, lifting him without a word and sprinting back to his vehicle. "Thank you," the man gasped during Zhao Fan's frantic escape. Zhao Fan managed to smile before placing him in the back seat of the vehicle. My home is nearby. Hang on a little longer, we'll be there soon, Zhao Fan reassured him as he drove. Knowing this was not the time for addressing injuries. Okay, the man replied weakly, his body racked with pain, leaving him with little strength to speak. Before long, Zhao Fan arrived at the base of the man's building. He hoisted the man onto his back, stored the vehicle in his spatial pocket, and dashed upstairs. You're back, a middle-aged man exclaimed from the 8th-floor stairwell, having spotted Zhao Fan's return and rushing out to greet him. The mutated humans and beasts in their building had long been eradicated by Zhao Fan, which is why the man felt safe enough to emerge. Zhao Fan merely acknowledged him with a slight nod and sped upstairs like a gust of wind. Upon entering his home, he gently laid the man on the sofa, noting that his cream-colored tracksuit was drenched in blood. Are you still conscious? Zhao Fan asked while washing his hands with his water ability. Yes, the man replied faintly, nodding. Zhao Fan retrieved a well-stocked medical kit from his spatial pocket. I'll tend to your back injuries first, he stated, tearing open the man's shirt. The sound of fabric ripping drowned out the man's soft acknowledgement. As the man's back came into view, Zhao Fan noted a gash stretching from his right shoulder to his lower back, marred further by numerous scratches and bite marks from mutated humans and beasts. There was scarcely any uninjured flesh left. Having treated wounds like these often in his previous life, Zhao Fan proceeded without a flicker of hesitation. It's not life-threatening. With some time, it will heal, he said while applying ointment to the wounds. The man gave a weak acknowledgement, silently lamenting that there was little time for healing now. Are you an ability user? Just respond with a nod if you are. Otherwise, remain silent, Zhao Fan inquired again. Hearing the man's faint affirmation, Zhao Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. An ability user would not succumb to becoming a monster, and their superior physique would facilitate faster recovery. I was once clawed by a monster, yet I did not become one, the man explained weakly. Okay, Zhao Fan replied, focusing intently on treating the man's injuries. After addressing the wounds on his back, Zhao Fan gently turned the man over. At this point, the man had succumbed to unconsciousness, having been deprived of sleep and lost too much blood. Despite his efforts to stay awake, fatigue ultimately claimed him. You certainly trust me, Zhao Fan remarked with a smile. Resuming treatment on the man's front injuries, which were not numerous, allowing him to finish quickly. Once he had tended to all the man's wounds, Zhao Fan retrieved the bedding from his spatial pocket and began to make the bed. After preparing the bed, he placed the cleaned-up man on it and tucked him under the covers. You truly possess a beautiful face, Zhao Fan mused aloud before exiting the bedroom to tidy up the living room. After organizing the space, Zhao Fan entered the kitchen, pulling out various ingredients from his spatial pocket to prepare congee for Su Rushu. Seeing Su Rushu in such a state stirred a desire within Zhao Fan to care for him. A sense of abnormality washed over him, prompting a sigh in his heart. Perhaps he should simply follow his instincts. As he cooked pork liver congee for Su Rushu, he contemplated the future. Given the severity of Su Rushu's injuries, it would be best for him to recuperate for a few days before setting out. However, the number of alienated individuals is increasing day by day, and the flora and fauna may evolve once more at any moment. Every additional day spent here poses a greater risk. The city where he currently resides is still a first-tier metropolis, teeming with people and boasting lush greenery. Reflecting on this, Zhao Fan felt an urgent need to depart. After resting at home for the night, he resolved to set out the following morning. Suddenly, a knock echoed in Zhao Fan's ears, and a flicker of vigilance flashed in his eyes as he approached the door. Upon peering through the peephole and recognizing one of the individuals as the middle-aged man he had encountered earlier, Zhao Fan opened the door. There's something you need? Zhao Fan inquired, gazing at the group standing at his doorstep. Young brother, we were wondering if you could take a few of us with you when you leave tomorrow, the middle-aged man asked with a smile. I'll be departing at dawn, Zhao Fan replied. Leaving? The others exclaimed, their faces a picture of shock. What would they do if this person were to leave? Are you heading to a nearby base? The middle-aged man queried, having heard about it on the radio. Yes, Zhao Fan nodded. Which base are you planning to visit? The middle-aged man asked eagerly. I'm preparing to go to Base A, Zhao Fan stated. The A City base, located near the sea, is abundant in mutated creatures, making it an ideal place for honing one's skills. Base A? The group gasped in unison. That's quite a distance from here. It is indeed, Zhao Fan acknowledged. May I accompany you? The middle-aged man asked after a moment's silence. Feeling reassured by the young man's evident strength, Zhao Fan furrowed his brow. You may join me, but I won't be responsible for your safety. You'll have to fend for yourself along the way. I depart at 7 tomorrow morning, and I still have to prepare dinner, so I won't be able to chat with you further. With that, Zhao Fan closed the door, leaving the group outside to exchange glances in bewilderment. Chapter 4. The Evolution of Space. After shutting the door, Zhao Fan returned to the bedroom to check on Su Rushu. He reached out to touch her forehead. Her temperature was normal, and he withdrew his hand. What a beautiful face, Zhao Fan murmured to himself, acknowledging that Su Rushu's beauty was widely recognized by all who saw her. But in truth, Zhao Fan himself was not unattractive. He had thick brows, large eyes, stood at 1.85 meters tall, and had a well-proportioned physique, making him quite a handsome young man, albeit with a tendency not to smile. Once Zhao Fan left the bedroom, he proceeded to the kitchen. With Su Rushu being injured, he intended to prepare some nourishing soups to store in his space. He first simmered a large pot of old hen soup, followed by a pot of bone broth, both of which had been previously purchased and frozen in the freezer. As the two pots boiled, Zhao Fan decided to wrap some wontons for Su Rushu to eat. In his space, he had reserved a section that housed a towering shelf filled with food. By noon, Su Rushu had not yet awakened. Zhao Fan quickly made himself a simple lunch and continued his culinary endeavors. Besides wontons and dumplings, he prepared several pots of porridge and rice, a tea that moment. The household's liquefied gas, 2 rice cookers, and 2 induction cookers were all in use. Though they had not yet experienced any interruptions in water, electricity, or gas supplies, Zhao Fan suspected that such disruptions were imminent within the next couple of days. After a busy afternoon, Zhao Fan had prepared an abundance of food. By evening, Su Rushu was still asleep. Zhao Fan touched her forehead once more. She had no fever, so he chose not to wake her. He went out to have dinner himself before starting to prepare more food. Knowing that meals needed to be more refined with an injured person in the house, Su Rushu awoke to the enticing aroma of meat. Instinctively inhaling deeply as the confusion in her eyes was replaced by sharp clarity, that moment, her entire body ached, and she felt utterly drained of strength. A flicker of self-deprecation crossed her mind. She felt as though she were a useless individual in a world such as this. She was grateful to Zhao Fan for saving her that day, yet she did not believe he would take a burden like her on his journey. In other words, even if Zhao Fan offered to take her along, she would decline. Zhao Fan was her savior, and she could not repay his kindness with ingratitude by being a hindrance. As she lay on the bed lost in her thoughts, her stomach betrayed her with an audible growl, and at that moment, Zhao Fan entered the room. You're awake? Feeling hungry? I'll get you something to eat, Zhao Fan said casually, producing a bowl of steaming pig liver porridge that he had prepared in advance. This pig liver porridge is especially for you. It's good for replenishing blood. Zhao Fan smiled, adding, by the way, I possess space and water abilities. I am a wood ability user, Su Rushu replied, silently thinking. Rather useless type of ability. With little practical use. Not a bad ability. You won't have to worry about a lack of vegetables in the future, Zhao Fan remarked with a grin. Perhaps I'll disappoint you. My ability can only make a seed sprout. Su Rushu confessed, don't be hasty. Once your wood ability improves, you'll be able to accelerate vegetable growth, Zhao Fan said, placing the porridge on the bedside table. Let me help you sit up. Thank you, Su Rushu replied, knowing that without Zhao Fan's assistance, she would struggle to rise. Zhao Fan helped Su Rushu to sit up, propping her up with 2 blankets behind her. Can abilities really improve? Su Rushu inquired. Indeed. My abilities have improved, Zhao Fan responded, then held a spoonful of pig liver porridge to her lips. Su Rushu longed to feed herself, but her body was uncooperative, leaving her no choice but to allow Zhao Fan to feed her. As soon as she swallowed 1 spoonful, the next was already at her lips. Thus, they continued this way, with Zhao Fan feeding her until she had consumed 3 large bowls before pausing. After the meal, Zhao Fan administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills to Su Rushu and then helped her lie down again. I'm still preparing food in the kitchen. Let me check on it, Zhao Fan said. Go ahead and do what you need to. There's no need to worry about me, Su Rushu replied, feeling she had already imposed enough on Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan nodded and returned to the kitchen, where he busied himself for over an hour, ensuring everything that needed to be stored in his space was neatly organized before heading back to the bedroom. When Zhao Fan returned to the bedroom, he found Su Rushu already asleep. In truth, she had not wished to sleep, but her body was too weak, and she had succumbed to slumber after a short while. Zhao Fan touched Su Rushu's forehead once more. She was still cool. And he withdrew his hand, reflecting. The physical constitution of ability users truly is remarkable, as even such injuries do not result in fever. He tucked the blankets around Su Rushu before making his way to the living room. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, retrieving a crystal core and beginning to absorb it for cultivation, just as he had done before. As each crystal core was absorbed, Zhao Fan felt his abilities steadily rising. Suddenly, he was filled with delight as the distinct space and water abilities within his dantian began to swirl rapidly as the two abilities spun ever faster. A transparent orb and a water blue orb gradually formed within his dantian. Upon the final formation of the two orbs, Zhao Fan silently smiled. Both his space and water abilities had unexpectedly advanced to the first level, a delightful surprise indeed. With the upgrade of his space ability, the area of his space had expanded to at least 50 square meters, and potentially up to 100 square meters. When Zhao Fan examined his space, his eyes widened in astonishment. His space had remarkably expanded to 200 square meters. But what shocked him even more was the appearance of a pool of black water at the very center of his space, dark as ink and measuring approximately 2 square meters. The emergence of this pool of black water was an occurrence he had never witnessed in his previous life, nor had he heard of anyone else experiencing such a phenomenon in their own spaces. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment, unable to decipher the reason behind it. He mentally marked it as a question but decided not to dwell on it further. Instead, he began to ponder the potential uses of this black water. It was surely not meant for drinking, so what purpose could it serve? After a moment of thought, he tossed a piece of clothing into the black water, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Zhao Fan's eyes widened even further at this sight. He then tossed the head of a mutated dog beast into the black water. And once again, it disappeared instantaneously. It did not sink, but rather completely vanished. He experimented with several other items, all of which met the same fate, disappearing into the depths of the black water. This black water is truly a formidable weapon, Zhao Fan murmured to himself. If I encounter a powerful enemy, I can simply use this black water against them. However, he wondered how to extract this black water from his space. Would it be as simple as retrieving items? The potency of the black water left Zhao Fan hesitant to experiment further. Suppressing his urge to experiment with extracting the black water, he turned his attention to his water abilities. As he gazed at the droplet of black water on his fingertip, his brows knitted tightly in confusion. Who could tell him why his water abilities had transformed into this black water? Could it be related to the pool of black water in his space? With this thought in mind, he placed the droplet of black water onto the coffee table, and in an instant, a small hole appeared on the surface, with the droplet falling through to the layer beneath, which also formed a small hole, eventually dripping onto the floor. Not only did the floor bear a small dent, but even the concrete beneath was marked with a small pit. Zhao Fan was utterly astonished. A single droplet wielded such immense power. How potent would a water arrow, a mass of water, or a water column be? Upon contemplating this, Zhao Fan's gaze intensified as he observed the droplets of water he had conjured in his hands. His water manipulation ability had transformed into a formidable force with the power of black water, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. However, such an advancement came at a cost. His original water ability was rendered unusable, which posed considerable inconvenience. Fortunately, he could still utilize water for the time being, and it was imperative for him to gather more. In the 60 days since the apocalypse began, a crimson rain had descended. Although it appeared to be ordinary rainfall, it was rife with a multitude of red parasites. After the red rain, the water sources became utterly contaminated, leaving the surviving remnants of humanity reliant solely on the water produced by those with water manipulation abilities. It was not until a year later that a remedy for the red parasites was developed at the Kyoto base, alleviating the dire water crisis. Reflecting on this, Zhao Fan recalled his water ability from his previous life. Once he had reached the second tier, he could condense the water elements from nature into liquid form. Perhaps, he mused, he could achieve the same with his first tier ability in this life. With that thought, Zhao Fan squinted slightly and attempted to manifest water using his powers. To his delight, he succeeded. It worked. He exclaimed, marveling at the egg-sized sphere of water floating before him. This discovery meant he would no longer need to worry about water in the future. He inwardly acknowledged that his aptitude for water manipulation was superior to that of his past life. The unexpected boon regarding his abilities uplifted Zhao Fan's spirits, and a smile graced his lips as he made his way to the bedroom. He checked the temperature on Su Rushu's forehead. It was not warm. Hesitating momentarily at the edge of the bed, he decided to lie down on the opposite side to rest. When Su Rushu awoke in the morning, he was taken aback to find Zhao Fan peacefully asleep beside him. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and he could not tear his gaze away from Zhao Fan's face. Zhao Fan had saved him at his most desperate moment, and his gratitude was profound. The image of Zhao Fan charging toward him without regard for his own safety was indelibly etched in his mind. Yet, he lamented, he felt he could never repay that debt of life. "You reawake?" Zhao Fan said. Opening his eyes, he thought to himself how much he trusted Su Rushu, having slept so soundly beside him, oblivious to when Su Rushu had awakened. He pondered whether this trust was a blessing or a curse. Since meeting Su Rushu, he felt increasingly out of character to him. Su Rushu replied softly, determined to have a serious conversation with Zhao Fan. As Su Rushu contemplated, Zhao Fan spoke up. "Are your injuries feeling any better?" "Still the same as yesterday. Every part of me aches, and I have no strength left," Su Rushu replied candidly, not concealing the severity of his condition from Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan nodded thoughtfully. "Given your current state, you should remain here to recuperate for a few days. However, with the increasing number of monsters outside, I believe it would be best to leave as soon as possible. The longer we stay, the more likely we are to become trapped here." He chose his words carefully, referring to the threats as monsters, as there was still no mention of mutated humans or beasts. Su Rushu supported Zhao Fan's assessment, agreeing that the city was no place for prolonged residence, which led him to the decision to leave. However, he did not anticipate being abandoned in the end, and a glimmer of cold realization crossed his eyes. "I support your decision to leave now. As for me, I will stay here to watch over things," Su Rushu stated resolutely. Zhao Fan was taken aback by Su Rushu's words, not expecting him to say such a thing. Whether this sentiment was genuine or feigned, only Su Rushu could discern. Remaining here to watch over things, given your current condition, would only lead to one outcome: death. "Are you truly willing to accept that?" Zhao Fan inquired. Su Rushu paused before responding. "What good is it to be unwilling? My condition is too dire to leave here that I can take you with me," Zhao Fan proposed. Su Rushu shook his head. "I would be a burden to you. Bringing me along could lead to your demise. I cannot repay your kindness with treachery." Su Rushu continued. "You may appear cold, but your heart is exceedingly tender. In this world, being soft-hearted is not a virtue. You must harden your heart if you wish to survive. Moreover, good intentions do not always yield good outcomes. You speak the truth. I shall remember your counsel." Zhao Fan replied, his mind recalling the painful lessons of his previous life. He had saved many throughout his journey, yet when he was thrust into the jaws of a mutated wolf pack by Zhou Jin, none had come to his aid, leaving him deeply disheartened. "Remembering is all I ask, then I can rest easy," Su Rushu smiled warmly. Zhao Fan observed Su Rushu's radiant smile and inwardly mused about the futility of a grown man looking so appealing when smiling. "Since you advise me not to be soft-hearted, I shall begin with you. Initially, I intended to take you with me, but now I have decided otherwise," Zhao Fan declared. "Your decision not to take me is wise. You should gather your belongings and leave swiftly," Su Rushu urged. Zhao Fan detected no hint of insincerity on Su Rushu's face and thought to himself that perhaps he was indeed speaking truthfully. "I'll change your bandages first and leave some food for you before I go," Zhao Fan stated. "Given the scarcity of medicine and food, there is no need to waste resources on me," Su Rushu replied, pondering the futility of expending resources on someone destined to perish. "That will not do. If I do not leave you provisions, you will starve," Zhao Fan frowned. "Just moments ago, you claimed you would not be soft-hearted. Why now the change? What difference does it make if I starve?" Su Rushu countered. Thinking that the young man before him seemed not to grasp the gravity of his words, Zhao Fan pressed his lips together. "I understand, but I must insist on changing your bandages. You must take your anti-inflammatory medication as well." With that, Zhao Fan retrieved the medical kit and proceeded to tend to Su Rushu's wounds. Su Rushu sighed inwardly, troubled by the concern this young man exhibited for him. Zhao Fan, unwavering in his determination, meticulously changed the dressings on Su Rushu's wounds and then prepared him breakfast. As Su Rushu beheld the spread of chicken soup, dumplings, and wontons before him, he could not deny the warmth in his heart, yet felt helpless in repaying Zhao Fan's kindness. After assisting Su Rushu with his morning routine, Zhao Fan helped him get dressed. The clothing from his space was intended for his own use, rendering the garments somewhat oversized on the shorter Su Rushu. However, given Su Rushu's injuries, loose-fitting attire was appropriate. Once Su Rushu was dressed, Zhao Fan administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills, and only then did he sit down to eat. While he dined, a middle-aged man entered, announcing his decision not to leave with Zhao Fan, opting instead to join others heading to a nearby base. After the man departed, Zhao Fan resumed his meal. Once he finished eating and tidied up briefly, he stepped into the bedroom. "I'm leaving now," Zhao Fan announced, looking at Su Rushu, who lay there. "Safe travels. And above all, do not let your heart soften," Su Rushu cautioned, his concern for Zhao Fan evident. "Understood," Zhao Fan replied lightly, before stating, "I'm off now." With that, he turned and departed without looking back. "Remember, do not be soft-hearted. And never trust others easily," Su Rushu called after him, realizing he had forgotten to advise Zhao Fan against misplaced trust. "I will remember," Zhao Fan said without turning back, his figure swiftly vanishing from Su Rushu's sight, followed by the sound of the door closing. Soon, Su Rushu could no longer hear Zhao Fan's footsteps. At that moment, Su Rushu exhaled a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that the young man might have forcibly taken him along, which would have endangered Zhao Fan's life. With a sense of relief, Su Rushu reclined and reflected on his past. He considered himself a child born out of wedlock. His parents had fallen in love during their university years, but upon graduation, various circumstances led to their separation. His mother returned to her hometown in the south, while his father went back to Kyoto. Over a month after his mother returned home, she discovered she was pregnant. Unable to bear the thought of terminating the pregnancy, she decided to keep him, yet she never informed his father of this development, raising him alone until he turned 6 that year. His mother was diagnosed with cancer. She expressed no fear of death, but her greatest concern was leaving him without care. Tragically, both his maternal grandparents had perished in a car accident. Ultimately, his mother resolved to send him to live with his father. By then, his father had remarried and had a daughter 2 years his junior. His father, a responsible man, took him in after his mother's death, yet it was evident that his stepmother did not welcome his presence. She returned to her family home with his half-sister and threatened to divorce his father. In that moment, he felt like an extraneous burden. Seizing an opportunity when the nanny was distracted, he fled the house but was quickly found by his grandfather. From that point on, he resided with his grandparents, living alongside them. Eventually, his stepmother returned with his sister, and later, she went abroad to have a son. His stepmother lacked parenting skills, and fearing she would raise his brother to be like his sister, his father insisted on sending the younger child to live with their grandparents. Thus, he developed a very close bond with his brother. Seeing the close bond between the two brothers, the two elders felt a deep sense of comfort. He had never contemplated inheriting his father's company, but evidently, his stepmother harbored different intentions. To ease her worries, he chose to enlist in the military right after graduating high school, forgoing the college entrance examination. Having always been frail and sheltered from hardship, he faced numerous challenges upon joining the army, yet he persevered and ultimately earned a place in the Special Forces. Initially, he intended to serve a lifetime in the military. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances, and last year, he sustained an injury to his right leg. Although the leg was saved, he was left with a disability, prompting his discharge from the armed forces. After his departure, his stepmother began to create further troubles for him, even revealing his orientation towards the same sex. Eventually, he arrived in the city where his mother lived, bearing the anxious gazes of both elders. Upon his arrival, he intended to take a break while surveying the market, as he could not remain in limbo indefinitely. During this time, his comrade Shan Liang pursued him. Shan Liang, having also been discharged, expressed a desire to join him. For over 3 years, Shan Liang had persistently pursued him, yet he had always rebuffed him, for he regarded Shan Liang merely as a brother-in-arms, devoid of romantic affection. Just as Shan Liang continued his relentless pursuit, the apocalypse descended, awakening Shan Liang's lightning-based abilities while he discovered his own wood-based powers. Both hailed from Kyoto, leading them to plan a return there, but not before gathering essential supplies. While they ventured out for provisions, they encountered a group of mutated dogs. Recalling the events that followed, Su Rushu shut his eyes. Shan Liang, from behind, dealt him a knife thrust and kicked him into the horde of monsters, leaving him despondent. Yet Shan Liang, disregarding him, drove away, leaving him utterly heartbroken. Though they were not lovers, they shared a bond forged in the crucible of life and death. They had fought side by side, escaping death on multiple occasions, and had risked their lives for one another. Such camaraderie made Shen Liang's final glance away from him all the more painful. Had he not intervened to save Shen Liang, he would not have held it against him. But given that Zhao Fan had rescued him, how could he not have saved Su Rushu? When pursuing him, Shen Liang had claimed he would risk his life for him. Yet when the moment came, he fled faster than a rabbit. Ultimately, the world had changed, and so had Shen Liang. With Su Rushu's leg rendered disabled and his wood-based powers deemed ineffective, Shen Liang viewed him as a burden. Burdens are best cast aside. While he understood Shen Liang's actions, he could not accept them emotionally. Had their roles been reversed, even with a heart of iron, he would never have abandoned Shen Liang, for he was his closest friend in battle. It seemed Su Rushu's heart was not as hardened as Shen Liang's. He mused with a touch of self-deprecation. At that moment, he felt fortunate not to have developed feelings for Shen Liang. Otherwise, the impact of Shen Liang's actions would have been even more devastating. Su Rushu then recalled the scene from yesterday when Zhao Fan had rescued him. Each thought of it brought warmth to his heart. As he lay there contemplating Zhao Fan, he heard the sound of a door opening, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. Chapter 6. Awakening Beast Mastery Abilities. Why are you back? Su Rushu asked. Frowning upon seeing Zhao Fan, I forgot to bring something, Zhao Fan replied, standing at the bedroom door, gazing at Su Rushu who lay on the bed. Then grab what you need and leave quickly, Su Rushu said. That was my intention, Zhao Fan said, stepping to the side of the bed and gently helping Su Rushu turn over. I can manage on my own. No need for your assistance. Su Rushu frowned. If you lie on your stomach, I can't hold you, Zhao Fan replied, picking Su Rushu up in his arms. What are you doing? Su Rushu asked. You are what I forgot to bring. What else would I be carrying you for? Zhao Fan stated. Looking down at Su Rushu, I intend to take you with me. I want to go with you. Put me down, Su Rushu insisted. I refuse. Zhao Fan replied firmly, carrying Su Rushu out. Zhao Fan, put me down. I do not wish to go with you, Su Rushu protested. He certainly wanted to leave, but he was more concerned about being a burden to Zhao Fan. I won't, Zhao Fan repeated, then quickly descended the stairs, still holding Su Rushu. Su Rushu sighed. Zhao Fan, we are merely acquaintances. Why go to such lengths? I do as I please, Zhao Fan replied succinctly. Point one cannot buy my willingness with money. Su Rushu fell silent at that moment. He felt both touched and worried. Be careful. There are two cats outside the door, Su Rushu suddenly said. Zhao Fan replied, surprised. How do you know there are two cats outside? I saw them, Su Rushu responded, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. But how did I see them? How indeed? Zhao Fan questioned, secretly thinking he had struck gold. Su Rushu must have awakened a mental ability. Among the many abilities, those who awaken mental powers are exceedingly rare. I just saw them suddenly, Su Rushu explained, still unfamiliar with abilities in this new world. You must have awakened a mental ability? Zhao Fan said, pausing to share everything he knew about mental powers with Su Rushu. After listening to Zhao Fan, Su Rushu gained invaluable insights. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to his mental abilities. And gradually, his vision expanded. I can see approximately 100 meters around me, Su Rushu declared, opening his eyes. That as for any offensive capabilities, I cannot yet ascertain. You can explore that at your own pace. Zhao Fan said. So, you are no longer a burden to me, right? If you still need to carry me, then I suppose I remain a burden, Su Rushu replied. Then I willingly carry this burden, Zhao Fan stated. Looking at Su Rushu, are those two cats still there? They are, Su Rushu said, frowning as he pointed out their location. After hearing Su Rushu's words, Zhao Fan said, now, let me show you how I'll deal with those two cats while carrying you. Don't act impulsively, Su Rushu quickly cautioned. I never act on impulse, Zhao Fan replied, then ran down the stairs with Su Rushu still in his arms. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhao Fan switched to holding Su Rushu with one arm. As if cradling a child. Su Rushu felt quite embarrassed being carried this way, though he did not show it on his face. Be cautious, Su Rushu whispered in Zhao Fan's ear. Zhao Fan's ears perked up, and he softly acknowledged before opening the door. The moment Zhao Fan opened the door, he swiftly unleashed two spatial blades towards the two mutated cats. In the blink of an eye, both creatures fell. Their throats slit. Su Rushu was taken aback by the speed. Truly astonishing. With your ability to scout and my strength, we will surely make it out of the city, Zhao Fan declared, placing the two cats into his spatial storage. Indeed, Su Rushu thought, feeling reassured that Zhao Fan would not abandon him, unless death intervened. What Su Rushu pondered remained unknown to Zhao Fan, but upon hearing Su Rushu's soft agreement, Zhao Fan smiled, then carried him toward the vehicle he had just retrieved from storage. Inside the back seat, a thick blanket had already been laid out, with 2 pillows resting against the door. Zhao Fan opened the door cautiously, assisting Su Rushu into the seat, instructing him to lie on his side. Looking at Su Rushu curled up on his side, Zhao Fan said, "I apologize for any inconvenience." "I feel no inconvenience at all," Su Rushu replied with a smile. Having spent time in the trunk, this was indeed a far more comfortable arrangement. "Thank you, Zhao Fan," Su Rushu said earnestly as Zhao Fan settled into the driver's seat. "You're welcome," Zhao Fan replied. "Get comfortable. I'll start driving. I'm ready. You can drive without worry." Su Rushu responded, closing his eyes to begin surveying their surroundings. As Su Rushu expanded his mental abilities, his brow furrowed tighter. That moment, Zhao Fan's expression mirrored his concern, and he slammed on the brakes. "This road is impassable. We must abandon the vehicle," Zhao Fan said, his brow furrowed. "The road was fine just yesterday. In a single night, the landscape has been utterly devastated," Su Rushu remarked, observing the roots of plants having completely wrecked the pavement. "Indeed, it's happened too swiftly. From this point onward, our journey will be considerably more challenging," Zhao Fan agreed. "There was a day like this in the past, when plants underwent secondary evolution. Yet, the timing of this evolution varies across regions. Last time, this day did not witness such changes in Lin City. I apologize," Su Rushu said to Zhao Fan. "If it weren't for me, you would have left the city yesterday in this unpredictable world." "Perhaps my departure would not have been wise," Zhao Fan replied. Zhao Fan, having concluded his previous remarks, seamlessly shifted the topic, saying, "Let us disembark." "I shall carry you," he assured. "Rest assured, I am quite capable of bearing you out of the city." "You have endured much," Su Rushu replied, refraining from any further pretensions. That moment, he yearned solely for a swift recovery to assist Zhao Fan. "You are not heavy at all," Zhao Fan remarked with a smile. Thus, Zhao Fan stowed the vehicle into his spatial realm and secured Su Rushu onto his back, setting off with him. Although Zhao Fan was not an adept in speed abilities, he had attained the status of a level 1 supernatural being, allowing him to run at a commendable pace. As he darted through the surroundings with Su Rushu upon his back, many others raced alongside them. When encountering mutated beings and plants, Zhao Fan evaded when possible, and engaged in battle when necessary. Due to his high supernatural level, the mutated beings and plants he faced posed no threat to him. But Su Rushu, resting atop Zhao Fan's back, remained vigilant, not yielding even a moment of relaxation. As they journeyed onward, the sudden sounds of a tiger's roar and a lion's growl reached their ears. "This is dire. It is a tiger and a lion," Su Rushu stated, noting that the roars emanated from ahead. "Zhao Fan, we must alter our course," Su Rushu urged. "Rushu, I believe I have awakened the ability to communicate with beasts," Zhao Fan paused to declare, astonished that he had comprehended the lion's growl moments prior. "Rushu, I wish to investigate further," Zhao Fan said, gazing ahead as the tiger roared once more, its voice drawing nearer. "Very well," Su Rushu replied, ready to accompany Zhao Fan wherever he desired. Upon hearing Su Rushu's consent, Zhao Fan dashed forward, and soon the figures of the tiger and lion came into view. A mutated lion with one normal eye was engaged in battle with a mutated tiger whose eyes glowed a fierce crimson. Zhao Fan's pupils constricted as he recognized that the mutated tiger was at the initial level, matching his own strength. The mutated lion, classified as a high-level 0, possessed a high intelligence, allowing it to contend with the tiger for a time, but inevitably it would face defeat. Observing this, Zhao Fan harnessed his beast-taming ability to establish communication with the mutated lion. In no time, he formed a contract with the creature. A 0-level beast tamer could contract one spirit beast, and as one ascended in level, additional contracts could be made. Furthermore, a 0-level beast tamer could control one 0-level mutated beast, while a first-level tamer could command 2 first-level beasts, and so forth. In addition to forming contracts and controlling beasts, beast tamers could communicate with spirit beasts to enlist their aid in combat, rendering them exceptionally formidable. However, beast tamers were exceedingly rare. During his 5 years in the apocalypse, Zhao Fan had only heard of one individual with such abilities, a member of the military later known as the Dawn Base. Yet he had never encountered that person himself. He had never anticipated awakening the power of beast taming himself. which was a delightful surprise. Zhao moment of reflection was fleeting. Once he had contracted the mutated lion, he joined the fray, with his strength evenly matched against the mutated tiger and aided by the lion. They swiftly vanquished the beast, its corpse being stored within Zhao spatial realm. Rushu, I have awakened the ability to tame beasts. This lion is now my contracted beast. It has requested that I name it, but I am quite inept at naming. Would you be so kind as to bestow a name upon it? Zhao Fan inquired. It has consented to my naming it. Su Rushu asked. It nodded in agreement. So that is a confirmation, Zhao Fan replied. Let me ponder for a moment, Su Rushu said, falling silent in thought, while Zhao Fan continued onward with the mutated lion in TOW. As Su Rushu contemplated, the lion let out a few roars directed at him, implying, Master, the human you carry upon your back is quite lovely. Is he your partner? Zhao Fan paused, transmitting his understanding of the lion's words directly into its consciousness. Nay, he is merely my friend, a very good friend. Zhao Fan reiterated. After speaking, he furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 7. Affection for Rushu. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, the lion roared several more times, conveying, Master, then strive earnestly to win this human's heart. Such beauty surely attracts many suitors. If you delay, he may become someone else's, and you will surely regret it. Therefore, exert yourself, for I shall assist you. You possess quite the understanding, Zhao Fan sent back to the lion. All this I learned from my previous caretaker, who knew far more than I, the lion roared in response. Zhao Fan paused once more, then inquired, And where is your caretaker now? Deceased. The lion replied with a couple of roars before continuing, Master, do not divert the conversation. I must tell you, if you do not act swiftly, it shall be you who regrets it later. I understand, Zhao Fan replied, for he had never truly contemplated the notion of a partner. Before the apocalypse erupted, his sole focus had been on earning money to support Zhou Jun's education and to secure a good life for himself. Following the outbreak, he was consumed by the struggle for survival. Fixated on merely enduring alongside Zhou Jun after life improved, he dedicated his time to honing his abilities and undertaking missions, leaving him little opportunity for further contemplation. Now, however, with the apocalypse looming once more, and his greater strength compared to his past life, perhaps it was time to consider the matter of companionship. He found himself open to the idea of a partner, regardless of gender, yet the shadow of betrayal from his previous life made trusting others a daunting endeavor. This introspection led him to Su Rushu. Su Rushu held a unique place in his heart. The moment he appeared, Zhao Fan's gaze was inexorably drawn to him. Moreover, Su Rushu's experiences mirrored his own past struggles, fostering a sense of kinship. When Zhao Fan witnessed the shock and despair etched upon Su Rushu's face, he instinctively intervened to tend to Su Rushu's wounds. He disrupted his own plans and returned home. The sight of Su Rushu's injuries pained him deeply. As he prepared food for Su Rushu, he did so with unwavering willingness, not a trace of reluctance in his heart, when Su Rushu selflessly considered his well-being. Zhao Fan felt a surge of joy, even excitement. When he pretended to abandon Su Rushu, he was fully aware of the ruse, yet he could not help but feel a profound reluctance. Fearing that his pretense might lead to unforeseen consequences for Su Rushu, he lingered just outside the door, watching intently. When Su Rushu referred to himself as a burden, Zhao Fan had never regarded him as such. As he readied to drive Su Rushu away, he had already laid out bedding and a pillow in the back seat. Concerned for Su Rushu's comfort, even when they were forced to abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot, he never entertained the thought of leaving Su Rushu behind. As he bound Su Rushu to his back, he worried that the ropes might cause discomfort. When Su Rushu awakened his psychic abilities, Zhao Fan felt elated for him and freely shared all he knew about psychic powers from his previous life. He had never intended to conceal the fact that supernatural beings could absorb crystal cores. He planned to provide Su Rushu with a crystal core that very night to aid in his cultivation. The significance of crystal cores in the apocalypse was universally acknowledged, yet he felt no reluctance to part with one. From the moment he rescued Su Rushu, he had never contemplated abandoning him. Since that moment, his desire to treat Su Rushu well had emerged, an impulse beyond his control. Previously, he had not given these feelings much thought, but now, upon reflection, he wondered if this unusual attachment truly stemmed from shared suffering. If this shared plight had been with someone else, would he have acted similarly? After a moment's consideration, he confidently answered himself, no, he would not have. The only person capable of evoking such willingness in him was Su Rushu. Even more astonishing was the depth of trust he felt towards Su Rushu. He found himself able to sleep soundly beside him, oblivious to the world until Su Rushu awoke. Had he been beside anyone else? He surely would not have dared to close his eyes. Upon opening his eyes to see Su Rushu awake, his first thought was a realization. He could still trust others. Zhao Fan was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite astute. Having reflected on his behavior, he recognized that he indeed held feelings for Su Rushu. Since he harbored such feelings and could trust Su Rushu, Zhao Fan squinted slightly. A plan forming in his mind, Zhao Fan's thoughts remained hidden from Su Rushu, who possessed no ability to read minds. At that moment, he had settled upon a name for the mutated lion. Zhao Fan, your contracted beast's surname is Shi, phonetically akin to lion, and its name shall be Ming. How does that sound? Shi Ming, splendid, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, to which the lion responded with several roars. It expresses its fondness for the name Shi Ming, extends its gratitude, and compliments your beauty. Zhao Fan translated for Shi Ming. Upon hearing this, Su Rushu chuckled, saying, I am a man. You ought to say I am extraordinarily handsome. After Su Rushu finished speaking, Shi Ming shouted a few more words at her. Zhao Fan translated, Shi Ming says you are beautiful and I am handsome. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu smiled but did not retort. Master, you are moving too slowly. Let me carry you, Shi Ming yelled at Zhao Fan. No need, Zhao Fan replied. Though he longed for Shi Ming to carry them, he had not forgotten the injury on Su Rushu's hip, where a piece of flesh had even been torn away. How could she possibly sit with such an injury? Previously, when he was uncertain of his feelings, he did not wish for Su Rushu to suffer. Now, he wanted it even less. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Shi Ming shouted twice in confusion, asking what Su Rushu has an injury. It's not suitable for her to sit. Zhao Fan stated directly that I'm fine. Su Rushu interjected, feeling warm inside at Zhao Fan's concern for her. I know better than you about your injuries. When I say there is a problem, Zhao Fan insisted. Thus, Zhao Fan carried Su Rushu, with Shi Ming following closely beside them, swiftly making their way out of the city. Along the way, all the mutated humans and beasts they encountered were dealt with by Shi Ming. They raced onward, reaching a small farm Zhao Fan had previously visited before nightfall. This little farm, which Zhao Fan had come to on several occasions, housed over a dozen Labradors and Huskies, all kept as pets by the owner. Additionally, it raised a variety of chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, quails, wild chickens, cattle, sheep, and pigs. The farm also cultivated numerous vegetables and fruit trees. And there was even a small fish pond teeming with fish. Presently, the farm was likely overrun with mutated plants and animals. In the past, he would not have dared to go there, but now it was different. With many means to protect himself, he no longer feared the mutated flora and fauna of the farm. The farm was situated a good distance from the neighboring villages, and since the workers had returned home for the night, only an old man was left to guard the entrance. Given that the apocalypse often began at night, there were likely not many mutated humans present. Thus, it was an ideal refuge. Zhao Fan, with Su Rushu on his back and Shi Ming beside him, stood before the farm's entrance, gazing at the scene before them while listening to the roars of mutated beasts. Most would have turned back at the sight, but Zhao Fan had already explained the situation within the farm to Su Rushu during their journey, including details about crystal cores and the meat and fruit of mutated beasts. After sharing this, he conveyed their purpose for coming to the farm, to acquire crystal cores, fruits, and meat from mutated plants and animals. They spoke almost in whispers, and Zhao Fan did not believe anyone could hear them. Listening to Zhao Fan, Su Rushu transitioned from initial shock to delight, and then to concern. Zhao Fan seemed to know too much. She suspected he possessed precognitive abilities, which made her worry for him. Su Rushu resolved to help safeguard this secret for Zhao Fan. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fan, Su Rushu harbored these thoughts, and after their exchange, they fell silent, recognizing that speaking could distract them. Zhao Fan lingered at the entrance for a moment before stepping inside, heading directly toward the only two-story building on the farm. This building served as the owner's office and rest area, surrounded by a yard where several Labradors and Huskies were kept, though it was uncertain how many remained. The farm was pervaded by a strong metallic scent, with fresh blood stains still visible on the ground as they cautiously approached the small building. The building was still standing. Zhao Fan remarked from a short distance away, noting that the exterior of the building and the surrounding fence were entwined with wisteria, the flowers and leaves having grown twice their previous size. flourishing abundantly and emitting a captivating fragrance, though their aggressiveness remained undetermined. Aside from the wisteria tree, the yard appeared barren. Step by step, Zhao Fan advanced cautiously, both of them on high alert as they approached the yard. Concealed within the wisteria were a small husky and a small Labrador, their eyes normal but emaciated. Currently, I've only spotted them. I do not know if there are any other mutated animals inside. Su Rushu whispered. Zhao Fan responded with a soft acknowledgement. Let us proceed further. With that, he continued moving forward, pausing briefly with each step. As he neared the yard's entrance, a flurry of wisteria petals surged toward them. Their pupils constricted. They did not believe that these petals were merely beautiful and harmless. Zhao Fan turned and ran, but his speed was evidently not sufficient to outpace the petals in that moment of peril. Su Rushu's psychic abilities erected a mental barrier around them, intercepting the assault of petals and granting Zhao Fan a chance to escape. This wisteria is indeed a formidable offensive weapon, Zhao Fan remarked as he fled. Su Rushu softly affirmed. A few wood-type ability users can tame mutated plants. Once we weaken this wisteria, try to subdue it, Zhao Fan suggested, hoping to harness this mutated plant for Su Rushu. All right, she nodded in agreement. Zhao Fan's speed was swift, and he soon retreated beyond the wisteria's reach. Chapter 8. Taming the mutated wisteria. The offensive capabilities of this mutated wisteria were exceptionally potent, and both Zhao Fan and Su Rushu held it in high regard. Though the petals possess corrosive properties, I believe my mutated water can contend with this wisteria, Zhao Fan expressed, adding, when I charge in, you should envelop us both in your psychic abilities while I use the mutated water to attack the wisteria. With one on the offense and the other on defense, Su Rushu deemed this approach viable and conveyed her agreement to Zhao Fan. Then you should absorb a few crystal cores first. Once your abilities are restored, we will act, Zhao Fan instructed, producing a crystal core for Su Rushu. Following Zhao Fan's earlier guidance, Su Rushu began absorbing the crystal core. Soon, she felt a surge of energy entering her body, ultimately reaching her dantian. The initial absorption of the crystal core caused some discomfort and pain. When Su Rushu finished absorbing her 16th crystal core, she could no longer take in any more and halted. Absorbing 16 cores on her first attempt indicated her considerable aptitude. She shared this encouraging news with Zhao Fan, who smiled at her. My abilities have not only been restored but have also increased slightly. Let us commence our action now, Su Rushu declared to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan nodded, instructing Shiming to wait for them, and then he carried Su Rushu toward the mutated wisteria. Upon reaching the wisteria's attack range, a thin layer of mental energy enveloped them. Zhao Fan unleashed the mutated water, directing it straight toward the wisteria's trunk, where it coiled around the tree like a serpent at that moment. The mutated wisteria went into a frenzy, launching a barrage of branches and petals at them. In the face of such an onslaught, Su Rushu's mental energy quickly dwindled as she struggled to maintain the barrier. Pain pulsed through her head, yet her indomitable will kept her steadfast. Ultimately, her current level of abilities was insufficient to withstand the assault. Rushu, use your wood-type abilities to attempt to tame it. If that fails, we'll destroy it, Zhao Fan advised. Observing the corroded trunk, as he suspected, the corrosive potency of the mutated wisteria was weaker than that of his mutated water. Understood, Su Rushu responded softly, channeling her wood-type abilities to try and tame the mutated wisteria before her. Not every wood-type ability user could subdue mutated plants. Only a few could achieve such feats, and those individuals undoubtedly emerged as powerhouses in the apocalypse. Zhao Fan hoped Su Rushu could tame the mutated plant, providing her with an additional means of self-preservation. However, not all mutated plants could be tamed. Only those with offensive capabilities could be subdued, as they had developed a rudimentary consciousness. As the level of the mutated plant increased, so too did its awareness and intelligence. Zhao Fan chuckled to himself, recalling a past jest that their world was beginning to resemble a fantasy realm, perhaps even leading to a day when they might transcend reality. Zhao Fan, you can retract your water abilities. I have successfully tamed it, Su Rushu announced with a smile, genuinely pleased that she could now assist Zhao Fan so soon. Zhao Fan exclaimed in astonishment, retracting his mutated water, revealing the trunk of the wisteria, now pitted and eroded. I thought it was rather slow, Su Rushu remarked, quickly adding, this area has already been claimed by the wisteria. Those two small mutated puppies are under its protection. As their parents and siblings have perished, the interior is quite safe. Let us enter. Zhao Fan, my head hurts, I fear I may need to sleep for a while, Su Rushu confessed, not wanting to overly worry Zhao Fan. Though she was on the verge of fainting, Zhao Fan felt a jolt of concern. Rushu, this is the after effect of exhausting your abilities. You should absorb some crystal cores to replenish your energy before resting. As he spoke, he handed her 2 crystal cores. Su Rushu acknowledged him softly and began to absorb the crystal cores. At this moment, not only had his mental powers been utterly depleted, but his wood-based abilities had also been exhausted. Remarkably, he had yet to lose consciousness, demonstrating his remarkable resilience. Su Rushu began to absorb the crystal core, and Zhao Fan's previously anxious heart finally relaxed as he stepped into the courtyard. The ground was adorned with mutated wisteria vines, which receded like an ebbing tide as Zhao Fan entered, revealing a pebble path and 2 small, yapping puppies before him. Gazing at the 2 ferocious little puppies barking aggressively at him, Zhao Fan remarked, "You are far too weak." Upon hearing his words, the puppies barked even louder. Shaking his head, Zhao Fan took a step forward, prompting the 2 puppies to back away, still barking fiercely. "You are still too weak. Follow me, and I shall help you become strong," he declared, placing a piece of seasoned mutated cat meat before them. "Well, you will have meat to eat if you join me," he added before heading towards the house. The 2 small puppies sniffed the meat, then picked it up and turned to follow Zhao Fan, who smiled with satisfaction. Upon entering the house, he made his way directly to the 2nd floor, where he found a bedroom and stood still, waiting for Su Rushu to finish absorbing the crystal cores. It was only after Su Rushu had absorbed the 2 cores in his hands that Zhao Fan placed him on the sofa in the room, surrounding him with a pile of crystal cores to continue his absorption. Depleting one's powers was no trivial matter. Observing the bloodstains on Su Rushu's back, Zhao Fan felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that his wound had reopened. However, with Su Rushu currently engaged in absorbing the cores, he could not attend to his injuries just yet. Closing his eyes for a moment, Zhao Fan began to tidy the bedding. Given the circumstances, he preferred not to use items that had been previously utilized by others. At this moment, he yearned for a healer among the ability users, as a healer could be a lifesaver in critical times. Unfortunately, their numbers were exceedingly rare. During his past life, the largest base, Dawn Base, had only 9 healers, all of whom were under the control of various factions. In his previous life, at the onset of the apocalypse, he had encountered a mutated cat with healing abilities. Perhaps he could seek out a mutated beast with similar powers. Regrettably, that particular mutated cat had an owner, and it was not due to the owner's ability to tame beasts, but rather because that mutated cat had been raised by that individual before the apocalypse. After the world fell into chaos, many humans possessed such mutated spirit beasts. Aside from the mutated cat, Zhao Fan was convinced that there were undoubtedly other mutated beasts with healing capabilities in the wild, and with diligence, he was certain he could find one. Once he had made the bed, Zhao Fan tidied the room briefly. They would be staying here for some time, and he could not abide a filthy environment. After cleaning up, he sat beside Su Rushu, keeping watch over him. The more he gazed at Su Rushu's face, the more beautiful and precious it appeared to him. He could not deny that he had been captivated by Su Rushu's striking visage from the very first glance, which had drawn his attention. Further captivated by Su Rushu's swift and decisive movements. Reflecting on this, Zhao Fan smiled slightly. After the smile faded, a glint of coldness crossed his eyes. With Su Rushu's skills and abilities, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the post-apocalyptic world 5 years hence. However, among the strong he knew, there was no Su Rushu, leading to only one conclusion. Without his assistance, Su Rushu had perished during that betrayal. This thought filled his eyes with a fierce intensity. After a moment's pause, Zhao Fan's hostility subsided, and his thoughts turned to the path ahead. His original plan had been to head to Base A, but now with Su Rushu by his side, he needed to consider Su Rushu's wishes. Being an orphan with no family did not mean Su Rushu lacked one. If Su Rushu wished to seek his family, he would accompany him, no matter how far the journey. Night soon fell, and the power went out again. That he lit the candles he had prepared in advance. Su Rushu finished absorbing the crystal cores and opened his eyes. The flickering candlelight illuminated a face before him, with bright, sparkling eyes that softened his heart. "Rushu, does your head still hurt? Have your powers returned?" Zhao Fan asked, his tone tinged with urgency. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful, Su Rushu thought with a smile. "My head no longer hurts, and my powers have returned, and even increased significantly. That's wonderful to hear," Zhao Fan replied, tearing open Su Rushu's shirt. Why do you keep tearing my clothes? It's such a waste. Su Rushu protested. Your wound has reopened, and this is the quickest way, Zhao Fan responded, starting to tend to Su Rushu's injury. I have plenty of clothes in my storage, so we are not lacking in that regard. Continuing, he added, your injuries are not suited for travel. We shall stay here for now. Once you have fully healed, we can set out. But that would delay your journey, Su Rushu frowned, expressing concern that in this apocalypse, there was little time for recovery. As an orphan with no family to save, I am not in a hurry to travel, Zhao Fan said while treating Su Rushu's wounds. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu felt a pang in his heart. From now on, I will be your family. I am older, so I shall be your big brother. I would rather not have you as my brother. I want you to be my wife, Zhao Fan thought to himself. While he contemplated this, he refrained from voicing it, fearing it might frighten Su Rushu. When I was in the orphanage, the older boys often bullied me. I do not like brothers, so I want you to be my only good friend, Zhao Fan stated. Lightheartedly, he solidified their bond as friends, making it all the more difficult for him to pursue Rushu. Chapter 9. Big Daddy and Little Daddy. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu felt even more sympathy for him. All right, then we shall be friends. You are my only best friend. Smiling at Su Rushu's declaration, Zhao Fan grinned. Rushu, how old are you? He began to learn more about Su Rushu. I am 25. What about you? Su Rushu inquired, now eager to know more about Zhao Fan. Rushu, you are 4 years my senior. I am 21 this year. Zhao Fan recounted. Fortunately, the person who abandoned me had a semblance of conscience, writing my birth date and surname on a piece of paper, which they left with me in the cradle. Otherwise, I would not even know my own birthday. Zhao Fan found himself conversing more openly with Su Rushu. In all these years, have you ever looked for your biological parents? Su Rushu asked. I possessed that one piece of paper. But without any leads, I have no idea where to begin searching in this vast sea of humanity. Moreover, I have no desire to find them. They abandoned me, which means they did not want me. So what purpose would it serve to seek them out? Zhao Fan replied. Perhaps they had their reasons for doing so, Su Rushu suggested. What kind of justification could possibly lead them to abandon their own child? Zhao Fan's voice carried a hint of resentment, a sentiment he was unaware of himself, but Su Rushu noticed. Resentment indicated there was still a lingering concern. Su Rushu paused before stating, let me share my story about my mother. Go ahead, Zhao Fan encouraged, continuing to tend to Su Rushu's wounds. After a moment of hesitation, Su Rushu began recounting his experiences with his mother. Once finished, he said, my mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness. And with no family on her side, she had no choice but to send me back to my father's home. She did not want me to go there, but she had no alternatives. Perhaps your parents were also in a similar predicament when they left you at the orphanage. I understand, Zhao Fan acknowledged before shifting the subject. After your mother sent you back to your father's home, did you find happiness there? By this point, he had finished tending to Su Rushu's wounds and was now helping him clean his body. Su Rushu, sharing his tale, revealed more about his time at his father's home. As Su Rushu spoke, Zhao Fan completed the task of cleaning him and carefully lifted him onto the bed. Have you had dinner yet? Su Rushu suddenly asked as he lay on the bed. I haven't eaten yet. I was waiting to have dinner with you, Zhao Fan replied. In situations like this in the future, you should eat first without waiting for me, Su Rushu advised. All right, Zhao Fan agreed. Though internally, he had different thoughts. Then hurry and tidy up. Let's eat, Su Rushu urged. After dinner, can you continue sharing about your family? Zhao Fan asked. Of course, Su Rushu said with a smile. After Su Rushu spoke, Zhao Fan asked Ming to keep watch over him while he went to the bathroom to clean himself up. As he left, he also took the 2 dirty little puppies that had been lying on the floor. At that moment, Ming had already cleaned himself up. Once Zhao Fan had finished cleaning himself and the 2 small puppies, the 4 of them, a pair of humans and a lion, gathered for dinner. Feasting on the food Zhao Fan had retrieved from his storage. After the meal, Zhao Fan said, Rushu, let us adopt these 2 mutated puppies. Sure, Su Rushu replied, thinking to himself, dogs are the most loyal companions. If we raise them well, they can serve as our allies in the future. Having trained military dogs before, Su Rushu resolved to train them diligently. With Su Rushu's agreement, Zhao Fan smiled. Then they will be our sons. You shall be the big daddy, and I will be the little daddy. The Labrador will be named Su Zhao, after the character for caring, as he is the eldest. The Husky will be named Zhao Su, meaning vividly lifelike, as he is the second. Su Rushu responded, What kind of development is this? He instinctively felt that something was amiss. Just then, Zhao Fan spoke again. My greatest wish since childhood has been to have a warm home. Now, I feel that I finally have one. There is a big dad, a little dad, and 2 sons in the family. My wish has finally come true. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu swallowed the words that were about to escape his lips, and instead uttered a simple good. He thought to himself, perhaps he was overthinking it. Not all men share the same affection for the same sex. Since Zhao Fan was happy, so be it. Zhao Fan's good made his heart bloom with joy, yet he maintained a facade of modesty. Zhao Zhao, Su, quickly call for Big Dad and Little Dad. If you do, there will be delicious food for you. Zhao Fan instructed the 2 little pups. The 2 pups barked happily. We want meat, we want meat. All you know is to eat. You must call for Big Dad and Little Dad to get your meat. Zhao Fan corrected, listening to their excited yapping. That's still not right. Zhao Fan added once more, how can you 2 be so foolish? After hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu chuckled. He could discern the little pups' grievances despite not understanding their barks. They are still young, don't rush them. Teach them slowly in the future, Su Rushu said with a smile. Just give them the meat strips in your hand. Stop teasing them. Since your big dad has spoken kindly to you, today I will let you off. Go play, Zhao Fan said, handing the meat strips to the 2 pups. The 2 little pups then joyfully scampered aside, eagerly gnawing on their meat strips. Master, well done, keep it up. I cheer for you, Sherming growled softly. What is it saying? Su Rushu inquired. It says it will keep watch tonight, so we can sleep peacefully, Zhao Fan replied. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Sherming grumbled softly. It says it is more than willing to guard our night, Zhao Fan continued, giving Sherming a threatening glance. Sherming, with a look of grievance, fell silent. This won't do. Sherming needs rest too. I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and Sherming can take the second half. You can spend the first half absorbing crystal cores to cultivate your abilities, Su Rushu suggested. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, Sherming thought to itself, the future partner of the master is truly considerate. It decided to cling to the future partner's leg from now on. Actually, with that mutated wisteria present, we need not keep watch. Let us just sleep, Zhao Fan remarked. Su Rushu recalled the wisteria that climbed over the small courtyard in the 2-story building, nodding in agreement. Rushu, continue telling me about your family, Zhao Fan prompted. All right, Su Rushu replied, eager to share since Zhao Fan wished to listen. You mentioned last time that you ran away from home, Zhao Fan reminded Zhao Fan's cue. Su Rushu smiled and continued his story. Zhao Fan listened intently, committing every word Su Rushu spoke to memory. After Su Rushu finished, Zhao Fan asked, Rushu, are you happy returning to your father's home? Su Rushu paused for a moment before answering. With my loving grandparents, a delightful younger brother, and a father who treats me well, I should be happy. Happiness is happiness. What do you mean by should be happy? Zhao Fan frowned. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu sighed. I always feel that it isn't my home. I understand, Zhao Fan said, thinking to himself. He would certainly provide Su Rushu with a warm home in the future. Rushu, once you are better, we will go to the Kyoto base, Zhao Fan declared. Noticing that Rushu truly cherished his grandparents and younger brother, so he must be very concerned about them now. Su Rushu hesitated, replying, the distance to Kyoto is too far, and the journey is fraught with danger. We would take ages to get there on foot. We can discuss it later. If it were just him, he would face any challenge to reach Kyoto. But now, with Zhao Fan by his side, he had to consider Zhao Fan's well-being. Hearing Su Rushu's words, Zhao Fan smiled. While Zhao Fan was not one to laugh often in front of others, he found joy in Su Rushu's company. Have you forgotten that I possess beast taming abilities? We can ride mutated beasts, which will be faster and more fuel efficient. Once I have the opportunity, I will contract a flying mutated beast for even greater speed. Therefore, going to Kyoto is absolutely feasible, Zhao Fan asserted. After a brief pause, Zhao Fan continued, Rushu, Kyoto is the political and economic center of the nation. The base there will undoubtedly be safer, and it will attract more scientists who can expedite research. Zhao Fan went on to list numerous advantages of the Kyoto-based SO. Even without you, I would still go to the Kyoto base, Zhao Fan said with a smile. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu felt deeply moved, knowing that Zhao Fan spoke to comfort him. Zhao Fan paused before adding, Rushu, to speak frankly, even without you, I would not linger in one place. I would continue to venture out, honing my abilities. Ultimately, I would choose to settle at the Kyoto base, establishing a home where I could rest when tired or unwell. If you wonder why I would choose to settle in Kyoto, it is because I believe it to be the safest place. I do not wish to return from my trials only to find my home gone. Zhao Fan concluded, thus, Rushu, regardless of the circumstances. I will go to the Kyoto base. It is just occurring earlier than I anticipated. However, arriving early has its benefits. I can establish a home sooner. Once the home is set, I can venture out again. Zhao Fan gazed at Su Rushu as he spoke. Yes, take me along when you go. I want to join you in your adventures, Su Rushu said with a smile. Certainly, Zhao Fan nodded, thinking that he would absolutely embark on his journey with Su Rushu. Then it is settled. Once you recover, we shall set off for the Kyoto base. I wonder whether your family will be ordinary people or abilities users. If they are ordinary, they will still need regular food. Therefore, it is advisable to gather some ordinary provisions along the way, just in case, Zhao Fan suggested. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu felt even more touched. Zhao Fan's actions were entirely for his sake. Thinking of this, Su Rushu felt a sweet warmth in his heart. After deciding to go to Kyoto, the two began to discuss their route. Zhao Fan had 5 years of memories from the post-apocalyptic era, while Su Rushu's mind functioned like a living map, familiar with various locations from before the apocalypse. Thus, they quickly devised a route plan. After finalizing the route, Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment before asking, Rushu, can you tell me about the people who abandoned you? Upon hearing Zhao Fan's inquiry, Su Rushu paused briefly before recounting the circumstances of those individuals. After he finished, Zhao Fan thought to himself, so it was them. No wonder he found 2 of them so familiar. Xinliang, the leader of the Lightning Mercenary Corps ranked 7th in the Kyoto base during his past life, possessed lightning abilities. Sun Wenxuan, the vice leader of the Lightning Mercenary Corps, was a dual abilities user with spatial and healing powers, and was also Liang's partner. With this realization, Zhao Fan's eyes glinted with a hint of darkness. Rushu, do you wish to seek revenge? Zhao Fan inquired. Thinking that even if Rushu did not desire vengeance, he would not let them go unpunished, Su Rushu's gaze darkened as he replied, Xinliang is my comrade. We saved each other's lives numerous times before the apocalypse. This time, I will not seek revenge against him. However, from now on, we will be like strangers to S for Sun Wenxuan. I bear no grudge against him. I even saved him twice, yet he stabbed me in the back and kicked me into a horde of monsters. He clearly wanted me dead, and I must repay this debt of vengeance. But what if you seek revenge against Sun Wenxuan, and Xinliang not only intervenes but also joins forces with him against you? Zhao Fan asked. Then Xinliang will become my enemy from this point forward, Su Rushu stated, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. After hearing Su Rushu's words, Zhao Fan understood the gravity of the situation. In that case, I will assist you. Thank you, Su Rushu replied. You are the big dad of my sons. We are family. Why would you be so polite with me? Zhao Fan replied with a smile. Zhao Fan, please do not say it that way. Others might misunderstand, Su Rushu said, lowering his gaze. I speak the truth. What misunderstanding could there be? Zhao Fan retorted firmly. Su Rushu pondered how to respond. Am I not speaking the truth? Zhao Fan countered. It is the truth, Su Rushu sighed, feeling ensnared by Zhao Fan's words. As long as it is the truth, that is sufficient, Zhao Fan said with a smile, then shifted the topic. Rushu, do you need to relieve yourself? Not at the moment, Su Rushu answered. Then please be sure to tell me when you do need to. Zhao Fan said that you've had a long day. You should rest. I will continue my cultivation. Zhao Fan added. All right, Su Rushu replied. Zhao Fan helped Su Rushu lie on his side, facing him, and then settled beside Su Rushu, prepared to absorb the crystal cores. Good night, Rushu, Zhao Fan said. Good night, Su Rushu replied. Zhao Fan smiled, then took out a crystal core and began to absorb it, intending to cultivate his beast-taming abilities and reach the first level as soon as possible, before practicing all 3 abilities together. While Zhao Fan absorbed the crystal cores, Su Rushu was also busy, practicing his mental abilities and striving to master them swiftly one by one. The crystal cores were consumed by Zhao Fan. After absorbing 20 cores, he could no longer take in any more. The beast-taming ability absorbed 20 crystal cores for the first time, signifying an enhancement in his cultivation aptitude, which was indeed a fortunate occurrence. His beast-taming prowess had grown slightly compared to before, and he commenced the release of this ability, attuning himself to the positions of the mutated beasts in the vicinity. The range of his beast-taming ability expanded. The locations of the mutated creatures manifested in his mind. Upon reaching the maximum extent of his power, he initiated communication with the mutated beasts he had perceived. Within his sensing range resided a mutated rabbit spirit beast, a mutated duck spirit beast, and a mutated rooster spirit beast, yet he did not observe any other anomalies. He first conversed with the mutated rabbit, followed by discussions with the mutated duck, and ultimately with the mutated rooster. Through their exchanges, Zhao Fan gleaned insights into the circumstances of the farm. Naturally, he incurred certain costs. He promised the mutated rabbit a mutated peach, the mutated rooster a mutated flesh worm, and the mutated duck a large fat fish. They recounted that after the mutation, most animals on the farm had transformed into red-eyed monsters. Following a fierce struggle, only their kind had survived, consuming the pearls and flesh from the heads of the red-eyed beasts. Subsequently growing increasingly powerful post-mutation, the mutated rabbit, duck, and rooster had all developed the carnivorous diet. They mentioned that in their farming area, there remained a cow, a pig, and a parrot, while the rest had turned into red-eyed monsters. They were more intelligent than the red-eyed creatures, having imprisoned the remaining monsters, patrolling daily to eliminate any that dared to escape. Additionally, they captured red-eyed monsters for sustenance each morning, which had now become their source of food. Zhao Fan mused on the remarkable intelligence of spirit beasts, realizing they had begun to domesticate their food. He cautioned them about the considerable risks of such domestication, explaining that confining red-eyed monsters together could lead to mutual consumption, rapidly enhancing their strength until they surpassed the mutated beasts. Initially skeptical, they eventually accepted Zhao Fan's explanation. When they inquired about a solution, he advised them to consume the stronger beasts first. Upon hearing this, they praised Zhao Fan's cleverness. Zhao Fan smiled, recognizing that the intellect of the spirit beasts still paled in comparison to humanity's, thus leading them to regard him as astute. He proposed a splendid idea, and they extended an invitation for him to join them in their food gathering the following day. Zhao Fan declined, but they persisted until he explained his distaste for red-eyed monsters, at which point they relented. Zhao Fan then inquired about the situation in the planting area, but they had limited information. They mentioned many formidable insects and a remarkable tree, knowledge gleaned from a mutated parrot that frequently ventured there. The mutated duck added that there was a pond teeming with fish and shrimp, but they were too powerful for it to dare catch. From their dialogue, Zhao Fan acquired some understanding of the area's conditions, deciding to target it for hunting. Inquiring about the presence of mice, he learned that numerous cats had previously dwelled there, thus eliminating any rodents. He wished to ask further, but his beast taming ability was quickly depleting, forcing him to bid them farewell. Listening to Su Rush's rhythmic breathing, he discerned that she had fallen asleep. Although she had not desired slumber, her body succumbed to fatigue. Zhao Fan smiled quietly, appreciating the comforting presence of companionship through the night. He chuckled softly twice before retrieving crystal cores to continue cultivating his beast taming ability. Once his power was restored and slightly augmented, he produced more crystal cores to refine his water and spatial abilities. As each zero-level crystal core disintegrated in his hands, his stock diminished significantly. His spatial and water abilities had progressed to the first level, rendering the absorption of zero-level crystal cores a mere drop in the bucket for him. However, lacking first-level cores, he could only continue to absorb the lower-tier ones. Following their mutations, some of the altered beings would also awaken a variety of abilities, their cores acquiring distinct attributes. Thus, ability users preferred to absorb cores that corresponded with their powers for enhanced cultivation speed. While water ability cores were abundant, spatial ability cores were exceedingly rare, and beast-taming cores were virtually non-existent. Consequently, he was left to absorb cores of the corresponding level. Furthermore, ability users could draw upon various natural elements from the environment to augment their powers. Following the apocalypse, nature had produced a wealth of elemental resources for cultivation. Yet, the absorption of these elements depended on one's innate aptitude. The better the aptitude, the quicker the absorption. With the aid of crystal cores, the cultivation speed could be remarkably swift. However, the natural elements remained scarce, making their absorption less efficient than that of crystal cores. On the 30th day after the apocalypse, a surge of energy occurred, leading to a notable increase in the richness of natural elements. Thereafter, energy surges would transpire every 30 days, greatly enhancing the elemental density. By the second year post-apocalypse, this interval extended to 60 days. And by the third year, to 90 days. 4 years later, the surges occurred every 120 days, and the first surge of the fifth year was separated by 150 days. He did not survive to witness the second surge. By the 5th year after the apocalypse, the natural elements had become exceedingly abundant, allowing those with superior aptitude to cultivate with remarkable speed. Each energy surge presented a rare opportunity for both humans with abilities and other species. The surges acted like an infusion of energy. If one cultivated during that time, especially those with superior aptitude, their progress could be described as explosive in his previous life. Zhao Fan had average aptitude, and while his abilities did increase slightly after each surge, they paled in comparison to those with superior talents. Ultimately, rapid advancement in abilities relied heavily on one's innate gifts. After absorbing a sufficient quantity of white cores, Zhao Fan ceased, leaving the remainder for Su Rushu. He settled into a meditative position, activating his cultivation technique to begin absorbing the natural elements. The technique he employed was one released by various major bases 3 months after the apocalypse, purportedly developed by the Kyoto Research Institute, earning Zhao Fan's deep admiration for those researchers. This was Zhao Fan's first experience employing a technique for cultivation. As he activated it, various elements gravitated toward him, culminating in the water, spatial, and beast-taming elements entering his body. As time passed, the influx of elements intensified, enveloping Zhao Fan in warmth. He continued this cultivation until dawn. Upon opening his eyes, though he had not slept throughout the night, he felt remarkably invigorated. "Did you cultivate all night?" Su Rushu, lying on her side, inquired as Zhao Fan awakened. Today, upon rising, she felt considerably better, her strength somewhat restored, having just visited the restroom. She had to admit that the healing speed of ability users was vastly superior to that of ordinary individuals. She believed she would recover in a matter of days. Truly, ability users were favored by the heavens. Su Rushu was still unaware that the benefits of being an ability user extended far beyond this. Their aging process was slower than that of normal humans, and their lifespans were significantly longer. As their cultivation progressed, their aging would decelerate further, and their lifespans would extend. However, ability users also faced a drawback. As their powers increased, the difficulty of producing offspring escalated, resulting in a low birth rate. Thus, the continuation of humanity would still rely on ordinary people. Perhaps this was a form of balance imposed by the heavens. Chapter 11. Expressing intentions. Yes, I cultivated all night, yet I feel no fatigue. Rather, I am brimming with vitality, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. He then shared with Su Rushu the details of his technique and the absorption of natural elements. Withholding nothing from her, "Rushu, I will transcribe the technique for you shortly, so you too can cultivate in this manner," Zhao Fan stated, pondering whether anyone had yet utilized the technique for cultivation. Although the natural elements were currently sparse, the scarcity of those absorbing them meant that he still managed to gather a substantial amount overnight. "All right," Su Rushu replied, before adding, "Zhao Fan, I know you harbor many secrets." Prior to speaking, she had established a mental barrier around them, ensuring that even the keenest eavesdropper would not overhear. "Rushu, I can share all my secrets with you," Zhao Fan responded, gazing at her. "Zhao Fan, the reason secrets are called secrets is that they are known only to one person. If two know, it ceases to be a secret. So, please, do not tell me," Su Rushu replied earnestly. "Rushu, I wish to share my secrets with you. Do you not wish to know?" Zhao Fan asked, his tone laced with a hint of grievance. "Zhao Fan, while I would be delighted to hear your secrets and am willing to share mine, I am currently too weak. The abilities of ability users are so diverse that I fear I might not be able to keep your secrets safe. Therefore, please refrain from sharing your secrets with me for now," Su Rushu urged. "When I have honed my abilities sufficiently to safeguard your secrets, and if you are still willing to share them with me, I shall certainly lend an attentive ear." "Very well, I shall await that moment to confide in you," Zhao Fan remarked with a smile, then continued. "Indeed, there exists a telepathic ability. As long as he maintains physical contact with the other party, he can delve into their memories. Thus, Ruchu, in the future, be exceedingly cautious when shaking hands with others." Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Ruchu's eyes flickered with a trace of gravity. "In the future? When I am unaware of another's abilities, I will absolutely not allow them the opportunity to touch me, and that includes you, Zhao Fan. You possess far too much knowledge, and such information must remain undisclosed to others. Do you understand?" "I comprehend. For these matters I shall disclose to you alone, as you are the person I trust the most," Zhao Fan replied with a smile. "Zhao Fan, considering we have only known each other for 2 days and 2 nights, you hardly know me. Your trust in me seems misplaced," Su Ruchu said, frowning. While Zhao Fan's trust brought him joy, it also filled him with concern, fearing Zhao Fan might be deceived. Though I may not know you well, I trust you implicitly and am certain you would not deceive or betray me, Zhao Fan asserted with conviction. Su Ruchu chuckled softly. Zhao Fan, do you possess telepathy? How else could you be so certain I would not deceive or betray you? Perhaps I indeed possess such an extraordinary ability, Zhao Fan replied with a grin. If only you truly had telepathy, then no one could ever deceive you, Su Ruchu remarked. Upon hearing Su Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan chuckled lightly. Are you Chu? In this world, the only person capable of deceiving me is you alone, for I willingly allow myself to be misled by you. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's statement, Su Ruchu's heart trembled, and she gazed at him, saying, Zhao Fan, we have only just met. You do not know me, and I do not know you. Regardless of your thoughts, you must not make hasty decisions, lest you arrive at a misguided conclusion. At that moment, Zhao Fan felt that Su Ruchu had grasped his intentions. He smiled and said, You indeed do not know me well. Henceforth, you must take the time to understand me. I believe the more you learn about me, the more you will discover that I am truly a rare and exceptional man. Zhao Fan continued. Ruchu, the fact that I can peacefully sleep beside you signifies my absolute trust in you, something I never dared to imagine before. Ruchu, in this world, it is not easy to encounter someone one can trust completely. Should I miss this opportunity, I may never find another like you, so Ruchu, I will not let go. You must be prepared for that, Dada. Our sons have awakened as well. I shall prepare breakfast for you, and once you have eaten, I will tend to your wounds, Zhao Fan said, shifting the topic, and then got out of bed. Su Ruchu instinctively lowered her mental barrier. Zhao Fan's departure was intended to grant Su Ruchu time to ponder. Having reached this point in their conversation, he was confident she understood the gravity of their situation. By the way, do you need to use the restroom? Zhao Fan inquired. Standing by the bed, I have already done so, Su Ruchu replied. What? You have already gone, and I was unaware. Why did you not wake me? Did you not strain your injury? Zhao Fan exclaimed in a rapid succession of words. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's instinctive concern, Su Ruchu could not help but feel a stir in her heart. She paused briefly before responding to Zhao Fan. It is fortunate that I did not strain my injury. Next time, if you wish to do something, simply call for me, Zhao Fan said. Very well, Su Ruchu agreed. Zhao Fan hesitated before saying, Ruchu, look, we lie on the same bed, and you got out without my knowledge, which illustrates how much I trust you. How could I possibly give up on someone like you? Moreover, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. My gaze has been persistently drawn to you. Witnessing your agile movements only deepens my attraction. Zhao Fan concluded, then shifted the topic. Our sons are eagerly awaiting, so I shall go prepare their meals. With that, Zhao Fan left, creating space for Su Ruchu. Chapter 12. Su Ruchu analyzes her feelings. Su Ruchu was no fool. Her emotional intelligence was not only high but exceptionally keen. With Zhao Fan having articulated his feelings to such an extent, there was little left for her to decipher. However, her rationality still prevailed, and she reminded herself to avoid being swept away by emotions as she analyzed the situation. She believed in love at first sight, yet considered it an impulsive act, fraught with too many uncertainties to rely upon in the long run. His countenance indeed had an irresistible charm, and she acknowledged that. The skills he exhibited were honed through years of rigorous training, making it unsurprising that he captured Zhao Fan's attention. Thus, it was possible that Zhao Fan found her intriguing. Nevertheless, such impulses carried significant risks for the future. The true reason Zhao Fan desired to be with her, she surmised, stemmed from his unwavering trust in her. Zhao Fan was right. In this world, encountering someone one can trust completely is indeed a rare treasure. And Su Ruchu fully understood why Zhao Fan was reluctant to let go. After dissecting Zhao Fan's feelings towards her, she turned her thoughts inward to examine her own sentiments towards him. In her most helpless and desperate moments, Zhao Fan had come to her aid, and her gratitude towards him was undeniable. At that time, she resolved to repay him for saving her life. While bedridden due to her injuries, she felt deeply touched by Zhao Fan's meticulous care. In the apocalyptic world, it was remarkable that Zhao Fan remained steadfast by her side, especially considering they were strangers at that time. From that moment, her life was intertwined with Zhao Fan's. Thus, when she jested about Zhao Fan possessing telepathy, it was because her very life was now his, and she had no intention of betraying him, at this very moment. He was the person she trusted most in a world turned upside down. Finding someone to whom one could fully entrust their heart was no easy feat. It was no wonder Zhao Fan was reluctant to give up. She, too, did not wish to part ways in this harsh reality. Merely surviving was a challenge. If she had to remain vigilant even in her sleep beside someone, it would be utterly exhausting in Zhao Fan's presence. Her heart was perpetually tender. She yearned to shower him with kindness, to indulge him, to offer him all the good things in life, and to ensure his happiness. She felt a pang of concern for him, and she worried for his well-being. Upon receiving Zhao Fan's veiled confession, she felt neither shame nor irritation. Instead, she was filled with surprise and joy, indicating that she, too, harbored feelings for him. The conclusion Su Ruchu arrived at was that Zhao Fan held affection for her, and he trusted her in return. She felt fondness for Zhao Fan and trusted him as well. Faced with such a revelation, Su Ruchu rubbed her forehead and mused. Love is indeed a delicate thing. It arrives unexpectedly, leaving one unprepared. However, their acquaintance had been far too brief. It would be immature to decide on a relationship based solely on this budding affection and trust. After a moment of contemplation, she discerned her path forward. Are you Chu? Here you go, Zhao Fan said as he entered, handing Su Ruchu 2 sheets of paper. What is this? Su Ruchu asked, puzzled. You will know once you look. Zhao Fan replied, having not actually gone to prepare breakfast but rather transcribing a technique for her. Su Ruchu accepted the 2 sheets, and upon seeing the contents, her emotions became indescribable in the face of Zhao Fan's earnestness. She found herself unable to utter a word of refusal. In fact, she had no desire to refuse at all moments ago. She had been contemplating her feelings, yet now, she found herself unable to articulate a single word. Her focus shifted entirely to the 2 sheets of paper, hoping this would prevent her from overthinking. Since Su Ru had awakened her psychic abilities, her memory had improved significantly. She memorized the contents after a single reading. Subsequently, she handed the papers back to Zhao Fan, informing him that she had committed them to memory and suggested he keep them. Are you Chu? Let us have our meal, Zhao Fan said, then inquired. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. I am not picky, Su Ruchu replied. You are indeed easy to please, Zhao Fan remarked, then added, I, too, am not particular and am very easy to accommodate. Let's eat, Su Ruchu suggested. Upon hearing Su Ruchu's response, Zhao Fan sighed inwardly, sensing that she was evading something. Let's eat, Zhao Fan urged, and then assisted Su Ruchu in washing up. He retrieved food from his storage, and they began their meal. Are you Chu? In this tumultuous world, we are alive in this moment, yet may perish in the next. We do not have the luxury of time to linger in our dilemmas, Zhao Fan stated, before becoming engrossed in his meal. Zhao Fan's words jolted Su Ruchu into awareness. They were indeed at risk of death at any moment, and it was imperative to abandon conventional reasoning. Chapter 13. The 5-colored diamond parrot. After finishing their meal, Zhao Fan applied the medication to Su Ruchu's injuries. Looking at him, Su Ruchu said, Zhao Fan, please sit. We need to talk. Upon hearing her request, Zhao Fan pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Are you Chu? What would you like to discuss? Zhao Fan inquired, observing Su Ruchu, who had fallen silent after speaking. Zhao Fan, if I have not misunderstood, you wish for me to be your partner? Su Ruchu asked candidly. Yes, Ruchu, I desire for you to be my partner, Zhao Fan declared without hesitation, then added, Ruchu, I am fond of you, and I wish to be with you. I understand that our acquaintance is brief. Had the apocalypse not occurred, I would have taken my time to court you, for our future would have held ample opportunities. However, in this precarious and uncertain apocalypse, where death lurks at every corner, I believe it is best to act swiftly and decisively. Zhao Fan, marriage is a significant matter, even in a world on the brink of collapse. We must not rush our decision, Su Ruchu said, gazing at Zhao Fan. Upon hearing Su Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan, his face alight with surprise, exclaimed, Ruchu, should I interpret your words as an indication that you harbor feelings for me? He conveniently overlooked Su Ruchu's other implications. I knew you liked me too, Zhao Fan said, his face beaming with joy. He continued, Ruchu, if you like me and I like you, then our mutual affection makes us a match made in heaven. What are you still hesitating about? Rest assured, I have no vices. I steer clear of any form of debauchery and do not indulge in alcohol. If you agree to be with me, I promise to cherish you for a lifetime, to remain loyal to you and to our bond, never betraying you or our love. Even in this apocalypse, I will ensure you live a life of comfort. If danger arises, as long as I draw breath, I shall stand before you as your shield, Zhao Fan declared solemnly. After listening to Zhao Fan's heartfelt declaration, Su Rushu fell silent for a considerable time. Just as Zhao Fan prepared to speak again, she lifted her gaze towards him and said, Zhao Fan, let us be together. Rushu, does this mean you have agreed to be my partner? Zhao Fan asked, his tone filled with excitement. Yes, I agree to be your partner, Su Rushu replied. Upon hearing her affirmation, Zhao Fan sprang to his feet, exclaiming with uncontainable joy, that's wonderful. He then cupped Su Rushu's face and kissed her fervently. After the kiss, he performed several backflips on the floor before rushing back to Su Rushu for another kiss. Following that, he executed a few front flips in the room. Rushu, I am truly elated today, Zhao Fan declared after his acrobatics. Observing Zhao Fan's exuberance, Su Rushu felt reassured that her decision was indeed the right one. As long as this spirited young man was happy, she would support him in whatever he wished. I'm happy too, Su Rushu smiled, adding, your front and back flips were impressive. Let me show you a few more. Zhao Fan then proceeded to execute several front and back flips. Watching him, Su Rushu burst into hearty laughter. Seeing her joy only spurred Zhao Fan to perform even more energetically. All right, Su Rushu chuckled, secretly thinking that this young man was quite the delight, and she had no regrets about her earlier decision. Rushu, whenever you wish to see more, I shall gladly perform for you, Zhao Fan said with a foolish grin. Very well, Su Rushu nodded. Zhao Fan then used his water-based powers to conjure a ball of water to clean his hands before climbing onto the bed. He gently embraced Su Rushu, feeling as though his heart was overflowing with contentment. Rushu, with you by my side, I shall never feel lonely again. It feels truly wonderful, Zhao Fan whispered. Me too. I finally have someone to accompany me in this life, Su Rushu replied. Though she was not an orphan, she had always felt a profound loneliness within her heart. Thus, the two of them nestled quietly together on the bed for the entire morning, sharing many heartfelt conversations. Their tranquil moment was only interrupted when the raucous quacking of the mutated duck echoed through the room. Did you bring me any fish? The mutated duck quacked. Zhao Fan chuckled in response, then complained, the mutated duck is quite impatient. It's not even evening yet, and it's already hounding me, since we promised them. Let us go out fishing for bugs after lunch, Su Rushu suggested cheerfully, as Zhao Fan had already shared the details of his communication with the three creatures. I really don't want to get up. I just want to hold you like this for the rest of my life, Zhao Fan lamented. Then our lives will soon come to an end, for if we stay like this too long, we shall starve on the bed, Su Rushu replied. That joke is not amusing at all, Zhao Fan retorted. Su Rushu chuckled. The duck is calling again. Let it quack, ignore it, Zhao Fan said, burying his head in the crook of Su Rushu's neck. Watching Zhao Fan in this manner, Su Rushu smiled and refrained from urging him to rise, for she herself did not wish to get up either. The mutated duck quacked incessantly, and the two of them acted as though they had not heard. Humans, the sun is shining on your backs. It's time to get up. Lazy humans. A five-colored macaw perched on the back of the mutated duck squawked repeatedly, with the ducks quacking and the macaw's incessant chatter. The two could no longer lie still. I must catch that parrot and make soup out of it, Zhao Fan declared in exasperation. Su Rushu chuckled helplessly, saying, tell them we'll go fishing soon. They need to stop calling. I want to tell them. Let them keep calling. It would be best if they attracted all the mutated beasts and transformed humans so we could feast on them. Zhao Fan replied bitterly. Calling humans lazy is rather unkind, Su Rushu remarked. Very well, I'll make that parrot quiet, Su Rushu said, then continued. What business does that parrot have making such a fuss? Who knows? Su Rushu replied. Thus, the two shared a simple lunch before Zhao Fan carried Su Rushu outside. Both of them were anxious about each other, which is why they decided to venture out together. Human, you are not as beautiful as I am. The five-colored macaw stared at Su Rushu's face and proclaimed. I certainly am not as beautiful as you, Su Rushu replied with a smile, acknowledging the parrot's striking appearance. Human, you need not feel inferior. The five-colored macaw flitted to perch above Su Rushu's head. I do not feel inferior, Su Rushu smiled again. Human, how can you not feel inferior when you are not as pretty as I am? The five-colored macaw inquired. Men rely on strength, not on pretty faces, Su Rushu replied. What are you following us for? Zhao Fan asked with a hint of annoyance. I intend to help you catch fish. The five-colored macaw replied, rolling its eyes. We do not need your assistance, Zhao Fan stated flatly. I am quite capable. The The five-colored macaw insisted. It is said that no one rises early without profit. If you help us catch fish, what do you wish in return? Zhao Fan queried. Human, you are quite clever, the five-colored macaw flattered. Enough with the flattery. Just state your purpose, Zhao Fan demanded. The five-colored macaw's eyes darted about. I want you to help me drive away the monstrous tree. Why should we assist you? Zhao Fan asked. I will help you catch fish, the five-colored macaw retorted. Hearing this, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu both chuckled. Is that monstrous tree truly formidable? Su Rushu inquired. None can defeat it. I cannot either, the five-colored macaw confessed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan felt a twinge of alarm. The five-colored macaw had already reached initial level 1. Could it be that its powers were lacking? What abilities do you possess? Zhao Fan asked. I can breathe fire, the five-colored macaw replied, demonstrating by spewing forth a burst of flames. Fire is the nemesis of plants, Zhao Fan thought, and then asked, what powers does that tree possess? I do not know, the five-colored macaw admitted. At this, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu furrowed their brows. Clearly, this tree was no ordinary foe. Why do you want us to drive that tree away? Su Rushu asked. There is rice there that I adore, the five-colored macaw explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu exchanged glances of delight. After 3 days of darkness, the plants and trees had grown wildly. However, crops and vegetables had withered as if this planet had become inhospitable to their growth from that moment onward. Zhao Fan had lived through 5 years of the apocalypse in his past life, during which ordinary crops and vegetables could not thrive in the soil. Even crops and vegetables nurtured by wood-based abilities withered away. Later, scientists discovered that after the apocalypse, the soil had become infused with numerous special substances, which was the reason ordinary crops and vegetables could not survive. This news was a bitter blow to those who had endured the apocalypse, while those with powers and mutated beings fared better due to their ability to consume mutated beast meat. Ordinary people did not have that luxury. They could eat spirit beast meat, but such creatures were scarce, and ordinary individuals lacked the strength to capture them. It wasn't until a year into the apocalypse that humanity discovered a strain of mutated sorghum, rekindling their hope. This mutated sorghum could grow in the soil and yielded high quantities, maturing twice a year, though it was not particularly palatable. Eventually, humanity also uncovered several mutated vegetables. However, even 5 years into the apocalypse, mutated rice had yet to be found. Now, news of mutated rice emerging at the very onset of the apocalypse brought Zhao Fan immense joy. Rushu, I wish to go and see it, Zhao Fan said eagerly. Can we wait until my injuries have healed? Su Rushu inquired. Rushu, I will just take a glance. If it proves too dangerous, I will simply flee. If that parrot can escape, so can I, Zhao Fan assured her. I have wings and can fly, the five-colored macaw interjected. Be quiet, Zhao Fan scolded. You insult me. You are a bad person, the parrot retorted. The five-colored macaw lamented. If you don't cease your chatter, I shall withdraw my assistance. Zhao Fan threatened. I know my place. I will remain silent, replied the five-colored macaw. After the macaw fell silent, Zhao Fan remarked, Ruchu, I possess a secret weapon. Have you forgotten? Then I shall accompany you, Su Ruchu stated. Very well, Zhao Fan readily agreed, confident in his ability to return Ruchu safely. Chapter 14. Battle with the mutated fish. The fish pond lies just ahead. I shall not proceed further, but wait for you here, quacked the mutated duck, apprehensive of the formidable creatures lurking there. Zhao Fan nodded and, with Su Ruchu on his back, made his way toward the pond, a five-colored macaw soaring above them. The duck is simply a coward. Too frightened even to approach the pond, the macaw remarked. You boast of courage. Why not indulge in some rice? Zhao Fan retorted. Humans should not strike the face nor expose one's flaws. Did your mother not teach you this? The macaw squawked indignantly. Why mother indeed never imparted such wisdom. Zhao Fan scoffed, and without a mother, who could enlighten him? Your mother is quite uncultured, the macaw replied. Macaw, you ought to catch fish for us. Su Ruchu interjected, keen to prevent the five-colored macaw from further pricking Zhao Fan's wounds. I shall do so at once, the macaw declared, soaring toward the fish pond. Zhao Fan, carrying Su Ruchu, stood nearby, watching as the five-colored macaw reached the pond and began to shriek loudly. With that cry, the previously tranquil pond sprang to life, as fish and shrimp with crimson eyes leaped from the water. Mouths agape, attempting to devour the macaw. Foolish fish, you cannot catch me, the macaw exclaimed, flapping its wings, if misfortune befalls it. I shall not come to its aid, Zhao Fan remarked. Su Ruchu chuckled, observing, there are indeed formidable creatures lurking at the pond's depths. I cannot ascertain their levels. Just then, piercing screams echoed through the air, causing the five-colored macaw to falter and nearly plunge into the jaws of a leaping mutated fish, in a critical moment. The macaw flapped its wings and ascended, exclaiming, I'm terrified, utterly terrified. Hearing the shrieks, Su Ruchu felt a splitting headache, as if someone were stirring a stick in his mind, his face paling and cold sweat beading upon his brow. Enduring the pain, he erected a mental barrier around them. Zhao Fan, too, felt a sudden throbbing in his head, realizing it was a sound attack. We must retreat, he urged, hastily carrying Su Ruchu back, his higher ability shielding him from the worst of it. Though the sound attack affected Ruchu significantly, dampening his back with sweat, as Zhao Fan turned to flee, the screams abruptly ceased, indicating that Ruchu had successfully established a mental barrier. Are you Chu? You only need to shield yourself. This sound attack has no effect on me, Zhao Fan reassured. Is that truly the case? Su Ruchu inquired. Indeed, Zhao Fan confirmed. Upon hearing this, Su Ruchu reduced the barrier's area to conserve energy. Today, we shall aim for something grand, Zhao Fan said, narrowing his eyes and rushing toward the riverbank. With a flourish of his right hand, a jet of black water erupted from his palm, in an instant. It transformed into a thin veil of water that enveloped the entire pond before melding into its depths. At that moment, the mutated fish and shrimp began to leap frantically onto the shore, soon covering it with a mix of live and deceased creatures. Suddenly, over 20 mutated fish and shrimp charged at Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu, launching their abilities against them. So many level 1 mutated fish and shrimp, Zhao Fan exclaimed, evading their attacks while retaliating. With a sweep of his hand, 6 spatial blades hurtled towards 6 of the mutated creatures, followed by another 6 blades in quick succession. Having ascended to level 1 in his spatial abilities, he could now unleash 6 blades at once. Su Ruchu, not idle, focused his mental energy into needles that struck at the mutated fish and shrimp. Although his abilities were not lethal against them, they disrupted the creature's attacks, granting Zhao Fan the opportunity to eliminate them. Through their combined efforts, the duo swiftly dispatched the mutated fish and shrimp. Impressive work, my friend. The 5-colored macaw flapped its wings, hovering before them and surveying the scattered remains of the mutated creatures. The two paid no heed to the macaw, with Su Ruchu gravely stating, Zhao Fan, there lies a golden carp at the bottom, its eyes normal, approximately 3 meters long. I cannot discern its ability level. That must surely be the main antagonist, Zhao Fan replied solemnly. And no sooner had he spoken than the carp surfaced, unleashing a jet of black water towards them. A mutated water ability. Zhao Fan dodged the attack. His gaze intense. Are you Chu? I must obtain the crystal core of this carp. With that, he sent a spatial blade hurtling toward the golden carp. The carp did not evade, and all 6 blades struck it, yet failed to inflict any damage. It must be level 2. Its abilities are undoubtedly formidable, Zhao Fan noted, narrowly avoiding another water jet. As a creature of humanity's sustenance, it is only natural for it to harbor animosity towards us. Su Ruchu remarked, then added, Zhao Fan, I will distract it. You take the offensive. Agreed, Zhao Fan replied, undeterred by the carp's higher ability level. Chapter 15. Confrontation with the mutated carp. As Zhao Fan's words echoed, Su Ruchu manipulated the mutated grass along the pond's edge to attack the mutated fish while simultaneously directing his mental energy as needles toward the carp's mind. Zhao Fan, carrying Su Ruchu, dodged the water jets from the carp, which seemed to rely solely on this tactic. Under Su Ruchu's constant interference, the carp's movements grew sluggish. Seizing the moment, Zhao Fan waved his right hand, sending 2 black tendrils toward the carp, which swiftly pierced its head. With a shriek, the mutated carp fell still. Retrieving the tendrils, Zhao Fan remarked, this black water is truly formidable. Those tendrils were drawn from the spatial realm. Indeed, Su Ruchu replied, reassured by Zhao Fan's capabilities. Humans, you are astonishingly powerful. Surely, you could vanquish that monstrous tree. The macaw interjected, seeking attention once more that we are indeed formidable enough to capture you for a stew. Zhao Fan retorted, beginning to gather the mutated fish and shrimp into the spatial realm. Why flesh is toxic. If you stew me,
You shall perish. The five-colored macaw hastily protested, "In no matter, we shall simply serve it to the monsters instead." Su Ruchu replied with a light-hearted smile, "You bully the little one. You are all villains." The macaw flapped its wings in indignation. Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu shared a laugh at the macaw's antics. "Quite amusing, this parrot," Su Ruchu remarked with a smile. "How ridiculous," Zhao Fan scoffed, continuing to collect the mutated fish from the water and shore. "Zhao Fan, there are 2 fist-sized, milky white stones in the water. They seem quite extraordinary," Su Ruchu observed, furrowing his brow as he sensed the water's depths while Zhao Fan gathered the fish. "Milky white stones?" Zhao Fan mused. Could they be the legendary energy stones? In his previous life, he had heard tales of such stones but had never encountered them. "You Chu, wait here. I shall retrieve them shortly," Zhao Fan urged, suppressing his excitement. If these were indeed energy stones, their fortunes would have shifted dramatically. "Very well," Su Ruchu replied. "I shall guide you from the shore." Zhao Fan produced a lounge chair from the spatial realm, draped with a thick blanket, and gently assisted Su Ruchu as he reclined against it. Zhao Fan's thoughtfulness deeply touched Su Ruchu. "Macaw, remain by Ruchu's side. Should he come to harm, I shall pluck every feather from you and roast you," Zhao Fan threatened fiercely, glaring at the 5-colored macaw. "You only know how to intimidate me," the macaw replied, feigning distress. "Have you taken my words to heart?" Zhao Fan continued to glare. "I remember," the macaw said, appearing somewhat forlorn. Observing Zhao Fan's sternness towards the macaw, Su Ruchu chuckled and said, "Zhao Fan, hand me a knife." "Certainly," Zhao Fan replied, retrieving a knife from the spatial realm and placing it in Su Ruchu's hands, offering him further instructions. Su Ruchu listened with a smile, imparting his own advice to Zhao Fan, who listened with equal cheer. "This is the location." Su Ruchu sat by the shore, directing Zhao Fan, who was swimming in the water. "I understand. Rushu, I will dive down," Zhao Fan declared before plunging into the depths. Su Rushu's psychic abilities remained closely attuned to Zhao Fan, vigilantly guarding against any potential threats that might arise. Zhao Fan dove deep, and upon spotting 2 milky white stones, his eyes lit up with excitement as he swiftly collected them into his spatial storage. "Rushu, I've got them," Zhao Fan surfaced, only to add, "I'll explore areas that you cannot reach. Be careful," Su Rushu cautioned, eager to enhance his own powers as his current range was rather limited. "Understood," Zhao Fan replied, and with that, he swam further away, diving back to continue his search for the milky white stones. Having scoured the entire pond without finding another stone, he surfaced, feeling a twinge of disappointment. "I didn't find anything else," Zhao Fan said as he approached Su Rushu, drying himself off with his water manipulation abilities. "If you wish, we can search elsewhere in the future," Su Rushu consoled him. "Indeed," Zhao Fan responded, contemplating the scarcity of energy stones. Even with his rebirth, he was at a loss for where to find them, having never encountered specific information about energy stones in his past life. Both of their abilities were nearly depleted, prompting Zhao Fan to summon the 5-colored diamond parrot to catch a bug for the mutated rooster. He had already fed the mutated rabbit before their arrival. They then returned directly to their dwelling. On their way, Zhao Fan presented the mutated duck with 3 fish, causing it to quack joyfully. Chapter 16. Cultivation. Upon returning to their residence, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu extracted the crystal cores from the mutated fish and shrimp, totaling 2,612 cores, 1 level 2 water-type core, 8 level 1 water-type cores, 7 level 1 white cores, and 1 level 1 psychic ability core, which they obtained from the mutated fish that could utilize sound attacks. The remainder consisted entirely of 0-level white cores, 473 of which were harvested from the body of the mutated fish shrimp spirit beast, whose crystal cores contained purer energy than those of ordinary beasts. After extracting the cores, they allocated 3 level 1 white cores and 200 0-level white cores to Sherming. With these cores, along with the ones he had collected today, Sherming would be poised to ascend to the level 1 mutated beast rank, with the possibility of awakening his own abilities. Not every mutated beast could activate abilities, yet even those that could not still had the potential to level up, resulting in significant enhancements across all physical aspects, including strength, speed, and agility. The cores of mutated beasts were attributeless, allowing any type of ability user to absorb them. After distributing the cores to Sherming, they also shared 20 white cores with Su Zhao and Zhao Su. Once the distribution was complete, Su Rushu and Zhao Fan commenced the absorption of the crystal cores to replenish their abilities. Su Rushu, having a lower ability level, completed his cultivation first, reaching the peak of 0 level initial stage. Unable to absorb any more energy from the cores, he decided to practice the technique Zhao Fan had given him. Gritting his teeth, Su Rushu sat up and positioned himself for meditation, beginning to circulate the technique. It was not until his 5th attempt that he finally sensed energy penetrating his body. Elated, Su Rushu continued his practice. As time passed, an increasing flow of wood-type and psychic elements surged towards Su Rushu, penetrating his body. With the growing influx of elements, Su Rushu eventually advanced to the mid-level of 0 stage. Following this advancement, not only did his dantian and meridians expand, but all aspects of his body underwent enhancement, even his wounds healing somewhat. Feeling the benefits of his elevation, Su Rushu continued to absorb wood-type and psychic elements from the natural world, diligently persisting in his cultivation. When Zhao Fan opened his eyes, the night had fully descended. He observed Su Rushu, who was meditating across from him. Ability users possess night vision, and inwardly disapproved. Nonetheless, understanding Su Rushu's relentless pursuit of strength, he respected his decision. Zhao Fan sighed internally, reluctant to see Su Rushu endure any hardship. However, he recognized that Su Rushu was not a man who relied on the protection of others, but rather a stalwart individual in his own right. With another sigh, Zhao Fan placed a pile of crystal cores beside Su Rushu to expedite his cultivation process. Once this was accomplished, Zhao Fan took out the level 2 water-type core, absorbing all the level 1 water-type cores. Resulting in a slight increase in his water abilities, he still had the capacity to absorb more cores. Zhao Fan's water abilities rose to the peak of level 1 initial stage, but he could absorb no more energy from the level 2 core, thus ceasing his cultivation. Observing that Su Rushu was still engaged in his practice, he stored the unused level 2 core in his spatial storage and began his own cultivation anew. His abilities differed from Su Rushu's, so their simultaneous cultivation did not conflict. Once Su Rushu's abilities plateaued, he halted his practice. As he watched Zhao Fan continue, he lay down on the bed, as sitting for too long aggravated the pain from his injuries. Not long after Su Rushu lay down, Zhao Fan concluded his cultivation. He tended to Su Rushu's wounds, and after a simple meal, the two embraced and fell into slumber. Following a night of rest, Su Rushu found that his injuries had significantly healed, allowing him to walk slowly without Zhao Fan's assistance. While they were having breakfast, the 5-colored diamond parrot called for them from outside. Zhao Fan instructed it to wait a moment until they finished their meal. After eating, they tidied up and set off, with Zhao Fan still carrying Su Rushu on his back. Trailing behind the 5-colored diamond parrot, they paused as it came to a stop. They were now near the pond, which had once been a rice field, now overgrown with weeds, where mutated grasshoppers the size of fists could be seen hopping about. That peculiar tree is just ahead. If we stop here, it cannot attack us. This is a conclusion I have reached after multiple observations, the 5-colored diamond parrot stated. Standing there, Su Rushu unleashed his psychic abilities to probe the area, having significantly widened his detection range after his recent advancement. I see nothing but weeds, Su Rushu remarked, frowning. Not even a grasshopper beast. It seems that we are on the territory of that tree, Zhao Fan replied, furrowing his brow. Rushu, let us proceed further. All right, Su Rushu agreed. And with that, Zhao Fan began to move slowly ahead. The 5-colored diamond parrot is leaving, Su Rushu called out. I'm timid. I want to go, the parrot retorted, rolling its eyes. After hearing the parrot's words, Zhao Fan chuckled and continued onward. Su Rushu shook his head, opting not to press the parrot further as he continued to investigate the situation ahead. Chapter 17. The Little Mutated Tree. As they walked forward, the mutated grass around them began to grow wildly, reaching out towards them. In an instant, Su Rushu erected a psychic barrier around them, while Zhao Fan used his spatial blades to sever the mutated grass beneath them. It can control the mutated grass, Su Rushu said in a low-voiced it, must possess wood-type abilities. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, responding, Rushu, switch to a close proximity psychic barrier. I am about to take action. Su Rushu's psychic barrier could not hold for long. He had to act swiftly. All right, Su Rushu replied, and as his words fell, a deluge of black water cascaded over the patch of mutated grass, leaving only the area where Zhao Fan and Su Rushu stood untouched. As the black water fell, the mutated grass within a 30-meter radius of Zhao Fan rapidly withered away. He sprinted forward, and another wave of black rain fell ahead. About 100 meters ahead, 2 clusters of mutated rice grew, with a half-meter-tall little tree sprouting between them, crowned with a purple flower. It must be the peculiar little tree the parrot had mentioned. Su Rushu noted. Hearing Su Rushu's observation, Zhao Fan continued to clear a path with the black water. Zhao Fan, why do I feel that little tree is trembling? Su Rushu inquired. Could it be frightened by us? Zhao Fan wondered. Are we really that formidable? I suspect it is the black water that intimidates it. Su Rushu replied, I share that sentiment. Zhao Fan laughed, and as they approached the strange little tree, 2 lines of black water encircled it. I sense its fear, Su Rushu said, attempting to communicate with the little tree using his wood abilities. It asks us to let a drop of our blood fall onto its flower stamen. Su Rushu explained. As his wood abilities allowed him to converse with the mutated plant, is this a blood oath for recognition? Zhao Fan queried, furrowing his brows. It mentioned that if we drop our blood on its flower, it will accompany us, Su Rushu stated, adding, it claims to be quite useful and can heal my wounds. I asked about the purpose of the blood, and it said that how it can follow us. Could it truly be a blood oath for recognition? Zhao Fan pondered, his brows knitted together. It did not specify, but I feel we must proceed with caution to avoid any deception, Su Rushu advised. Continuing, it assures us it harbors no ill intentions. It expressed a fear of the dark water, yet was irresistibly drawn to it, leading it to desire companionship with us. Zhao Fan furrowed his brows and inquired, what do you intend to do with our blood? The creature replied that it required it for the purpose of recognizing its master. Su Rushu interjected, and upon finishing, a profound silence enveloped the two. Rushu, I have taken a keen interest in its healing abilities, Zhao Fan stated after a brief pause. However, its demand for our blood leaves me uneasy, Su Rushu remarked, her brow knitted in concern. Is your need for our blood truly a means of recognizing your master? Zhao Fan asked with a cold demeanor, continuing, if you remain silent, I shall let you experience the taste of the dark water. It claimed that our blood was for its cultivation and asserted that if we each dripped a drop onto its flower stamen daily, it would bloom and bear fruit, Su Rushu added. It also mentioned that it desires a small drop of dark water for its cultivation each day. With both blood and dark water required, it gives me the impression that it is practicing some sort of dark art, Su Rushu jested. I share your sentiment, Zhao Fan replied. This tree is indeed peculiar. He asserts that it is a benevolent tree. Su Rushu chuckled. In response to Su Rushu's words, Zhao Fan scoffed, I could just as easily claim to be a good person. Rushu, possessing a healing ability in a post-apocalyptic world is vital. It could save lives in critical moments. Zhao Fan continued. Thus, I am inclined to accept its terms, provided that you forge a contract with IT. IT expressed willingness to enter into a contract, but insisted upon the fulfillment of its conditions. Su Rushu frowned. Thus, Su Rushu entered into a pact with the curious little tree. Upon completing the contract, a surge of green light enveloped Su Rushu, rapidly healing her wounds. After tending to her injuries, the little creature stated that its current abilities were insufficient to mend the wounds on her leg, though it anticipated that it would be capable after leveling up. This revelation brought unexpected joy to both Su Rushu and Zhao Fan. They honored their promise by each dripping a drop of blood onto the flower stamen, while Zhao Fan provided a drop of dark water, which was promptly absorbed by the little creature. Once the matter concerning the little creature was settled, Zhao Fan harvested the ears of mutated rice. He then produced 2 small flower pots, transferring both the mutated rice and the little tree into them. Chapter 18. Mutated flesh worms. The 2 mutated rice plants bore ears approximately half a foot in length, and Zhao Fan gifted one of these ears to the 5-colored macaw, who expressed immense delight and proceeded to praise Zhao Fan and Su Rushu profusely. Have you ventured into the fruit grove over there? Zhao Fan inquired, gazing at the macaw. The previous planting area had transformed into a prairie, while the fruit grove remained, yet it appeared taller and more lush than before. Devoid of any visible fruit from a distance, I have been there. It is teeming with insects, the 5-colored macaw replied. All the bugs that the rooster loves to feast upon. What kind of insects are present? Su Rushu asked, her brow furrowed. They are all leaf-eating insects, the macaw answered, before questioning, are you planning to catch some bugs? Indeed, we intend to catch some bugs. Would you lead us there? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. Inquiring, if you help me hide this rice, I will take you, the macaw suggested. You are quite the opportunist, Zhao Fan scoffed. Very well, I shall assist you in hiding it, but only until you share some with me later. You truly are a good person, a wonderful person, the five-colored macaw exclaimed to Zhao Fan. Hearing this, Su Rushu smiled and remarked, "You speak the truth. Our Zhao Fan is indeed a good person, and those who accompany him shall feast." Su Rushu admired the macaw's cleverness and its fire-based abilities, leading her to contemplate taking it along. Zhao Fan felt a sweet warmth in his heart upon hearing Su Rushu's words. "I do not enjoy meat. I prefer rice," the five-colored macaw declared. "Then accompany my Rushu. By doing so, you shall have rice to eat, for she knows how to cultivate it," Zhao Fan suggested, effectively presenting Su Rushu as a protector. "You truly know how to grow rice?" the macaw inquired, eyeing Su Rushu. "Indeed," Su Rushu affirmed with a nod. "Then I shall follow you. Wherever you go, I shall go, and you cannot rid me of my company." The macaw insisted to in these times. Finding food is a challenge, so the macaw thought to itself that following this individual would lead to a bountiful harvest. "Then let us proceed to catch those bugs together," Su Rushu cheerfully declared. "Only through hard work can we earn our rice. I am not one to feast for free," the macaw proclaimed, before soaring confidently into the fruit grove. Su Rushu and Zhao Fan exchanged amused glances before trailing after the macaw into the grove. Although Su Rushu's right leg bore a slight limp, she was undeterred and matched Zhao Fan's pace, in a bid to accommodate her. Zhao Fan initially walked slowly, yet Su Rushu swiftly surpassed him, quickening her pace, demonstrating through action that she did not require his aid as they entered the grove. A flamboyant rooster came sprinting towards them, followed by a horde of mutated flesh worms, each measuring at least a meter in length. "Help! Help!" the rooster squawked upon spotting Zhao Fan and the others. Zhao Fan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the writhing mass of worms, proclaiming, "Rushu, the flesh of these worms is extraordinarily delectable. We are in for a treat." With that, he tightened his grip on his knife and charged toward the foremost of the level 1 flesh worms. Upon witnessing Zhao Fan's advance, Su Rushu gripped her military knife and followed suit. The five-colored macaw flapped its wings and joined the fray, while the rooster turned back to engage the worms instead of fleeing. Although the flesh worms lacked abilities, they possessed immense strength and a regenerative capacity, rendering them exceedingly difficult to kill. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu wielded their knives, targeting the heads of the worms, aiming for their crystalline cores. Without these cores, the worms would perish entirely. The macaw and the rooster, with their sharp claws, also targeted the heads of the worms, focused on the crystalline cores. Just as they battled the mutated flesh worms, swarms of additional worms began to crawl toward them. While these worms were predominantly of low rank, they came in overwhelming numbers. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu stood back to back, continuously swinging their knives, each strike yielding a crystalline core, yet they had no time to collect them. "These worms clearly intend to exhaust us," Su Rushu remarked with a smile. "I concur. They have miscalculated. They are merely delivering meat to us," Zhao Fan replied. Upon hearing his words, Su Rushu chuckled, recognizing the truth in his statement. Several larger worms approached, their eyes maintaining a normal hue, and their flesh was even more delectable. Zhao Fan licked his lips and declared, "Macaw, you cover Rushu. Rooster, you cover me," he called out to them. With that, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu charged toward the larger level 1 mutated flesh worms. Even among spirit beasts, the intelligence of flesh worms remained quite low. Although Su Rushu's abilities did not surpass those of the level 1 mutated flesh worms, his cleverness allowed him to evade their attacks while launching mental assaults. The moment the mutated flesh worms paused, he seized the opportunity to strike in this manner. He swiftly dispatched one level 1 mutated flesh worm, while Zhao Fan had already eliminated 3. The macaw and rooster provided excellent cover, ensuring that no lower-level worms could approach them. The peculiar little tree did not remain idle either. Su Rushu had instructed it to guard the mutated rice, and during this time, it had also dispatched numerous flesh worms. The ground became littered with the carcasses of the mutated flesh worms, and their numbers noticeably dwindled. Chapter 19. The little tree's abilities. I am utterly exhausted. The five-colored macaw flapped its wings, expressing fatigue before resuming its assault on the worms. "Help! Help! I too am weary," the rooster crowed, its cries echoing. After slaying so many worms, Su Rushu felt drained, and even Zhao Fan, a level 1 ability user, sensed fatigue creeping into his body. "Those with abilities must toil harder. Most of the level 1 worms have fallen by my hand," he remarked. "Let us muster our strength. If we eliminate these worms, we can finally rest." Su Rushu urged. After a brief moment, a burst of green light surged into his body, warming him from within, revitalizing his exhausted frame. Su Rushu's eyes sparkled. The little tree's green light can restore our strength. If you see the green light approaching, do not shy away, Su Rushu exclaimed. It possesses such an ability? Zhao Fan exclaimed, astonished. Just as his words faded, a wave of green light enveloped him, alleviating some of his fatigue. It truly possesses this power. Zhao Fan chuckled. At that moment, two streams of green light also entered the bodies of the macaw and rooster, who expressed their excitement with raucous cries. Rejuvenated, their speed in dispatching the mutated flesh worms increased, and the numbers of the worms continued to dwindle. Suddenly, an excruciating headache assailed them. The macaw nearly plummeted from the sky, and the rooster stumbled. It must be a mental ability from the mutated flesh worms. Rushu, see if you can locate it. Zhao Fan gritted his teeth against the pain and moved closer to Su Rushu, prepared to protect her. Understood, Su Rushu replied, releasing his mental tendrils to extend outward. Believing the offending worm could not be far away. Found it. It is hiding in the tree. I shall go and eliminate it. Su Rushu remarked that Zhao Fan had told him that psychics often possessed frail bodies. And without their psychic abilities, their combat prowess was rather limited. I will accompany you, Zhao Fan stated, following closely behind Su Rushu. Concealed among the trees, a mutated psychic flesh worm observed Su Rushu and Zhao Fan approaching and hastily summoned its 6 mid-level mutated worm guardians. Leave them to me, Zhao Fan declared, engaging them in battle. He sheathed his knife, and 6 black lines materialized in his hands, each darting toward the heads of the 6 mutated worms. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu ensnared a branch upon which a psychic worm was perched with a vine, yanking it forcefully until the branch snapped, causing the psychic worm to tumble down, the moment it fell. Su Rushu, suppressing a splitting headache, ensnared the mutated worm with his vine. Just then, a black line pierced through the head of the psychic mutated worm. That instant, the excruciating pain in their heads suddenly diminished. They pressed on, swiftly dispatching all the mutated worms. Zhao Fan collected the carcasses of the mutated worms into his spatial storage. Oh, where have my worms gone? The mutated rooster squawked. I will keep them safe for you. I promise to return them later. Rest assured, you shall have all that you have slain, Zhao Fan explained. Oh, then let us hurry back, urged the mutated rooster. Let us explore the forest first. We shall return afterward. Zhao Fan replied, leading Su Rushu further in. The rooster and the parrot trailed behind them. As they ventured into the heart of the fruit grove, they were greeted by trees laden with cocoons and the ground strewn with eggs. The two exchanged concerned glances as Zhao Fan stored the eggs in his spatial storage while they eliminated all the cocoons hanging from the trees. Had we not exterminated these creatures today, this place would soon be overrun by them, Su Rushu remarked. Indeed, Zhao Fan concurred, and the two approached a small tree over a meter tall, which, though not lofty, was lush and bore 16 fruits resembling cherry tomatoes, each about the same size. Among these, 2 were a vivid red, while the others varied in hues from yellow-green to yellow with red tips, and 2 remained green. A fruit tree like this, untouched by destruction, must bear valuable fruits. Those 2 red ones should be ripe, Zhao Fan noted, recognizing that mutated creatures typically guarded wild mutated fruits. I wonder why the worms have not consumed those 2 red fruits? Zhao Fan pondered with a furrowed brow. Perhaps they did not have the chance, Su Rushu suggested. That may be so, but it works in our favor, Zhao Fan responded with a smile, washing his hands before plucking the 2 ripe fruits. After cleansing them, he placed one in Su Rushu's mouth and the other in his own. The flavor is delightful, Zhao Fan remarked, emboldened by his instinct that these were indeed good fruits. It tastes like cherry tomatoes. Only better, Su Rushu affirmed. Indeed, Zhao Fan replied with a grin, acknowledging their superior taste. Suddenly, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 20. Cleansing the marrow. At that moment, both of them were engulfed in pain, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Had they not been able to endure, they would have cried out. Could these fruits be poisonous? Zhao Fan glared at the fruits on the small tree. The little monster tree assures there is no poison, Su Rushu stated. Following Su Rushu's words, they fell silent, their quietude serving to better withstand the onslaught of torment that intensified. With a flick of his hand, Zhao Fan summoned their bed beside them, then pulled Su Rushu down onto it, kissing her fervently. Su Rushu paused for a moment, then wrapped her arms around Zhao Fan, initiating the kiss with fervor. In that instant, they resembled wild beasts on the brink of death. Consumed by desire, I must possess you before I perish. Otherwise, I shall leave this world unsatisfied, Zhao Fan declared with fierce determination. So must I, Su Rushu replied, and in that moment, all else faded away. Their gazes were solely locked on one another. With a swift motion, Su Rushu flipped over, pinning Zhao Fan beneath her, and began to kiss him passionately. Oh, oh, oh. Are they fighting? The mutated rooster squawked. They are mating, the five-colored macaw remarked. After the macaw's observation, both fell back onto the bed. Not due to embarrassment, but rather from sheer exhaustion, as they felt their bodies akin to being shattered and reformed, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Rushu, if we can endure this, we shall truly be together. Yes? Zhao Fan spoke with great difficulty. Yes, Su Rushu responded without hesitation. Should they survive, she would no longer be troubled by trivial matters. We will certainly prevail. Zhao Fan gritted his teeth. Indeed, Su Rushu agreed. That moment, a stream of impurities and blood flowed from their bodies. As time passed, the expulsion lessened, and they felt increasingly lighter. Instinctively, they began to circulate their energy, as torrents of natural elements surged into their beings, causing their powers to rise steadily. What are they doing? The five-colored macaw, perched on the mutated rooster's back, inquired. Oh, I do not know, the rooster replied. Will they die from losing so much blood? The macaw asked anxiously. Oh. If they die, my worms will be lost. They cannot perish, the rooster insisted. Yes, they must not die. If they do, my food supply will vanish, the macaw concurred. That moment, the greatest concern for both the rooster and the macaw was their sustenance. As moments passed, neither showed any signs of stopping. The five-colored macaw and the mutated rooster remained vigilant by their side, driven by the need for food. Rats! So many rats! The five-colored macaw cried out as a horde of crimson-eyed mutated rats charged toward them. Oh, run! The mutated rooster shouted, turning to flee. We cannot run. If we do, our food will be lost. The macaw protested. Oh, right? We cannot run. If they consume them, my worms will be lost, the rooster reiterated. For the sake of sustenance, the five-colored macaw and the mutated rooster positioned themselves in front of Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, engaging the mutated rats in battle. Flames erupted from the macaw's beak, while bolts of lightning shot forth from the rooster's mouth. As their claws slashed at the oncoming mutated rats, the little monster tree was not idle, as its roots burst forth from the pot, striking at the rats. The roots ensnared the mutated rats, swiftly eliminating them while preserving their bodies intact, before moving on to ensnare the next. The combined might of the five-colored macaw, the mutated rooster, and the little monster tree was formidable, yet the sheer number of mutated rats was overwhelming, and it seemed they would soon be unable to hold their ground. Just then, the upgraded Shiming arrived, carrying two small mutated dogs, swiftly dispatching a rat with a single swipe and piercing another with an ice spike. Ultimately, the five-colored macaw, Shiming, the mutated rooster, and the little monster tree formed a protective circle around the bed, each guarding a direction to protect Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. When Su Rushu awoke, he beheld this scene and said, "Thank you for your hard work." He then glanced at the mutated rats, which were falling one by one, until only a single rat with normal eyes remained. Its stature modest yet clearly the leader of the pack. "You all guard Zhao Fan," Su Rushu commanded, charging toward the remaining mutated rat. The rat lunged at Su Rushu, and thus the two engaged in combat. The mutated rat wielded dual psychic and fire abilities, and its cultivation was slightly superior to Su Rushu's. However, it ultimately succumbed to Su Rushu due to her cleverness. Su Rushu extracted two crystal cores from the mutated rat, placing the psychic core in her mind and the fire core in her dantian. "Thank you all," Su Rushu expressed sincerely to her companions, acknowledging that without their protection, she and Zhao Fan would not have successfully advanced. "My lady, you are incredible," the five-colored macaw exclaimed, filled with admiration. "Su Rushu, call me Su Rushu," she smiled, "and you too shall become formidable in time." Su Rushu exchanged a few words with the small companions and, Noticing Zhao Fan was still engrossed in his cultivation, he joined the others in excavating the crystal cores. The reason Su Rushu was able to swiftly eliminate so many mutated rats and beasts was due to his psychic and wood-type abilities having ascended to the initial stage of level 1. At this moment, he truly realized the formidable nature of psychic powers, which could eliminate foes without a trace. After Su Rushu and his companions extracted all the mutated rat-beast crystal cores from the area, Zhao Fan finally emerged from his meditation. At this point, all 3 of his powers had advanced to the mid-level of Stage 1, with his beast-taming ability catching up. Once Zhao Fan regained consciousness, Su Rushu instructed him to store the bodies of the mutated rats and their crystal cores into his spatial storage, before recounting the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing Su Rushu's narrative, Zhao Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards them. They decided to distribute all the mutated rat crystal cores among the small companions, except for 1 psychic crystal core. The small companions were elated. Fully aware of the significance of the crystal cores, "We have turned misfortune into fortune this time," Zhao Fan remarked, noting that not only had their abilities significantly improved, but more importantly, their potential had also been enhanced. "Indeed," Su Rushu replied with a smile. "It seems we have experienced the legendary cleansing of the marrow and sutras." He gazed at the small tree before him. "Yes," Zhao Fan concurred, then inquired, "Rushu, how should we handle this small tree?" Su Rushu paused and said, "We should transplant it now. I fear it may affect the efficacy of the fruit. Using wood-type abilities to accelerate its growth might also interfere with the fruit's effects." "I share your concerns," Zhao Fan replied, furrowing his brow. "It would be a great pity if it compromised the results." Su Rushu continued, "I believe the other fruits are also nearing maturity. Zhao Fan, shall we wait for them to ripen?" "But that would delay our return to the capital," Zhao Fan remarked, still frowning. "We've already lost time." "A few more days won't matter," Su Rushu thought to himself, realizing that even if he were anxious, there was no way to return immediately. In that case, let us remain here for a few days, Zhao Fan suggested, adding, "During this time, I will scout the vicinity for any suitable flying spirit beasts, so we can return to the capital swiftly." "Thank you," Su Rushu replied, glancing at Zhao Fan, aware that his eagerness to return was largely due to him. "I would prefer to hear you say that you like me," Zhao Fan said, gazing intently at Su Rushu. "I like you," Su Rushu replied earnestly, realizing today that he truly harbored feelings for Zhao Fan. Upon hearing Su Rushu's confession, Zhao Fan abruptly embraced him. "Rushu, I like you too. Even more than I had imagined. Are you two going to mate again?" The 5-colored macaw flapped its wings and inquired. "Be quiet." Zhao Fan glared at it fiercely. "My dear, he is being fierce with me again," the 5-colored macaw complained, flapping its wings. After the commotion caused by the macaw, the two reluctantly released each other. Zhao Fan then shared the benefits of the fruit with Meng and the others, suggesting they consume it. They agreed to Zhao Fan's proposal and eagerly volunteered to stay and guard the small tree. Thus, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu departed, leaving the small companions behind. "Rushu, tonight I will prepare roasted meat for you," Zhao Fan declared as they walked along the path. "Sounds good, but make sure to save my portion for roasting," Su Rushu replied with a smile. "I would be delighted to do so," Zhao Fan responded, secretly thinking that even if Rushu's cooking turned out terrible, he would still praise it. Su Rushu chuckled and shifted the conversation. "Zhao Fan, one tree cannot support a forest. I think we should form a small team. The value of a team lies in the quality, not the quantity. Compared to humans, I trust spirit beasts more. Therefore, I would like to invite the 5-colored macaw and the mutated rooster to join us." "What do you think?" Su Rushu inquired. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Fan replied, "It is said that true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Today, the 5-colored macaw and the mutated rooster stayed by our side during a crisis to protect us. So I consider them friends. Hence, I agree to their inclusion," Zhao Fan said. "In that case, we shall invite them tomorrow," Su Rushu confirmed. "All right," Zhao Fan replied, then added, "Rushu, shall we take a day to rest tomorrow?" "Sure," Su Rushu agreed. Continuing, "The day after tomorrow, let us explore the mountain to the north, shall we?" "Sounds good. And we can also see if there are any flying spirit beasts around. It would be wonderful if we could find a mutated eagle," Zhao Fan replied. Su Rushu laughed, saying, "It would be even better if we could find a flock of mutated eagles. Then we could form a flying eagle squad." "That is a splendid idea, although finding a flock of eagles here might be a bit far-fetched," Zhao Fan remarked. Su Rushu chuckled. "I was merely joking with you." The two continued to chat and laugh until they reached their lodgings. Upon arrival, they took cold showers and began tallying their spoils from the day. In Chapter 21, I Am Reborn, the two sorted through the mutated flesh worms they had harvested from the five-colored macaw and the mutated rooster, extracting and categorizing the crystal cores from the mutated flesh worms they killed. They also organized the corpses of the mutated flesh worms for convenience. As the meat from the mutated rats was unpalatable, Zhao Fan found it cumbersome and fed it all to the mutated wisteria tree. After tidying up their space, they took another shower, with Zhao Fan going first and then sitting on the bed waiting for Su Rushu. Rushu, please set up a psychic barrier, Zhao Fan said, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Are you about to share something confidential with me? Su Rushu asked after establishing the barrier. I am reborn, Zhao Fan confessed, choosing not to hide this from Su Rushu. Su Rushu looked taken aback. Then after a moment, smiled and said, so you are reborn. I thought you had precognitive abilities. Su Rushu's rapid recovery showed his exceptional adaptability. In my previous life, there was indeed a precognitive ability user at the capital base. But it wasn't me, Zhao Fan said with a smile, then proceeded to share the events of his past life with Su Rushu. Zhoujin, remember this name, Su Rushu noted. Rushu, I have finally revealed my secret to you. And now I feel so relieved, Zhao Fan said, before recounting the matters regarding Shen Liang and Sun Wenshuan from his previous life. They seem to be doing well, Su Rushu remarked with a cold smile. Indeed, which is why we truly need to form a small team, Zhao Fan stated, and they discussed the team formation further. Rushu, what is your father's name? Zhao Fan inquired. Su Guabin, Su Rushu replied. Zhao Fan paused, asking, is your sister named Su Jia? Is your brother named Su Lu? Is your stepmother named Jiangyu? Yes, Su Rushu nodded. If that's the case, then if all goes well in this life, including your grandparents, they should all be doing well now, Zhao Fan said, recounting the details of Su Rushu's family from his previous life. However, it would be better to see them in person, and perhaps buy a house while we are at it. In the early days of the apocalypse, good housing resources are plentiful and affordable, Zhao Fan suggested. All right, we will buy a house when we return, Su Rushu agreed, thinking to himself that Zhao Fan's urgency to return was still for him. You can stay with me, Zhao Fan said. Of course I will stay with you, Su Rushu replied with a smile. They continued discussing events from their past lives, with Zhao Fan sharing all the significant occurrences he remembered. Allowing Su Rushu to prepare himself mentally, afterward, Zhao Fan took out the two milky white stones from his spatial storage. Rushu, I suspect these are the legendary energy stones, Zhao Fan said. Upon hearing this, Su Rushu took one from Zhao Fan's hand and felt its warmth. It was not cold at all. I don't sense any energy within, Su Rushu remarked. Neither do I, Zhao Fan replied. Shall we try absorbing them like we do with crystal cores? Sounds good, Su Rushu agreed. And they began their experiment. Soon, both felt a pure energy entering their bodies. These are indeed energy stones, and the energy is exceptionally pure. Zhao Fan exclaimed excitedly. Su Rushu nodded, stroking the energy stone in his hand, saying, this is truly a remarkable item. Zhao Fan, you should keep them for yourself. Hold on, let me finish speaking, Su Rushu said, looking at Zhao Fan, who was about to protest. Zhao Fan, you are a tri-element ability user, which means you require more energy to level up than I do. So you need these energy stones more than I do. Rushu, I will only take one of these energy stones. The other, I will not use even if you don't want it, Zhao Fan insisted. However, I hope you will use that energy stone. Zhao Fan gazed at Su Rushu with intensity. Don't look at me like that. Su Rushu replied. Rushu, I am requesting you to use that energy stone. Zhao Fan pressed once more. Zhao Fan, I too request that you use that energy stone, Su Rushu countered. Hearing Su Rushu's words, Zhao Fan rubbed his face in frustration. Rushu, are you foolish? This is a legendary energy stone. Using it can enhance your abilities. Why wouldn't you want to use it? Zhao Fan, you need it more than I do, Su Rushu replied. Su Rushu remarked. And after a pause, continued, if I need them more than you do, I certainly would not delay. Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment before responding, Rushu, we must each have a piece of the energy stone. IVE calculated that if we both absorb one, your ability level will catch up to mine. Henceforth, we will progress together, which would be splendid. Furthermore, since we have managed to find 2 energy stones now, we are bound to find more in the future. After Zhao Fan spoke, he glanced at the still silent Su Rushu and wiped his face. Rushu, could you be a bit selfish like me? Zhao Fan suggested. You are not selfish at all, Su Rushu replied. How can I not be selfish? I am indeed selfish. Look, I've allocated 1 energy stone for myself and Haven Tea given both to you. Isn't that selfish? Zhao Fan articulated. If you were truly selfish, you wouldn't share any with me. Su Rushu frowned and remarked, disliking Zhao Fan's self-deprecating words. If I weren't selfish, I would give you both stones. Isn't that precisely what you would do? Zhao Fan countered. He then added, Rushu, if you don't absorb one, then I want either. Let us pretend these two energy stones don't exist. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu replied, all right, we shall each take one. I don't need mine right now, so you can keep it for me, Rushu. Considering my age in this life, I'm still a year older than you. Your little tricks won't fool me. I'll watch over you, and you should absorb it now, Zhao Fan insisted. Aren't we having barbecue tonight? It would be too late to absorb it now. Su Rushu said, eating barbecue is not as important as cultivating our abilities. We can skip it tonight, Zhao Fan declared, suggesting they would eat tomorrow instead. But I want to eat today, Su Rushu replied. Looking at Zhao Fan, Rushu, pouting won't work on me, Zhao Fan chuckled. Hurry and absorb it. Don't waste time. After you finish, I still need to absorb mine. Rushu, stop making excuses. Even if you say you want to be intimate with me right now. I want to change my mind that if you don't absorb this energy stone today, we'll remain in this stalemate, Zhao Fan stated, observing Su Rushu's inaction. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu's gaze darkened, and she suddenly lunged at him, silencing him with a kiss. Rushu, this is you willingly offering yourself, Zhao Fan said as he flipped her over, pinning her beneath him, momentarily disregarding the energy stone. The two energy stones, once treasured, now lay forgotten on the ground, carelessly kicked aside. The night unfolded in passionate abandon until dawn, when Zhao Fan reluctantly paused. Why old limbs can hardly endure such exertion, Su Rushu rasped, admitting that despite being worn out from the night's activities, her strength as an ability user was remarkable. How old are you? You're still young, Zhao Fan remarked while massaging her waist. Su Rushu smiled and requested, bring me a bottle of mineral water. Afraid of slipping from Zhao Fan's grasp, she turned to sit up at tea. That moment, she furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Zhao Fan asked, concern etched on his face. What do you think? Next time, you'll understand when you're beneath me, Su Rushu replied, suggesting they switch positions next time. Being on top is exhausting, Rushu. Let me handle the physical work while you simply relax and enjoy, Zhao Fan chuckled. I don't mind doing the labor, Su Rushu said as she sipped her water. Rushu, I'll boil some hot water for you. You should take a hot bath and after dinner, catch up on some sleep, Zhao Fan said before getting out of bed to put on his shoes. Just as he took a step, he stepped on an energy stone. Su Rushu chuckled. Let us store the energy stone in the space. Rushu, I want to compromise on the energy stones, Zhao Fan declared as he collected the stone. I will compromise, Su Rushu replied, deciding not to push Zhao Fan further. However, she resolved to gather more crystal cores in the future to ensure Zhao Fan would have access to them. That's good. I'll go boil the water now, Zhao Fan said, humming a tune as he left. Su Rushu shook her head and smiled, pondering whether he was indeed losing more than he gained. After both had taken a hot bath, Zhao Fan couldn't resist and made love to Su Rushu twice more. After dinner, the two lay in bed to rest. They spent the day indulging in each other's company, relishing a brief respite from their usual struggles. Later, they each held an energy stone and began their training. After cleansing their marrow, their absorption speed increased significantly, and they drew in pure energy from the stones over the course of the night, exhausting their reserves. Upon completion, Su Rushu's dual abilities advanced to mid-level 1, while Zhao Fan's triad abilities reached the pinnacle of mid-level 1. The advantage of absorbing energy stones was that there were no barriers. One could continue to absorb indefinitely, unlike crystal cores, which became saturated after a certain point. Su Rushu remarked, if we had a pile of energy stones, we could keep absorbing them. Indeed, but alas, energy stones are merely legendary items. Far too scarce, Zhao Fan replied. Thus, we should diligently gather crystal cores instead. Su Rushu nodded in agreement. Newly advanced, the two felt invigorated. After dinner, they informed Shi Ming and the others that they would be going up the mountain before setting off. Along the way, they encountered no living souls but encountered numerous mutated creatures wandering aimlessly in the wilderness, all of which they swiftly dealt with. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Zhao Fan unleashed his beast-taming abilities. Searching for mutated beasts as they walked, a pack of mutated wolves and a troop of mutated monkeys were engaged in fierce combat. Additionally, there was a level 1 initial stage python, while the rest were minor characters of no consequence. The mutated monkeys have called for help, Zhao Fan suddenly announced. Let us go assist them. I despise wolves, Su Rushu stated resolutely. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan chuckled, knowing that her disdain for wolves stemmed from her feelings for him. Chapter 22. The mutated Kiwi faced with the mutated wolves, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu unleashed their formidable powers, swiftly annihilating the pack. Once the wolves were vanquished, the mutated Monkey King expressed deep gratitude to Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, offering to repay them. If you truly wish to repay us, could you gift us that one as a token of thanks? Zhao Fan pointed at a mutated monkey diligently excavating crystal cores. From the casual chatter among the monkeys, Zhao Fan learned that this particular one had once been the Monkey King. After being defeated by the current king, it had been relegated to the lowest rank among the monkeys. Squeak, squeak, squeaked. It's just a worthless creature, the mutated Monkey King chattered indignantly. If you genuinely wish to thank us, send it to us, Zhao Fan insisted, thinking that the former Monkey King must possess some managerial skills worth recognizing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. You can take it, the mutated Monkey King finally conceded. Thus, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu found themselves accompanied by a new mutated monkey. Dio, you wish to come with us? If not, we will let you go now. Zhao Fan queried. Squeak, 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 that I wish to follow you. The mutated monkey scratched its head, stating that these two were formidable and that by staying with them, it too would grow stronger. It was no longer a worthless creature. If not for the current Monkey King's ability to conjure lightning, it would never have been defeated. Since you willingly choose to accompany us, you must never betray us. Betrayers shall face death. Zhao Fan stated coldly. Squeak, 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 that I swear I will never betray you, the mutated monkey promised. Zhao Fan nodded and then shared their names with the monkey, which declared its name was Dasheng. Dasheng, are you familiar with this mountain? Zhao Fan inquired. Squeak. Very familiar, Dasheng replied. Dio, you know where we can find fruits and medicinal herbs? Zhao Fan asked. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I know. I will take you there, Dasheng responded eagerly. Then lead the way, Zhao Fan instructed. Thus, Dasheng took the lead while Zhao Fan and Su Rushu followed closely behind. Any mutated beasts they encountered were swiftly dispatched by Dasheng, who collected the crystal cores for them. Zhao Fan assured him that any cores he collected in the future would belong to him. Ecstatic, Dasheng understood that those cores were vital for his enhancement. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Right here. There are many kiwis underground, Dasheng exclaimed, beginning to dig with his forelimbs. Indeed, there were many large, basketball-sized items beneath the surface, though they bore little resemblance to kiwis. Su Rushu remarked. Dasheng says they are kiwis. They must be, Zhao Fan asserted. Consequently, both Zhao Fan and Su Rushu began to excavate, and soon they unearthed a kiwi-sized fruit. The skin was exceedingly tough, and Zhao Fan used his spatial blade to slice it open, releasing a fragrant aroma. It truly has the scent of kiwi, Zhao Fan remarked after tasting a piece in his past life. He had heard of kiwis but had never seen one. Sharing the kiwi, both Zhao Fan and Su Rushu felt the restless energy within them calm significantly. After they finished their meal, Zhao Fan opened a passage for the great sage and then began excavating. With the presence of Su Rushu, a psychic adept, they left no kiwi unturned, unearthing a total of over 1,200. Once they completed the digging, the great sage led them to 2 mutated medicinal herbs, after which they set off to hunt a mutated python beast. At present, first-level crystal cores were still exceedingly scarce, so they were determined not to miss this opportunity. After slaying the mutated python, they began their journey back. This is bad. The farm is teeming with aberrants. We must return quickly, Su Rushu exclaimed. Following her words, the trio hurried towards the farm. A group of individuals must have summoned these aberrants, Su Rushu remarked as they ran. Upon arriving at the farm, they initiated an attack from the outskirts, causing the aberrants to fall one after another. They had no time to collect crystal cores and rushed directly towards Shiming, where a mutated owl with a higher cultivation level than theirs was concealed. Aberrants and mutated beasts evolved by incessantly consuming flesh and crystal cores, allowing their abilities to escalate at a much faster pace than human psychics. Fortunately, among humanity, there were numerous gifted psychics whose cultivation speed was remarkable, making them the main force against high-level aberrants and beasts. In the previous life, the Eagle Falcon Brigade of the military in the capital was composed of individuals of exceptional talent, consistently surpassing others in abilities. They traversed the land, frequently supporting various bases nationwide. Chapter 23. Riding the mutated geese as Zhao Fan and Su Rushu charged in, the hidden aberrant lunged directly at Su Rushu. Its sharp claws aiming for her head, Su Rushu retaliated with her psychic powers, but the aberrant roared in fury, its speed unabated as it lunged at her. At that moment, Zhao Fan intercepted the aberrant, hurling a mass of mutated water toward it. Suddenly, a metallic layer enveloped the aberrant, rendering Zhao Fan's corrosive water ineffective. Metal-type ability, Zhao Fan noted, swiftly dodging a gold spike that the aberrant had unleashed. At last, Su Rushu's psychic powers began to take effect, slowing the aberrant's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fan shot 2 water arrows straight into the aberrant's eyes. In that instant, Su Rushu shattered the aberrant's psychic core. Although this aberrant possessed psychic abilities, they were simply too low in level. Thus, the aberrant that once dominated the southern territories perished at the onset of the apocalypse. By this point, all the high-level aberrants had been eliminated, leaving the remaining ones insignificant. Their demise was merely a matter of time. A few small creatures went off to hunt, while Zhao Fan and Su Rushu did not contest the collection of crystal cores. Su Rushu plucked the ripe fruits from a small tree that had been well protected by the small creatures and stored them in Zhao Fan's space. At this moment, 2 fruits remained unripe. But Su Rushu decided not to wait for them to mature, directly transplanting the small tree into a flower pot. Just then, a beam of green light struck the small tree. The little monster tree informed Su Rushu that this would ensure the small tree's survival. Zhao Fan produced a backpack from his space and placed the little monster tree, small tree, and 3 pots of mutated rice into it. They were too conspicuous, and he did not wish for anyone to notice them. They then collected the mutated wisteria into a flower pot, as aggressive mutated plants could be reduced in size. Suddenly, Zhao Fan looked up to see a flock of geese flying in from the distance. He hurriedly communicated with them. After learning that the geese were heading north, Zhao Fan hoped they would give them a ride. This flock was no ordinary geese, but rather mutated goose spirit beasts, numbering over a dozen, with not only larger bodies but also increased speed. At this moment, the mutated geese had no trouble carrying them. After some bargaining, Zhao Fan agreed to provide them with 500 mutated fish and 500 mutated shrimp. In return, they promised to transport Zhao Fan and Su Rushu to the capital base at full speed. Zhao Fan calculated that at their current speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would arrive in about 2 hours. Rushu, the geese have agreed to take us to the capital. Let's quickly eliminate the aberrants here, and then we can leave, Zhao Fan stated, adding, this way, we can be of indirect assistance to those people. Su Rushu and Zhao Fan took action, swiftly exterminating the remaining aberrants, after which they began collecting crystal cores, while the bodies of the aberrants were absorbed by the mutated wisteria for nourishment, demonstrating a complete lack of waste. While they were gathering the cores, a group of people approached them, and Su Rushu greeted them. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan inquired if the mutated chicken and the diamond parrot would be willing to accompany them, and the outcome was affirmative. Thus, after collecting the crystal cores, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, along with a few small creatures, departed from the farm, heading to the location where the geese were set to land. The mutated rabbit from the farm had been following them, eager to join Zhao Fan and the others as well, and ultimately, Zhao Fan took it along. The mutated geese flew at remarkable speed, encountering several waves of attacks along the way, which Zhao Fan and Su Rushu easily neutralized, showcasing their capabilities to the flock. The mutated geese landed over 30 miles from the capital base. Zhao Fan expressed his gratitude, then produced the promised mutated fish and shrimp, which the lead goose promptly stored in its space. Zhao Fan pondered, so the lead goose possesses spatial abilities from now on? We will reside in the base ahead. If you need anything, feel free to find me, Zhao Fan said to them. The lead goose nodded and then took off with the flock of mutated geese. The plants here haven't undergone secondary evolution yet. We can drive to the base and surely arrive before it closes, Zhao Fan remarked before retrieving his off-road vehicle from his space. The vehicle already contained a substantial amount of supplies, which saved Zhao Fan from the hassle of repacking. The size of the mutated rooster, the 5-colored diamond parrot, the mutated rabbit, and the great sage posed no issue in the vehicle, while the 2 small puppies could easily squeeze into the backseat. However, Meng was a different matter, so it hopped onto the roof instead. Zhao Fan directly stored the mutated plants from the backpack into his space. Once everyone was settled, Zhao Fan started the vehicle. The area around the base had been relatively well cleared. I just used my psychic abilities to scan. It looks clean, Su Rushu remarked. Indeed, Zhao Fan concurred, then continued, as psychics, we need not undergo quarantine. Once we complete our registration, shall we head to your home or search for a place first? Su Rushu paused before replying. Aunt Jiang will surely not welcome me back. Let's find a place first. We can arrange for Shiming and the others before visiting. All right, as you wish, Zhao Fan agreed, then inquired Rushu. When do you think I should go to your house to propose? Su Rushu chuckled. Are you joking with me? Not at all. I am quite serious, Zhao Fan affirmed. Wait, do you genuinely see me as a woman? Su Rushu turned to him, then added, our matters need not be so complicated. My family knows I prefer men. Tomorrow, I'll introduce you to them, and that will suffice. Zhao Fan swallowed his words, sensing that Rushu was unwilling to entertain such notions, so he amended, I will defer to your wishes. Chapter 24. Entering the base along the way, they encountered numerous vehicles and people, including several individuals accompanied by mutated spirit beasts, though these were either mutated cats or dogs. When they arrived at the southern gate of the base, they frowned at the lengthy queue. It seems we won't be able to get in today. Zhao Fan commented, furrowing his brow, spotted an acquaintance, one of my former comrades. His family has military connections. Perhaps we can enter through the back door, Su Rushu suggested. I'll accompany you, Zhao Fan replied, with Shiming visible on the roof. It's too conspicuous. If we draw attention, it could lead to trouble. You should stay in the vehicle and hold the fort. I'll return shortly. Be obedient, Su Rushu instructed. Fine, Zhao Fan relented. Take this cigarette. Zhao Fan handed Su Rushu a quality smoke. I do enjoy this kind. Su Rushu accepted the cigarette and then exited the vehicle, heading towards another line meant for those already registered at the base. When Shunhong spotted Su Rushu, he beamed with joy. Su Rushu, not one to stand on ceremony, directly stated his purpose. That's no issue. Your vehicle can simply join our convoy. Shunhong replied with a smile. Thanks. Knowing you appreciate this, here, take it. Su Rushu handed the cigarette to Shunhong. Su Rushu, what's this? Are you trying to show off? Shunhong glared at him, displeased. This was prepared by my partner. Just accept it. Su Rushu chuckled. You found someone? Shunhong exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Su Rushu replied with a grin. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, Shunhong broke into a wide smile. Your partner has good taste, knowing I enjoy this. His expression shifted in the blink of an eye. Come on, I'll join you to meet your partner, Shunhong said. Thus, Su Rushu left alone, while Shunhong returned with him. At that moment, Zhao Fan was leaning against the car door, waiting for Su Rushu's return. Back already? Zhao Fan observed Su Rushu standing upright as she spoke. Su Rushu responded softly, and then introduced the parties involved. This is my partner, Zhao Fan, and this is my comrade, Shunhong. Hello, sister-in-law, Shunhong greeted with a smile. Initially expecting a stunning beauty, only to be pleasantly surprised by the handsome young man before him. Greetings, Zhao Fan replied, embracing the title of sister-in-law with pleasure, signifying his relationship with Rushu. Is this lion your battle pet? Shunhong inquired, having already noted the imposing Shiming atop the vehicle. It is Zhao Fan's battle pet. He possesses the ability to tame beasts, Su Rushu explained. Upon hearing this, Shunhong's eyes gleamed as he declared, Sister-in-law, I have firmly attached myself to this golden thigh of yours. Go away. Return home and cling to your wife's thigh instead, Su Rushu playfully rebuked. But I don't have a wife yet, Shunhong protested. Then hurry up and find one, Su Rushu suggested, before shifting the topic. Is the base allowing battle pets inside? Yes, they are allowed, Shunhong confirmed, adding, Su grandfather, Su grandmother, and Uncle Su Lu are all well. Uncle and Su Lu, along with your stepmother, are all ability users. I will take you to see them shortly. However, the house where Uncle currently resides is rather small, so you may have difficulty finding accommodation. Knowing they are well puts my mind at ease. We will find our own place and not stay with them, Su Rushu stated. That works too. I will provide you with the address shortly, Shunhong replied. Okay, Su Rushu acknowledged, then inquired, are there many housing options available at the base now? There are options, but the prices are quite steep, Shunhong informed. Are there villas? What are the price ranges? Zhao Fan asked. There are villas, but even the most affordable small villa costs 20,000 white cores. Shunhong replied, adding, they only accept crystal cores. By the way, are you familiar with crystal cores? Shunhong queried. The things inside the monsters' heads? Zhao Fan inquired. Exactly, Shunhong affirmed. Unfortunately, we don't have that many crystal cores at the moment, Zhao Fan admitted, realizing they had all been depleted by their extensive use. Then we should rent a place first. Once we gather enough crystal cores, we can buy, Su Rushu suggested. Zhao Fan nodded, contemplating that he would venture out to hunt for crystal cores the next day. 20,000 white cores seemed exorbitant now, but in comparison to future prices, it would be a mere pittance. After exiting through Shenhong's back door, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu successfully entered the base. Shenhong personally guided them to register and then accompanied them to find a rental property. They opted for a large villa, which they hoped to purchase in the future. They did not rely on Shenhong for transportation and drove themselves. Staring at the empty villa, they decided a trip to the city was in order, for they had many necessities to acquire. After a brief tidying up and a meal, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu convened a meeting with their smaller companions, explaining the base's rules and emphasizing the importance of adhering to them. After the briefing, the small ones collected crystal cores from Zhao Fan and departed to train. It's still early. Let's visit my home now, Su Rushu suggested. All right, Zhao Fan agreed, and after informing Ming, they set off towards the Su residence. Chapter 25. The opposition from Su's family. You've come to the wrong door, Su Jia said, opening the door to find Su Rushu, only to slam it shut with a bang. Su Rushu's expression darkened, and a flicker of anger crossed Zhao Fan's eyes as he raised his foot to kick the door, but was restrained by Su Rushu, who then began knocking again. This household does not welcome you, Su Jia said with a hostile tone. Step aside, Su Rushu replied coldly. I've said this household does not welcome you. Leave at once, Su Jia insisted, never anticipating Su Rushu's return. Elder brother, is that you? Su Lu exclaimed excitedly, running towards them upon hearing the commotion. Yes, I'm back, Su Rushu smiled in response. The reunion was filled with emotion as Su grandfather, Su grandmother, Su father, and Su Lu expressed their joy, while Zhang Yu and Su Jia remained sullen. When Su Rushu introduced Zhao Fan as his partner, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to reprimand him for it. Su father's expression darkened significantly upon hearing Su Rushu's introduction, leading him to remain silent during Zhang Yu's tirade. Even in the apocalypse, he could not accept his son being with a male partner. Su Rushu, if you wish to remain in this family, you must sever ties with him. Otherwise, I will kick you out of this house, Zhang Yu warned sternly. Little Chu, since time immemorial, the union of yin and yang has been the rightful path. You must part ways with little Zhao, Su grandfather interjected. Little Chu, your grandmother wishes to hold a great-grandson. You must end things with little Zhao. It would be better for both of you, Su grandmother added. Grandfather, grandmother, father, regardless of whether you accept it or not, I will not break up with Zhao Fan, Su Rushu declared resolutely. How outrageous. You would forsake your family for a man. If you do not end this relationship today, you can consider yourself expelled from this family. I will act as if you do not exist, and do not dare to claim my sonhood in the future. I cannot bear such shame. Su father slammed the table in frustration. Su Lu pursed his lips, remaining silent, as he too did not wish for his elder brother to be with a man. Father, if that is the case, I shall be unfilial and take my leave, Su Rushu said, grabbing Zhao Fan's hand and walking away. Little Chu, do you truly wish to abandon your grandmother and this family? Su grandmother asked sorrowfully. Grandmother, you will always be my grandmother, Su Rushu replied, continuing to pull Zhao Fan away. Elder brother, do you not want me either? Su Lu called out, rising from his seat. I do, Su Rushu said without turning back, then opened the door and stepped outside. Elder brother, little Chu. Su Rushu paused for a moment before closing the door behind him. This door completely severed his connection to his family. Standing outside, Su Rushu closed his eyes briefly before pulling Zhao Fan away. Rushu, you still have me. If they do not want you, I do. Zhao Fan embraced Su Rushu, expressing his anger towards Su Rushu's family for their harsh treatment. Were it not for Rushu's sake, he would have exploded with rage. Su Rushu returned the embrace, saying, I am not so fragile. Let us go. We still need to hunt tomorrow. Though it would be a lie to say he felt no sadness, he could not bring himself to abandon Zhao Fan for the sake of his family. He understood the age-old truth that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. That night, the two embraced in sleep without engaging in any other activities. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu set off with their smaller companions. They needed 60,000 white cores to purchase their villa and hoped to gather them quickly to avoid further price increases. They left the base and headed straight for Wuxi. The current capital base was established between the capital and Wuxi. Closer to Wuxi, the military was currently clearing Wuxi, seeking supplies from the area. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu avoided the military personnel and made their way directly to the southern part of Wuxi. Targeting a large shopping mall, Wuxia had already been overrun by mutated humans and beasts, and without the protective talisman of Heishui, Zhao Fan would not have dared to enter the city with Su Rushu and their companions. As they observed the throngs of mutated humans adorned with various animal heads, a flicker of pain crossed Su Rushu's eyes, and he tightened his grip on his military knife, charging into the fray. Abilities have their limits. If one exhausts their abilities too early, they may find themselves in dire straits when they truly need them. As they fought through the hordes, the mutated wisteria in the rear dug for crystal cores, collecting them and delivering them to Zhao Fan, alleviating much of his burden. They continued their assault until they reached the vicinity of the mall, only to discover that it had been overtaken by a mutated plant. The 5-story building was now engulfed in dark, mutated vines. This is a mutated pothose, possessing dark-type abilities, Zhao Fan remarked gravely. I have heard that the military has attempted to eradicate it multiple times, sacrificing numerous personnel in the process, yet it remains here. It seems we have stumbled upon it. I sense an overwhelming malice emanating from this mutated pothose. Su Rushu furrowed his brow. We must eliminate it. Zhao Fan nodded, stating, the quickest way to eradicate it is to extract its crystal core. I will locate its crystal core now, Su Rushu declared, releasing his psychic abilities to search. I found it. Before its mutation, this pothose grew in a flower pot on the 2nd floor. Its roots have since emerged from the pot, penetrating the floor above, and the 1st floor is now riddled with its roots. The crystal core is hidden within that flower pot, black as ink, Su Rushu explained. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement, and the two began strategizing their attack. To their left, 2 individuals approached the mutated pothose, accompanied by a lion, a parrot, a chicken, a rabbit, and 2 small dogs. Zhou Wang, a dual ability user with sight and speed mutations, observed. As Ning Chun was busy combating the mutated humans, he furrowed his brow and remarked, keep an eye on the situation over there. See what they intend to do. Understood. Zhou Wangdao. Chapter 26. The target on their minds. After a discussion between Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, they resolved to launch a direct assault through the main entrance, leaving Shi Ming and the others behind. With their decision made, they wasted no time. Su Rushu erected a mental barrier of psychic energy around both of them, and they sprinted toward the mall's entrance. As they approached the attack range of the mutated green vine, a flurry of whipping branches surged toward them. With no place to evade and no intention to do so, they dashed at full speed into the open doorway, then swiftly made their way to the staircase. At that moment, the mutated green vine's roots, which filled the entire floor, sprang to life, clawing at Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, only to be repelled by Su Rushu's psychic barrier. The black branches and roots were corrosive, and Su Rushu continuously released his psychic energy to reinforce the barrier, which was rapidly depleting. Zhao Fan recognized the strain Su Rushu was under and knew that his only chance to assist him was to swiftly eliminate the mutated green vine. The duo quickly ascended to the 2nd floor, where they located the flower pot. The mutated green vine, sensing their approach, became frantic. Its thrashing branches lunged toward Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, enveloping the psychic barrier with its tendrils. Beginning to corrode it, Su Rushu let out a muffled grunt, indicating the pain he was enduring. Rushu, let me out, Zhao Fan urged, alarmed by Su Rushu's discomfort. Heeding Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu reduced the barrier's radius, applying it to both of them, leaving only Zhao Fan's hands unshielded. Zhao Fan, attack, Su Rushu commanded. Barely had the words left his mouth when 2 streams of black water surged towards the encasing vines, disintegrating them upon contact. The 2 streams then directed themselves toward the flower pot, obliterating it along with the roots of the mutated green vine, leaving only a black crystal core behind it. At that moment, the flailing branches of the mutated green vine fell to the ground. Zhao Fan hurriedly retracted the black water back into the pool within his space, then collected the crystal core. Rushu, quickly restore your powers, Zhao Fan urged, handing Su Rushu the psychic energy crystal core. I'm fine, Su Rushu reassured him before sitting down to absorb the core and recover his abilities. Captain, those 2 managed to annihilate the mutated green vine, Zhou Wang exclaimed, astonished. Are you certain? Ning Chun inquired. I'm certain. The black crystal core was collected by that individual, Zhou Wang replied. Ning Chen's gaze darkened as he said, when the mission concludes, you will provide me with a detailed account of their process in eliminating the mutated green vine. By the way, do you remember their appearances? Reporting to the captain, I do remember, Zhou Wang replied. Ning Chen nodded, pondering. Being able to eliminate that mutated green vine indicates that those two possess formidable strength. Such individuals, with this thought, his expression grew somber. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, they had drawn attention to themselves. Once Su Rushu's powers were restored, they summoned Shi Ming and the others, commencing the collection of supplies. Their primary goal was to furnish their villa, so they gathered numerous household items, along with a portion of men's clothing and various appliances and kitchenware. Anything useful they could find. They also collected abundant items for Su's family, including food, clothing, and necessities. After completing their gathering, they left the remaining items untouched for future visitors. As they departed, they closed the mall's main entrance and continued their hunt for mutated beings. Captain, one among them possesses spatial abilities. They gathered some supplies and then left. Moreover, they collected primarily household items, Zhou Wang reported. Primarily household items? Ning Chen asked. Yes, Zhou Wang confirmed with a nod. Ning Chen pondered for a moment before asking, what are they doing now? Hunting mutated beings. They truly are impressive. That group of mutated animals is quite formidable. They didn't even need to utilize their powers to take down a whole swarm in the blink of an eye. Zhou Wang remarked, continuing, one of them seems to have military experience. Judging by their skills, they are certainly not from a typical unit. Ning Chen nodded, pausing before saying, continue observing them when you have the opportunity. Understood, Zhou Wang replied. Chapter 27. Ning Chen pays a visit. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu were on a quest for crystal cores, targeting areas with a high concentration of mutated beings while avoiding the military and other psychics. They lingered in Wu City for a week, acquiring over 100,000 white cores before tidying up and returning to their base. Upon their return, they promptly purchased the villa they had been residing in. After finalizing the paperwork, the two took a shower and then drove to Su's family home. Grandpa, Zhao Fan and I have come to visit, Su Rushu said with a smile. Grandpa, Zhao Fan greeted warmly. Su Grandpa grunted. Your father isn't home. Come in. Grandma, Zhao Fan and I have come to see you. Su Rushu beamed. Grandma, Zhao Fan called out. Ah, little Zhao has come too. Please sit. Su Grandma smiled, then turned to Su Rushu, saying, Little Chu, don't hold a grudge against your father. There's no overnight enmity between father and son. Just soften your stance a bit and come back home. The outside world is chaotic. I would feel reassured if you moved back. Grandma, I'm not holding a grudge against my dad. It's him who's upset with me, Su Rushu clarified. Upon hearing this, Su Grandma sighed and then turned to Zhao Fan, asking, Little Zhao, how many people are there in your family? Grandma, I'm an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage, Zhao Fan replied. I see, Su Grandma acknowledged, then shifted the subject, Little Zhao, your relationship with Little Chu can't last forever. Do you think you two can part ways? With her grandson's situation not progressing, Su Grandma turned her focus to Zhao Fan. Grandma, I cannot. I love Rushu, and I will never break up with her. We intend to be together for a lifetime. Zhao Fan declared. How can two men spend a lifetime together? Su Grandpa interjected with a cold snort, adding, I will never approve of your relationship. Grandpa, what must I do for you to accept my relationship with Rushu? Zhao Fan asked that if you can give me a grandchild, I will agree to your union. But can you? Su Grandpa challenged. Grandpa, aren't you making things difficult for Zhao Fan? How can a man bear children? Su Rushu furrowed her brows and said, before adding, Grandpa, it's my choice to be with Zhao Fan. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Don't make things hard for Zhao Fan. Grandpa, Grandma, these are the items Zhao Fan and I brought for you. Don't hesitate to use them. I'll bring more in a few days. Grandpa and Grandma, we have to go. We'll visit again soon, Su Rushu said, rising to leave. Grandpa, Grandma, we'll come back to see you soon. Zhao Fan said with a smile. Little Chu, your grandfather and I lack nothing. Take these back for your own use, Su Grandma insisted, fully aware of the situation outside. Yes, take them back for your own use, Su Grandpa added, pressing items into Su Rushu's hands. Grandpa, Grandma, these are gifts from Zhao Fan and me. We have plenty over there, Su Rushu insisted, stating, Grandpa and Grandma, we'll take our leave now. After Su Rushu and Zhao Fan departed, Su Grandpa and Su Grandma gazed at the pile of food and supplies in the living room, sighing deeply. Old man, perhaps we should just agree. I think little Zhao is quite a good boy. Su Grandma sighed. Good boy or not, he is still a man, and that's unacceptable. I tell you, old woman, you cannot be soft-hearted in this matter, Su Grandpa replied. But you know little Chu's temperament. Once he decides on something, it won't change, Su Grandma remarked. Hearing her words, Su Grandpa sighed. Why does little Chu have to like young men? I never noticed that trait when he was a child. Upon hearing her husband, Su grandma sighed as well, and the two fell into silence. I forgot to ask where little Chu is living now, Su grandma suddenly said. He could be sleeping on the streets, and it would serve him right, Su grandpa grunted. You just keep being stubborn, Su grandma retorted. After leaving Su's home, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu drove straight back to their residence. Once home, they began organizing their space. After setting everything up, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal together. They boiled a large pot of meat for a hot pot, with Su Rushu slicing the meat and Zhao Fan preparing the broth. Rushu, I didn't expect your knife skills to be so impressive. How do you manage to slice the meat so thinly? Zhao Fan chuckled. Su Rushu smiled. Your broth is also quite good. The aroma is making me hungry. Not only is my broth exceptional, but the dipping sauce is also well prepared. I'm sure you'll enjoy it, Zhao Fan laughed. Then I'm in for a treat tonight, Su Rushu replied. As they chatted and laughed. They finished their preparations and were ready to eat. Zhao Fan even brought out a few cans of beer. Just then, the doorbell rang, and they both looked toward the entrance. I'll go check, Su Rushu said. Standing up, we'll go together, Zhao Fan replied, also rising, and they walked towards the yard. Who are you? Su Rushu gazed at the man standing outside their door and inquired. Who are you? The man, clad in military attire, was a stranger to her. I am Ning Chen. Aren't you going to invite me in? Ning Chen replied with a smile. Do you have something to discuss? Su Rushu asked, returning the smile. There are a few matters I wish to talk about with you. Ning Chen said, still smiling. Then please, come in, Su Rushu invited. What are you cooking? It smells delightful, Ning Chen remarked, inhaling the fragrant aroma at its hot pot. We haven't started eating yet. Would you like to join us, Comrade Ning? Su Rushu offered politely. Just in time, as I haven't had dinner yet, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with another pair of chopsticks, Ning Chen replied with a grin. You are truly being too polite? Su Rushu laughed. Not at all, she continued. Thus, the dining table welcomed the addition of Ning Chen. Excuse me, what kind of meat is this? Ning Chen asked, lifting his gaze. It's meat from mutated insect worms, Zhao Fan answered. Insect meat? I never expected it to be this delicious. Next time, I shall catch a few to let old Zhao taste it. Ning Chen chuckled, then dipped a piece of meat into the pot. Zhao Fan, you share the same surname as my old Zhao. Perhaps you are long-lost kin from 5 centuries ago, Ning Chen remarked, looking at Zhao Fan. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu exchanged amused glances, thinking to themselves, is he trying to flatter us? Chapter 28. Just like my old Zhao. And look at all these fresh vegetables. You two seem to be living quite well, Ning Chen observed cheerfully. Before adding some romaine lettuce to his potis their beer as well? Please, hand me a can, Ning Chen requested without hesitation. Su Rushu smiled and handed him a can of beer, then asked, Comrade Ning, what do you wish to discuss with us? Let's eat first, Ning Chen replied. Comrade Ning, let's discuss it now, or I won't be able to enjoy my meal, Zhao Fan insisted, looking at Ning Chen. Ning Chen chuckled and responded. Zhao Fan, you really do resemble my old Zhao. Could it be that you are his long-lost son? I am an orphan, without parents, so it's certainly a possibility, Zhao Fan laughed, then shifted the topic. Comrade Ning, let us get back to business. It seems if I don't speak, you two won't be able to enjoy this meal, Ning Chen stated, then continued, there is nothing of great importance. I came to inquire if you have any interest in joining the military? Not interested, Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. What about you, Su Rushu? Ning Chen asked. Rushu is also uninterested, Zhao Fan interjected. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen chuckled softly and said, I knew you would not be interested. He then added, what if I asked you to join us on a mission? What kind of missions are you undertaking? Zhao Fan inquired. We are tasked with hunting down mutated humans, beasts, and plants, Ning Chen explained, adding, the crystal cores you collect will belong to you. He thought to himself, these two are formidable. Accompanying them on missions would likely minimize casualties. And every soldier is invaluable. Losing even one is a loss too great. Are there any other benefits? Zhao Fan asked. Ning Chen tapped his thigh lightly with his left hand and smiled. What benefits do you seek? Comrade Ning, may I ask which faction you belong to? Su Rushu interjected, noting that the military base was not a monolith but divided into several factions. Ning Chen continued to dip meat into the pot, looking up to say, my direct superior is General Zhao Yonghua. After saying this, he placed a piece of meat into his bowl. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu maintained their composure outwardly, but internally, They were taken aback. In their previous life, General Zhao Yonghua had assumed command of the Kyoto base in the third year of the apocalypse, wielding absolute control over the entire base. That same year, the Kyoto base was renamed Dawn Base, becoming the largest base in the nation. Realizing this, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu exchanged a knowing glance, having come to a decision. You are aware of General Zhao Yonghua? I presume? Ning Chen asked, observing the duo silenced. We are. Su Rushu and Zhao Fan nodded in response. Since you know, what is your decision? Ning Chen inquired while continuing to dip meat, secretly thinking. This meat is truly delectable. Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment before saying, we can accompany you on missions, but if we choose not to go, you cannot compel us. I can agree to that. Ning Chen acknowledged, looking up. Is there anything else? He asked, resuming his task of dipping meat. The crystal cores we collect will belong to us, Zhao Fan stated firmly. That is also acceptable, Ning Chen replied. Is there any recent news from the base that you could share with us? Zhao Fan inquired. I can disclose some internal information, though certain matters must remain confidential. Ning Chen smiled. Agreed, Zhao Fan replied, understanding that it was impossible to divulge everything. Anything else? Ning Chen asked, taking a piece of cilantro while continuing to dip. If we inadvertently offend someone we cannot afford to offend, we hope that General Zhao can provide us some assistance, Su Rushu stated. Once you agree to cooperate with me, you will be considered auxiliary members of our Eagle Falcon squad. And of course, we will take care of our own, Ning Chen assured with a smile. You are a member of the Eagle Falcon squad? Zhao Fan asked, pondering. I never imagined I would have connections with someone from the Eagle Falcon squad in this lifetime. I am currently the captain of the Eagle Falcon squad, which is directly under General Zhao, Ning Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan thought to himself, so Ning Chen is the captain of the Eagle Falcon squad who perished during the hunt for the mutated green vine. He had only heard that the former captain had died in that operation, but did not know the captain's name was Ning Chen. Thus, it could be said that he and Rushu had indirectly saved Ning Chen by slaying the mutated green vine. What a pity that such a life-saving grace cannot be openly acknowledged. Do you have any other conditions? Ning Chen asked, looking at the silent duo. None, Zhao Fan shook his head. Since there are no further conditions, you will henceforth be auxiliary members of our Eagle Falcon squad. I will issue your appointment letters tomorrow morning. Ensure you are at home to await my arrival, Ning Chen instructed, secretly thinking. I cannot let these two slip away. Understood, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu nodded. By the way, can we bring our combat pets on missions? Su Rushu inquired. Of course, Ning Chen replied, thinking. Although their combat pets appear peculiar, their strength is undeniable. Allowing them to bring them along is beneficial for us. Captain Ning, our combat pets should also be considered auxiliary members of the Eagle Falcon squad. Please issue them appointment letters as well, Su Rushu added, contemplating. If those few pets of theirs become auxiliary members of the Eagle Falcon squad, anyone who wishes to harm them will have to think twice. Very well, I will issue the appointment letters for them along with yours tomorrow, Ning Chen smiled. From now on, we shall be comrades. He declared with a grin, thinking. Being comrades is advantageous. He can frequently come over for meals. By the way, where are your family members currently? I can send someone to bring them here, Ning Chen asked. I already told you, I am an orphan, raised in an orphanage without family ties, Zhao Fan replied. My family is at the Kyoto base, Su Rushu mentioned. Then there is no need to fetch them, Ning Chen responded. Before continuing, tomorrow we are assigned to eliminate mutated spiders in Wu City. Will you be joining? Yes, both replied with a nod. Then we will meet at the south gate of the base at 7 tomorrow morning. I want to bring your appointment letters to you. I will give them to you when we meet, Ning Chen stated. Understood. By the way, should we drive ourselves or ride with you? Su Rushu asked. It's entirely up to you, Ning Chen replied. Then we will ride with you. It will save fuel, Zhao Fan decided. All right, you may ride in our vehicle, Ning Chen agreed with a smile, then inquired, that mutated green vine in Wu City was your doing? Wasn't it? It was, Zhao Fan confirmed, before asking, Captain Ning, how did you know? There are clairvoyants in our squad who witnessed it, Ning Chen answered truthfully. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu thought, they must remain cautious in the future. So that's how it is, Zhao Fan acknowledged. Ning Chen nodded, then paused to ask, Zhao Fan, Su Rushu, would you be willing to exchange that mutated green vine crystal core? If so, could you give it to me? I am a dark-type ability user, Ning Chen added, expressing his pressing need for that crystal core. All right, we will exchange it with you, Zhao Fan agreed, thinking. Forming a good relationship with Ning Chen can only bring benefits and no drawbacks. Having eaten his fill and concluded their discussions, Ning Chun prepared to leave with the Dark-type ability Crystal Core in hand. At that moment, a 5-colored macaw flew in front of Ning Chun, flapping its wings and squawking, "Ugly monster. You are an ugly monster. Captain Ning, it is simply jealous of your beauty," Su Rushu explained, reflecting. Indeed, Ning Chun possessed an exceptionally handsome face, even surpassing her own. Hence, the parrot was envious. "I am beautiful. I am more beautiful than him. He is an ugly monster," the macaw proclaimed. "Facts speak louder than words," Ning Chun chuckled, finding the parrot amusing. "Well, I shall take my leave now." Ning Chun finished speaking and walked towards the door, while Zhao Fan and Su Rushu escorted him out. That fellow Ning Chun truly has an insatiable appetite. After entering the room, Zhao Fan murmured, "Indeed, had I not sliced extra meat today, we would surely have run short." Su Rushu replied. The two of them chatted as they tidied up, and once everything was in order, they began to cultivate their extraordinary abilities, a session that lasted throughout the night. Observing that Ning Chun's powers had reached the initial stage of level 1, both felt a sense of urgency. If they did not exert themselves, it would not be long before they were surpassed by others. Meanwhile, Ning Chun returned home after leaving Zhao Fan's house. "I'm back," he announced upon entering. "Did you accomplish your task?" Zhao Yonghua asked with a beaming smile, knowing from Ning Chun's joy that he had succeeded. "It's done, and I even managed to enjoy a delicious hot pot at their place. By the way, the mutated insect meat is exceptionally delectable," Ning Chun remarked. "Since it's so delicious, I shall procure a few for you tomorrow," Zhao Yonghua replied with a smile. As for his beloved, who was 8 years his junior, Zhao Yonghua cherished him as though he were fragile glass. "You, the busy one, how could you possibly find the time to catch insects?" "I'll go myself," Ning Chun insisted. "My task tomorrow is to search for mutated vegetables, so I will conveniently look for insects as well," Zhao Yonghua chuckled. "Best of luck," Ning Chun said cheerfully, then cupped Zhao Yonghua's face, scrutinizing it carefully. "If you continue to stare, you will bear the consequences," Zhao Yonghua said with a profound gaze. Ning Chun sighed and said, "Perhaps we should find a healer to remove the scar from your right cheek." Zhao Yonghua's right cheek was marred by scars, rendering his true appearance almost unrecognizable. "What, are you disgusted by me?" Zhao Yonghua asked, his tone dangerously low. "Yes, I am indeed disgusted. Back then, there was no alternative. Now that there is, I naturally find it unsightly," Ning Chun said with a teasing smile, his eyes filled with concern as he touched the scars on Zhao Yonghua's face. Noticing the tenderness in Ning Chun's gaze, Zhao Yonghua replied, "Xiao Wang's level is still too low to repair the scars on my face. We must wait a little longer." "So, you had secretly sought Xiao Wang out already?" Ning Chun feigned surprise. "I merely wish to give you a surprise. It's just that Xiao Wang is rather ineffective and keeps dragging me down," Zhao Yonghua explained. After hearing this, Ning Chun gently caressed the scars on Zhao Yonghua's face. Chapter 29. "Perhaps that child brother. I have never been bothered by the scars on your face," Ning Chun said, touching them lightly. "I know that, brother. If you were repulsed by me, you wouldn't have stayed by my side all those years ago." Zhao Yonghua pressed Ning Chun's hand down gently. Ning Chun had followed him since he was 20, just after Zhao Yonghua had been disfigured, and now 11 years had swiftly passed. Ning Chun chuckled softly and said, "Brother, the reason I was staring at your face is because Zhao Fan bears a striking resemblance to you, particularly like you in those photographs from when you were around 20. Looking at him is akin to seeing a younger version of you stepping out from the pictures." "Is he truly that similar?" Zhao Yonghua asked with a smile, not giving it much thought at the moment. "Yes, he truly resembles you. Once you meet him, you will understand," Ning Chun affirmed. "Then I shall meet him someday and see just how closely he resembles me," Zhao Yonghua said with a smile. Ning Chun paused and said, "Brother, don't you have any other thoughts upon hearing that Zhao Fan looks like you?" "What thoughts could I possibly have?" Zhao Yonghua asked. Amused, "Brother, there are no two strangers in this world who look so alike without reason. Don't you truly have any other thoughts?" Ning Chun asked, sitting cross-legged on the sofa with a furrowed brow. Zhao Yonghua chuckled and said, "You don't think Zhao Fan is my long-lost nephew, do you? That cannot be my elder brother's child. The third brother is quite the libertine, so it is indeed possible for him to have a love child. But Zhao Fan is already 21, and the third brother is the same age as I am, 31 this year. Brother, the third brother possesses such talent and virtue that even at 10, he wouldn't have fathered a son." Ning Chun replied, "That is true. Could he be my elder brother?" Zhao Yonghua laughed, If my elder brother hears this, he would surely be furious with you, Ning Chen warned. They say nephews resemble uncles. Could he be Yongmei's child? Zhao Yonghua added. Brother, if Sister Yongmei hears you say that, she would undoubtedly give you a beating, Ning Chen retorted. Even if Yongmei and her husband teamed up, they still wouldn't stand a chance against me? Zhao Yonghua chuckled. After hearing Zhao Yonghua's words, Ning Chen was left speechless. Enough about Zhao Fan. It's merely that he resembles me a bit. There are countless strangers in the world who bear similarities to one another. Zhao Yonghua said, Brother, it's different. You two truly look too alike. Ning Chen replied with a frown, hesitating in his heart. He did not wish to unearth Zhao Yonghua's buried wounds, yet the matter weighed heavily on his mind. There are indeed many strangers who look remarkably alike. I must meet Zhao Fan one day to see how closely he resembles me, Zhao Yonghua stated. Brother, have you never considered that Zhao Fan might very well be that child? Ning Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Which child? Zhao Yonghua asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Ning Chen gritted his teeth and said, The child that Hao Qing drugged you for, the one she conceived using your sperm. Brother, upon careful observation, you can discern traces of Hao Qing's features in Zhao Fan's face, which is why I suspect he is that child. After saying this, Ning Chen carefully observed Zhao Yonghua's expression, which was a tumultuous mix of emotions, predominantly guilt, regret, and pain. Seeing Zhao Yonghua in such turmoil caused Ning Chen immense heartache, yet he did not regret bringing it up. Yonghua, I'll bear you a robust son, weighing 8 pounds and 1 ounce, who will resemble you as if he were carved from the same mold as you in your youth. Yonghua, come back. Come see our son. See me, we all miss you. Hao Qing said on the other end of the line. Hao Qing, I will not return, Zhao Yonghua declared before abruptly hanging up the phone. Zhao Yonghua, I command you to return immediately, otherwise I will strangle your son. I will not return. Do not call me again, Zhao Yonghua reiterated before hanging up once more. Scenes flashed through Zhao Yonghua's mind. Zhao Yonghua, your son is dead. He was killed by your heartlessness. Zhao Yonghua, your son is dead. He was killed by your heartlessness. This haunting image replayed in Zhao Yonghua's mind. Ning Chen, he died because of me. Zhao Yonghua said darkly, Brother, that child's death is not your fault. Do not unfairly place the blame on yourself. Moreover, brother, that child did not die. I believe Zhao Fan is that child, Ning Chen stated, looking intently at Zhao Yonghua. How could that be? That child was drowned by a maid from Hao Qing's family. The evidence is irrefutable, Zhao Yonghua said painfully. Brother, listen to me. You have always suspected that the maid drowned that child under Hao Qing's orders, but even if Hao Qing disliked that child, he was still her own flesh and blood. She might not have been able to bring herself to kill him. No, you do not understand Hao Qing. She is a madwoman capable of anything, Zhao Yonghua countered. The Zhao and Hao families have been family friends for generations, with a close relationship, and their children naturally grew up together. Hao Qing was 3 years older than Zhao Yonghua, and in his eyes, she was akin to a real sister. When Hao Qing was 19 and Zhao Yonghua 16, Hao Qing confessed her feelings to the tall and handsome young Zhao Yonghua, who naturally rejected her. After Zhao Yonghua's rejection, Hao Qing did not lose heart and began to pursue him. Eventually, their parents learned of the situation, and they were pleased, even stating that a woman 3 years older would bring fortune. Yet Zhao Yonghua never agreed. As time passed, Hao Qing grew impatient and resorted to drugging Zhao Yonghua to steal his sperm. Hao Qing became pregnant, claiming the child was his. He knew himself whether he had been intimate with Hao Qing, and he had absolutely not. How could Hao Qing's child possibly be his? Naturally, he would not deny a child that was not his. However, both families insisted that the child was his, and they were greatly disappointed by his refusal to acknowledge his paternity. At that time, he felt profoundly wronged and was determined to uncover Hao Qing's lover to clear his name. Yet, the outcome revealed that the child was conceived through artificial insemination using his sperm. With evidence laid bare, Hao Qing admitted the child's origin, and he demanded that she terminate the pregnancy, but she refused. When he presented the evidence to both families, they not only refused to let Hao Qing abort the child but also arranged for him and Hao Qing to be engaged. Naturally, the child's origins were kept under wraps. At that time, he was just 18, youthful and impetuous, lacking the ability to alter his parents' decision. So in a fit of anger, he secretly used his family's connections to enlist in the military down south. Later, he became a father at 18, and subsequently, Hao Qing used the child to coerce him into marrying her. He did not acquiesce, believing that Hao Qing would never truly kill the child, for it was her own flesh and blood. Yet, He had underestimated Hao Qing's madness. A few days later, news of the child's death reached him. Ever since that child truly died, he had lived in a perpetual state of regret and self-reproach. He pondered, if only he had returned to marry Hao Qing back then, the child would surely have been spared. Yet, regardless of how much he regretted and berated himself, that child would never return. The child had vanished from his life like a fleeting passerby, leaving behind only a scant few photographs, which he had snatched from his mother's brazier. Gazing at the chubby boy in the images, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his own younger self, he closed his eyes in anguish. He had always believed he was indifferent to that child, but only then did he realize how deeply he cared. After all, that was his firstborn, a child of his own blood. How could he possibly remain indifferent? Thus, he was consumed with guilt, regret, and resentment towards Hao Qing, but he loathed himself even more after the child's demise. In an effort to help Hao Qing emerge from her grief, his family urged him to marry her swiftly and conceive another child, but he refused. Subsequently, he suffered disfigurement, and Hao Qing took the initiative to call off their engagement. Dissolving their betrothal that moment, he scoffed. Had he known that Hao Qing's affection was solely for his appearance, he would have marred his own face long in the wake of the child's loss. He privately sought the truth behind the death, yet uncovered nothing. As a result, he could not confront Hao Qing. He could only inflict torment upon himself. That year, he believed he would perish in the explosion. But ultimately, Ning Chun carried him to safety. During the retreat, he repeatedly urged Ning Chen to abandon him and escape alone. Yet Ning Chun insisted they would either live or die together. In the end, both survived, and subsequently, they fell in love. Ning Chun, observing the anguish etched on Zhao Yonghua's face, remarked, "Brother, even a tiger does not eat its own cub. Hao Qing must have sent him to an orphanage." Coincidentally, Zhao Fan had grown up in that very orphanage, sharing his age and gender with that child. You possess beast-taming abilities, and so does Zhao Fan. You have a mutated water ability, and Zhao Fan possesses one as well. Zhao Fan has spatial abilities, which you lack, yet Hao Qing is a spatial ability user. All of this suggests that Zhao Fan is indeed that child from years ago. If Zhao Fan truly is my son, then what transpired back then? Zhao Yonghua questioned. You only witnessed the child's death through a video, and in the end, the nanny even embraced the child's corpse to self-immolate. But upon reflection, doesn't this seem highly irregular? Why would the nanny do that? Ning Chen proposed. Now that you mention it, there is a possibility I had not considered, Zhao Yonghua lamented. Had Zhao Fan not appeared, I would have never thought of such a possibility. Ning Chen continued. That child bore a birthmark on the inner side of his right thigh. My mother once told me that it was a mark from the womb, and if the child went missing, we could locate him using that mark, Zhao Yonghua recalled. Ning Chen's eyes brightened. If Zhao Fan has a birthmark on the inner side of his right thigh, it would indeed confirm that he is that child. However, considering that the mark is in such a private area, how would we go about checking? Directly asking seems inappropriate. But Zhao Fan and Su Rushu are a couple, aren't they? We could inquire with Su Rushu. Zhao Yonghua suggested, displaying his utmost dedication to finding his son. Just the thought of his son still being alive filled him with excitement, as if the apocalypse were no longer a concern. Tomorrow, I happen to be on a mission with Su Rushu and Zhao Fan, so I'll find an opportunity to ask Su Rushu, Ning Chen stated. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Zhao Yonghua paused momentarily. Tomorrow, I will accompany you on the mission. Zhao Yonghua finally spoke. All right. Ning Chen understood Zhao Yonghua's urgency. If it is confirmed that Zhao Fan has the birthmark, regardless of whether he acknowledges me as his father, I will recount the entire sequence of events to him, to prevent him from being swayed by Hao Qing in the future, Zhao Yonghua declared, pausing before adding, if Zhao Fan is indeed that child. From now on, he is solely my son, with no connection to Hao Qing. How can Zhao Fan be solely your son? He is also my son, Ning Chen countered, looking at Zhao Yonghua. Yes, he is also your son. Zhao Yonghua affirmed, grasping Ning Chen's hand. Ning Chen, thank you for accepting my son. Our son? Ning Chen corrected. Yes, our son, Zhao Yonghua said with a smile. Ning Chen chuckled softly, brother, soon we shall both be fathers. Indeed, we have a son now. Zhao Yonghua grinned, and not only a son, but also a daughter-in-law. Ning Chen nodded and then inquired, brother, do you think they will call me little dad? That is something you must ask them, Zhao Yonghua replied with a sigh. Zhao Fan may not recognize me as his father. This matter cannot be rushed. We shall take our time. Ning Chen suggested agreed. Zhao Yonghua murmured in response. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu remained oblivious to the events unfolding on their end. Having trained throughout the night, after finishing their training, Zhao Fan embraced Su Rushu, and the two shared a tender moment on the bed before rising. After exercising for a while, they prepared and enjoyed their meal, then set off in their vehicle, ensuring not to forget their promise to the little monster tree, dripping 2 drops of blood on its budding flowers each morning. When they reached the city gate, Ning Qian was already waiting for them. They loaded their belongings, including their mutated rooster, mutated rabbit, 5-colored parrot, and 2 puppies, onto the military truck. Su Rushu cradled the little monster tree while Zhao Fan held the mutated wisteria, preparing to ride together with Ning Qian. Ning Qian, who usually traveled with the group, drove a separate military Hummer this time due to the unusual circumstances, where Zhao Yonghua was already seated inside. Zhao Fan, you go ahead and get in the car. I need to speak with Rushu, Ning Qian said with a smile. What do you need to discuss with Su Rushu? Zhao Fan asked, furrowing his brow. It's just a quick inquiry. You wouldn't deny me this, would you? Ning Qian replied. Zhao Fan, please get in the car, Su Rushu urged. After hearing Su Rushu's words, Zhao Fan nodded and complied. Captain Ning, what do you want to ask me? Su Rushu initiated. Ning Qian hesitated briefly before directly asking, Rushu, does Zhao Fan have a birthmark on the inner side of his right thigh? This specific area. He gestured accordingly. Su Rushu's expression darkened as he gazed at Ning Qian in silence, contemplating his intentions. Rushu, rest assured, I harbor no ill will, Ning Qian reassured her. Captain Ning, why do you wish to know? Su Rushu inquired, having already erected his mental barriers. Zhao Fan bears an uncanny resemblance to a dear friend of mine, who lost a child around the same age as Zhao Fan. I learned from this friend that his child had a birthmark on the inner side of his right thigh, Ning Qian explained, knowing that he needed to clarify his motives for Su Rushu to divulge any information. What is your friend's last name? When was the child born? Su Rushu pressed, aware that they had only registered age upon entering the base. Not specific birth dates. Zhao, Ning Qian replied, then provided the birth date that matched Zhao Fan's. Su Rushu contemplated this connection. Captain Ning, who is this friend of yours? Upon hearing Su Rushu's question, Ning Qian felt reassured. If Zhao Fan lacked the birthmark, Su Rushu would have simply denied it without further inquiry. It is Zhao Yonghua, General Zhao, Ning Qian disclosed. Isn't General Zhao's son said to have passed away shortly after birth? Su Rushu asked, aware of the circumstances surrounding the child's untimely demise due to illness. But Zhao Fan has appeared, Ning Qian asserted, then pressed, Rushu, does Zhao Fan indeed have that birthmark? You must tell me. I need to discuss this with Zhao Fan first, Su Rushu replied after a moment's pause, his outward composure belying his inner turmoil. All right, take your time to discuss it. We depart in 20 minutes. So you should be able to come to a conclusion, Ning Qian encouraged. This mission was a significant undertaking for the base, involving not only their Eagle squad but also numerous ordinary soldiers and other ability users tasked with gathering supplies. Their squad's sole responsibility was to eliminate the mutated spiders lurking around the granaries. Understood, Su Rushu thought, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events, especially the shocking revelation that Zhao Fan's father might very well be General Zhao. Rushu, what do you want to discuss with me? Zhao Fan queried. Isn't General Zhao in the vehicle? Su Rushu posited. Yes, but something feels off about him, Zhao Fan replied, frowning. How could it not? Su Rushu stated before bluntly declaring, he might be your biological father. What are you saying? Please repeat that, Zhao Fan exclaimed incredulously, suspecting a hearing issue. I said that General Zhao might indeed be your biological father. Su Rushu gazed at Zhao Fan, articulating each word deliberately. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan fell silent. Observing his silence, Su Rushu recounted her earlier conversation with Ning Qian to him. Chapter 31. Acknowledgement. I may not have explicitly informed Ning Qian about the birthmark on you, but given our earlier exchange, he should have inferred it, Su Rushu remarked. Let him deduce what he likes. As long as we do not acknowledge it, it holds no significance, Zhao Fan replied. Zhao Fan, do you not wish to recognize your father? Su Rushu inquired, her eyes fixed on him. I am indifferent, Zhao Fan stated, pausing momentarily before continuing. However, Rushu, acknowledging him could indeed yield substantial benefits for us. He has lived through 2 lifetimes and harbors no expectations regarding a father. Yet, from a pragmatic standpoint, he ought to be recognized. Su Rushu frowned. Zhao Fan, have you not puzzled over why Zhou Jin would attempt to kill you? Perhaps it is connected to your lineage. How so? Zhao Fan questioned. If Ning Chun can associate your appearance with being General Zhao's son, then surely others in the Zhao family can make the same connection. General Zhao has no sons. His heir would be chosen from his nephews. But what if General Zhao had a son? Your existence might very well obstruct the paths of certain individuals, Su Rushu analyzed. If that is the case, Zhao Fan pondered thoughtfully, it is indeed a possibility. There may be other factors at play, but I believe Zhou Jin's betrayal is undoubtedly linked to your origins. Rushu, you are correct. If there were no one bribing Zhou Jin, he would never have dared to act against me. Considering he is merely an ordinary person without any special abilities, he still relies on my protection for survival. To kill me would be to sever his own lifeline. Zhou Jin is not that foolish. However, if he believes that killing me would lead to a better life, I have no doubt he would take action against me. Zhao Fan spoke solemnly. Su Rushu's gaze darkened. Though General Zhao has been disfigured, many still remember his visage. If you truly resemble General Zhao as Ning Chen claims, staying at the capital base will surely draw the attention of certain individuals. Therefore, Zhao Fan, if you do not wish to acknowledge your father, it would be wise for us to leave the capital base. The enemy lurks in the shadows, and covert attacks are difficult to guard against. If General Zhao is indeed my father, why would I not acknowledge him? If I refuse, it merely benefits others. Should he truly be my father, I will recognize him, Zhao Fan asserted, recalling how he might have perished in his previous life for this reason. He was even less inclined to reject acknowledging his father. Some individuals considered him an obstruction, so in this life, he would confidently serve as that very obstacle. By the way, Rushu, do you support my decision to acknowledge my father? Zhao Fan asked again. Su Rushu pressed her lips together. Zhao Fan, you may not understand, having never served in the military, but General Zhao commands immense respect within the army. He is known for his integrity and exceptional military prowess. Zhao Fan, if General Zhao is indeed your father, I would feel reassured. My brother is coming, Su Rushu remarked, frowning. Hey, are you participating in this mission too? Su Lu ran over, inquiring. Have you not seen Zhao Fan? Call him brother, Su Rushu scolded. Brother Zhao Fan, Su Lu said begrudgingly. Zhao Fan responded. Are you also partaking in this mission? Su Lu asked again. Yes, Su Rushu replied lightly, then asked, has Dad also taken on this mission? Yes, Su Lu confirmed, then continued, brother, please do not argue with Dad. All right. You are still young. You do not understand. Su Rushu patted Su Li's shoulder, advising, during the mission, be sharp. Nothing is more important than your life. We must depart. You should return. Brother, come back with me, Su Lu insisted. Taking Su Rushu's hand, we must hurry back. It's time to set off. Su Rushu patted Su Li's shoulder once more. Hearing her words, Su Lu sighed inwardly, realizing his brother did not wish him to continue the conversation. By the way, brother, Dad and Mom are aware of your plan to buy a villa with Zhao Fan. Mom is currently urging Dad to ask you for the villa, Su Lu said, then ran off. Su Rushu let out a cold laugh and turned to Zhao Fan. I suggested writing only your name, yet you disagreed, and now others have caught wind of it if I only write my name. Your stepmother will also have her eyes on it, Zhao Fan replied, then suggested, Rushu, how about we buy a villa for Grandma and Grandpa? Their current living situation is too cramped. You truly are someone I cannot help but adore. Su Rushu thought to herself, though she did not vocalize the latter part. How could she not love Zhao Fan, who was so considerate of her? What do you mean by that? Zhao Fan leaned in, asking. You are simply too endearing, Su Rushu said, patting Zhao Fan's shoulder before walking toward the vehicle with a smile. Zhao Fan chuckled and shook his head, following her. Chapter 32. Evidence. Once Zhao Fan and Su Rushu entered the vehicle, none of the four spoke initially. It was not until they set off that Ning Chen, serving as the temporary driver, broke the silence. How did you two fare in discussing the birthmark? Ning Chen inquired. Upon hearing his question, Zhao Yonghua, sitting beside Zhao Fan, suddenly tensed, a feeling he had not experienced in some time. I do indeed have such a birthmark, but that does not definitively prove that I am General Zhao's son. Zhao Fan replied. After all, he was not the only person with a birthmark. Both Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chen held their breath upon hearing Zhao Fan mention the birthmark. There are many with birthmarks, but none in the same location as yours, Ning Chen stated. You have not seen the location of my birthmark. How can you be certain it is in the same place? Descriptions can vary. Zhao Fan paused before responding. May I see your birthmark? Zhao Yonghua asked, turning to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan hesitated momentarily before agreeing, then resolutely removed his pants. When the red birthmark came into view, Zhao Yonghua's expression turned one of exhilaration. Indeed, My son's birthmark is located here, Zhao Yonghua exclaimed, pulling out a photograph. During the outbreak, he had been at home and had taken a family photo with him when he left. Zhao Fan, Rushu, take a look at this photograph. It depicts a very young Zhao Fan, and you can see the birthmark on him, Zhao Yonghua said. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu gazed at the chubby infant in the photo, clad in a red belly band, with large, adorable eyes. The placement of the birthmark on the right leg matched that of Zhao Fan's. Does it look the same? Zhao Yonghua asked excitedly. Yes, Su Rushu nodded, and Zhao Fan pressed his lips together. Do you recognize the handwriting on this paper? Zhao Fan asked, producing a sheet of paper from his space. This was the only item that could verify his identity, which the dean had kept for him. He had stored it in his space after the apocalypse. This is definitely Hao Qing's handwriting. I cannot be mistaken, Zhao Yonghua affirmed, his voice trembling as he continued. Zhao Fan, your birthmark and this paper are sufficient proof that you are my son. It would be best to conduct a paternity test, Zhao Fan suggested after a pause. The base currently lacks the facilities for such testing, Zhao Yonghua replied, looking at Zhao Fan. However, if you insist on a paternity test as a condition for acknowledging me as your son, I will immediately gather the necessary equipment. We will gather the equipment. You arrange for the medical personnel to conduct the tests, Zhao Fan stated. With the results in hand, those who wished him to deny his father would have no grounds to speak. Agreed, Zhao Yonghua replied. Actually, it need not be so complicated. If we can restore the general's face, it will be evident that Zhao Fan and the general are father and son at a glance. Ning Chen interjected, but unfortunately, Xiao Wang's healing abilities are too limited to repair the general's facial injuries. Su Rushu and Zhao Fan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Perhaps we should let Xiao Guaishu give it a try? Su Rushu suggested. With Zhao Yonghua's consent, Xiao Guaishu began to heal the scars on Zhao Yonghua's face. In the end, not only did Xiao Guaishu restore the scars on Zhao Yonghua's face, but he also healed all the scars on his body. They truly resemble each other. It is astonishing, Su Rushu thought to herself, observing Zhao Yonghua and Zhao Fan's faces, realizing that, as Ning Chen had said, their resemblance was unmistakable. Zhao Fan regarded Zhao Yonghua's face and felt an uncanny familiarity, but beyond that, he harbored no further thoughts. Rushu, do you see the resemblance between them? Ning Chen asked. Yes, Su Rushu replied. Zhao Fan, I have something important to tell you, Zhao Yonghua began. Please, I am listening, Zhao Fan responded. Zhao Yonghua organized his thoughts and recounted the events of that year in detail, leaving nothing concealed. This is how things transpired. And thus I wish for you not to acknowledge Hao Qing as your mother, Zhao Yonghua said, looking intently at Zhao Fan. So, this is how I came to be, Zhao Fan remarked, momentarily taken aback. Feeling as though his origins were indeed quite dramatic. Chapter 33. The mutated cockroach swarm. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua closed his eyes. He was initially most fearful of the day when his child would pose such questions. Now that day has finally arrived. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy in being able to hear those words, for it signified that the child was still alive, as long as the child lived. Everything else was inconsequential. Ahead of them, a veritable tide of mutated cockroaches surged forth. Su Rushu suddenly spoke, his brow furrowing tightly as he realized the sheer number of them. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, Ning Chen, with a grave expression, inquired, Are you certain? At that moment, Zhou Wang had yet to issue any warning. I am certain. At their current speed, along with ours, we shall encounter them in approximately 10 minutes. Su Rushu stated, merely presenting the facts without offering any opinion. Ning Chen, relay my orders. The Eagle Falcon squad is to remain and eliminate the mutated cockroaches, while the other teams must retreat immediately. Zhou Wang commanded decisively. Understood, Ning Chen replied, applying the brakes and transmitting the command via the intercom. Once the orders were disseminated, the ordinary soldiers in the ranks promptly turned back, yet others remained unmoved. Damn it, this bunch of bastards refuses to obey orders. If they were my troops, I would have executed them all, Ning Chen declared fiercely. There's no point in getting angry with them. It's not worth it. Zhou Wang replied, then turned to Su Rushu and asked, Rushu, what is the approximate width of the mutated cockroach swarm? About 120 meters, Su Rushu answered. As for the length, I have yet to see the end. Zhou Wang nodded, then said, the Earth-type ability users of the Eagle Falcon squad shall dig trenches 50 meters ahead. Provide them with the dimensions. Complete the task at your fastest pace, Zhou Wang instructed further. Fire-type ability users, prepare yourselves. Once the trenches are excavated, immediately unleash your fire abilities within them. Zhou Wang continued to issue commands with calm precision. After the first trench was completed, they continued digging another trench 10 meters behind. Observing Zhou Wang's composed demeanor, Zhao Fan felt a deep admiration. He mused that if he were in Zhou Wang's position, he would surely struggle to maintain such composure. Zhao Fan contemplated that Zhou Wang, who once held the entire Kyoto base in his grasp, could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Had he grown up under Zhou Wang's guidance, he would undoubtedly have idolized and cherished such a father. Yet now, while he still admired Zhou Wang, the father-son bond seemed non-existent. As for his mother, the notion that she sought to marry Zhou Wang in such a manner was utterly baffling to him. He had once fantasized about his biological parents, but the reality was even more melodramatic than he had imagined. "They're coming," Su Rushu announced, and the moment his words fell, a cockroach the size of a fist appeared in their line of sight. "Cockroaches? Mutated cockroaches? Where did so many come from?" the people behind exclaimed, with the timid ones turning to flee. Zhou Wang paid no heed to the panicking throng behind him. He shouted, "Earth-type ability users, continue digging trenches. Fire-type ability users, keep unleashing your fire abilities into the trenches. Everyone else, focus on exterminating the mutated cockroaches. Not a single one is to be allowed past." As Zhou Wang's orders echoed, various abilities were unleashed, and the Eagle Falcon squad commenced their assault on the mutated cockroaches. With a swift motion, Zhao Fan sent forth a barrage of mutated black water blades toward the swarm, swiftly taking down several cockroaches. Simultaneously employing water abilities, he utilized his beast taming skills to control 2 mid-tier mutated cockroaches to assist in the fight. Su Rushu stood beside Zhao Fan, launching invisible mental ability needles toward the mutated cockroaches, who fell in droves. Like Zhao Fan, Zhou Wang also commandeered 2 early-tier mutated cockroaches to fight on his behalf, sending forth waves of mutated black water blades toward the horde. Ning Chan waved his hand, unleashing a cloud of black mist that corroded a substantial area of the mutated cockroaches. Not to mention others, these 4 individuals alone proved to be formidable weapons, successfully holding back the relentless tide of mutated cockroaches. Any stragglers that escaped were swiftly dealt with by the Eagle Falcon squad, while others fell into the trenches to meet their fiery demise. The onlookers, witnessing such a spectacle, were left in awe, silently acknowledging, "No wonder the Eagle Falcon squad is so formidable. Their combat prowess is astounding." The swarm of mutated cockroaches dwindled, and Zhao Fan and Zhou Wang directed their controlled cockroaches to attack the mutated cockroach king. "Ning Chan, Zhao Fan, Su Rushu, come with me to slay that mutated cockroach king. The Eagle Falcon squad will hold the line," Zhou Wang commanded, his agile figure leaping over trench after trench as he charged toward the horde. Soon standing before the second-tier mutated cockroach. This particular beast had not evolved any special abilities, but being of the second tier, its physical attributes were significantly enhanced, making it a formidable opponent. Zhao Fan knew that without utilizing the black water from his spatial abilities, he would be no match for this second-tier mutated cockroach. The creature's antennae lashed out toward them, but they opted for ranged attacks rather than engaging in close combat. Su Rushu's mental abilities relentlessly pierced into the cockroach's mind, while Zhao Fan and the others targeted its eyes with their powers. The small monster tree perched on Zhao Fan's back occasionally cast a green light upon them, alleviating their fatigue, while its tendrils stealthily entwined around the mutated cockroach, siphoning its life force. "You have quite the tree," Ning Chan remarked with a grin. "And no wonder you carry it wherever you go. If he had such a tree, he would carry it as well." Through their coordinated efforts, they ultimately succeeded in slaying the second-tier mutated cockroach, and alongside it, numerous low-tier cockroaches perished as well. "Here you go." Zhou Wang extracted the crystal core from the second-tier mutated cockroach and handed it to Zhao Fan. "For me?" Zhao Fan was taken aback, pondering that this was a second-tier white core, usable by any type of ability user, precisely what Zhou Wang required. "Yes, for you," Zhou Wang affirmed with a nod. "We fought for it together." "I cannot take it," Zhao Fan declined. "You contributed significantly. Naturally, the core belongs to you." Ning Chun chimed in as he continued to slay low-tier mutated cockroaches. "If it rightfully belongs to us, we shall pass it on to General Zhao," Zhao Fan stated after a moment's pause. After some back and forth, the crystal core ultimately found its way to Zhou Wang, for Zhao Fan concluded with, "Let this serve as a token of filial piety from Rushu and me." Chapter 34. Spreading the word. Once the mutated cockroach swarm was eradicated, Their carcasses were consumed by the mutated wisteria as nourishment, and the crystal cores were divided equally between Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, who accepted them graciously. Thanks to the presence of the mutated wisteria, they did not need to conduct a battlefield cleanup. Zhou Wang ordered a half-hour rest on site before contacting the retreating convoy to summon them back. "Captain, how's the general's face?" Zhou Wang's men surrounded Ning Chun inquiringly. "It's fine now," Ning Chun replied with a smile, clearly in high spirits. "Captain, don't you think Zhao Fan resembles the general quite a bit?" Zhou Wang scratched his head and asked, "Indeed, Captain. I also find Zhao Fan and the general strikingly similar. Those unaware might even mistake them for father and son," Gu Shun added. "They are father and son? How could they not resemble each other?" Ning Chun laughed, revealing that they had no intention of concealing Zhao Fan's lineage. The others gasped in astonishment. "Captain, is this true? Zhao Fan is truly the general's son?" Zhou Wang asked, his face filled with disbelief. "There is no truth greater than this," Ning Chen affirmed. "What will you do now, Captain?" Gu Shun inquired, worry etched on his face, for while others might be unaware, they were acutely aware of the relationship between their captain and the general. "Captain, what's done is done. You must find a way to come to terms with it," Zhou Wang consoled. "Yes, Captain, you must not dwell on it. Don't get stuck in a rut," Qianwen urged. Having followed Ning Chen since before the apocalypse, they were quite close to him. "Are you all trying to comfort me?" Ning Chen chuckled, then continued. "I suddenly find myself with a son like Zhao Fan. How could I not be overjoyed nearby?" Zhao Fan and Su Rushu exchanged glances, realizing the nature of Ning Qian and Zhou Wang's relationship. Ning Captain and General Zhao truly share that kind of bond. Zhao Fan remarked to Su Rushu. Although Zhao Fan acknowledged his connection to Zhou Wang, he found it difficult to refer to him as dad, so he continued to address him as general. "But this is for the best. He won't oppose our relationship," Zhao Fan said to Su Rushu. Su Rushu smiled and replied, "Actually, Ning Captain and General Zhao make quite the pair. We are a better match," Zhao Fan retorted. The news of Zhao Fan being General Zhao's son quickly spread throughout the Eagle Falcon squad, who rejoiced at the prospect of their general having an heir. Meanwhile, this information also reached those behind them, and their thoughts remained their own. Upon hearing this news, Su Guobin narrowed his eyes slightly. "Xiaolu, you can seek out your elder brother now, Dad. Now that you know Zhao Fan is General Zhao's son, do you plan to support my brother's relationship with him?" Su Lu asked. "Yes," Su Guobin replied without hesitation. As a businessman by nature, he saw the potential benefits and would not only refrain from opposing their union but actively support it. "Dad, you have truly disappointed me." Su Lu, feeling despondent, boarded the vehicle. Half an hour later, they set off for the granary on the western outskirts of Wushi City, where a substantial amount of grain was stored. If they could transport all that grain back to the base, the food crisis would be resolved in an instant. However, the granary was currently overrun by a horde of mutated spiders. Ultimately, the military dispatched the Eagle Falcon squad to eliminate the mutated spiders before retrieving the grain. The Eagle Falcon squad comprised 100 elite supernatural beings from the military, and they would be promptly reinforced in the event of casualties. Leading the charge, they finally reached the Wushi granary before noon. The trees and rooftops surrounding the granary were draped with white spider webs, which ensnared numerous mutated insects, as well as several aberrant humans and other mutated creatures. Encircling the webs were throngs of aberrant humans, wandering aimlessly nearby, neither fleeing nor attacking the spiders. Even when their convoy lingered in the vicinity, they refrained from launching an assault. "General, something seems amiss. How did so many aberrant humans suddenly appear near the granary? They weren't there during yesterday's reconnaissance. And why do these aberrant humans appear so peculiar?" Ning Qian furrowed his brow, addressing General Zhao Yonghua, as was customary during missions or while on duty. "Zhao Fan, what is your perspective on the increased presence of aberrant humans here?" Zhao Yonghua inquired, his brow knitted in concern. Upon hearing Zhao Yonghua's words, Su Rushu mused. It seems General Zhao intends to nurture Zhao Fan, which is commendable, indicating he values his son. Chapter 35. Illusion Spiders. The surprise in Zhao Fan's eyes vanished almost instantly. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Mutated spiders require sustenance. Rather than passively waiting for food to stumble into their webs, they may well choose to strike first. Hence, it is plausible that the aberrant humans here are being herded as prey by the mutated spiders. Given the unusual behavior of these aberrant humans, I suspect there may be spiders among them possessing special abilities, such as illusion powers. If these aberrant humans are trapped within an illusion created by the mutated spiders, they would naturally be oblivious to their surroundings. These mutated spiders were remarkably gifted, possessing normal eyes like spirit beasts, yet they harbored a deep-seated animosity towards humans, viewing them as adversaries, rendering communication impossible. In light of this, we must eradicate them, Zhao Fan concluded. Zhao Yonghua's eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration at Zhao Fan's analysis, though his expression soon turned grave. If the mutated spider colony indeed harbors illusion-capable spiders, our mission will become significantly more challenging, he stated solemnly. After Zhao Yonghua spoke, a somber atmosphere enveloped the group. The existence of illusion-capable spiders was merely Zhao Fan's conjecture, and Ning Chen asserted, we must verify whether such spiders are present here without delay. If they are, we will need to alter our original combat strategy. Ning, how do you intend to ascertain the presence of illusion-capable spiders? Zhao Fan asked, his brow furrowing. I will lead a small team to confront the mutated spiders. Ning Chen replied after a moment's contemplation. Ning, if you take a small team to attack, it is uncertain whether the mutated spiders will employ their illusion abilities against you, Zhao Fan cautioned. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, both Ning Chen and Zhao Yonghua fell silent, the likelihood of that scenario weighing heavily on their minds. I am a psychic enhancer. I can attempt to locate that spider, Su Rushu interjected. You're finally stepping up? Ning Chen said, patting Su Rushu's shoulder. At that moment, Zhao Yonghua and Zhao Fan exchanged glances, both frowning in disapproval at Ning Chen's gesture towards Su Rushu. Ning, it is inappropriate for men to engage in such physical contact. Please be mindful of your conduct, Zhao Fan admonished, fully aware of Ning Chen's preferences. Inappropriate physical contact? Ning Chen scoffed, attempting to embrace Su Rushu, only for her to evade him. Su Rushu, why are you dodging? Ning Chen queried. Because it's inappropriate, Su Rushu replied, adjusting her clothing. Ning, you're being mischievous again. Zhao Yonghua chided with a hint of fondness before shifting the topic. Su Rushu, you must immediately search for the illusion-capable mutated spiders. Understood, Su Rushu affirmed. Zhao Fan smirked and added, Rushu, first investigate these locations. They are where first-tier mutated spiders are concealed. After sharing the locations, he explained that he had sensed them through his beast-taming abilities. Su Rushu nodded and began to deploy her psychic abilities to explore the designated areas. Mutated beasts are advancing in strength so rapidly. How are we humans to survive? Ning Chen expressed his concern. To avoid extinction, we must become stronger than the mutated beasts, Zhao Fan declared resolutely. Zhao Fan's assertion rang true. To survive, humanity must fortify itself. The rapid evolution of mutated flora and fauna posed a significant advantage. Yet humanity possessed its own unique strength, intellect. Zhao Yonghua articulated, we humans can arm ourselves with our intelligence. I firmly believe we will once again ascend to the apex of the food chain. Upon hearing Zhao Yonghua's words, Zhao Fan contemplated. Indeed, Zhao Yonghua is worthy of his former position as the highest leader of the Dawn Base. His vision is truly far-reaching. He must feel a sense of pride having such a father. However, the paramount task at hand was to eliminate the mutated spider horde, acquire the grain within, and alleviate the food crisis at the base, ensuring the survival of the remaining humans. Zhao Yonghua addressed them, his gaze resting on Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan, while supernatural beings are important, ordinary people hold equal significance, Zhao Yonghua conveyed, hoping Zhao Fan would not fall into the trap of disdain for ordinary individuals. As some supernatural beings did I understand that, Zhao Fan replied, but many do not realize this yet. If such individuals were to lead the base, ordinary people would face dire consequences. If all ordinary people perish, the fate of supernatural beings would be singular, extinction. Currently, many failed to grasp the importance of ordinary individuals. It was only when they recognized the challenges faced by supernatural offspring that they began to acknowledge the significance of ordinary lives, prompting various bases to improve their conditions. Among all the bases Zhao Fan had visited, the Dawn Base offered the best treatment for ordinary individuals. It was also the first to restore the rule of law, all thanks to the efforts of the man standing before him. Although Zhao Fan was unaware of why this man had risen to power in the third year of the apocalypse, he hoped he would ascend even earlier in this lifetime, not merely because he was his father, but because he was an exceptional leader. Zhao Fan understood the principle of interdependence, wishing for humanity to endure. If humanity were to face extinction, neither he nor Su Rushu would survive. Now you recognize the issues facing the base. Well done, Zhao Yonghua praised Zhao Fan, indicating that his insight demonstrated he was no fool. After this mission concludes, we shall have a thorough discussion, Zhao Yonghua stated. Agreed, Zhao Fan replied, recognizing the necessity of maintaining a relationship with Zhao Yonghua. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua smiled, pleased that his son was willing to engage with him. Chapter 36. Departure. I found it. Su Rushu announced that it isn't in the locations Zhao Fan mentioned. It's hidden in the large web in the center. Had I not nearly been ensnared in its illusion, I might not have detected it. Are you unscathed? 3 concerned voices reached Su Rushu's ears. I'm fine, Su Rushu replied with a smile. Feeling their concern, that's a relief, Zhao Fan said, then continued, Rushu, recover your abilities first. As Su Rushu restored her powers, Ning Qian furrowed his brow and asked, General, should we alter our combat strategy? Zhao Fan, do you believe we should modify our plan? Zhao Yonghua inquired, gazing at the dense webs of mutated spiders ahead. Zhao Fan paused, surveying the throngs of aberrant humans and layers of spider webs before responding. The optimal approach would be to eliminate the illusion-capable mutated spider first. However, that would be exceedingly challenging. I believe there is no need to confront adversity head-on. Thus, while the combat strategy need not be completely revised, some adjustments are warranted. What adjustments do you propose? Zhao Yonghua asked with keen interest. After a moment's deliberation, Zhao Fan replied, the Eagle-Falcon Squad's offensive strategy against the mutated spiders remains unchanged, but ordinary soldiers and recruited supernatural beings must also participate in the battle. They can handle the aberrant humans. We are engaged in fierce combat at the front, while they wait in the rear to collect the grain. How could such an unfair situation exist in this world? Especially during an apocalypse? Zhao Fan scoffed. General, I concur with Zhao Fan. If we involve them in the battle, we can not only save time but also preserve the stamina of our Eagle-Falcon Squad members. Ning Chun stated. After all, the mission assigned to us is to eradicate the mutated spiders. Our actions would not constitute disobedience to military orders, Ning Chun added, valuing the lives of his soldiers. After Ning Chun spoke, Zhao Yonghua nodded in agreement that it was customary for his men to be at the forefront during every mission. Such behavior might have been acceptable in peaceful times. But, however, we now find ourselves in an apocalyptic world. And should this trend continue, those individuals will become utterly reliant and useless, which is hardly a positive development. After Zhao Yonghua issued the command, Ning Chun conveyed it, causing an uproar. They were decidedly unwilling to hunt down the mutated beings. Ning Chun, known for his ruthlessness, swiftly executed the instigator of the unrest. This individual happened to be the brother-in-law of the base commander in the capital, an act that served as a stern warning to the others, effectively silencing them. Once they consented to the hunt for the mutated beings, the Eagle-Falcon Squad launched their assault. At this juncture, the mutated spiders were the most elated, for their prey had finally begun to move. The illusionary mutated spiders had not lifted their enchantment on the mutated beings, rendering them exceedingly easy to slay. Zhao Fan and his companions quickly dispatched the mutated horde, then unleashed their abilities upon the spider webs. They dared not approach the webs directly, opting instead for ranged attacks. As Zhao Fan charged forward, a torrent of black water surged toward the location of the illusionary mutated spider, sweeping through the webs in an instant and arriving before the spider could even manifest its illusionary powers. In a heartbeat, the illusionary spider vanished, leaving behind only a crystal core, which was promptly claimed by the mutated wisteria. Following the death of the illusionary spider, the mutated beings began to stir. The task of exterminating them was no longer as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Yet at this point, retreat was no longer an option. They had no choice but to bravely confront the enemy. After eliminating the illusionary spider, Zhao Fan commanded the black water to swirl around the lair of the mutated spiders, decimating most of their webs and claiming numerous spider lives in the process. He then retracted the black water back into his space, as his mental energy was rapidly depleting. The black water had been drawn from his realm, consuming Zhao Fan's mental power, which is distinct from psychic abilities. Zhao Fan, you are truly remarkable, the members of the Eagle-Falcon Squad praised, acknowledging Zhao Fan as the son of a general, just as formidable as his father. Focus on the battle. If you get ensnared by the mutated spider webs, your fate is sealed, Zhao Fan warned with a smile, before directing his spatial blade toward a first-level mutated spider. This mutated wisteria was not merely a collector of refuse and crystal cores. It was indeed a formidable weapon. Ning Qian observed the petals of the wisteria fluttering through the air, and in a heartbeat, the lesser spiders were decimated by the cascade of petals. This is the most beautiful scene of slaughter I have ever witnessed. The petals are simply exquisite, Gu Shun remarked, while Zhao Fan's squad unleashed their ferocious mutated flora and fauna upon their foes. The prevailing sentiment within the Eagle Falcon squad was that Zhao Fan's team was exceptionally brutal. United in their assault, the lower-level mutated spiders were swiftly eradicated. With the spider webbing's speed finally slowing, their advance was significantly less obstructed. I desire that first-level ice spider and fire spider, Zhao Fan declared. You guard me while I communicate with them. He explained that clothing crafted from the silk of the fire-type mutated spider would not only offer robust defense, but also warmth in the harsh winter of the apocalypse. Such attire would alleviate the bitter cold. Similarly, during the long, sweltering summer, clothing made from the silk of the ice-type mutated spider would help endure the oppressive heat, of course, due to the silk's stickiness. It could not be fashioned into garments directly. However, soaking it in aggressive mutated aloe vera juice for 24 hours would render it usable. Zhao Fan was aware of a location where such a mutated aloe vera grew, and since it had yet to be claimed, it would be a boon for Ru Chushi. All right, Ru Chushi replied, positioning herself beside Zhao Fan. General Zhao, please find a way to contract the earth-type and metal-type mutated spiders. Zhao Fan continued, noting that their silk boasted exceptional defensive properties, ideal for soldiers. Understood, Zhao Yongwu replied. Though he harbored a disdain for spiders, he would certainly fulfill his son's request. Once Zhao Yongwu's words were uttered, Ning Chen stood vigil at his side. Under Zhao Fan's coercive persuasion, the two mutated spiders ultimately acquiesced. Zhao Yongwu, too, negotiated a contract for the spiders through similar methods, for they were, after all, fearful of death. Once the mutated spiders were bound, they implored Zhao Fan and Zhao Yongwu to spare their offspring, who remained alive under their protection. Zhao Fan consented to their release, provided they accompanied them. The mutated spiders agreed. Zhao Fan, what peculiar taste you have, to fancy spiders. Since you like them, take every last one home. My residence will not harbor such creatures, Ning Chen remarked. Very well, as long as you do not regret it later. Zhao Fan replied with a grin, secretly thinking, the more spiders, the better. They would serve as guardians of the yard. I certainly won't regret it. I detest spiders, Ning Chen retorted, though he harbored no fear of them. Zhao Yongwu was well aware of Ning Chen's aversion to spiders. Zhao Fan, Ru Chushi, I entrust you with their care. Let me know if you require anything. We need crystal cores, Zhao Fan stated, as the spiders' habits had shifted in the apocalypse. They now favored crystal cores above all else, I understand. I will ensure to send crystal cores your way, Zhao Yongwu replied, pleased at the prospect of maintaining regular contact with Zhao Fan and his companions. After the extermination of the mutated spiders, the Eagle Falcon squad turned their attention to the mutated beings. Thanks to the inclusion of Zhao Fan's team, the Eagle Falcon squad suffered no casualties during this mission. There was no need for Zhao Fan and his team to manage the battlefield cleanup, as the mutated spider corpses and crystal cores had already been extracted by the mutated wisteria, conveniently collected together for Zhao Fan to store in his space. This mutated wisteria is truly impressive, Ning Chen remarked with a smile. Indeed, Ru Chushi's wood-type abilities are quite commendable as well, Zhao Yongwu added. As the grain depot was opened, the sight of warehouse after warehouse filled with provisions ignited excitement among the members, dispelling their fatigue. They began to transport the grain outside, and Zhao Fan and Ru Chushi joined in the effort. Once the grain-laden carts were returned to the base, the inhabitants erupted in jubilation. Seizing the moment, they ensured all the food was transported back to the base before nightfall. We can wrap up now and return to the base. Ning Chen announced cheerfully, please assist us in bringing Ming and the others back. Ru Chushi and I will gather supplies for testing, and we shall return tomorrow. Zhao Fan requested I can return them without issue. But venturing out at night is too perilous. I cannot permit that, Ning Chen replied with a furrowed brow. Ultimately, it was only after Zhao Yongwu nodded in agreement that Ning Chen allowed their departure. Before they left, they gave Ming and the others a few instructions, then took their leave with the little monster tree and the mutated wisteria. How could you agree to their departure? You know how unsafe it is outside the base at night, Ning Chen said, visibly concerned. Zhao Yongwu sighed, if I don't let them go, will they simply remain here? After Zhao Yongwu spoke, Ning Chen sighed in response. Enough, do not worry about them. They will be fine, Zhao Yongwu reassured, though deep down, he was troubled, a sentiment known only to him and Ning Chen. Upon hearing Zhao Yongwu's words, Ning Chen sighed once more. I forgot to ask them to take away the spiders I loathe. With that, she sighed again. After Zhao Fan and Su Ruchushi departed, they headed toward the city. Throughout the night, they not only collected the items they needed but also eliminated the high-level mutated beings and mutated flora and fauna that had been prowling the martial city. Glancing at the excess second-level and first-level crystal cores in their possession, both smiled with satisfaction. The following day, upon returning to the base, they deposited the testing materials along with Zhao Fan's hair and blood for Zhao Yonghua, informing him of their intent to venture out for a period of training. They requested Zhao Yonghua to keep an eye on their home and to care for Shi Ming and the others. Finally, they left behind a few supplies before setting off. Chapter 37. Good fortune interrupted. Su Ruchushi understood her father's character. Upon learning of Zhao Fan's connection to General Zhao, he would not only support their relationship but would actively encourage it, recognizing its potential benefits for himself. Once Zhao Fan's lineage was revealed, both the Zhao and Hao families might come seeking him out. Both Zhao Fan and Su Ruchushi wished to avoid complications. Thus, they decided to embark on a journey of training. They drove directly to the martial city, eventually arriving at a splendid villa they had discovered the previous night. "Are you Chushi? Let us stay here for a few days." Zhao Fan proposed. "Agreed. We shall set out after the first energy surge passes," Su Ruchushi replied, their destination being Han City, where the mutated aloe vera Zhao Fan mentioned was located on the outskirts. "I share the same sentiment. I must say, we are quite in sync," Zhao Fan chuckled, then continued, "After the energy surge, the number of first-level mutated beings will surely increase. The mutated insects will also proliferate, making life even more arduous for humanity. Thus, Ruchushi, we must expedite our training." "You are correct. Therefore, we should cancel any of your planned activities that may interfere," Su Ruchushi suggested, raising an eyebrow. "That simply won't do," Zhao Fan retorted, asserting that it was absolutely out of the question to revoke his benefits. As before, he believed that a balanced approach to cultivation, combining both effort and relaxation, would be far more conducive to the enhancement of one's abilities. He continued, "You've already spoken your piece." Su Rushu chuckled in response. Zhao Fan let out a couple of mischievous laughs before shifting the topic. "When we left, General Zhao handed us a notebook. I wonder what it contains." With that, he produced the notebook from his spatial storage. "We can find out by taking a look," Su Rushu remarked, gazing at the notebook in Zhao Fan's hands. "You're absolutely right. Let us examine it together," Zhao Fan replied, moving closer to Su Rushu. In truth, he longed to pull Su Rushu onto his lap, yet he understood that she preferred to be the one to sit on him. They would inevitably squabble over who would occupy whose lap, and without utilizing their abilities, he knew he would not stand a chance against her. Zhao Fan opened the notebook, and 4 lines of text immediately captured their attention. The first line read, "Son, I am truly delighted that you are still alive." The second line stated, "No matter how you came to be, your father loves you." The third line simply said, "Son, I miss you." Finally, the fourth line conveyed, "Son, please take care of yourself and Su Rushu while you are out. Your father awaits your return at home." Upon reading these 4 lines, Zhao Fan sighed, reflecting, in truth, I, too, was a victim in that situation. Thus, I harbor no resentment towards him, not even a trace. Going forward, I shall strive to coexist harmoniously with him. As for my biological mother, despite her ulterior motives, she ultimately brought me into this world. And for that reason alone, I cannot bring myself to despise her. Should she encounter difficulties in the future, I will extend my assistance. Beyond that, I will maintain no further relationship with her. I will support you no matter what you choose to do." Su Rushu affirmed, then continued, "One of my former superiors once served in the same military district as General Zhao. He mentioned to us that General Zhao is a reckless individual, particularly harsh on himself, often undertaking the most perilous missions. When I observed the profound guilt in his eyes concerning you, I understood why he is so hard on himself. He seeks to punish himself. There's no need for that. Truly, there is no necessity. He owes me nothing," Zhao Fan replied, gazing at the powerful strokes of the text in the notebook. "I will return and express my genuine thoughts to him," he declared. "Indeed," Su Rushu responded softly. "Ultimately, it all stems from the misdeeds of my biological mother. She has brought this upon herself and deserves no sympathy from me," Zhao Fan stated, flipping to the next page. After hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu paused for a moment before Zhao Fan's voice broke through her thoughts. "Ning Qian is truly shameless. He actually expects me to call him little dad," Zhao Fan remarked, looking at a line in the notebook. "He is the beloved of General Zhao. Having accepted General Zhao, it is only fitting that you refer to him as such." Su Rushu replied with a smile, if you are my beloved, then you should also call him little dad. Would you dare to say it? Zhao Fan inquired. Ning Chun is a few years older than me, so I truly cannot bring myself to utter it. However, by generational hierarchy, we are indeed obliged to do so, Su Rushu explained. If he insists that I call him little dad, then I shall refer to him as stepmother instead. I wonder if he would dare to accept that, Zhao Fan retorted. Given Ning Chin's audacity, it was certain he would agree, and with great delight at that, Su Rushu laughed. You make a valid point, Zhao Fan chuckled. Turning to the next page. Methods of cultivation? Zhao Fan exclaimed, his eyes wide. Yes, it is indeed a cultivation method, Su Rushu echoed, equally astonished. After a moment of shock, the two began to delve deeper into the contents, their expressions growing increasingly complex as they read. The cultivation methods we practice are merely simplified versions of this technique, Zhao Fan observed. Commonly referred to as generic goods, Su Rushu added, then continued, this is quite normal. Something as significant as a cultivation method would naturally be obtained first by the higher echelons, and even after its public release, they would withhold certain aspects to safeguard their own interests. Hence, everyone aspires to ascend to greater heights. Zhao Fan examined the cultivation method in his hands, recognizing that it was a transcription made by Zhao Yonghua himself. He appreciated the gesture of being entrusted with this method. Achieving prominence is not without its burdens. They bear responsibilities and obligations of their own, Su Rushu remarked. Indeed, Zhao Fan concurred, then added, I had been wondering why Ning Chun and the others advanced so swiftly. It turns out they possessed a cultivation method. Well, let us not dwell on that. Let us both attempt to practice this method. Su Rushu nodded in agreement and positioned their mutated wisteria and the little monster tree to guard them. Once everything was arranged, the two sat cross-legged on the bed and commenced their cultivation according to the method. As they cultivated, they lost track of time, continuing late into the night. Utilizing this method, my speed of absorbing natural elements has increased nearly several-fold, Zhao Fan remarked. I am experiencing the same. My cultivation speed has also surged to nearly several times what it was before, Su Rushu responded, underscoring the significance of an effective technique. Indeed, Zhao Fan replied, then continued, this father figure was not a mistake. He has bestowed upon us immense benefits. After hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu smiled and suggested, shall we eat? Yes, let us dine. After our meal, it will be time for some exercise, Zhao Fan brightened. Following their meal and a refreshing bath, Zhao Fan playfully tackled Su Rushu, and their passionate activities spiraled out of control as they indulged in 3 days of unabashed intimacy. Apart from meals, they scarcely left the bed, and were it not for the impending energy surges, they would have been reluctant to rise. After tidying up and finishing breakfast, they resumed their cross-legged position on the bed, ready to practice once more. Suddenly, both Zhao Fan and Su Rushu opened their eyes simultaneously and resumed their cultivation. At that moment, a torrent of natural elements surged into their bodies, nearly overwhelming their meridians. They grunted softly, continuing to circulate the method as more natural elements flooded into their meridians and dantian. In this manner, their meridians and dantian expanded under the relentless onslaught of natural elements, allowing them to absorb these elements at an even swifter pace. The energy explosion persisted for an hour before gradually subsiding, leaving the natural elements in their surroundings denser than before. At this point, Zhao Fan's triad of abilities had all reached the late stage of level 1, while Su Rushu's dual abilities had attained the pinnacle of the mid-stage of level 1. It is worth noting that as one progresses in abilities, the energy required for advancement increases significantly, relying heavily on the accumulation of time. The energy surge had saved them a considerable amount of time. During this energy upheaval, the mutated wisteria and the little monster tree both reached the pinnacle of level 1 mid-tier. Our abilities have grown, Zhao Fan exclaimed joyfully. Congratulations, Su Rushu replied with a smile. Congratulations to you as well, Zhao Fan said before playfully tackling Su Rushu once more. What are you up to, you rascal? Su Rushu laughed. Inquiring, balancing work and leisure, Zhao Fan chuckled. Before leaning in for a kiss, Su Rushu giggled, then turned the tables, pinning Zhao Fan beneath her. Zhao Fan squinted slightly before reversing their positions again. Rushu, you should simply lie back and enjoy. I will handle the physical exertion, he said, licking his lips. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu smiled indulgently. Just as Zhao Fan's moment of pleasure reached its peak, they were abruptly interrupted by the unexpected arrival of two individuals. Zhao Fan hastily covered the two with a blanket and shouted angrily, "You two, get out immediately." No one would be pleased to have their intimate moments so rudely interrupted. We're sorry. We didn't see anything." One of the intruders quickly waved his hands in apology. "Leave," Zhao Fan bellowed. "Why apologies?" "We'll leave right away," the individual said, pulling along his stoic companion as they hurriedly exited. "Outside, we have our mutated plants. As long as you don't attack them, they won't retaliate against you," Su Rushu called out, having already communicated with the plants. "We understand," the two figures replied before disappearing from view. "This is infuriating," Zhao Fan grumbled darkly, then lay back down on Su Rushu. "Don't let it get to you." "We should get up quickly," Su Rushu soothed, stroking Zhao Fan's back. "We haven't finished what we started." "I'm not moving," Zhao Fan insisted. "They're still downstairs," Su Rushu pointed out. "I'll go chase them away." Zhao Fan declared that I'll accompany you. Su Rushu replied, By the way, their ability is teleportation, isn't it?" "Indeed," Zhao Fan confirmed that. "I wonder how they managed to teleport here." "They must have accidentally stumbled in," Su Rushu said as she dressed. Zhao Fan exhaled deeply, reluctantly beginning to put on his clothes. Once they were both ready, they descended the stairs to confront the two intruders. Chapter 38, Acquaintances. I apologize. I had no idea what you were doing in your room. Had I known, I certainly would not have teleported in this direction, as it would have avoided interrupting your activities. I'm truly sorry. We merely stumbled in, completely by accident, one of the individuals spoke rapidly, gesturing apologetically. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan frowned, his tone sharp as he replied, "Why are you still here?" "Well, my abilities are depleted. We can't leave right now," the individual admitted. The individual awkwardly chuckled. "My abilities are exhausted." "But you still have your legs, don't you? The door is right over there. Take your time leaving." Zhao Fan frowned and replied, "Brothers, listen to the excited roars of the mutated beings outside. They have suddenly grown powerful. If we step out now, it would be akin to walking to our doom. Please, have mercy and allow us to remain here. Rest assured, we won't linger for long. Once my abilities are restored, we will leave immediately." The person looked at them with a face full of ingratiation and said, "Brothers, please, I implore you. What does your life or death matter to us? Just hurry and leave." Zhao Fan replied, unmoved, "Brother, as the saying goes, saving a life is more valuable than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. Moreover, you would be saving 2 lives, which multiplies the merit," the individual retorted, looking at Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan scoffed and then inquired, "You possess teleportation abilities, don't you?" "Yes, I do," replied the person. "Though not particularly powerful, I am quite swift at running errands. If you ever need someone to do your bidding, just let me know. We don't even know your name." "How would we find you later?" Zhao Fan sneered. Upon hearing this, the individual smacked his forehead. "What a lapse in memory, brothers. I am Long Han, and this is my elder brother, Long Feng. Is your elder brother's eyesight impaired?" Su Rushu asked at that moment. At Su Rushu's words, a flicker of sadness crossed Long Han's eyes. "My brother was injured while saving me. After regaining consciousness, he found himself unable to see or hear. Given your brother's condition, I believe it would be better for you to abandon him," Zhao Fan stated. Anger flashed in Long Han's eyes as he replied, "Even if I were to die, I would never abandon my brother." "Then are you planning to take your brother with you to the grave?" Zhao Fan coldly remarked. "No, before I die, I will ensure my brother's well-being," Long Han said, gripping Long Feng's hand tightly. "Are you comfortable in trusting your brother to someone else?" Zhao Fan sneered. "Not at all." Long Han shook his head, expressing his distrust in this world. "If you are not confident, then focus on surviving," Zhao Fan advised. "Brother, you are right. I must live well," Long Han conceded. His earlier dissatisfaction dissipating, Zhao Fan paused and said, "I can point you toward a clear path. Would you like to hear it?" "Please, go ahead," Long Han responded. "Go to the Kyoto base and seek out Ning Chan. Join the Eagle Falcon Squad. The squad offers good benefits, high salaries, and housing. Should you fall in battle, they will take care of your family," Zhao Fan said thoughtfully. "It is only natural to recruit talent for one's own cause." "Is that the renowned Eagle Falcon Squad led by General Zhao?" Long Han asked. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Zhao Yonghua and his squad had been rescuing people and eradicating monsters, thus earning a formidable reputation. "Yes, that very squad. If you are unwilling, just pretend I never mentioned it," Zhao Fan replied. "I would be more than willing to join the Eagle Falcon Squad." "But would they accept me?" Long Han furrowed his brow. "Your abilities are unique. The Eagle Falcon Squad will surely welcome you," Zhao Fan assured him. Lung Han nodded. Brothers, may I know your names? Zhao Fan, Su Rushu. They both replied. Lung Han committed these names to memory. Do you have any crystal cores on you? Su Rushu asked. Lung Han shook his head. He had exhausted all his cores. Zhao Fan, give him 100 white cores to restore his abilities, Su Rushu suggested. Wanting to look after him since they sought to recruit him. Absolutely not. Lung Han quickly waved his hands. I can't borrow from you without intending to repay, I insist. Consider it a loan, and I expect repayment later. Zhao Fan declared. Upon hearing this, Lung Han sighed in relief. Thank you, brothers. I promise to repay you double in the future. Su Rushu smiled. Hurry and recover your abilities. As Lung Han began absorbing the cores. Lung Feng quietly sat beside him. Even while absorbing the cores, Lung Han held his brother's hand tightly, ensuring that Lung Feng could always feel his presence and would not feel lonely or helpless. While Lung Han was recovering his powers, the two went to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Su Rushu, who was not skilled at cooking but had good knife skills, always assisted Zhao Fan whenever he entered the kitchen. Do you know those two? Su Rushu inquired, raising a mental barrier. I know Lung Feng. We were friends in a past life. Otherwise, I would have thrown them out long ago. Zhao Fan gritted his teeth, then embraced Su Rushu, who was about to slice meat. Rushu, you owe me compensation tonight, he said, his hands becoming unruly as they slipped under Su Rushu's clothing. Since that incident of cleansing his marrow, Su Rushu's skin had become even smoother and more delicate, making Zhao Fan unable to resist touching it frequently. Of course, Zhao Fan's skin had also grown smooth, albeit not as fair as Su Rushu's. Stop fooling around and hurry to prepare the broth, Su Rushu insisted, as they planned to have hot pot for lunch. Simple, convenient, and delicious. The reason they chose this villa was that it was equipped with a generator, allowing them to use electrical appliances. You still haven't agreed to my request, Zhao Fan insisted, unwavering in his pursuit. Fine, I agree, Su Rushu conceded, realizing that if Zhao Fan continued, they would not need to cook at all. Upon hearing Su Rushu's agreement, Zhao Fan's eyes lit up, and he proceeded to make several more requests. In no way. My old arms and legs can't withstand your antics. Su Rushu laughed. I'll just consider that you agreed. Zhao Fan grinned like a cat that had stolen a fish, thinking, Rushu's flexibility is remarkable, and he can manage many difficult positions. Su Rushu smiled indulgently, not refuting him, thus tacitly consenting. The little monster tree says it cannot heal Long Feng's head injury just yet. Su Rushu said with a furrowed brow. No need for treatment. He will be fine once he awakens his powers, Zhao Fan replied. He then recounted his acquaintance with Lung Feng. We met at the Dawn Base during the 5th year of the apocalypse. During a mission, we encountered a swarm of man-eating ants, and in our escape, we came together and cooperated to survive. We became acquainted through shared hardships, and I learned much about him thereafter. I found out he had a lover who died 6 months into the apocalypse. Perhaps the trauma was too great, or perhaps it was simply time for him to awaken his powers. Regardless, he awakened his dual abilities of invisibility and poison at that time. He avenged his lover. But the price he paid was that his foundation was damaged, and he could no longer level up his powers. He said if it weren't for his lover wanting him to live, he would have died after avenging her. However, his lover wished for him to live, so he promised to do so, Zhao Fan added. And that lover is Lung Han, he concluded. Aren't they blood brothers? Su Rushu asked. Not by blood. Lung Feng is an adopted son, Zhao Fan clarified. Su Rushu responded lightly. Zhao Fan continued, Lung Han's abilities are unique, and he has drawn attention from others. There is someone with a peculiar ability who can siphon the powers of others and transfer them to another person. He intended to transfer Lung Han's abilities to his son. Lung Han died painfully after his powers were drawn out, while Lung Feng, who could hear by then, harbored immense hatred. Such an ability is incredibly dangerous. Many would wish to kill him, Su Rushu remarked gravely. Indeed, many want him dead. However, he has kept this ability hidden. Aside from those close to him, no one knows of it, Zhao Fan explained. Rushu, you need not worry excessively. That ability can only siphon powers from individuals of lower rank. Therefore, as long as our power levels remain above his, he cannot threaten us. Thus, I have not placed much importance on him. Who is this individual? Su Rushu inquired. Hao Ming, my mother's brother, Zhao Fan replied softly. It's him, Su Rushu said, recognizing the name of a shrewd politician. Yes, that's him. That's why I want Lung Han to join the Eagle Falcon squad. If Hao Ming wishes to target him, he must consider General Zhao's reputation, Zhao Fan stated. General Zhao is known for his protection of his own. Hao Ming would indeed hesitate to act against his people. Su Rushu acknowledged. Zhao Fan nodded and added, having crossed paths with Lung Feng, it is only natural that I look out for him. I cannot let him lose his loved one in this lifetime. That is only right, Su Rushu agreed, secretly thinking to himself that although Zhao Fan often claimed to be cold-blooded and heartless, his heart was, in fact, tender. Thus, he must protect Zhao Fan, his beloved. Both were generous souls. Preparing a plentiful supply of meat and vegetables. Once they had prepared the hot pot, Long Han had ceased his cultivation. Su Rushu extended an invitation for them to dine together, to which Lung Han replied, "My brother is an ordinary person and cannot consume the flesh of mutated beasts." At that moment, each base had already announced the terminology for mutated beasts and their transformed humans. These are spirit beast meats. Your brother can partake, Su Rushu assured him. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, Long Han felt deeply moved. He was certainly aware that ordinary people could indeed eat spirit beast meat, and it even offered benefits, albeit being exceedingly precious. Long Han pondered, Zhao Fan has the surname Zhao, which must be connected to General Zhao. In gratitude for Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, I must join the Eagle Falcon Brigade and commit myself wholeheartedly. Chapter 39. The Northwest Base. After their meal, Lung Han departed with Lung Feng. Once they had left, Zhao Fan suggested, Rushu, let us retire for the night. During the day, Su Rushu raised an eyebrow. Who decreed that one cannot sleep during the day? Zhao Fan replied, promptly pushing Su Rushu onto the sofa. Tio the bed, Su Rushu insisted. Right here, Rushu, I wish to stay here, Zhao Fan murmured. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Rushu wrapped her arms around his neck, causing Zhao Fan's eyes to light up. As time slipped by, morning arrived. The two gazed at the towering, lush flora outside, reflecting on the ravaged ground beneath them, both realizing that this heralded the second evolution of plants. This was an inevitable trend, and they held no particular sentiments about it. Let us depart, Su Rushu declared. Zhao Fan nodded in agreement, and together they left the place they had occupied for several days. Before their departure, they eliminated all the newly emerged level 1 mutated humans and beasts in the Martial City, and then they set off towards the northwest. Han City was a small town in the northwest. Rather than driving quickly, they opted to walk, hunting mutated humans and beasts along the way. When fatigued, Zhao Fan would find mutated beasts to carry them. Throughout their journey, they rescued numerous individuals, moving on immediately after each rescue. As time passed, they accumulated a substantial collection of crystal nuclei. Observing these nuclei brought Zhao Fan a sense of reassurance, for he had been impoverished in his past life. Upon arriving in Han City, they successfully located the mutated aloe vera, and Su Rushu adeptly formed a contract with it. Rushu, we are not far from the northwest base. Shall we go explore? Zhao Fan proposed. Very well, Su Rushu replied. Thus, they rested for a night in Han City, and the following morning, they set off towards the northwest base. There is a pack of mutated wolves and several mutated horses to the west. With the Wolf King being of exceptionally high rank, one of the mutated horses has vanished, Zhao Fan suddenly remarked, sensing it through his beast control ability. Another mutated horse's presence has disappeared. It must have endured a fierce battle. He added, Rushu, let us go investigate. Agreed, Su Rushu replied, and with that, they headed in that direction. Knowing that mutated wolves were a common enemy they must eliminate, I see 2 men in camouflage and 3 mutated horses battling over 20 mutated wolves. Su Rushu's psychic ability detected. The two hastened their pace towards the scene. At that moment, Zhao Fan had already controlled 2 level 1 late-stage mutated wolves to attack their companions, alleviating the pressure on the 2 men and 3 horses. By the time they arrived, 5 mutated wolves had already been slain. Thank you, the handsome man said, then resumed his assault on the pack of wolves. The man possessed lightning abilities, yet it was clear that his powers were nearly depleted. Thank you, the refined-looking man continued, not pausing in his attacks. This man wielded water abilities, yet his techniques were exceptionally fierce and formidable. You are most welcome, Su Rushu replied, swiftly dispatching a mutated wolf, then, utilizing her psychic abilities, she targeted the alpha wolf's head, causing its movements to falter. Zhao Fan seized the opportunity and swiftly dispatched the beast with a single strike. Once the alpha wolf fell, the remaining wolves were quickly eradicated. He Chuan! The handsome man exclaimed in panic, catching the collapsing He Chuan. He Chuan, you must not die. Hold on. I shall take you back to treat your wounds, the handsome man declared, lifting He Chuan into his arms. "Little monster tree, heal them," Su Rushu commanded. As her words fell, 2 beams of green light enveloped the 2 men. "Your wounds have healed, but the loss of blood cannot be replenished immediately. Rest well to recuperate," Su Rushu advised, after which the little monster tree also healed the 3 mutated horses. "Thank you. Thank you," the handsome man said, holding the revived He Chuan tightly, his face filled with gratitude. The flesh of mutated wolves is a coveted resource. The handsome man offered all of it, along with the crystal nuclei, to Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, who graciously accepted. Understanding that Zhao Fan and Su Rushu were heading to the northwest base, he requested Zhao Fan to store the remains of his fallen comrade and the mutated horse in his space, and then they all made their way back to the northwest base together. Each of them rode a mutated horse, with the handsome man sharing a mount with each one. Zhao Fan felt envious, yet Su Rushu maintained her stance, insisting that each ride their own horse. Zhao Fan secretly resolved to acquire a mutated horse of his own to fulfill his wish of riding alongside Rushu. Along the journey, they learned that the handsome man's name was Lei Song, the son of the commander of the Northwest Base, while He Chuan was his aide. Their small team had ventured out that day to capture a mutated lark, a creature known for its melodious songs prior to mutation. The mutated lark song was even more enchanting and boasted considerable offensive capabilities. As such, it had caught the eye of the vice commander's son of the Northwest Base. Lei Song harbored feelings for this young master, and thus, when invited to join the hunt for the mutated lark, he readily accepted. However, upon successfully capturing the mutated lark, the young master led them directly into a pack of mutated wolves, before promptly teleporting away with another companion, leaving Lei Song feeling duped. Lei Song concealed his affections for the young master, feeling embarrassed for having fallen for a beauty's scheme and reluctant to divulge his feelings. Hearing Lei Song's account, Zhao Fan recalled his past life, where the Northwest Base had initially been well managed, only to deteriorate into a slave society under a new commander, with ordinary people reduced to the status of slaves to the powers that be, and the mutated individuals treated as lesser than livestock. Such a Northwest Base was one he had avoided in his previous life. However, he had only heard rumors about the downfall of the Lei family, and this time around, he hoped for their success, wishing to prevent the Northwest Base from descending into the same fate as before. Contemplating this, his gaze darkened. "Does your base possess beast tamers?" Su Rushu inquired. Looking at Lei Song shook his head. "Our base does not have beast tamers, but we do have a few beast trainers, one of whom is a mutated avian who is proficient in bird language and can tame mutated birds." Zhao Fan and Su Rushu nodded. They were aware of beast trainers, though their numbers were limited. Upon arriving at the Northwest Base, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu were accommodated in a small villa prepared by Lei Song for their stay. The Northwest Base was established by the Lei father and son, granting them absolute authority within. "Rushu, let us linger a bit longer at the Northwest Base," Zhao Fan suggested. "Why?" Su Rushu asked, fiddling with the small hedgehog in her hands, which was a companion of the mutated aloe vera. While most mutated animals had grown larger, this little hedgehog had shrunk, now only the size of an adult's fist, curled up like a round ball. After a moment's pause, Zhao Fan shared everything he knew about the Northwest Base with Su Rushu. Upon concluding his account, a glimmer of seriousness crossed Su Rushu's eyes. "Zhao Fan, do you intend to assist the Lei family?" she asked. "I do wish to lend them a hand in a critical moment. The Northwest Base must not fall into the hands of those individuals," Zhao Fan replied. "Indeed, it should not fall into such hands," Su Rushu conceded, but after a moment's thought, she added, "Let us first take a stroll outside, then decide, shall we? Rumors are unreliable, and I wish to see and hear for myself." "Very well," Zhao Fan agreed, and after a brief preparation, they departed from their residence. "Old Zhao, when did your family open a zoo?" Dingley remarked upon seeing Ming and the others in Zhao Yonghua's yard. "Haha, is that a lion?" Dingley asked. Astonished at the sight of Ming, "It is a mutated lion, named Ming. These are all battle companions of my son and daughter-in-law," Zhao Yonghua replied with a smile. "That's wonderful, old Zhao. Not only have you found your son, but you also have a daughter-in-law," Dingley exclaimed as they both entered the house. "What is going on? Wasn't that child missing? How did he suddenly reappear? Are you certain he is truly your son?" Dingley inquired, taking a seat. Having just returned from a mission, he was filled with confusion upon hearing that old Zhao had found his son. "I am certain he is my son. If you do not believe me, I can show you the paternity test results," Zhao Yongguo reflected on his earlier realization regarding Zhao Fan's insistence on conducting a paternity test. It served to silence any detractors. And no need to look further. I believe, he declared. Ding Li, chuckling heartily, responded, Congratulations. Congratulations indeed. Zhao Yongguo exclaimed joyfully. His previous gloom dissipated upon the discovery of his son. You're positively beaming. But I understand your current sentiments, Ding Li remarked with a smile. He continued, the Hao and Sun families are fiercely competing for the position of base leader. And now that you've found your son, your relationship with the Hao family has become quite delicate. What are your plans? I intend to remain a bystander. Watching them clash, Zhao Yongguo replied. He added, having found my son, I shall not assist the Hao family in times of human struggle for survival. They still covet power and profit. Such individuals do not deserve my support. Indeed, at this juncture, what is there left to contest? I truly cannot comprehend their mindset, Ding Li said. With a mocking huff, Zhao Yongguo retorted, Old Ding, I no longer wish to stay here. Will you come with me? What do you mean, old Zhao? Ding Li inquired. Exactly what you think, Zhao Yongguo answered, gazing intently at him. Are you suggesting we venture out on our own? Ding Li asked in a hushed tone. Yes, to establish our own base. Will you join me? Zhao Yongguo proposed, a thought that had taken root after Zhao Fan's earlier remarks. The Kyoto base was rife with factions. Rather than squabbling here, it would be more prudent to gather our own team and forge our own path. Of course, I am willing. You have no idea how stifling these days have been for me, Ding Li replied. He continued. I see that ever since you found your son, your drive has returned. Zhao Yongguo smiled. Having a son brings renewed vigor to life. Precisely. All our hard work out there is ultimately for the next generation, Ding Li affirmed. After mulling over Ding Li's words, Zhao Yongguo smiled. When do you plan to leave? Ding Li asked cheerfully. Zhao Yongguo pondered briefly before responding. For now, we cannot leave just yet, but we can start preparing. Come to my home tonight, and we shall discuss further. All right, I will come for dinner. Ensure you have good food and drink prepared? Ding Li replied. Having something to eat is sufficient. I may not have gourmet offerings, Zhao Yongguo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ding Li. Old Zhao, I've noticed you've become rather stingy, Ding Li teased. Things have changed. My son has returned, and I must save for him, Zhao Yongguo replied, a note of pride in his voice. What is there to be proud of? It's not as though everyone else lacks a son. I have too, Ding Li retorted, unwilling to be outdone. The combined worth of your two sons cannot compare to my one, Zhao Yongguo boasted. As the conversation continued, they found themselves in a playful competition regarding their sons. Ding Li, flustered and outmatched, eventually stormed off in a huff, leaving onlookers to wonder if a quarrel had ensued. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding nearby as they strolled through the streets of the Northwest Base. The base lacked distinct inner and outer city divisions, instead being organized into military, office, residential, commercial, industrial, agricultural, aquaculture, and entertainment zones. Each street was clean and orderly, and while the living conditions could not compare to pre-apocalypse standards, they were still commendable. Shall we visit the commercial street? Zhao Fan suggested. Su Rushu nodded in agreement, and together they made their way to the commercial district. Surrounded by shops, the heart of the district featured an open-air market filled with stalls. Bustling with the sounds of vendors calling out their wares, the lively atmosphere evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of life before the apocalypse. Let us check out that jade stall over there, Zhao Fan pointed out. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Regardless of size, each piece can be exchanged for a single packet of instant noodles, the weary vendor said, lamenting the fact that such priceless items were now worth so little. I'll take them all, Zhao Fan declared, eyeing the jade pieces with determination. The vendor, despite his heartache, was momentarily thrilled, for the instant noodles would provide him with much-needed sustenance. Yes, all of them. Please count them up. Zhao Fan instructed. 35 pieces in total, the vendor confirmed, and Zhao Fan handed over 35 packets of noodles, leaving the vendor elated as he clutched his newfound treasure. Young gentlemen, my wooden carvings are all collectibles. Do come and select a few. The vendor urged, presenting a bracelet made of precious wood that emitted a gentle fragrance. That piece on top appears to be a rat, correct? Zhao Fan remarked. Indeed, it is a rat. This bracelet is from the 12 Zodiac series. The vendor replied. Is the dragon from that series still available? Zhao Fan inquired. Yes, indeed. All 12 Zodiac pieces are still here, the vendor hurriedly assured him, I'll take the entire Zodiac series, Zhao Fan stated decisively. Excellent, the vendor exclaimed. His joy evident as he prepared the items. In this manner, Zhao Fan exchanged 12 packets of noodles for 12 bracelets crafted from precious wood. Rushu, since you are born in the year of the rat, I will wear this little rat for you, Zhao Fan said, adorning himself with 1.as for the dragon. You shall wear this, he said, placing the dragon bracelet on Su Rushu's wrist. They both admired the bracelets. Sharing a smile, suddenly, Onping appeared before Su Rushu, his face alight with surprise. Is that really you, Su Rushu? He exclaimed. Who are you? Su Rushu asked, furrowing her brow. Onping, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself that Su Rushu had become even more beautiful than before. Stirring feelings within him. I am Onping. Surely you remember me? He urged, desperation in his voice. Zhao Fan frowned, feeling an aversion towards Onping. I don't recall. You must have mistaken me for someone else, Su Rushu replied, still frowning. Su Rushu, I am Onping. How could you possibly forget me? Onping insisted, disbelief etched across his face. I brought you lunch for an entire year. You said my meals were delicious, especially the braised pork and preserved vegetables. How could you not remember me? After you enlisted, I lost track of you, but I've thought of you constantly. Our reunion today must be fate. Nonsense. Let me make it clear. Su Rushu is now my partner. And you have no claim to any connection with her? Zhao Fan interjected, draping his arm protectively around Su Rushu's shoulders. How rude of you! Onping glared at Zhao Fan. Someone as uncouth as you is unworthy of Su Rushu. Hemph! Zhao Fan scoffed dismissively. You sound like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. You have no right to claim her. Shivering with indignation, Onping turned to Su Rushu, saying, Su Rushu, he insulted me, sir. I genuinely do not know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else, and I have never eaten your food. Not once, Su Rushu stated, her displeasure evident. Su Rushu, a real man should own up to his actions. You ate my meals for a year. Why deny it? Onping challenged. Su Rushu, noticing the whispers around them, replied, Mr. Onping, throughout my 3 years of high school, I always returned home for lunch unless the weather was inclement. True, you did go home, but Dawei said your stepmother never allowed you to eat your fill. So you always finished my meals before returning. Onping insisted. I lived with my grandparents, and my lunches were always at their homes. Dawei must have deceived you. By the way, did your meals go to Dawei instead? Su Rushu countered. Yes, Dawei brought my meals to you because he said you were too shy to come for them. Onping explained, adding, I always included a note for you. And you always asked Dawei to convey your thanks. I never received any note from you, nor did I ever ask Dawei to express my gratitude. It was likely Dawei who wanted to thank you himself, as he undoubtedly ate all the food. Su Rushu responded, her frown deepening. Impossible! How could Dawei deceive me? Onping exclaimed, disbelief flooding his expression as he reflected on past events. Then go ask Dawei if you wish. We have no time to entertain your nonsense. Zhao Fan said coldly. Rushu, let us go, he urged, wrapping his arm around her as they walked away. Su Rushu, I love you. I have loved you for many years, Onping shouted after them. He doesn't love you. He only loves me, only me. Remember, he loves no one else, Zhao Fan replied icily, confronting Onping. Indeed, in this lifetime, my heart belongs solely to Zhao Fan, Su Rushu affirmed, looking at Onping before turning to Zhao Fan. Let us go home. She said, did you hear that? He loves only me, Zhao Fan reiterated, his eyes glinting with resolve. Rushu, let us head home. Zhao Fan spoke with a beaming smile, his ability to change expressions remarkably swift. Ping stood there, gazing at the retreating figures with a face filled with malice. Zhao Fan, I will ensure your demise. And Ping venomously vowed in his heart. Su Rushu, I will possess you at any cost. Su Rushu's mental prowess detected in Ping's sinister demeanor, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Should he dare to harm Zhao Fan, he would pay with his life. Rushu, today I finally heard you declare your love for me. Zhao Fan said, his face alight with joy. But you have yet to utter those 3 words to me, Su Rushu replied, turning to Zhao Fan. Rushu, can't you feel the depth of my affection? Zhao Fan countered. I can feel it, yet I still wish to hear you say it. Su Rushu smiled. I love you. Rushu, Zhao Fan professed with deep emotion. I have heard it. Su Rushu replied, beaming. Rushu, aren't you supposed to say you love me too? Zhao Fan said, a hint of disappointment evident on his face. I do love you. Su Rushu chuckled, and thus the two indulged in their affectionate banter. The auditory adept trailing behind Zhao Fan and Su Rushu relayed their words to Enping, whose expression twisted in fury. Zhao Fan, I will surely kill you. Su Rushu, I must have you. Where do they reside now? Enping inquired with a fierce glare. Upon hearing their conversation, the individual revealed Zhao Fan and Su Rushu's current whereabouts to Enping, whose pupils flickered with malice. Zhao Fan, Enping said, recalling Dewey, I remember there was indeed such a person in high school. I always thought he was a friend of Dewey. I never imagined it would turn out this way. Su Rushu furrowed her brows. Rushu, you need not explain. I trust you. However, this matter is unlikely to end well, Zhao Fan remarked, his brow knitted. Then we must eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Su Rushu's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Isn't Enping's surname Un? The deputy head of the Northwest base is also named In. We can assist the Lei family, she suggested. Very well, let us proceed, Zhao Fan responded icily, secretly contemplating that Zhao Fan's corner would not be easily undermined. Upon returning home, Su Rushu erected a mental barrier. Thus the auditory adept by Enping's side heard nothing. Chapter 41. Zhao Fan disappears. The two conferred about dealing with the In family. Then Su Rushu shifted the topic. Has the Spirit Jade appeared? Indeed, I did not expect Spirit Jade to emerge so soon at the Northwest base, in 2 pieces at that. Perhaps it appeared in my previous life as well. But I was unaware, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, producing the 35 pieces of jade he had purchased. This black jade ring, this dragon pattern jade pendant, and this phoenix pattern jade pendant have all transformed into Spirit Jade. Once my spatial ability reaches level 2, I can utilize them as spatial containers, Zhao Fan explained. He regretted not having collected a batch of jade in advance for their transformation into Spirit Jade. Knowing that jade stored in a spatial realm would not undergo such a change, we should pay more attention to this matter in the future, Su Rushu said, expressing his delight at the emergence of Spirit Jade. Spirit Jade is a rare find. We may not necessarily locate it, so let us go with the flow, Zhao Fan advised. Su Rushu nodded and added, the Northwest base is managed exceptionally well, even better than the Kyoto base. The Northwest base is governed solely by the Lei family, allowing them to manage it as they see fit. In contrast, the Kyoto base is plagued by factional strife, with everyone preoccupied with vying for profit. Leaving little room for actual governance, Zhao Fan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Su Rushu nodded in agreement with Zhao Fan's observations. After sharing their sentiments, they continued their conversation until Lei Song arrived, inviting Zhao Fan and Su Rushu to dinner at his home, to which they readily agreed. Rushu, I never imagined you were the Su Senior that Enping spoke of, with your stunning beauty. It is no wonder he has harbored feelings for you all these years. I pursued him for years, yet he never reciprocated. It is not due to any shortcoming on my part, but rather because the Su Senior in his heart is simply too dazzling. Lei Song remarked, observing Su Rushu. Do you fancy me? Enping? Zhao Fan scoffed. That would suggest a serious flaw in your judgment. Lei Song took no offense, self-deprecatingly admitting, Zhao Fan, you are correct. I indeed have a problem with my eyes. Otherwise, I would not have mistaken fish eyes for pearls for all these years, and today, I nearly fell victim to a fish eye. Are you implying that the incident involving the capture of the mutated lark was a trap set by Enping against you? Su Rushu inquired. The capture of the mutated lark was indeed true, as was drawing us into the mutated wolf pack, Lei Song stated coldly. Why would Enping wish to kill you? Zhao Fan asked. Feigning ignorance. Lei Song pondered for a moment before responding. The In family harbors ambitions of seizing control of the Northwest base and naturally wishes to eliminate both my father and me. Knowing the In family's ambitions, why did you accompany Enping outside? Were you being audacious or merely seeking your own demise? Zhao Fan bluntly queried. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Lei Song offered a bitter smile. I believed he was different from his father. I was mistaken. It is not too late to realize your error now, Su Rushu interjected. Lei Song nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is not too late. Today's events have made it abundantly clear that the In family cannot be allowed to remain. They must be swiftly dealt with. Rushu, Enping has been fixated on you for years. Now that you have caught his attention, he will not let you go, Lei Song warned Zhao Fan. If Enping has been preoccupied with Rushu for so long, why did he not seek her out before? Rushu merely joined the military. She did not vanish from the world. It all boils down to Enping being infatuated with my Rushu's visage. Zhao Fan retorted with irritation. Lei Song, what is your current stance on the In family? Su Rushu directly shifted the topic. They must be eradicated, Lei Song replied with a fierce countenance, aware that, but for the events of that afternoon, he would not have disclosed this matter to Su Rushu and Zhao Fan. When do you plan to take action? Su Rushu pressed, having discerned Lei Song's desire for their assistance, thus not hesitating to inquire further. As soon as possible, Lei Song replied curtly. An Ping's failed attempt to eliminate you has startled the snake in the grass, so the Yin family will surely act swiftly. However, they will not strike tonight. Making this evening an opportune moment, Su Rushu observed with narrowed eyes. Rushu is correct. Tonight presents an excellent opportunity to catch them off guard. Should we miss this chance, they may very well be prepared by the time we regroup. And we would be the ones at a disadvantage, Zhao Fan added. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Song conceded, you are right. Tonight is indeed a prime opportunity. However, the Yin family is accompanied by a teleportation adept who is fiercely loyal to them and usually stays close to Yin Ping. If we do not eliminate him first, he will undoubtedly assist the Yin family in fleeing. What types of abilities do the two accompanying Yin Ping possess? Zhao Fan inquired after a pause. The tall one is the teleportation adept, while the shorter one has auditory abilities, Lei Song explained. How do you plan to deal with the auditory adept? Su Rushu asked, realizing that Lei Song was still speaking at a normal volume despite knowing of the auditory adept's presence, indicating he must have a solution in mind. We have developed a sensory disruptor. As long as one carries it, the abilities of auditory and visual acumen become ineffective, Lei Song replied, gesturing to a button pinned to his collar. This is the sensory disruptor. This sensory disruptor seems commendable, Zhao Fan remarked with a smile, secretly contemplating how to acquire this technology for the old Zhao. I will gift you these two sensory disruptors. Lei Song declared, producing two button-sized devices from his pocket and presenting them to them. Thank you. Zhao Fan accepted without hesitation, fully aware of the debt of gratitude they owed to Lei Song. After discussing the sensory disruptor, they returned to their earlier conversation. Su Rushu stated, if you make your move tonight, we will assist you in eliminating the Yin family and the teleportation adept, leaving the rest to you. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, a glimmer of delight crossed Lei Song's eyes. This matter requires my father's consent, but personally, I am in agreement. Coincidentally, my father is hosting you for dinner tonight. We can discuss this matter then. Very well, the two nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the Lei residence, Lei's father led them directly to the study. With an astute eye for talent, Lei's father recognized Zhao Fan and Su Rushu as worthy allies. Deciding to collaborate with them, they paid no heed to the Lei family's strategies. Their sole responsibility was to eliminate the Yin family and the teleportation adept. After dining at the Lei household, they returned to their own residence. Once home, they began strategizing how to infiltrate the Yin family's villa. Perhaps we can utilize that mutated lark, Zhao Fan suggested. Su Rushu nodded in agreement. The Yin family villa was not far from their current residence, and Zhao Fan quickly sensed the presence of the mutated lark. Apart from the mutated lark, he also sensed a mutated ragdoll cat and a mutated golden retriever nearby. After communicating with them, Zhao Fan discovered that these three held deep resentment towards Yin Ping. However, due to the presence of several individuals with superior strength surrounding Yin Ping, they dared not rebel. Following their conversation, they decided to assist Zhao Fan, on the condition that he would take them away from this place, to which Zhao Fan readily agreed. It's settled, Zhao Fan said with a smile, before recounting the events to Su Rushu. The truth is, Yin Ping had treated them poorly. Had he shown them a modicum of kindness, they would not have turned against him, Zhao Fan remarked. Indeed, relationships are cultivated over time, Su Rushu responded. Only by treating them sincerely can we expect their loyalty in return. With the assistance of the mutated lark, ragdoll cat, and golden retriever, our task becomes significantly easier. The two did not wait for the dead of night to act. Instead, they chose to strike immediately. Arriving near the Yin family villa, Zhao Fan contacted the three small creatures inside and instructed them to take action. Jiamin and the teleporting ability user were dead, but Yin Ping had been whisked away by another teleporting ability user. Su Rushu said solemnly, the information from the Lei family is inaccurate. There are not one, but two teleporting ability users in the Yin family. Zhao Fan's expression darkened. The mutated golden retriever could no longer hold out. Let's first deal with this situation, and we can address Yin Ping's matter later, he stated, launching a signal flare before charging IN.AT. That moment, Su Rushu had already begun to eliminate the ability users outside the villa with his mental powers. The highest level ability users present were merely at the early first rank, making it easy for Su Rushu and Zhao Fan to dispatch them. Their mission was thus accomplished, leaving the remainder to Lei Song and his team. Zhao Fan, Su Rushu suddenly shouted, but at that moment, Zhao Fan's figure had vanished. No, no. Su Rushu continuously released his mental powers in search, yet he still could not locate Zhao Fan. He dashed out of the villa, relentlessly scanning for him. The golden retriever, ragdoll cat, and Lark trailed closely behind Su Rushu. Do you have any crystal cores? Lend me some, Su Rushu urged, suppressing a headache as he turned to the three behind him. His mental energy was depleted, and he needed crystal cores to restore it, but they had none. All their crystal cores were stored in Zhao Fan's space. Woof woof woofed. No meow meow meow. None. The lark then spat out a white core from its beak. One is not enough, Su Rushu remarked as he caught the white core, which instantly turned to powder. The lark produced another, and upon Su Rushu's insistence that it was still insufficient, it expelled yet another. Thus, the lark continued to eject one core after another. That's all, the lark lamented, though Su Rushu could not comprehend its vocalizations. However, seeing it shake its head vigorously, he understood its message. None left? Su Rushu frowned while absorbing the crystal cores to regain his powers. I've given you all my stock. I truly have none left, the lark insisted. Shaking its head, Su Rushu furrowed his brow, saying nothing further as he turned to continue his search. He realized that Zhao Fan was likely no longer at the base. Yet he could not bring himself to leave without thoroughly searching the entire area. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scoured the entire base, but Zhao Fan was nowhere to be found. Leaving him in anguish, determined not to wallow in despair, Su Rushu hurried towards Lei Song's location. Lei Song, open the city gates for me. I need to leave the city, he said, looking at Lei Song. What happened? Lei Song inquired. Zhao Fan is missing. I must go find him, Su Rushu replied. How did Zhao Fan go missing? Lei Song exclaimed. Alarmed, he suddenly vanished. I suspect there is a very powerful ability user beside Jiamin. So be cautious. By the way, both Jiamin and the teleporting ability user are dead, but Ping escaped. I suspect he was taken by another teleporting ability user. The rest is up to you. Please send someone to open the gates for me to search for Zhao Fan, Su Rushu succinctly explained. Couldn't it wait until tomorrow? It's very dangerous to go out now, Lei Song said. Concern etched on his face. Tomorrow, I will bring people to assist you in the search. That's not an option. I must leave now, Su Rushu insisted. If you refuse to open the gates, I will find another way. After hearing Su Rushu's words, Lei Song, with evident worry, opened the city gates. Watching Su Rushu's silhouette disappear into the night, a flicker of concern crossed Lei Song's eyes. Chapter 42. Trapped in the desert upon exiting the northwest base. A hint of confusion flashed in Su Rushu's eyes. He had no idea where to search for Zhao Fan, ultimately relying on instinct to head in a certain direction. The mutated ragdoll cat, golden retriever, and lark followed closely behind, with a small hedgehog nestled in his pocket. At that moment, Zhao Fan was equally oblivious to his whereabouts, surrounded entirely by yellow sand. Surely we haven't ended up in a desert? Zhao Fan remarked to the mutated wisteria and the small creature tree in his backpack. And no matter where we are, we must return as soon as possible. Rushu must be frantic, Zhao Fan said, filled with resentment towards the person who had brought him here. That individual was a dual-type ability user with teleportation and poison powers. Zhao Fan had been poisoned and lost his ability to resist. Helplessly watching as he was teleported away, and subsequently fell unconscious. When he awoke, he found that the poison had been completely purged from his system, and seizing the opportunity when the individual was off guard. He had killed him, only to find himself stranded in this desolate place. Zhao Fan surmised that it must have been the small creature tree that helped him recover from the poison. Standing there, Zhao Fan retrieved a compass from his space to determine his direction, then set off towards the southeast. At this moment, he was consumed by anxiety, quickening his pace, then breaking into a run. Suddenly, the wind picked up, whipping sand against his face painfully. Could I be this unfortunate? Zhao Fan muttered. Pressing on, he had yet to sense any desert wildlife in this barren land. The wind grew stronger, and his sunglasses were blown away, leaving him exposed to the swirling yellow sand. With nowhere to hide, he found his mouth filled with sand, making him hesitant to even open his eyes. Deciding to stop, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his abilities. Although the water element was scarce here, both spatial elements and beast-taming ability elements were abundant. Time passed as Zhao Fan practiced, and eventually, the sandstorm ceased, leaving him buried in the sand. Emerging from the grains, he shook off the sand, tidied himself up, drank some water, and ate a bit from his space. He retrieved a vial of blood, Su Rushu's blood, and then another containing his own. The two had grown weary of the daily bloodletting, so they had collected some and stored it in Zhao Fan's space. "Rushu, wait for me," Zhao Fan said softly, gazing tenderly at the vial containing Su Rushu's blood. He dripped a drop of Su Rushu's blood onto the bud of the small creature tree, followed by a drop of his own. "Small creature tree, your bud has grown larger, but why hasn't it bloomed yet?" Zhao Fan inquired. Naturally, the small creature tree offered no reply, shaking its head in dismissal. "No more chatter. Let's set off to find your master," Zhao Fan declared, continuing towards the southeast, resolute in his belief that if he persevered, he would surely find a way out of the desert. As time dragged on, the heat intensified, and soon Zhao Fan was drenched in sweat. "This is the pace at which one might be roasted to a crisp," he remarked, pouring half a bottle of mineral water into his mouth and drenching himself with the remainder. He also shared some water with the small creature tree and the mutated wisteria before resuming his journey. "Rushu, I'm coming," Zhao Fan shouted towards the horizon. Meanwhile, as Zhao Fan traversed the desert, Su Rushu was on the grassland, accompanied by the three small creatures, hunting mutated wolves. After dispatching them, Su Rushu stowed the crystal cores into his backpack while the small creatures feasted on the carcasses. "Zhao Fan, where are you?" Su Rushu gazed at the clouds on the horizon, a look of melancholy on his face. "No matter where you are, I will find you." In truth, venturing out to find Zhao Fan was not the wisest decision. But waiting at the northwest base was impossible for him, leaving him with no choice but to search aimlessly. Su Rushu scoured the grassland frantically for Zhao Fan, while Zhao Fan remained trapped in the desert. Days passed, and after more than 10 days of wandering through the desert, Zhao Fan finally spotted an oasis. The sight of the oasis filled him with hope. He sensed several mutated animals in the area, though they were not of high rank, and he sprinted towards the oasis, heading straight for the lake. Upon reaching the lake's edge, Zhao Fan utilized his water abilities to draw water from the lake and douse himself in it. "Refreshing," he exclaimed, wiping his face. The mutated wisteria and the small creature tree took root by the lake, greedily absorbing the moisture. "We're dying of thirst," echoed the thoughts of the two plants. Zhao Fan, not bothering to dry off, leaned against the mutated wisteria, sighing contentedly. "Now this is the life," he mused. Suddenly, an energy disturbance jolted him from his thoughts. "What a shocking turn of events," Zhao Fan exclaimed, before settling into a cross-legged position to cultivate once more. The frenzied elements were absorbed into Zhao Fan's body, subsequently transforming into otherworldly energy that entered his dantian. As the tumult of energy subsided, Zhao Fan gradually ceased his cultivation. He had attained the second level of the 3 elemental abilities. A flicker of joy flashed in Zhao Fan's eyes, only to be overshadowed by a wave of longing. Unbeknownst to him, many days had passed. He murmured, "Ruchu, has your ability also reached the second level?" His voice was imbued with boundless yearning. "Zhao Fan, my abilities have indeed reached the second level, but where are you?" Su Ruchu sat cross-legged in the rocky abode, her ragdoll cat, a manifestation of earth-based powers. Having conjured the shelter, "Zhao Fan, I miss you." She gazed at the sun suspended in the sky. "Are you Chu?" "I miss you too," Zhao Fan replied, his gaze drifting towards the horizon before he sprang to his feet. "Let us be on our way." With that, he retracted the tendrils of the mutated wisteria and the little monster tree, which shrank and nestled into a flower pot. Zhao Fan departed the oasis, continuing southeast. As he stepped onto the sand once more, he sighed and pressed onward. Unfazed by hardship or fatigue, his only dread was the thought of not seeing Su Rushu, thus he pushed himself relentlessly. Suddenly, his gaze faltered. Just in time. "Perfect for practice," he declared, sprinting forward. Before long, he found himself encircled by a horde of sand rat beasts. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the creatures, reducing them to chunks of flesh. Another wave of his hand, and yet another group of sand rats met the same grim fate in the blink of an eye. The majority had been vanquished. "Run. Where do you think you're going?" Zhao Fan smirked coldly, and with a flick of his wrist, he sliced the fleeing second-level sand rats into pieces. After elevating his spatial abilities to the second level, he developed the technique of spatial division. After testing it, he was quite pleased with its potency. After collecting the crystal cores, The corpses of the mutated sand rats were absorbed by the mutated wisteria, and they continued their journey. Following the energy surge, both the mutated wisteria and the little monster tree advanced to the early second level. After 2 more days of travel, a fierce wind began to howl at that moment. He was sprinting forward with all his might, fearing that if he slowed, he might be buried alive in the sand. The thought of being buried alive was not terrifying, but he detested the sensation of being engulfed by the grains. Behind him, the sand surged ominously. If he did not run, he would surely be engulfed. He wished fervently that he possessed the speed of a second-level ability user. Abruptly, Zhao Fan's foot slipped, sending him tumbling down. Upon reaching the bottom, he was quick to rise and continue running. He was unaware of how long he had been running, but once he escaped the quicksand's grasp, he collapsed onto the sand in a starfish position. "Ru Chu, do you know? I am nearly exhausted," he lamented, gazing at the sky with a face full of grievance. Meanwhile, Su Ru Chu had returned to the northwest base, aware that Zhao Fan had not yet returned, prompting her to consider venturing out again. After some time apart, Lei Song noted that the aura of determination surrounding Su Ru Chu had intensified. "If Zhao Fan returns, tell him to wait for me at the base." "I shall return periodically," Su Ru Chu instructed Lei Song. "Must you leave? Would it not be better to wait for Zhao Fan at the base?" Lei Song questioned disapprovingly. "I must go," Su Ru Chu replied, understanding that if Zhao Fan returned, he would likely head back to the northwest base first. However, she could not simply wait idly as long as her contracted mutated wisteria and little monster tree were safe. It indicated that Zhao Fan was likely unharmed as well. Her anxious heart eased somewhat. She was uncertain where to search for Zhao Fan, but as long as he was alive, he would return to the northwest base to find her. Therefore, she resolved to wait at the base, but she could not afford to remain idle. She needed to enhance her strength. If she were sufficiently powerful, Zhao Fan would not be taken from her sight. Lei Song sighed. "Look at what you've done to your appearance. Zhao Fan will surely be heartbroken upon seeing you like this." "It matters not. I will heal in due time," Su Ru Chu replied. Then added, "I must take my leave. Yu Chu, take care," Lei Song advised as he watched her depart, with the 3 little ones trailing closely behind, as if they were inseparable from her side. Watching Su Ru Chu's retreating figure, Lei Song sighed. "Zhao Fan, please return soon." Having evaded the quicksand, Zhao Fan found himself uncertain of his location. At that moment, he hesitated to continue southeast and instead opted for a southern direction. Time passed swiftly, and after several days, Zhao Fan's eyes brightened as he finally spotted people. 3 men and 2 women were engaged in combat with a mutated cactus, which was stronger than him. Zhao Fan's pupils constricted slightly as he observed the 5 struggling against the formidable plant. "Friend, could you lend us a hand?" A warm voice reached Zhao Fan's ears. "Certainly," he replied without hesitation, eager to inquire about their circumstances. Without further ado, he hurled the mutated water toward the cactus, corroding a hole through one of its pads. "Mutated corrosive water," a strikingly beautiful woman exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. With that, she unleashed her light-based abilities upon the mutated cactus, piercing through one of its pads, but it quickly regenerated. This towering mutated cactus stood 5 stories high and possessed hundreds of pads, each adorned with blossoms the size of wash basins. As one flower opened its mouth, the radiant woman was drawn forward. "You row? Captain? Captain, you row!" the 4 exclaimed in unison. Zhao Fan slightly narrowed his eyes and directed the mutated black water toward the menacing flower. The blossom was swiftly corroded, losing its suction, and Jiang Yuro plummeted to the ground as she neared the earth. She performed a backflip, landing gracefully. "Yuro, Captain, are you all right?" The 4 rushed over, concern etched on their faces. Hearing their words, Zhao Fan inwardly cursed at that moment. Instead of assisting him with the cactus, they were preoccupied with worrying over her. He found it utterly baffling. His previous attack had thoroughly enraged the colossal cactus, which began to unleash a frenzied assault upon him. If it struck him, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a quivering mass of flesh. Zhao Fan retaliated with the mutated black water while desperately evading the cactus's blows. Had he chosen to conserve his strength, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. "I am fine. Let us quickly assist," Jiang Yuro urged, and with a wave of her hand, a bolt of lightning surged forth, signaling her willingness to expend her full power. With Jiang Yuro taking action, the other 4 followed suit. launching a barrage of attacks against the mutated cactus. However, the cactus seemed to hold a grudge, focusing its wrath solely on Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan too became resolute. He called out to Jiang Yuro, "Miss Jiang, I will drench this behemoth in water. Then you can unleash your lightning abilities, understood?" Jiang Yuro replied. Upon hearing her agreement, Zhao Fan enveloped the mutated cactus in a watery shroud. In that instant, Jiang Yuro released a torrent of purple lightning, striking the cactus. Water conducts electricity, and combined with Zhao Fan's corrosive water, the colossal cactus collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. "At last, it is vanquished," Zhao Fan remarked as he gazed at the fallen mutated cactus. "Thank you for saving me earlier." Jiang Yuro approached Zhao Fan with a smile. Zhao Fan nodded, then turned to the man who was excavating the crystal cores and said, "The cores are yours. No need to share with me." "How can we do that? We defeated it together." "We cannot take advantage of you," Jiang Yuro insisted. "If Miss Jiang does not wish to take advantage of me, how would you propose we divide the spoils?" Zhao Fan inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yuro suggested, "This core is of the late second level. I can offer you a purified core of the early second level in exchange. If that is acceptable." "What is a purified core?" Zhao Fan asked, perplexed. "My light-based abilities can cleanse the savage energy from the core. A core devoid of such energy is what I refer to as a purified core." Chun Meili proclaimed with a hint of pride. "Though," Zhao Fan replied thoughtfully, pondering. Had he never heard of purified cores before? Was it possible that this woman had perished here in a previous life? Such a notion lingered in his mind, yet he decided not to dwell on it. "I must tell you, the purified cores are exclusively for our use. Consider this a favor," Chun Meili added. "In that case, a standard early second-level core will suffice," Zhao Fan stated. "That is unacceptable," Jiang Yuro responded, producing an early second-level water-based core from her hand. At this revelation, Zhao Fan mused. This woman is also a tri-elemental ability user, and she has cultivated to the early second level. Her aptitude is remarkable. Among the five, she alone possesses early second-level abilities, while one is late first level and three are mid-first level, indicating their overall strength is quite formidable. "Here you go," Jiang Yuro offered the core. Zhao Fan examined the crystal, crystalline and devoid of impurities, before accepting it. My name is Jiang Yuro, captain of the Waning Moon mercenary team. She introduced herself. Zhang Kai, team member. Wang Yiqin, team member. Zhou Jia, team member. Chun Meili, team member. Zhao Fan, he replied, then inquired, "Are there any human settlements nearby?" "The largest human stronghold in this vicinity is the northern base, from which we hail," Jiang Yuro said with a beaming smile. Zhao Fan felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated that he would find himself at the northern base, which is quite distant from the northwestern base. "Zhao Fan, from which base did you come?" Chinamoli inquired. "I arrived from the northwestern base," Zhao Fan replied. "The northwestern base, such a distance?" Chinamoli asked, her face displaying disbelief. "Indeed," Zhao Fan affirmed. "Are you returning to the northern base?" "Yes," Jiang Yuro responded. "Will you accompany us back?" Zhao Fan asked. "Of course," Jiang Yuro smiled. Thus, Zhao Fan followed Jiang Yuro and her companions as they made their way to the northern base. Jiang Yuro summoned 2 modified off-road vehicles, and Zhao Fan boarded the vehicle that did not include Zhou Jia and Zhang Kai. Once in the vehicle, Zhao Fan closed his eyes. Observing this, Zhou Jia and Zhang Kai fell silent. At that moment, Zhao Fan was contemplating the quickest route to the northwestern base, which would necessitate a flying mutated beast. "Zhao Fan, are you still heading back to the western base?" Zhou Jia asked. "Yes," Zhao Fan opened his eyes to reply. "Even if Ruchu is not waiting for me at the northwestern base, I will frequently return there. That may prove challenging," Zhou Jia sighed. Currently, the route from the northern base to the northwestern base is infested with a swarm of flying ant-like mutated beasts, a group of flying ant spirit beasts, and a flock of mutated sparrows. Most are mutated beasts, with only a few being spirit beasts. If you wish to reach the northwestern base, you will need to navigate through these hordes," Zhou Jia suggested. "Alternatively, you could first travel to the Kyoto base and then depart for the northwestern base from there." Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and asked, "Are there many flying ants and mutated sparrows?" "Quite a number," Zhou Jia replied. "The inhabitants of the base are currently worried that the flying ants and mutated sparrows might attack. Instead of waiting passively, the base could send people to eliminate them," Zhao Fan remarked, pondering. "Keeping them around is a disaster. There are too many. Who would dare to confront them? Even the Eagle Falcon team from Kyoto would likely hesitate to engage." Zhang Kai, who was driving, sighed. It's so difficult to survive these days. Indeed, the world is harsh, Zhou Zha lamented, his eyes filled with desolation. Even in difficult times, we must endure, Zhao Fan stated. Yes, we must endure, the two echoed. But living is exceedingly challenging. Following this, the three fell into silence. By the way, Zhao Fan, the Eagle Falcon team is recruiting new members and even allows family members to join. We plan to try our luck with the Eagle Falcon team. Will you come? Zhang Kai asked. Zhao Fan hesitated before replying, I still need to go to the northwestern base to find someone, so I won't be joining. By the way, how many new recruits is the Eagle Falcon team accepting this time? Zhao Fan inquired. Didn't the Eagle Falcon team previously have 100 members? Now they aim to expand to 2,000, Zhou Zha informed. Such an extensive recruitment? Zhao Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Pondering, is old Zhao planning to recruit an army? What is his intention? Has the base truly consented to such a significant increase in the number of abilities? It seems one can no longer view matters of this life through the lens of the past. Otherwise, one risks falling into a trap. Indeed, that is why we believe this is an opportunity, Zhou Zha said. Oh. Zhao Fan responded softly. By the way, Zhao Fan, I heard that the northwestern base does not distinguish between an inner and outer city. Is that true? Zhang Kai asked. That is indeed the case, Zhao Fan replied, and the group began discussing the northwestern base. What on earth is that? Zhang Kai suddenly exclaimed, swerving the steering wheel to evade a rapidly approaching object. The object subsequently exploded behind their vehicle. What the hell? Is that a new type of bomb? Zhou Zha shouted. And no sooner had Zhou Zha spoken than hundreds of green orbs began to rain down upon them. Abandon the vehicle, Zhao Fan declared, leaping out of the car, followed by Zhou Zha and Zhang Kai without hesitation. Just as they exited, their vehicle erupted in an explosion. At that moment, the vehicle carrying Zhang Yuro and her group also detonated. Though fortunately, they too had leapt to safety in time. More green orbs continued to descend upon them, the series of explosions echoing in their ears as they fled in a state of utter disarray. What in the world is this? Zhou Zha wiped his face and exclaimed, as they sprinted backward, yet could not escape the onslaught of the green orbs. Adios, a mutated cactus, Zhao Fan said gravely. It approaches. They then beheld a towering cactus, over 10 meters tall, rapidly advancing through the sand towards them. The base of this cactus bore a large bulb covered in smaller orbs, which in turn were adorned with even smaller orbs, forming layers that reached heights exceeding 10 meters and sprouting hundreds of branches. Each branch bore a white flower at its tip, from which the green orbs were being launched. Good heavens, this cactus can move. It must be sentient. The group gasped in astonishment. It must have gained sentience. Zhou Zha nodded, increasing his speed. Level 3 mutated cactus, Zhao Fan mused internally, recognizing that a level 3 mutated plant is capable of moving through soil, while a level 5 could traverse the land freely. Zhao Fan deftly evaded the incoming green orbs, his gaze fixated on the level 3 mutated cactus, his eyes growing increasingly intense. Suddenly, instead of retreating, he dodged the oncoming green orbs and charged directly at the mutated cactus. Zhao Fan, the others exclaimed, unable to fathom his audacious decision. Sister Yuro, this mutated cactus is formidable. We must flee quickly, or we will perish here. Chinamoli exclaimed in panic, as the majority of the green orbs were now directed at Zhao Fan. At this moment, Zhao Fan bore both old and new wounds, and the little monster tree did not rush to heal him. Instead, it draped its tendrils over him, greedily absorbing the blood oozing from his wounds. Zhao Fan remained oblivious, his focus solely on the mutated cactus. We cannot abandon Zhao Fan, Zhang Yuro declared resolutely, attempting to rush towards the cactus, only to be restrained by Wang Yichen. Let go of me, Zhang Yuro protested. Ro'er, I cannot watch you throw your life away. Wang Yichen replied. Then you will simply watch Zhao Fan die, Zhang Yuro retorted. I do not want anything to happen to you, Wang Yichen insisted. Let go, Zhang Yuro's tone grew colder. Chapter 44, Level 3 Crystal Core. Zhao Fan paid no heed to the argument unfolding behind him. He secretly hoped that Zhang Yuro and the others would refrain from intervening, as that would allow him to claim the crystal core for himself, a gift he intended for Ru Chu. Zhao Fan squinted slightly, gesturing with his hand to shatter several flowers and parts of the cactus's flesh. With another wave of his hand, he pulverized more flowers and flesh, then shifted to another location. Zhao Fan's repeated assaults had thoroughly provoked the mutated cactus. Now, Not only were all the green orbs targeting him, but the entire mutated cactus began to unleash green liquid upon him, showering him in a torrent of corrosive fluid. Despite his best efforts to evade, some of the liquid splattered onto him, adhering to his skin and beginning to corrode it. Ignoring the searing pain from his wounds, Zhao Fan methodically continued his assault on the mutated cactus before him. Having already destroyed half of its flowers, Zhao Fan doused the mutated cactus with water. "We will launch a combined attack," Zhang Yuro called out. "No need for your assistance," Zhao Fan replied, dodging yet another attack from the mutated cactus. With a decisive motion, he extended his hands, enveloping the upper half of the cactus in a spatial cut, causing chunks of its flesh and flowers to rain down from the AI art in the blink of an eye. The once towering mutated cactus was reduced by half, now standing at only 7 or 8 meters. At this moment, Zhao Fan was also feeling the strain. His spatial abilities were dwindling to less than 1/3 of their capacity. "Zhao Fan is surprisingly strong," Zhouja remarked, his face a mask of astonishment. "What kind of ability does Zhao Fan possess?" Zhang Kai asked, witnessing Zhao Fan dismantle the mutated cactus piece by piece with each motion. "I do not know," Zhouja shook his head, and the others followed suit. Just as they finished speaking, Zhao Fan pushed his hands forward once more, and the mutated cactus was diminished by several more meters, leaving it now under 3 meters high. Its sole remaining offensive tactic was to spray green liquid, which was now considerably less than before. Zhao Fan skillfully evaded the liquid while pushing his hands forward, causing the mutated cactus to lose another meter in height. At this point, however, Zhao Fan's spatial abilities had been entirely expended. He was left with no choice but to switch to his mutated water abilities for offense. Though their corrosive effect was minimal against the cactus, which already possessed inherent corrosiveness. "Zhao Fan, do you need my assistance?" Zhang Yuro shouted, hesitant to act for fear of appearing to snatch someone else's prey. "No need." Zhao Fan jest w artabelwim nastroju, zbli ajcsi dus yc stwa, jack mg by yc poswali inim na korzistani z owuk w jego pracy. Sysccs owa zaafana. W oxak jiang yu pajai sic ratsarowania, nawet ona sama nie patrafai okerli, chego dok adni jej berkuj. Mutasijna woda nie mia aznak sigo wp unazminian cactuso ro lin. Yc Zhaofan presesta marnawa swoj wadensdalno ci, s'uchwikanim wd oniak wilkim noem, skoxi nozdroego cactusa. Chuj c, jack bsta nostalowic igach, a zelona sich nustani nisksi a jego stopi. Zhaofan's marshy brui zax are ba tego mutasijigo cactusa. Czy Zhaofanasala? Chun moli pawiedzia azaka kawanad, on nie jes zalani, we dok adni, ko robi, ad pawiedzia a jiang yueyu. Obserwaj si zayafanad. Pius asiniu jjsw. Wang I chin's marshy brui, Zhaofan sta stabilni jack zakerziniani w zimi, nie prezejmaj si sale stwim mutasijigo cactusa, z determinact wimachua noem, nustani atakuj si go. WKRTCE mutasijni cactus w jego are catch rospad si nakawaki. A Zhaofan z umichum spodgerza na zelani roads wielko ci jajka, kt re trzima w dioni. Jiang yueyu patrua a siw krista awi roads, z neadpart chci, by gozdobi. Do piero gdy Zhaofan skoa krista du swojij prezestrazini, tajam nixa fasinakjas nikn a da. Paumi eschiniu krista uw prezestrazini. Zhaofan poswali mutasinage glycinii wch on reski cactusa. Teddy patsu pal si blwca ym seal. A jego tours peak a dot spodgers a na zealand sich prezilligaj c dukers b to dioni, zmarshi brui, wid c, jack ta sich nustani corriduj jego ciaod, Zhaofan pomila. Gdyby nie madrazuna stoda. Ktra stale na prewia jego ciao, ju dono zasta by znisksini prezes tccz. Coy sej, zdalno ciioco ma ej are nimu pomagwy, w prezessonim razi nie by w stani atu zabitego trzesiego poziomu mutasijigo cactusa. Zhaofan, moja mokwitna madzaya any lexnix, poswell, eci pomag, pawiedzia a jiang yueyu, patrocina niego. Nye trziba, od powiedzia Zhaofan, w time moment cmilc, jack posby si lepkij sichi. Zhaofan, jack mos by tak nie yadami. Gdy moja yueyu cheki ci pomsi, chun moli pawiedzia az ni prezajemnim tonum. Nye patrzabuj jej pomasi, Odpowiedzia Zhaofan ch Odno. Moli, Jack Mos Takim Y. Jednox Nie Zabrzmia Y Zarzadi Jiang Uai Obaj Tnei Gos Sayafana. Zhaofan, Tuj Raini Naprod Patrazabuj Lexenia, Inaxij Mog Si Zaka Ni, Powiedzia a Jiang Uyoyuda. Tio Weem, Od per Zhaofan, Apodem Doda. IDC Ju. Nie Chekaji Na Nide. Ptychs Awawach Pobieg W Kirunka Pobliskij WIDMY. Patrazabuj CK Pili. W Tej Suchij Pustani Trudno by Oskon Dinsawa Kolwad. YC Muja Ydabi Wodze Swojij Prezestrazini. Zhaofan, Dok D Idzius, Zawawa Zhozhe. Idsik Pa, IDC Dolage. Odpowiedzia Zhaofan, Nie Ogle Di CSI. Zhaofan Doder Za WIDM, WIJ Drunian Beksk, a Nasni Plastikowi Pojemnik ZWOD. Zaxanaj, C Lua WOD Du Bekski. Nasni Skoksi Du Rodkai Zax Si Mai. Podxas GDY Mod Drzuna Estoda Lexi Ajego Raini. Zhaofan Wimini TRZY Bekski Wadi, Zainam Siumi, a W times Zacima Estoda Y Lexi Ajego Raini. Pulwanzi JJs Dalno Lexinias Naxni Wuros A. Zhaofan Spadrza Na Swoj GADKI Delican SKR, Sicho Westensy Olg, CCSI. Ejego SKRA Y Mamayadawi Odsi, W Prezesawi Stwy Du Rushu, KT Ray SKRA by AG Atka. Delicatni Jasna, Ko Sproya O, NIEM GSINI Nasai. Rushu, Komams Robi, Skorozian WZA Top Tiskni, Zhaofan Westion. Timsasem Su Rushu, Spomniana Prezes Zayafana, Zabija Imutasign Latich C Mr. Key. STAAZ or Kami ZA Plakami WRD Chmar, a Mr. Key Spada Y Jack Desks. GDYBY Tuta Zobaxi, by Zakakawani INIEMG by YDB ZCBS OWA. Su Rushu STA Atam Zir Kami ZA Plakami, a Mr. Key NIE Tilko NIE Mog YSIs Bli Y, Ale Taki Spada YW Deed, COY Sedge, Wistki Radzini Mr. Wek. KT Re Spada Y Nazimi, Automatixni Y Latawa Y ZH CIAIL Dawa YW Plakaka Su Rushu. Jack Imo Nata Zignaroa, CIA a Mr. Wek, ZKT RYCH Radzini Zosta Y Ydabyte. By Y Prearain Prezes Zmienian Alos. Zmieniani Alos NIE Tilko Pu Era CIA a Mr. Wek, Ale Tak in Ustini JE Zabija. Zodi Pies, Kot Ragdoll, Skoronek Ima YJE Arnai NIE PR Nawali. Prezimirzij CW RD Zmienianik Mr. Wek I Zabijij CJE. A Zabite Mr. Key Razi Radziniami by Y Bespo Rednio Poch Anian Prezes NIE. Su Rushu Pokria JE Swoj Mok Psychics. Prezes Ko Mr. Key NIE Mog YM Zaskadzi. Pod AJ CZA Su Rushu, by Y BesBX Ni Mog Y Zweek Sa Swoj SIY. Flatego NIE ODSD Powa YJEJ Na Krok. Rushu's Dodge SI. Iziska Now SIY. Mwile Song. Zabijij C Mr. Key I Rosmawiaj CZ He Chwanam. Jest Tak Zapper Kawana. Idzun. NIE Wuros at WSI. Odpowiedzia He Chwan. Opiraj CSI Plakami Ole Songa. Tak, NIE Tilko Rushu. Myrnai Zaskali My Sporo SI Y Patej Dujijwals, Doda Le Songd. Te Mr. Key, Mimo E by Y Jesks Deliko OD Bazi P Nakno Zakadnich. Stanowi Y Powa Ni Zagro Ini. Flatego Pazie Atwini Spra Dodix CYCH and Giamina. Le Song PRZYBY2, by Oxy CI, T Mutasign Mr. Key. To an my Leo Dalekij PRZVZO CI. Tenma Bliski Trotsky, Le Song Nie Chaya, by Punigod Nia Mutasign Mr. Key Zadakoa Y Besp Nakno Zakadnid. Su Rushu Prezes Ostitni DNI Roswija a Swoj Dalno CI Psychicson, Ko Zayawakawa O Noami Umij Tno Siami. Takimi Jack Telekineza. Kiti JJ's Dalno CI Psychicson Zaxana YSI Wik Serpawa. Uyua is Dalno CI RO Linik Du Zabijania Mr. Wek. Jednox Nie Odnawayaj, C Swoj Dalno CI Psychicson PRZY Pomasirdzini. Tak WANIESP, Zana Ostitni DNI, Koz Naxni Prezispiasi, OJJ Raz J's Dalno CI. Zhaofan NIE Mia Poj CIAO Time, Code Zia OSIZ Su Rushu, Paket Pili I Prezabrani USI. Wizdwio ZZAWIDMY, Dostrzagaj C Jiang UAUI Pazasta YCH, KTRZY Go to Wali Poziek. Zatrazima SI Na Chwil, Apodem Pods Du Nich. Zhaofan, NIE Weedzia M. Ejes Taki Prezistigni, Powiedzia Joja. PRZYGL Di CSI Zistij Torzi Zayafana. Popatras Na TSKR, Lepsa in iu nijednij kobayati. Zhaofan, mas dalno ci ustrawiaj ci? Zapita zhangkai, zawa aj si tajako pirasa. Nye mam, odpawizia Zhaofan, krcc jiao. Akozi ranami na tum seal, zapita zhangkai panonid. Pius isiniu pitania zayafanas marshi brui. Nie chaya odpawayada na depitni. Zhangkai, pakotal pita? Tu nie ma switch to gemnik? Pawayedzia zhozha. Anas ni zwrcisi du zayafana. Zhaofan, jakt basto tskr? Tenatural, odd per Zhaofan. Syadaj cw needlekiaj odleg ocii ysai guy cz prezestrazinimi, so wbuc. Zaxanaj cje.me so wbuc by ozrobionzi mutasijigo awada, bardzos maxen. Jednak my lco rushu, ktra protopodobni nie mia ako je. Zhaofanuzna, ebu ka nie smakuji jutak dobers. Zhaofan, ju prezigidawali my dla cb jedzani, du cz du nas, pawayedzia a jiang yueyu, patcher si na zayafana swimi pi nimi oxami. Nyetraziba, jim bu ki, odpawedzia Zhaofan, niechcc's bitnio, sionga owa. Emph, chun moli burkanasicho. Ko w time takigo wilkiego? Moli, scarcia j jiang ueou. Tio prada. Prada? Pawayedzia asicho chun moli. Sysccs owa chin moli. Jiang ueou zua si bizradna. Nie chaya aos zazayafana. Ale moli nustani j obsai aa. Razdia 45, mutant. Lunch jiang ueui resti by ca kimnes y. Ale Zhaofan nawet nata nie spadrza. Seed si tam I jed si swoj bu ki. My lco rushu. Wid si takigo zayafana. Nawet zhozha nie weedzia. Jaxi nimraz mawia da. Probidzi ich grupa wrcia da. Nyam maj si samakodu. Musili ipso. W prezestrazini zayafana by Samik D. Ale nie nadawa si du porzania si papustani. Z weeksarim na puno nie opusimi pustani. Pawayedzia zhozha. Idco bakchin moli. Zhaofan by Zimni, ale zhozha lubizi nimraz mawiyat. Patychs awawach Zhaofan nie odpawedzia. Zhaofan, nie mos by taki milksai. Zeuxani lubis odks owa. Jack zampni tai w sobch opak maz nailon. Pawayedzia zhozha z smartwenium. Mamon, nagel odpawedzia Zhaofan. Zhaofan, mason? Zapita zhozha zaskoxani. Czy nie magmia oni? Zhaofan odpawedzia pitnium. Nya, chodzi miotu, etai, taki zampni tai w sobi, mason, aja nie, tenaprod nis perwidlau, zhozha spadrza w niebwa. Jest zbyt nerwawi, Zhaofan za mia esa, co mas namili, zhozha odpawedzias dezorienowani. Zhaofan pawayedzia, e jest zbyt nerwawi, dlatego nie mos nail oni, za mia si zhangkai. Zhaofan, czy tenaprod tu, ko mas namili, zapita zhozha, tak, Zhaofan odpawedzia bez wahania. Plus asini zayafana, zhozha jkn. Trzimaj csiza surs, Zhaofan, zrani emojuk susha, niebdz tabrazmawia.c, taminar k, Zhaofan odpawedzia.a, yumiram zialu, zhozha preser ci oxami. Widsi takigo zhozha, nawet Zhaofan umichan si. Pachwili miechu, zhozha zapita. Zhaofan, czy tuja ona jest pi kna? Tak, bardzo pi kna. Zhaofan spoke gently, his face adorned with sweetness. Observing your expression, I can tell that the bond between you two is exceptionally strong. Remarked Zhozha with a tone of envy. Indeed, our relationship is exceedingly harmonious. Zhaofan replied with a smile. I truly envy you, Zhozha said, his admiration evident. By the way, Zhaofan, is your wife at the Northwest Base? Yes, she awaits me at the Northwest Base. So I must go there no matter what? Zhaofan asserted resolutely, undeterred by the swarms of mutated ants or sparrows that might obstruct his path. I support your journey, Zhozha declared, raising his right fist in solidarity. Zhaofan, to reach the Northwest Base, we need to take a detour through the Kyoto base. Coincidentally, we plan to head to Kyoto as well. How about we travel together? Jiang Ye asked with a smile. Yes, Zhaofan, let us accompany each other for safety on the way, Wang Yichen added, understanding Ye's desire to bond with Zhaofan. The detour to Kyoto is too lengthy. I prefer to go directly, Zhaofan stated. However, before Jiang Ye could finish, Zhaofan interrupted her. I know. Zhozha has informed me that those mutated ants and sparrows pose no threat, Zhaofan replied. His determination was unwavering, prompting a sigh from Jiang Yeye, who chose to refrain from further persuasion, though disappointment lingered in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Zhao Fan, I wish to exchange the purification crystal core I possess for the mutated cactus crystal core you acquired earlier. Would you consider it?" "I decline," Zhao Fan responded without hesitation. "Zhao Fan, think it over," Jiang Yeye urged, unwilling to relinquish the allure of the crystal core that inexplicably drew her in. "That crystal core is meant for my wife. I want to trade it." Zhao Fan asserted. "I see," Jiang Yeye replied, but Zhao Fan, absorbing the purification crystal core, before she could finish her thought, Zhao Fan cut her off. "I will not exchange that core with you." Despite its appeal, there was nothing she could do if Zhao Fan refused. The group hurriedly traversed the terrain, exiting the desert just as night enveloped the sky, arriving at a nearby settlement. With only a few hundred inhabitants, it could scarcely be deemed a town. They rested for the night in this settlement. Planning to depart the following morning, Zhao Fan lay in a yurt, unleashing his beast-taming abilities, sensing numerous spirit beasts, predominantly cattle and sheep, with a few hunting dogs and falcons among them. He contemplated wandering the settlement the next day, hoping to procure a horse, ideally a falcon as well. After some reflection, he commenced absorbing a crystal core to cultivate his abilities. Once he had absorbed the core, he began to harness the natural elements for his training. After a night of cultivation, Zhao Fan awoke revitalized. After a brief meal, he set out to find Jiang Yeye and the others. "I will not accompany you to the northern base. I intend to head directly to the northwest base from here," Zhao Fan announced, adding, "Let us part ways. May we meet again by chance." With that, Jiang Yeye and her companions departed. After their departure, Zhao Fan exchanged food for a considerable amount of milk, yogurt, and dairy products, ultimately securing a substantial quantity of beef and mutton jerky. Once he had finished trading for provisions, Zhao Fan approached a nearby herd of horses. "Excuse me, sir, are these mutated horses for sale?" he inquired, observing the dozen or so level 0 mutated horses grazing. "They are not for sale, but you may trade for them with food, 1,000 jin of rice for each horse. Feel free to choose," the middle-aged man replied. 1,000 jin of rice is rather steep, Zhao Fan remarked. "Young man, that is the fixed price. Take it or leave it. My herd of mutated horses is not lacking in offers," the man retorted, as horses are now a precious means of transportation. Zhao Fan paused, then glanced at the falcon circling above. "Sir, is that falcon yours as well?" "Yes," the middle-aged man replied, gazing up at the soaring bird. "It has been with me since it was a chick." "You must share a deep bond," Zhao Fan commented. "Indeed, I raised it as if it were my own son," the man said, looking at Zhao Fan. "Would you say the bond is profound?" "Very much so," Zhao Fan replied with a smile. "Let me tell you, young man, do not entertain any thoughts of acquiring it. No amount of food will entice me to part with it." The middle-aged man fixed Zhao Fan with a stern gaze. "Not even for 10,000 jin of rice?" Zhao Fan asked playfully. "Not a chance," the man stated firmly. "Even if you were to offer, I couldn't possibly produce 10,000 jin of rice." Zhao Fan chuckled. "Are you toying with me?" the middle-aged man asked. Zhao Fan shook his head, smiling. "No, I'm merely joking with you, sir." Changing the subject, he continued, "Sir, I would like that white horse. Where should I place the rice?" After conversing with the horses, Zhao Fan found that only the white horse was willing to accompany him into the swarms of mutated ants and sparrows. The others declined. Thus, Zhao Fan traded 1,000 jin of rice for the white horse and rode westward. Mutated humans? Zhao Fan observed 2 children, one about 8 or 9 years old and the other 5 or 6, battling a mutated sheep, both sporting sheep heads. No, they are not mutated humans, as true mutated humans possess red eyes. While these children's eyes are normal, one appears lively, the other more composed. The 2 children exhibited remarkable teamwork. They were not mutated humans but rather mutated beings. However, their head mutations might easily mislead an untrained eye into mistaking them for mutated humans. Once they reached level 2, they would be able to shift seamlessly between beast and human forms. After the children successfully subdued the mutated sheep, they collapsed onto the ground and began gnawing on a segment of green plant. Observing this, Zhao Fan mused. Have their tastes shifted to that of sheep, favoring grass? With this thought, Zhao Fan chuckled softly. Upon hearing his laughter, the children sprang up, their expressions turning wary. "Bah, it's sweet." The younger child raised the plant stem, bleeding. Fortunately, as a beast tamer, Zhao Fan understood their sheep speak. With their heads mutated, The children could no longer articulate human speech. Go ahead and eat. I want tea, Zhao Fan said with a smile as he stood beside the mutated horse. Bah, uncle should eat. It's sweet, and my brother says it tastes. Thank you, uncle. With a face full of dejection, he truly did not wish to emit a bleating sound any longer though. How could this elder brother comprehend his sheep-like calls? Though puzzled, he refrained from inquiring further. Bah, bah, bah. Thank you, uncle. The child obediently expressed his gratitude. You're welcome, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, then proceeded to ask, what are your names and how old are you? Following this, Zhao Fan inquired about their family circumstances. Bah, bah, bah. The two children disclosed their names to Zhao Fan. The elder's name was Bao Su, age 9, while the younger was Bao Yu, aged 6. Their entire family had been devoured by monsters. The villagers labeled them as monsters, intent on killing them, which compelled him to flee with his younger brother to their current abode. The trio walked for over 20 minutes until they arrived at the mutated corn. At this moment, there were over 100 ears of mutated corn, along with several mature stalks that had completely dried out. Observing the mutated corn, Zhao Fan noted that the stalks were thinner than the previous corn, yet the leaves were several times wider. The mutated corn cobs were both thinner and longer than before, with kernels that were black and smaller, roughly the size of green beans. Zhao Fan tore a piece of the mutated corn leaf and placed it in his mouth. After a few chews, he discerned the taste of fresh corn kernels. At this point, he could confirm that the entire mutated corn plant was edible. Zhao Fan approached a fully yellowed and dried stalk of mutated corn. Tearing off a leaf, crushing it between his fingers, and sampling a small bit. His eyes lit up. This was cornmeal now. Gazing at the mutated corn, Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled with hope for humanity's future. After consulting the two children, he uprooted all the mutated corn and stored it in his spatial realm, also collecting a significant amount of soil. Once they had finished gathering the mutated corn, they ate their meal, and Zhao Fan prepared to leave with the two children. Having gained such benefits from them, he could not possibly leave them behind. The mutated horse could easily carry the two children without issue. With the two children in tow, Zhao Fan maintained his pace without any reduction. 2 days later, they reached the area of the mutated sparrows. Are you afraid? Zhao Fan inquired. Both children and the mutated horse indicated that they were not. That's good. Hold on tight. We're charging ahead, Zhao Fan declared. Following his words, the mutated horse let out a loud whinny and surged forward. As they charged through, Zhao Fan's spatial slicing technique paved the way. And by the time they passed through, they were splattered with the blood of mutated sparrows. After running for a while, they halted beside a lake. Bah, 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 uncle, the lotus flowers are so beautiful, Bao Yu exclaimed, gazing at the lotus blossoms before them. Bao Su, Bao Yu, remember, the more beautiful a place, the more dangerous it is. Do not let your guard down, Zhao Fan cautioned, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on a specific area of the lotus pond. We will remember, the two children replied in unison. Come out, Zhao Fan commanded, directing his attention to a certain spot in the pond. As his words fell, a young man's head emerged from the water. His expression indifferent. The youth was quite handsome and surely would grow into a striking man. Bah, 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 it's my brother, Bao Yu exclaimed with delight. Why are you bringing these two with you? The young man demanded, fixing his gaze intently on Zhao Fan. Why shouldn't I? Zhao Fan retorted. Because they are monsters. Why would you choose to bring monsters along? The indifferent youth stated. Bah, bah, bah. Uncle says we are not monsters. We are human, Bao Yu countered. Upon hearing Bao Yu's bleating, the young man furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the sheep language. Do you believe you are a monster as well? Zhao Fan asked, narrowing his brow. Am I not a monster? The cold youth replied, flicking his sea-blue tail. Bah, 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 a mermaid, Bao Yu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. You see? Do you still think I am not a monster? The indifferent youth said with a self-deprecating smirk. Zhao Fan frowned and then conjured a water sphere. Do you see this? I can create water. I am different from ordinary people. Some may perceive me as a water-spewing monster, yet I have never considered myself a monster. I view it as my ability, a means for survival in this apocalyptic world. You too have your own abilities, which serve as your means to thrive in this world, Zhao Fan explained after pausing for a moment. Bao Su, Bao Yu, you are the same. Although you bear the heads of little sheep, this is also your ability, Zhao Fan continued. We must not scorn our capabilities. Instead, we should continuously develop and utilize them, enabling us to grow stronger. When we become powerful, we can protect not only ourselves but also our loved ones, and perhaps even all of humanity. When we harness our abilities to safeguard humanity, we will become the great heroes of mankind. That time, who would still disdain our extraordinary abilities, they will welcome, admire, and even envy us, but they will certainly not scorn us, Zhao Fan elucidated, by considering himself akin to them. Zhao Fan aimed to guide them more effectively. In truth, some ordinary individuals indeed viewed those with abilities and mutations as outcasts. After listening to Zhao Fan's words, the indifferent youth and the Bao brothers fell into silence. Observing the three of them, Zhao Fan continued, "What you must do now is not wallow in self-pity, but strive to grow stronger. As your abilities elevate, you will gain the power to transform freely between humanity and beast form." "Can my tail return to legs?" the cold youth inquired, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Of course it can, but if you continue to dwell in self-pity here, that will certainly not happen," Zhao Fan replied, looking directly at the indifferent youth. After a moment of silence, the cold youth looked up at Zhao Fan and asked, "Can I follow you away? Why would you want to follow me?" Zhao Fan countered, secretly wondering if he appeared to be a good person. Zhao Fan had never considered himself a virtuous man. The cold youth pressed his lips together and replied, "Because we are of the same kind? And you can help me grow stronger. Is that the only reason you wish to follow me?" Zhao Fan retorted. "Yes," the cold youth affirmed. "If that's the case, there are many who can fulfill your conditions. I am sure they would all be willing to take you with them," Zhao Fan remarked. "But I only wish to follow you." The cold youth gazed at Zhao Fan with a stern expression. "Why do you wish to follow me alone?" Zhao Fan pressed further. "Because you are the first person to show me kindness," the cold youth responded, his demeanor growing even colder. "What about your family?" Zhao Fan inquired. "I no longer have a family," the cold youth replied, revealing that he had been abandoned by them. Even his family had harbored malice towards him, making Zhao Fan's kindness all the more precious to him. That brief statement held profound meaning, and Zhao Fan recognized it. He paused before saying, "I brought them with me because they discovered the mutated corn. They contributed, so naturally, I must take them with me." After hearing Zhao Fan's words, the cold youth replied, I can catch fish myself," Zhao Fan responded, crossing his arms. After a moment, the cold youth pressed his lips together and said, "I can create water like you." With that, he conjured a water sphere. "And I can control the fish and shrimp in this pond," the cold youth continued. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan thought, mutants can indeed awaken abilities, but such occurrences are rare. Evidently, the youth was one of those few, a true talent. He should be taken under Zhao Fan's wing. The cold youth observed Zhao Fan's continued silence and said, "The lotus roots in this pond are edible. I have eaten them, and I am still alive." "Then it's true that the lotus roots are edible," Zhao Fan said with a smile, delighted to find yet another source of sustenance. "All right, I will take you with me," Zhao Fan declared, secretly resolving that he could not let such talent slip away. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, the cold youth breathed a sigh of relief. After exhaling, he realized that in Zhao Fan's eyes, sustenance held paramount importance. "Su Lang, that is my name." The cold youth introduced himself. "I am Zhao Fan. This is Bao Su, and this is Bao Yu," Zhao Fan replied. "This is Fei Yun," Zhao Fan continued, introducing the horse. After the introductions, Zhao Fan asked, "Can you walk on land?" "I can," Su Lang answered, a result of his month-long practice. Zhao Fan nodded and then frowned, saying, "We have only one horse, and you cannot ride it. How will we leave?" Zhao Fan suddenly realized he had created a significant problem for himself. "You promised to take me with you," Su Lang stated. "Rest assured, if I have promised you, I will ensure you leave with me," Zhao Fan replied, though he pondered how to accomplish this. "Let us first dig for lotus roots." Zhao Fan resolved to contemplate while laboring. Su Lang remarked, "Indeed, sustenance remains paramount." Upon finishing his statement, Zhao Fan commenced excavating lotus roots. As the lotus flowers had already undergone mutation, yielding lotus roots. Chapter 47. The Great Battle. It was indeed a tall order to have Su Lang ride a horse. Zhao Fan dug for lotus roots. He attuned himself to the mutated creatures in the vicinity, determining that enlisting a mutated animal to carry Su Lang would be the optimal solution. However, the number of mutated creatures capable of accommodating Su Lang in a reclined position was exceedingly scarce. By the time he had harvested all the lotus roots and captured the fish and shrimp from the pond, Zhao Fan had yet to discover such a mutated beast. "Su Lang, I truly owe you." Zhao Fan muttered, ruffling his hair, realizing that having Su Lang along would inevitably slow their pace. If I have indeed made things difficult for you, then perhaps you should not accompany me, Su Lang replied, pursing his lips, unwilling to witness Zhao Fan's discomfort. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Your discovery of the mutated lotus roots merits my insistence on taking you along, Zhao Fan assured him, though it may require you to endure some inconvenience. I fear no inconvenience, Su Lang replied, secretly resolving to ensure that Zhao Fan was well fed, suspecting that he must be quite famished. As long as you are not averse to some discomfort, all is well. Zhao Fan chuckled, at that moment devising a plan. With that, Zhao Fan retrieved a large storage box from his space. Su Lang, this should suffice to accommodate you, yes? You wish to confine me within this? Su Lang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I am a human, not an object. I am aware of your humanity. Hence, I shall not cover it, Zhao Fan responded. There is no other alternative, so you must make do. If you desire not to endure this arrangement, then hasten to level up. That way, your tail may transform into legs, and you could ride a horse. Zhao Fan indirectly encouraged Su Lang. I shall strive for advancement. Su Lang replied sternly. I, too, shall endeavor to progress. Then I will be able to speak. Bao Yu chimed in. Thus, Zhao Fan secured the storage box atop the horse's back and had Su Lang recline within, with his tail protruding outward. Eager to enhance his strength, Su Lang borrowed a crystal core from Zhao Fan, practicing his abilities as they traveled, intent on escaping the confines of the box. Not only did Zhao Fan lend crystal cores to the trio, but he also shared a simplified training method. The more intricate technique provided by Zhao Yonghua was not to be imparted without his consent. However, with the foundational method in hand, he could claim it was an adaptation of it. The three youngsters diligently utilized their time on the road for training. Accompanied by them, Zhao Fan maintained their course, opting to traverse through the swarm of flying ants, as it was the most direct route. Due to the presence of mutated sparrows and the flying ant swarm, this area was devoid of human activity, and even the mutated humans and beasts were nowhere to be seen, let alone the spirit beasts. They are approaching, Su Lang suddenly declared, and no sooner had he uttered these words than two immense clouds, obscuring the sky, advanced toward them. Upon closer inspection, these were not clouds at all, but rather swarms of mutated sparrows and flying ants, converging from the east and west, effectively encircling them. Are you afraid? Zhao Fan inquired. Meh. Not in the least. I witness such scenes daily at the Lotus Pond. They consume one another in battle before dispersing. Su Lang replied. Raising an eyebrow, I wondered why there was such an abundance of bird droppings and feathers in this vicinity. Zhao Fan chuckled. Su Lang, have any droppings landed on your head? I need not ask. I know they have. I questioned how the mutated lotus flowers thrived so well. It turns out they were nourished with manure. Zhao Fan, you are truly revolting, Su Lang retorted. I am aware of your disgust. I shall refrain from further comments, my young friend, Zhao Fan replied, as the mutated sparrows and flying ants drew ever closer. Unless we depart, you may soon find yourself adorned with bird droppings, my young friend. Su Lang remarked, his tone sharp. You speak true. Brace yourself, we shall set off, Zhao Fan declared, and with that, they traversed through the swarm, guided by Fei Yun, a name it had chosen for itself. Fei Yun possessed speed as its ability, and following its mutation, not only had its stamina increased, but its speed and strength had also been enhanced, rendering it swifter still. However, carrying them for an extended period necessitated rest, during which Zhao Fan provided it with nourishing food and allowed it to consume crystal cores to replenish its energy. Fei Yun charged toward the swarm of flying ants, swiftly penetrating their ranks. Zhao Fan unleashed a spatial cleave, and before the flying ants could approach, they were severed into fragments. The dense mass ahead obscured their vision entirely, compelling them to forge ahead relentlessly. As they burst forth from the swarm of flying ants, Fei Yun did not halt but continued to race forward. Fortunately, the small monster tree provided them with recovery during their fatigue. Otherwise, they would not have successfully escaped the territory of the mutated sparrows, nor would they have been able to surge past the earlier swarm of flying ants, upon arriving at the edge of a lake. Zhao Fan commanded Fei Yun to halt at this juncture. Although their bodies were not weary, their spirits were exhausted. Zhao Fan chose to rest by the lakeside, as it afforded them the opportunity to swiftly retreat into the water should either the swarm of flying ants or the mutated sparrows approach. With Su Lang's presence, they quickly eliminated the mutated fish, shrimp, and aquatic insects from the lake. Observing Zhao Fan's exuberance as he stored items into his space, Su Lang reaffirmed his suspicion that Zhao Fan had a penchant for food. Once the lake was cleared, they eagerly leapt into the water for a refreshing bath. After cleansing themselves, they sat down for a meal. Upon finishing, Zhao Fan instructed the mutated wisteria and the small monster tree to guard them while they began to absorb crystal cores. Just as Zhao Fan completed his absorption, the swarm of flying ants returned, closely followed by a dense mass of mutated sparrows. "Quick, into the water," Zhao Fan urged, and they all leaped into the lake. They remained submerged until the two swarms passed overhead. Once they emerged from the water, drying their clothes, yet another cloud of mutated sparrows approached from the east, prompting them to dive back in. After the swarm passed, they surfaced once more. "It seems we are destined to play the role of fishermen," Zhao Fan mused, stroking his chin as he gazed westward. "Do you believe they will engage in mutual destruction?" Su Lang queried, a 13-year-old boy educated in elite circles. "Then do you believe they will not?" Zhao Fan countered that. "I am convinced that one side will undoubtedly prevail," Su Lang asserted, furrowing his brow. "Even if one side emerges victorious, the toll taken from the battle will leave them severely weakened. This presents our opportunity," Zhao Fan stated. "Yet, do you truly believe we possess the capability to eliminate the winning side?" Su Lang inquired. "My young friend, do not underestimate our collective strength," Zhao Fan chuckled. "You, my friend, may be overestimating our abilities," Su Lang retorted. Zhao Fan chuckled lightly. "My young friend, I have always held myself in high regard. This time, allow me to demonstrate how I will lead you all to vanquish the victorious side." "I shall keep my eyes wide open," Su Lang replied, gazing at Zhao Fan. "That would be most splendid." Zhao Fan smiled, adding, "And do not grow complacent. You still require those crystal cores for your advancement. Laziness during battle would be an affront to my character," Su Lang stated earnestly. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, Zhao Fan smiled broadly, and they set forth at that moment. The mutated sparrows were engaged in fierce combat with the flying ants, while Zhao Fan and his companions observed from a discreet distance. Feathers filled the air, and the bodies of fallen flying ants and mutated sparrows rained down around them. The few of both species ventured too close to them, but the younger ones swiftly dealt with them. As Zhao Fan watched the battle unfold, he remained unaware that Su Rushu was observing from another location, as the battlefield was vast, and Su Rushu's psychic abilities had yet to reach Zhao Fan's position. "At this moment, I am exceedingly grateful that they did not unite to assault the base. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable," Lei Song remarked through binoculars, observing the fierce clash between the flying ants and mutated sparrows. "The sky and ground are teeming with them." Upon concluding his observation, Lei Song continued, "Once their battle concludes, I shall lead a team to encircle the remaining flying ants and mutated sparrows. We cannot allow them to grow any stronger. This is indeed a prime opportunity to eradicate them," Su Rushu stated, her brow furrowed. She then added, "Lei Song, the largest population on this planet comprises insects. In the future, they will undoubtedly become our enemies. This is merely the beginning." Zhao Fan had once remarked that half a year into the apocalypse, a tide of insects would emerge in droves. Why then, humanity's greatest foe would be the mutated insects, relentlessly attacking human bases, resulting in the destruction of countless strongholds. However, the current landscape offered little in the way of mutated insects. "There are not many mutated insects at present," Lei Song remarked, somewhat reluctant to accept Su Rushu's words. "Just because they are absent now does not mean they will remain so in the future," Su Rushu replied, then inquired, "Lei Song, you do not believe that all those insects perished during the initial stages of mutation, do you?" Lei Song rubbed his nose, realizing that he indeed harbored such a thought. After all, more than 2 months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and their adversaries had consistently been mutated humans. Beasts, spirit beasts, and mutated plants, as for mutated insects. Aside from this swarm of flying ants, he had yet to encounter any others. He was not alone in this line of thinking. Many others shared his sentiments. Today, as Ru Chu spoke, it shattered his perceptions. "If this is truly how you feel, I can only say you are exceedingly naive. Should you persist in such thoughts, it will undoubtedly be your northwest base that suffers," Su Ru Chu asserted. Upon hearing her words, Lei Song fell into silence. "Are you Chu? If all the insects in this world were to mutate, it would be utterly terrifying." Lei Song licked his parched lips and remarked, Would there even be space left for humanity to survive? Indeed, it is quite dreadful. Su Ruchu gazed into the distance and replied. Just looking at the swarm of flying ants evokes such a horrific image. She continued, the space for humanity is something we must contend for ourselves. You are absolutely correct, Ruchu. The space for humanity is indeed fought for by us. Lei Song's eyes brimmed with determination. I must fortify the northwest base to be as robust as iron, securing a place for humanity. He directed his gaze towards the northwest base. Iti Lei Song's words. A flicker of admiration glimmered in Su Ruchu's eyes. Chapter 48. Reunion. As time passed, the great battle raged on, with the numbers of mutated sparrows and flying ants significantly dwindling. However, the mutated sparrows and flying ants besieging Zhao Fan and his companions grew increasingly numerous, soon surrounding them entirely. Zhao Fan, no longer observing, waved his hand, causing the mutated sparrows and flying ants encircling them to plummet one by one. Simultaneously, the small creature tree and the mutated purple vine sprang into action, their roots penetrating the flower pots and anchoring into the earth in the blink of an eye. The mutated purple vine transformed into a flourishing tree adorned with clusters of purple flowers, sending countless petals towards the mutated sparrows and flying ants. Embedding themselves in their bodies in an instant, waves of mutated sparrows and flying ants fell from the sky. Remarkable! Exclaimed Su Lang, Bao Su, and Bao Yu in unison. Meanwhile, Su Ruchu, engaged in slaying the mutated flying ants and sparrows, paused and turned her gaze toward Zhao Fan, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she dashed towards the fray of mutated sparrows and flying ants. A few small creatures, witnessing Su Ruchu's charge, followed suit without a second thought. Are you Chu? What are you doing? Lei Song shouted. Damn it, Ruchu. Are you throwing your life away? Su Ruchu did not look back or acknowledge Lei Song. Instead, she leapt onto the back of the golden-haired creature, which then carried her forward, crushing all the flying ants and mutated sparrows in their path with her psychic abilities. When Zhao Fan's gaze met Su Ruchu's, both of their faces radiated joy upon their reunion. Ruchu, I have returned, Zhao Fan shouted with exuberance. I see you. Su Ruchu replied with a smile, her excitement matching, if not surpassing, Zhao Fan's. Zhao Fan, don't come over. You still need to protect them. I'll come to you, Su Ruchu declared, urging the golden-haired creature to run towards Zhao Fan. At that moment, the distance between Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu diminished, while the flying ants and mutated sparrows continued to fall around them. Ruchu, I've missed you dearly. Zhao Fan embraced Su Ruchu. I've missed you just as much, she replied, returning his embrace. Are you Chu? Ruchu, Zhao Fan called out repeatedly. Zhao Fan, Su Ruchu echoed, their names resounding in the air as they expressed their boundless longing for one another. Su Lang, observing the two in the midst of the monstrous swarm, while battling the mutated sparrows and flying ants, shouted, young ones, this is not the time for heartfelt confessions. You both should quickly deal with those flying ants and mutated sparrows. We can barely hold on. Upon hearing Su Lang's words, the two touched foreheads briefly before releasing each other. Su Ruchu enveloped them in a protective psychic barrier and began to eliminate the mutated sparrows and flying ants surrounding them. You Chu, let us split up and take them down, Zhao Fan suggested. Agreed. Su Ruchu nodded. Thus, Su Ruchu and Zhao Fan charged into the fray of flying ants and mutated sparrows, commencing their individual assaults. Their formidable strength rendered the lower-tier mutated sparrows and flying ants no match for them. Under the combined onslaught of Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu, alongside the mutated purple vine, the numbers of mutated sparrows and flying ants dwindled further. Just then, Lei Song and his team joined the fray, significantly increasing their efficiency in eliminating the mutated sparrows and flying ants. As the swarm of flying ants and mutated sparrows thinned, a mutated sparrow with crimson eyes plummeted from the sky, spewing forth clouds of black mist that corroded anything it touched, leaving behind exposed bones. Zhao Fan dodged a cloud of black mist, his expression grave. Are you Chu? It has reached mid-level 3. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Ruchu's eyes flickered with concern. This mutated sparrow was indeed at mid-level 3. As it soared above, they found themselves powerless against it. Damn it, Zhao Fan muttered darkly. Even with his skills, he could not strike an opponent he could not reach. His beast-controlling abilities were only at level 2, insufficient to command a level 3 mutated sparrow, leaving him helplessly watching. It is toying with us now, Su Ruchu remarked, and without hesitation, she directed her psychic abilities towards the level 3 mutated sparrow. The creature screeched in response and dove towards Su Ru Chud. At that moment, Zhao Fan summoned the black water from the spatial realm, launching it at the level 3 mutated sparrow while Su Ruchu's psychic energy surged towards it as well. The level 3 mutated sparrow let out a cry and descended, unleashing a torrent of black mist upon Su Ruchu and Zhao Fan. The black water eroded its body. Zhao Fan's attack left it battered, and Su Ruchu's psychic assault caused it great pain. Fueling its wrath towards them, Yu Chu, it has taken a grudge against us. Let us run east, Zhao Fan urged. All right, Su Ruchu concurred, then called out to Lei Song, Zhao Fan and I will draw its attention. Please look after our companions. Understood, be careful, Lei Song replied, while Zhao Fan was instructing Su Lang. Once Zhao Fan had given his instructions, Su Ruchu and Zhao Fan embraced the small creature tree that had retreated into its pot and dashed eastward. The level 3 mutated sparrow, upon noticing their escape, began its pursuit. Naturally, Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu could not outrun a level 3 mutated sparrow, and it quickly caught up to them. Upon catching up, the level 3 mutated sparrow began spewing black mist from the air, but they skillfully evaded each attack. Yu Chu, let's head to its lair. There are plenty of mutated sparrow eggs there. We can take them all. Zhao Fan proposed. Good idea, Su Ruchu replied with a playful smile, and they sprinted eastward. However, the level 3 mutated sparrow, having learned its lesson, ignored their provocations and refused to descend, leaving Su Ruchu and Zhao Fan feeling helpless. Zhao Fan remained attuned to the surrounding mutated beasts, but apart from the flying level 3 mutated sparrow, all others were of lower ranks. As they ran, dodging the black mist raining down from the level 3 mutated sparrow. Zhao Fan suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing his joy, Su Ruchu smiled as well. Being with him, even while fleeing for their lives, filled her with happiness. Yu Chu, I am incredibly happy today, Zhao Fan exclaimed gleefully. I am too, Zhao Fan. It's wonderful to have you back, Su Ruchu replied, her smile radiant. You have no idea how much I've missed you during these past days. I know you missed me just as I missed you, Su Ruchu affirmed, so I understand. Upon hearing Su Ruchu's words, Zhao Fan's gaze intensified. Yu Chu, let us stop running. All right, Su Ruchu responded without questioning why. The level 3 mutated sparrow flying above did not anticipate that Su Ruchu and Zhao Fan would suddenly halt, and it soared toward them. We can't stop it now, Zhao Fan remarked with a smirk as the mutated sparrow zoomed past. Indeed, Su Ruchu laughed, then added, it's coming back. As soon as Su Ruchu finished speaking, 2 clouds of black mist surged toward them. That's its signature move. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes at the level 3 mutated sparrow. That single attack is sufficient, Su Ruchu stated, her gaze shifting to the towering trees beside them. Zhao Fan, I will bring it down, and you attack. Zhao Fan dodged a cloud of black mist, agreeing. All right. As Zhao Fan's words fell, Su Ruchu unleashed her wood-based abilities, causing the nearby trees to grow wildly. In an instant, several branches ensnared the circling level 3 mutated sparrow. Then, the rapidly growing trees suddenly reverted to their original height, catching the level 3 mutated sparrow off guard, causing it to plummet. At that moment, Zhao Fan unleashed all his spatial abilities, launching them at the level 3 mutated sparrow. In the blink of an eye, the creature was riddled with gaping wounds, exposing its bones. Just then, Su Ruchu's psychic assault arrived. In a fleeting moment, Su Ruchu unleashed a strike imbued with all her mental prowess, becoming the final straw that crushed the 3rd-tier mutated sparrow, which plummeted from the sky. At that moment, the creature was barely clinging to life, and Zhao Fan swiftly delivered a finishing blow, extracting its crystal core, a boon for Ning Qian. Observing the pitch-black dark-type crystal core in his hand, Zhao Fan mused that among his acquaintances, only Ning Qian possessed dark-type abilities. It is indeed essential to curry favor with a stepmother, Su Ruchu remarked playfully. You are right. It is crucial to placate the stepmother, lest she subjects us to her cruelty, Zhao Fan replied with a smile, stowing the crystal core into his spatial realm. Why 2nd-tier spatial division can only inflict such damage. Even the omnipotent black water could not slay it. It seems the black water has diminished in efficacy against 3rd-tier mutated beasts, Zhao Fan mused, furrowing his brow. Can your black water not be upgraded? Su Ruchu inquired, inwardly contemplating the implications of Zhao Fan's black water losing its potency against third-tier beasts, a scenario she wished to avoid. I am uncertain about that, Zhao Fan said, as he stored the third-tier mutated sparrow into his spatial realm. Even if it could be upgraded, I wouldn't know how to do so, he added. Why not try using the crystal core? Su Rushu suggested that if the crystal core could enhance the black water, I might as well use it to upgrade my mutated water-type abilities. Zhao Fan retorted. Su Rushu paused for a moment and then said, We are limited in our daily absorption of crystal cores. However, if the black water could absorb crystal cores without restrictions, its advancement would surely surpass our cultivation speed. Would that not provide us with an additional trump card? You make a valid point. I shall give it a try, Zhao Fan replied, proceeding to place 10 crystal cores into the black water. There was no immediate reaction. The cores remained intact. Let us wait and see. Zhao Fan stated. Indeed, Su Rushu replied softly, hoping for a favorable outcome. Chapter 49. Unwavering loyalty. After placing the crystal cores into the black water pool, the two decided to press on, seizing the opportunity to eradicate the mutated sparrow swarm and establish a route between the northwest and northern bases. As they journeyed, they absorbed crystal cores to restore their abilities, quickening their pace once they had replenished their powers. By the time they reached the dwelling of the mutated sparrows, 2 days had passed, and there were scarcely any left. They spent some time exterminating all remaining mutated sparrows before commencing to clean the battlefield. Zhao Fan, quicken your pace. A group is approaching, around 150 individuals, each riding a mutated horse spirit, Su Rushu suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fan hastened to collect the mutated sparrow eggs, which were about the size of an adult's fist and exceptionally delectable. He was reluctant to let them go. Meanwhile, Su Rushu utilized her mental abilities to gather the bodies of the mutated sparrows, consolidating them for Zhao Fan to store. Just as Zhao Fan finished collecting the mutated sparrow eggs, the group on mutated horses arrived not far from them. The two exchanged glances before continuing to gather the sparrow corpses. Hey, brothers, did you two kill all these mutated sparrows? Zhang Hu approached with a smile. Yes, Su Rushu replied with a slight nod. Zhang Hu's gaze fell upon Su Rushu's face, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. What a beauty! There was no one in the northern base who could rival her allure. Are you joking with me, brother? Just the two of you exterminated all the mutated sparrows here. What a jest. Zhang Hu laughed heartily. If you think I am joking, then perhaps it is indeed a joke, Su Rushu retorted. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. If you wish to leave, then leave your spoils behind. Zhang Bao, seated on his horse, glared menacingly at Su Rushu and Zhao Fan. What do you want us to leave behind? Zhao Fan asked coldly. The mutated sparrow eggs and crystal cores, Zhang Bao stated, as their purpose for coming was to collect the eggs. Why should I part with them? Zhao Fan's icy gaze fixed on Zhang Bao. Simply because we are numerous and we possess the means, Zhang Bao declared, drawing his gun and aiming it at Zhao Fan with a smug expression. Zhang Hu also drew his weapon, targeting Su Rushu, while others followed suit, guns raised at the pair. At that moment, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu's eyes were chillingly cold. Brothers, wise men recognized the situation. It would be prudent to hand over your goods, Zhang Hu said with a smile. Otherwise, he paused, then added, you two are rare beauties. If we were to cripple your abilities and sell you to the red light district, you would fetch a high price. You intend to sell me to the red light district? Zhao Fan asked, his tone frigid, looking at Zhang Hu as if he were already dead. Should you disobey us, we will make that a reality. Zhang Hu maintained his smile. If you wish to sell us to the red light district, then you may as well perish, Zhao Fan declared, and with a swift motion of his hand, Zhang Hu was severed into pieces by his spatial division. Zhang Bao and the others were taken aback, instinctively firing their guns, only for the bullets to ricochet back towards them, causing Zhao Fan leaned in close to Su Rushu's ear and whispered something before they commenced their activities. After their exertions, the two of them reclined against the headboard, sharing a cigarette. A single cigarette after such an affair surpasses even the divine, Zhao Fan remarked as he discarded the cigarette, but into the ashtray on the bedside table. Rushu, I truly feel that I am living a life akin to that of the immortals. He rested his head on Su Rushu's shoulder. You are easily satisfied, Su Rushu replied with a smile, her face adorned with a hint of post-activity languor. Isn't contentment the key to happiness? Zhao Fan chuckled. I am but a humble citizen, devoid of grand ambitions. My ideal life consists of a loving wife and children, basking in warmth and harmony. Now that I have you, such a beautiful wife, I find myself truly content. With that, Zhao Fan embraced Su Rushu tenderly. Zhao Fan, encountering you in this lifetime has also brought me great satisfaction, Su Rushu said. They held each other for a moment, and then Su Rushu added, Zhao Fan, barring any unforeseen events, the paternity test results connecting you to General Zhao have been revealed. You are now recognized as his son. Your identity has shifted. Even if you choose not to engage, you will inevitably be drawn into the ensuing conflicts. Are you prepared for this? If I were unprepared, I would not have chosen to return to Kyoto. Zhao Fan replied, gazing at Su Rushu. You will remain by my side, won't you? Yes, I will always be by your side, Su Rushu affirmed, clasping Zhao Fan's hand firmly. Through thick and thin, Zhao Fan echoed. Returning her grasp, Tio, have you accompanying me in this life is an immense blessing. Rushu, would you share with me the circumstances surrounding the prominent families in the Kyoto base? Zhao Fan inquired. Recalling his previous existence as a modest citizen, far removed from the upper echelons of Kyoto society, Su Rushu pondered briefly before divulging all that she knew to Zhao Fan. Before the apocalypse, Kyoto was a hub for the affluent, but in its wake, many families rapidly fell from grace. Currently, the Kyoto base is dominated by the 8 prominent families, the Zhao, Lin, Hao, Sun, Wang, Zhou, and Zhang clans. The Zhao and Lin families are military dynasties with armed forces at their disposal. The Hao, Sun, and An families are steeped in politics, wielding considerable power. The Wang and Zhou families have engaged in commerce for generations, amassing wealth and controlling vast resources. Meanwhile, the Zhang family boasts a diverse array of members, representing a formidable force within the base. After explaining the specifics of these 8 families, Su Rushu added, in addition to these clans, Kyoto is home to numerous smaller families and mercenary groups, making the situation at the Kyoto base exceedingly complex. Zhao Fan, considering that General Zhao took 3 years to consolidate control over the entire Kyoto base, it stands to reason that he must have been maneuvering and contending with these powers prior to that time. Su Rushu remarked. Zhao Fan nodded in acknowledgement that I believe that engaging in 2 years of conflict with various factions is less advantageous than establishing our own base, Su Rushu continued, her thoughts aligning with Zhao Yonghua's. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fan replied, Rushu, your reasoning is sound. Investing 2 years in skirmishes is indeed a tremendous waste. We could instead establish a new dawn base within that time frame. Upon finishing, Su Rushu nodded in agreement and began discussing plans for the new base. Chapter 50. Ning Chun has disappeared. Both you and General Zhao possess beast-taming abilities. You could contract a group of mutated beasts to guard the perimeter of the base. I could contract a selection of powerful mutated plants to be planted outside, creating 2 formidable lines of defense and significantly enhancing the base's security, Su Rushu suggested thoughtfully. That plan is quite feasible. Zhao Fan concurred, adding, we currently have mutated rice and corn, which ensures our food supply. Additionally, we possess mutated lotus, which can serve as vegetables. We should also capture a number of cattle, sheep, and horses from the grasslands. By taming these livestock, we can provide meat for ordinary people. Moreover, the mutated horses can serve as a temporary means of transportation until new vehicles are developed. Zhao Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. With these resources, we can absolutely establish our own base without the need to compete with others. General Zhao commands troops and commands respect. We are not lacking in manpower either, Su Rushu continued. Zhao Fan nodded. Upon our return, we shall consult with old Zhao and Ning Chun about the prospect of establishing a new base. I believe they will be amenable, he added, even if they oppose. I will persuade them to acquiesce. Indeed, Su Rushu responded before continuing. Did you not mention that after the 4th energy surge, not only will the terrain change, but the climate will also become more sweltering? Therefore, we must return before the 4th energy surge occurs. Indeed, Zhao Fan replied, there is still over a month until the 4th energy surge. We will certainly make it back in time, Su Rushu nodded and then inquired. Regarding the location of the base, where do you think would be most suitable? After all, Zhao Fan has 5 years of experience in the apocalypse. Zhao Fan contemplated for a moment before responding. The southern region of the Kyoto base would be quite suitable. Although the terrain has been elevated somewhat following the 4th energy surge, it remains predominantly flat. He proceeded to outline the advantages of that location. Su Rushu nodded in agreement, and together they began to design the blueprint for their envisioned base based on Zhao Fan's past experiences. Rushu, let us pause our discussion for today. There is still ample time until dawn. Let us continue, Zhao Fan declared, gently pressing Su Rushu beneath him. The following morning, Zhao Fan rose with renewed vigor, while Su Rushu, stretching her sore back, also awoke feeling invigorated. After breakfast, Lei Song and He Chuan arrived. They engaged in extensive discussions, ultimately exchanging the items they required, departing with satisfied expressions. That evening, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu treated Lei Song and He Chuan to a sumptuous dinner, and the next day, they set off from the northwest base accompanied by Su Lang and the others. They retained only 10 of the more than 150 mutated horses they had brought back, selling the remainder to the northwest base. Upon leaving the northwest base, they rode eastward on their mutated horses, embarking on a quest across the grasslands to find cattle, sheep, and horse spirit beasts. With Zhao Fan's beast-taming ability, they discovered a herd of cattle and sheep spirit beasts by the third day in the grasslands, as well as 2 shepherd dog spirit beasts, both of which had attained early-stage level 2 fire abilities. The presence of these highly capable shepherd dogs attested to the ferocity they had encountered in recent times. The herd of cattle and sheep spirit beasts Zhao Fan found numbered 202. After contracting the 2 shepherd dogs, he entrusted them with overseeing the herd of mutated cattle and sheep. After locating the herd, Zhao Fan and his companions continued to search for additional cattle and sheep spirit beasts. They roamed the grasslands for 10 days before finally discovering a group of mutated horse spirit beasts. This group comprised 264 individuals, led by a stallion with early-stage level 2 prowess, which Zhao Fan successfully contracted using his beast-taming abilities. During the third energy surge, Zhao Fan and the others were still in the grasslands, meditating on the ground. The cattle, horses, and sheep spirit beasts, along with the golden retrievers, stood still, passively absorbing the energy's cleansing. When the third energy surge concluded, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu's abilities had reached the pinnacle of early-stage level 2, and after the next surge, they were certain to advance to mid-level 2. Su Lang had progressed to early-stage level 1, while Bao Su and Bao Yu had reached late-stage 0. The abilities of the golden retrievers had significantly improved, although they did not achieve a higher level. The cattle and sheep spirits, generally of poor quality, had only seen slight enhancements in their physiques. Conversely, the mutated horses, having undergone the cleansing of the third energy surge, had predominantly advanced to high level 0, with several achieving level 1 and awakening speed abilities. Among Zhao Fan's herd of mutated horses, aside from the lead horse, which had awakened dual speed and lightning abilities, the others predominantly exhibited speed abilities. Likely due to their inherent nature as horses, Zhao Fan, let us return to the Kyoto base, Su Rushu suggested, then added, with such a large herd of cattle and sheep, it may take us a month to reach the Kyoto base. To date, they had captured a total of 127 cattle spirit beasts, including 15 dairy cows, while the number of sheep spirit beasts totaled 635. All of these cattle and sheep were under the management of the 2 shepherd dogs, who would scare any disobedient animals with fire, ensuring the herd remained obedient and alleviating Zhao Fan and Su Rushu of considerable burdens. Currently, they possessed 478 mutated horse spirit beasts, overseen by the early-stage level 2 mutated stallion, which would use lightning to discipline any defiant ones. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, Zhao Fan nodded. They rested on the grasslands for one night before setting out the following morning. To expedite their return, they chose to travel in a straight line, forging their own path where none existed. Zhao Fan's beast-taming abilities, coupled with Su Rushu's psychic powers, enabled them to evade numerous dangers. However, their choice to avoid conflict did not guarantee that others would do the same. Throughout their journey, they encountered countless robbery attempts, but due to their formidable strength, they invariably turned the tables on their assailants. On the road, they encountered the besieged alien beasts and the mutated crowd, all of which were swiftly dealt with by them, amassing a considerable number of crystal cores along the way. Not only that, but during their journey, the brothers Bao Su and Bao Yu also discovered edible mutated sweet potatoes, peanuts, potatoes, watermelons, pumpkins, and cabbages. It was only then that Zhao Fan and Su Rushu became aware of the brothers' remarkable abilities, prompting Zhao Fan to exclaim that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Yu Lang secretly mused that Zhao Fan's greatest affection was for Su Rushu, followed closely by his love for food. After all, who in this apocalyptic world doesn't relish a good meal? Zhao Fan and Su Rushu hurried along, finally arriving at the capital base just 2 days before the fourth energy explosion. They parked their herd of livestock outside the capital base, causing an immediate stir, and news of their arrival quickly reached various factions and their leaders. Su Rushu remained outside the city while Zhao Fan ventured in search of Zhao Yonghua, knowing that only he could safeguard such a large number of livestock. After more than 2 months of travel, Zhao Fan found that the imposing 15-meter walls of the capital base had been completed, and it had begun to take on the form of the Dawn base. Upon entering the city, Zhao Fan made a beeline for Zhao Yonghua. Drawing upon his resemblance to Zhao Yonghua, he managed to find him directly. "You're back, finally back," Zhao Yonghua said with a smile upon seeing Zhao Fan return safely. Yet, despite his smile, the worry etched on his brow remained unchanged. Zhao Yonghua still appeared strikingly handsome at 39, looking even younger after awakening his abilities. Following treatment by the little monster tree, not only had the scars on his face and body vanished, but his skin had also become smooth and delicate, enhancing his youthful appearance. Standing alongside Zhao Fan, they seemed less like father and son and more akin to brothers. However, his eyes were bloodshot, and deep lines of worry marred his brow, lending him an air of exhaustion, as if he hadn't slept in days, with his clothes wrinkled and a demeanor of despair. Zhao Fan observed this and thought to himself that something must have happened. "What about Rushu? Didn't she come back with you?" Zhao Yonghua asked, his tone tinged with urgency. Zhao Fan furrowed his brow and replied, "Rushu is waiting for us outside the city." After sharing the details of their return with the herd of livestock, Zhao Yonghua responded, "That's good news. I'll gather my people and accompany you to bring Rushu into the city. If it's good news, why are you not pleased?" "What exactly happened?" Zhao Fan pressed. "You should tell us so that we can help." After hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua rubbed his face in anguish and said, "Ning Chun has been missing for 7 days. I've searched everywhere I could, even combing through the Research Institute's laboratory, but found nothing. Everyone says Ning Chan is dead, that I should accept reality, but I refuse to believe he just perished like that. I must find him." Zhao Yonghua's voice was resolute. Hearing this, Zhao Fan's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated that something had happened to Ning Chan, which explained Zhao Yonghua's current state. "Zhao Fan, your timely return is fortuitous. I wish for Rushu to assist me in the search for Ning Chan," Zhao Yonghua said, looking at Zhao Fan. He had an ability user under his command who could probe mentally, but his range was limited, yielding no results. "Rushu and I will help you find Ning Chan. Even if we must dig 1,000 meters, we will unearth him," Zhao Fan replied solemnly, recalling a past incident that had caused quite a stir, one he had heard of even from the A City base. Ning Chen's dark abilities were exceedingly rare. Perhaps he was indeed hidden away somewhere. After hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua urged, "Let us go and fetch Rushu." The return of Su Rushu sparked hope within Zhao Yonghua. Chapter 51. The Alliance of Marriage's Uncle, are you heading out again? Zhao Lan encountered Zhao Yonghua. "Yes," Zhao Yonghua replied tersely, lacking the mood to engage in conversation. "Uncle, this must be my cousin who has returned from the dead," Zhao Lan remarked, his gaze fixed on Zhao Fan's face. Despite his efforts to mask it, Zhao Fan perceived a hint of disdain in his eyes, which Zhao Yonghua failed to notice due to his worry over Ning Chan. Zhao Fan maintained a composed demeanor, though thoughts began to stir within him. "Yes, that is indeed your cousin, Zhao Fan," Zhao Yonghua confirmed, before adding, "Zhao Fan, this is your elder cousin, Zhao Lan." Before they could exchange pleasantries, Zhao Yonghua interjected, "Zhao Lan, Zhao Fan and I have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Farewell, Zhao Fan," Zhao Yonghua said as he departed. Zhao Fan nodded at Zhao Lan before pursuing Zhao Yonghua. "Uncle, grandfather wishes to see you urgently. He wants you to go at once," Zhao Lan called out as he followed behind. "I understand. Inform your grandfather that I have matters to tend to first. I will visit him once I am finished," Zhao Yonghua replied without turning back. "Uncle, you should return now. Grandpa Lin is also present and has important matters to discuss with you," Zhao Lan insisted. "What matters? Is it regarding my marriage alliance with Lin Mei?" Zhao Yonghua halted and turned around with a cold smile, saying, "Tell him that I have no objections to the Zhao family forming an alliance with the Lin family. But there is no way I will marry that widow Lin Mei." With that, he turned and walked away. "Uncle, Grandpa Lin claims he has news about Uncle Ning," Zhao Lan interjected, momentarily pausing. "What did you say?" "Repeat that," Zhao Yonghua asked, his eyes blazing. "Uncle, Grandpa Lin said he has news about Uncle Ning, but he wishes to speak to you in person," Zhao Lan said, swallowing hard, feeling that his uncle resembled a beast on the verge of madness. Zhao Yonghua closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again, stating, "Zhao Fan, I will send my aide to accompany you. I need to visit your grandfather." "Very well," Zhao Fan acknowledged, adding, "Do not place your hopes in others. Never agree to that which cannot be fulfilled. Also, I will only recognize Ning Qian as my stepmother. I will not acknowledge anyone else." "Rest assured, there will be no one else," Zhao Yonghua reassured him. Patting Zhao Fan on the shoulder, "Ning Qian will surely be pleased to hear your words, and I am happy as well." A son's loyalty to Ning Qian brought genuine joy to him. Hearing their exchange, Zhao Lan furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend his uncle's infatuation with Ning Qian. Thus, Zhao Yonghua and Zhao Lan headed to visit Zhao Fan's grandfather while Zhao Fan and Zhao Yonghua's aide, Chen Ming, set out to retrieve Su Rushu. Chen Ming, 30 years of age, possessed dual abilities of fire and teleportation. He had followed Zhao Yonghua since before the apocalypse and had a close friendship with Ning Qian, making her disappearance a source of great concern for him. "Brother Chen, where did Ning Qian go missing?" Zhao Fan inquired from the passenger seat. "Right here within the base. That day, Ning Qian mentioned going to the restaurant to buy some good dishes for the general. And then she never returned. After we discovered her absence, we promptly secured the 4 city gates and searched both inside and outside the city for 7 days, but found not a single clue. A living person simply vanished without a trace. Not only can the general not accept it, but we cannot either," Chen Ming explained. "We will find her," Zhao Fan asserted, pausing momentarily. He was now nearly certain that Ning Qian was in that underground laboratory, though he remained unaware of its exact location, only knowing it was beneath the capital base, a matter that would require Rushu's investigative skills. "Indeed, we will surely find her," Chen Ming concurred, adding, "Since Ning Qian's disappearance, the general has hardly slept. Even his ironclad physique cannot endure this. You should persuade him to rest." "Understood," Zhao Fan nodded, thinking to himself that even if he urged him, old Zhao would undoubtedly refuse to sleep until Ning Qian was found. "Brother Chen, why is the Zhao family seeking a marriage alliance with the Lin family? Has the Zhao family fallen to such dire straits?" Zhao Fan queried further. Chen Ming hesitated before responding. Post-apocalypse, the Lin family and the Zhao family possess comparable military strength. But currently, the Lin family boasts a significantly higher number of advanced ability users. Just half a month ago, Lin Yi, the current heir of the Lin family, advanced to level 2 with dual abilities of lightning and fire, becoming the most prominent figure within the capital base. Besides Lin Yi, the Lin family has 5 other level 1 late-stage ability users, and the numbers of mid-level and early-stage ability users are even greater. Moreover, this is merely what is visible. The existence of any advanced ability users hidden from view remains unknown. Consequently, the Lin family has subtly emerged as the leading family among the 8 great clans. Currently, the highest level ability user in the Zhao family is General Zhao, at level 1 late stage, while Ning Qian also possesses level 1 late stage abilities, yet the old master Zhao does not recognize her as part of the Zhao family. Chen Ming elaborated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. If Ning Qian was not acknowledged, then Su Rushu would surely face the same fate. Zhao Fan self-deprecatingly mused that perhaps he too would not be recognized. Moreover, Chen Ming continued, besides the general and Ning Qian, the Zhao family has no other level 1 late-stage ability users. The other families each have several, leading to the Zhao family's vulnerability due to the absence of advanced ability users. He further explained that Lin Hui, the only daughter of the old General Lin, had been brought back to the base a month ago. She had harbored feelings for the general in her youth, but due to the general's engagement, she had married another. Now, with her husband deceased in the apocalypse, she sought to rekindle her romance with the general. Regrettably, the general shows no interest in her, but rather in Ning Qian. Chen Ming remarked. Zhao Fan's expression darkened as he said, "Brother Chen, do you think Ning Qian's disappearance could possibly be related to Lin Hui?" The general also harbors suspicions about Lin Hui. Yet no clues have been uncovered from her. Chen Ming continued, "If it were indeed Lin Hui's doing, she would be wise enough not to reveal any traces. Otherwise, how could she have married old Zhao?" Zhao Fan replied. Upon hearing the term old Zhao, Chen Ming paused momentarily, then realized it referred to his family as general. Meanwhile, Zhao Yonghua was with Zhao Lan at his family's elder's residence. Observing the jovial group in the living room, his gaze dimmed. Ning Qian was missing, and none of his relatives, aside from his mother, seemed to care about her well-being, which truly disheartened him. Zhao Yonghua thought, "Once Ning Qian is found, I shall take her and Zhao Fan, along with Su Rushu, away from the capital base, leaving the Zhao family behind for good." "Yonghua has returned," old General Lin exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Zhao Yonghua. "Uncle Lin," Zhao Yonghua replied, now no longer a reckless youth, He refrained from impulsively questioning. Second son, come sit with me. Zhao's mother beckoned elegantly, her gestures embodying the grace of a refined lady. Following his mother's invitation, Zhao Yong was settled beside her, and soon the conversation shifted to focus on him. After discussing various topics, the subject inevitably turned to Zhao Yonghua's marital prospect. He sat there as an invisible man, his downcast eyes filled with scorn. Had it not been for the knowledge that Zhao Fan and Su Rushu would seek out Ning Qian after arriving in the city, he would have long since lost his composure. In his guise of invisibility, Zhao Yonghua unexpectedly dozed off, even beginning to snore. This child must be exhausted, Zhao's mother remarked with a pained expression in her eyes. How could she not be aware of her son's troubles? At that moment, she truly feared for the fate of her beloved son should Ning Qian no longer be present. Although her husband opposed their relationship, she supported it simply because Ning Qian brought joy to her son, which was sufficient. Now, however, she disapproved of her son's engagement to Lin Hui, but her husband's insistence rendered her powerless to change his mind, though she could undermine the union. Old Lin, you certainly know about my second son and Ning Qian's affair. After 11 years, they remain as sweet as honey, a relationship that even I envy. Zhao's mother spoke softly. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhao Yonghua smirked inwardly. Ruya, it is inappropriate for you to speak of this now. Old General Zhao interjected, furrowing his brow. It is precisely the right time to bring this matter to light. If we do not clarify it now, do you intend to deceive him into marriage? Zhao's mother shot back, her gaze shifting to Old Lin as she continued. Old Lin, Ning Qian will forever be Zhao Yonghua's wife. If you insist on marrying Lin Hui to him, she shall only be a concubine. I shall have someone carry her into the Zhao family as a small bride, just to attend to my son and Ning Qian. Old Lin, do you agree or disagree? Zhao's mother inquired. Zhou Rui, you are overstepping, Old Lin bellowed, slamming the table in anger. This is a new society. Put away your capitalist young lady airs. As Old Lin pounded the table, Zhao Yonghua straightened up, while Zhao's mother, Zhou Rui, placed a hand on his leg, suppressing the words on the tip of his tongue. Old Lin, this is a post-apocalyptic world, where strength reigns supreme, while son possesses power. If he wishes to take several concubines, he shall do so, and they can serve me, the capitalist young lady, Zhao's mother said with a graceful smile, her youthful appearance enhanced by her awakened water-based abilities. Zhou Rui, your son's abilities are merely at the late stage of level 1. My grandson could crush him with a single finger, Old Lin retorted coldly. Uncle Lin, please summon Linny now. We shall see if he can indeed crush me with a finger, Zhao Yonghua replied. Raising his gaze then added, furthermore, I do not want Lin Hui as a concubine. You might as well find her another suitable match. You Zhao family are truly intolerable. Wait until I settle the score with you. Old Lin declared before storming off in fury. Uncle Lin, Yonghua is still young. Please do not hold it against him, Zhao's eldest son, Zhao Yongnian, urged as he chased after him, a 40-year-old who does not know better. Humph! Old Lin's disdainful scoff resonated throughout the room. Second brother, is the Lin family someone we can provoke now? You have truly placed us in a dire predicament, remarked Wang Shuxian, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lin family. You can pretend not to know me, Zhao Yonghua retorted with a derisive smile. Father, mother, do listen to what the second son is saying. Wang Shuxian exclaimed. I speak only the truth, Zhao Yonghua asserted. Are you satisfied now? The previously silent old General Zhao finally spoke. Chapter 52 Reminder. Meanwhile, after Zhao Fan's departure, Su Rushu erected a mental barrier around the cattle, sheep, and spirit beasts, ensuring that those who might attempt to pilfer them would find it impossible. Being unable to seize them did not preclude seeing them. Soon, a throng of onlookers gathered, their faces alight with desire as they gazed at the livestock. Many approached to inquire if they were for sale, but Su Rushu firmly stated that they were not. Yet, there will always be those who overestimate themselves. Su Rushu, are these cattle, sheep, and spirit beasts truly yours? Lin Nin asked, recognizing her though they were not well acquainted. Indeed, they are mine, Su Rushu replied, exhaling a puff of smoke with a smile. I never expected you, a cripple, to be living so well, even smoking, Lin Nin remarked, producing a box of cigars. It's manageable, Su Rushu replied, holding her cigarette. Care for a cigar? Lin Nin asked with an air of superiority. No. I dislike the flavor, Su Rushu answered with a faint smile, taking a drag from her own cigarette. Then so be it. I shan't force you, Lin Nan said. Upon hearing his words, a subtle smile graced Su Rushu's lips. Su Rushu, tell me honestly, are these cattle, sheep, and spirit beasts truly yours? Lin Nan inquired. Yes, Su Rushu replied, releasing another smoke ring. Lin Nan frowned momentarily before asking, where did you acquire this batch of cattle and spirit beasts? From the northern grasslands. If young Master Lin desires them, you may also venture to the northern grasslands to procure some. They are plentiful there, Su Rushu explained, noting that the region was abundant in livestock. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, Lin Nan grinned, but you have a ready supply here. Why bother going to the northern grasslands? That would be a waste of resources. Name your price. Our Lin family will purchase them all. If my memory serves me right, your grandfather is currently in charge, and the heir of your Lin family is your elder cousin Lin Yi. Can you speak on behalf of the Lin family? Su Rushu retorted, finishing her cigarette and tossing the butt to the ground. Lin Nan's face darkened as he responded, Su Rushu, how dare you look down upon me? A cripple? Lin Nan, you are merely a spoiled rich kid. Honestly, what qualities do you possess that could command respect? You cannot even compare to Lin Yi's pinky finger, Su Rushu scoffed. Lin Nan despised being compared to Lin Yi. And his expression grew even darker. With a wave of his hand, 6 ice spikes shot towards Su Rushu. Su Rushu's gaze faltered as the 6 ice spikes struck Lin Nan's right leg in the blink of an eye. Lin Nan screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing incessantly. Lin Nan, how could you injure yourself? Su Rushu remarked, her face alight with schadenfreude. Su Rushu, it was you, wasn't it? You must have attacked me. Lin Nan ground out through clenched teeth. Lin Nan, one must speak with evidence. Which of your eyes saw me attacking you? In fact, everyone witnessed you impaling yourself with the ice spikes. All eyes are clear. And your attempts to frame me will not succeed. Su Rushu crossed her arms defiantly. Su Rushu, you are the culprit. Lin Nan glared at her, his face twisted in rage, then turned to those behind him, bellowing, are you all deaf? Go and kill her. Hearing Lin Nan's command, his followers instinctively stepped back, wary of the peculiar powers wielded by Su Rushu. Young Master Lin, your injury requires urgent attention. We should hurry to treat it. One of them advised. Kill Su Rushu first? Lin Nan gritted his teeth in pain. Take Lin Nan to receive treatment. Lin Yi's voice rang out from behind them. Understood, they responded, hoisting Lin Nan away. I will not leave. I must kill Su Rushu. Lin Nan's voice, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Rushu, I apologize on Lin Nan's behalf, Lin Yi said, regarding her with sincerity, and no need for that. Su Rushu replied, having already taught Lin Nan a lesson. Henceforth, Lin Nan would remain a cripple. Even if his leg were healed by the upgraded minor monster tree, his incessant taunts would never cease to offend her. Lin Yi refrained from dwelling on that issue and turned his attention to the cattle, sheep, and spirit beasts before him, asking Rushu, would you be willing to sell me some of these cattle, sheep, and spirit beasts? Lin Yi, this group of cattle, sheep, and horse spirit beast was captured by Zhao Fan and me to present to General Zhao Yonghua. If you wish to purchase them, you should seek out General Zhao. Su Rushu remarked. I see, Lin Yi replied. In that case, I shall approach General Zhao. After saying this, Lin Yi shifted the topic, inquiring about the circumstances in the north. Su Rushu, not withholding any information, shared the key points he knew about the northern situation, emphasizing the matter of the flying ants. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, a flicker of seriousness crossed Lin Yi's eyes. He fell silent for a moment before stating, the East City Gate is a splendid place. The view from there is delightful. I often enjoy visiting to admire the scenery. Rushu could also take Zhao Fan and General Zhao there to experience the sights. Su Rushu paused, smiling as he said, I shall make time to visit. I believe you should do so sooner rather than later, lest you miss some beautiful vistas and carry that regret for life. Especially take a look underground. I find the sights below surpass those above, and I am confident you will appreciate them, Lin Yi commented. I think I shall enjoy it as well, Su Rushu replied, recognizing the underlying meaning in Lin Yi's words. Though uncertain of his true intentions, Lin Yi smiled and said, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After Lin Yi departed, Su Rushu furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering what lay beneath the East City Gate. With that thought, Su Rushu unleashed his spiritual power, extending it towards the East City Gate, while he stood at the North City Gate. Just as his spiritual ability reached the North City Gate, he abruptly retracted it. Are you also here to purchase cattle, sheep, and horse spirit beasts? Su Rushu inquired, looking at the person who had emerged from the carriage. If you are selling them, I shall buy. Do you have any for sale? The newcomer replied with a grin. I am not selling, Su Rushu succinctly stated. Since you won't sell, why not gift me a few? Consider it a birthday present for me. The newcomer suggested. Your birthday has already passed this year, and next year's has yet to arrive, Su Rushu chuckled. Then you can give me an early birthday gift for next year. I won't ask for much. 5 pairs will suffice, the newcomer replied with a smile. Sun Yong, why is your face so large? Su Rushu teased as he playfully punched Sun Yong. In your presence, my face has always been the largest. Who told you to adore me so? Sun Yong replied, grinning. You must not let Zhao Fan hear this. He would surely give you a sound thrashing. Su Rushu laughed. Sun Yong chuckled and said, Your partner is quite the jealous type. He continued, Last time you returned, I had yet to arrive, and by the time I returned, you had already left, so we missed each other. However, I have heard about your relationship with Zhao Fan. Are you certain it is him? I am certain, Su Rushu affirmed with an unprecedented conviction. Hearing Su Rushu's confident tone, Sun Yong smiled and said, Congratulations on shedding your single status. I wish you both a harmonious union and a prosperous future. Although you are both men, in this era, it is not impossible for men to bear children. I appreciate your kind words, Su Rushu said with a smile. Aren't you often called a harbinger of misfortune? Su Rushu remarked. Now that you mention it, your gift has vanished, Su Rushu added. No, my sheep, my cattle, my horses. Sun Yong lamented, clutching his chest in mock despair. Su Rushu smiled but then suddenly sobered, asking, Are they all well? Sun Yong paused before responding. When the apocalypse broke out, I was on a mission with them. Point 2 who joined the team later did not survive and became monsters. Liang, Monkey, Four Eyes, the Doctor, and the Little One are all alive and have awakened their abilities. They are currently at the Kyoto base. They are out on a mission now, but when they return, we shall gather. Agreed. Once they are back, we shall reunite. I have missed them, Su Rushu said with a smile. Thinking to himself, It is good that they are all alive. And bring along your Zhao Fan, Sun Yong added. That is a must, Su Rushu replied with a grin. Sun Yong chuckled, then sighed wistfully. I once thought you would eventually be swayed by Da Liang and end up with him. By the way, wasn't Da Liang with you before the apocalypse? What has become of him? He ran away. Su Rushu said after a brief pause. Sun Yong's breath hitched. What do you mean? He ran away. Su Rushu hesitated before recounting the events to Sun Yong. How could Da Liang do something like that? I can hardly believe such a truth. Xiao Chu, with the myriad of abilities emerging now, is it possible Da Liang has been controlled by someone? Sun Yong pondered, knowing well how much Da Liang cherished Xiao Chu. They were all too aware of it. After a moment of silence, Su Rushu looked into the distance and said, I do not know. Xiao Chu, if Da Liang has indeed been controlled, would you forgive him? Sun Yong asked that I would. Su Rushu replied softly after a moment of contemplation. Sun Yong sighed with relief. Then can you still be together? If I truly liked him, we would have already been together and not waited until now. Su Rushu stated, I understand, Sun Yong said, then sighed inwardly, realizing that matters of the heart cannot be forced. By the way, is Sun Wenxuan related to your family? Su Rushu inquired. No, but he will become our family's enemy in the future. Sun Yong replied, also the enemy of our small team. After this topic passed, Sun Yong remarked, your stepmother's family, the Jiang family, is now allied with the Lin family and is currently persuading your father to join them. However, your father has yet to relent. What do you plan to do? Upon hearing Sun Yong's words, Su Rushu mused. His family matters truly are a tangled web. His father and mother once loved each other. Yet their separation, though abrupt, was mutual. His mother willingly gave birth to him, but his father was unaware of his existence. His mother, having contracted a terminal illness, returned him to his father, a decision made out of desperation. When he appeared at his father's home, his stepmother rejected him, a sentiment he fully understood. Thus, regardless of how his stepmother treated him, he bore no resentment towards her. It seemed his very existence was a mistake. Who could he blame? Chapter 53. The underground laboratory. As Su Rushu contemplated his family matters, even if his existence were indeed an error, he would not hold it against the mother who gave him life. This lifetime, the woman he loved most was his beautiful, strong mother. He owed a debt of gratitude to his grandparents for their years of nurturing. While regarding his father's family, he had never involved himself in their affairs and would not do so in the future. Should they encounter difficulties, he would lend a helping hand, And that would be all I know how to handle matters concerning my father, Su Rushu said after a moment of silence. It is good you understand. Do think more of yourself. In this apocalypse, one must live freely and exuberantly, Sun Yong advised Su Rushu. You are right, Su Rushu replied with a smile, resolved to live life to the fullest. By the way, have you heard about Ning Chen's disappearance? Sun Yong asked. Although Su Rushu and Zhao Fan were not at the base, their relationship had become common knowledge throughout the entire base, given that Zhao Fan was General Zhao's son. Su Rushu felt a sinking sensation. I have not yet entered the city, so I truly had no idea about this. At that moment, he grasped Lin Yi's earlier insinuation. Ning Chen was underground at the East City Gate. Anxiety coursed through him, though he concealed it well, to avoid alarming anyone. He would not recklessly rush to the East Gate to investigate. He began to inquire with Sun Yong about the details surrounding Ning Chen's disappearance. Just as they were discussing this, a throng of people arrived seeking to buy cattle, sheep, and horse spirit beasts, but Su Rushu resolutely declared, I am not selling. While Su Rushu was engaged in this negotiation, Zhao Fan and Chen Ming arrived and promptly utilized military vehicles to transport the cattle, sheep, and horse spirit beasts away. Meanwhile, on Zhao Yonghua's side, as he chased after the elder Lin, Zhao's eldest brother, Zhao Yongnian was apologizing to him. Elder Lin, whether intentionally or inadvertently, was walking at a very leisurely pace. Yonghua, you are here to apologize to Uncle Lin, aren't you? Then hurry up, Zhao Yongnian urged. Upon hearing Zhao Yongnian's words, Elder Lin snorted coldly, thinking to himself, if it were not for his precious daughter's unwavering desire to marry Zhao Yonghua, he would not be enduring this humiliation. Children truly are a burden. Zhao Yonghua stood straight before Elder Lin, stating, Uncle Lin, you are well aware of my relationship with Ning Chen. How could you insist on marrying Lin Hui to me? How could I possibly agree? Ning Chen is merely a man. How can he compare to my Lin Hui? Elder Lin retorted with a cold snort. Zhao Yonghua chuckled softly, saying, Uncle Lin, Ning Chen is not just any man. He is the man I love most. He is worth 1,000 times more than Lin Hui in my eyes. If you truly love Lin Hui, you should not force her into a marriage with me, as she will not find happiness with me. Do you think I wish to marry Lin Hui to you? If it were not for that girl's stubbornness in wanting to marry you, would I even consider it? Elder Lin scoffed. In that case, you should even less insist on marrying her to me, for I am not a suitable match. Zhao Yonghua, having finished speaking, shifted the topic. Uncle Lin, you mentioned that as long as I came, you would inform me about Ning Chen. Shouldn't you share that information with me now? Zhao Yongnian exclaimed anxiously. Zhao Yonghua ignored him, turning his gaze to old Lin. Uncle Lin, I know you are a man of your word. Flattering me won't help, for I truly have no news about Ning Chen. I only said that to ensure you would come, old Lin retorted coldly. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Uncle Lin, Zhao Yonghua declared, striding purposefully toward the exit. Old Lin scoffed at Zhao Yonghua's departing figure. Yonghua, Zhao Yongnian called out to his brother's retreating silhouette. Zhao Yonghua raised his hand without looking back. On the way, Su Rushu relayed Lin Yi's words to Zhao Fan and Chen Ming, after which the two of them alighted from the vehicle and began to meander around the base. As they wandered, they found themselves at the East City Gate, pausing for a moment before leisurely making their way toward the shanty town. Though they appeared to be casually strolling, Su Rushu was actually following a hidden passage. As they were searching for the entrance, they anticipated that the entrance would be located within the shanty town, but eventually, they turned at the inner city wall and entered the inner city through the East Gate. Continuing along the passage until they reached the outer wall of the Wang family estate, they hesitated for a moment before altering their direction. As they passed by the entrance of the Wang family estate, they exchanged a glance before proceeding onward. With the presence of Earth-type ability users, constructing buildings was a rather effortless task. Thus, the 8 prominent families had all erected grand estates within the base. The two continued their walk like any passerby near the Wang family estate, and after a short while, they headed toward the military district. At this moment, Zhao Yonghua was already waiting for them in the office. Zhao Fan, a striking female soldier, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Zhao Fan approach. Zhang Yuro, it's you? Zhao Fan responded with a smile, quickly adding, I have matters to attend to, so I must be on my way. After saying this, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu walked past Zhang Yuro, heading straight for the office building. Zhao Fan truly resembles General Zhao. One glance at his face reveals he is the general's son. Pan Ping remarked, turning to observe Zhao Fan's retreating figure. The man accompanying Zhao Fan is exceptionally handsome. Hey, Yuro, how do you know Zhao Fan? Pan Ping inquired that I met him at the northern base. Zhang Yuro replied with a smile, realizing that the son of General Zhao was indeed the Zhao Fan she knew. And what is your relationship with him? Pan Ping pressed further. Just acquaintances. Zhang Yuro stated with a smile before walking away. She is the Zhang Yuro I mentioned to you. Zhao Fan remarked. Su Rushu responded with a slight sound, showing no further reaction. Upon entering the office, they wasted no time and informed Zhao Yonghua about the situation in Ning Chen's underground laboratory. The Wang family? Zhao Yonghua clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. I shall lead a team to storm the Wang family estate and dismantle their underground laboratory. With that, he strode toward the exit. Wait, we cannot charge in recklessly. What if they transfer or kill Ning Chen before we arrive? Su Rushu countered. Zhao General had lost his composure, but he had not. While a direct assault was the simplest and most brutal approach, it was imperative to rescue Ning Chen first. We must extract Ning Chen before we make our move, Zhao Fan asserted. Zhao Yonghua wiped his face. You are right, I have lost my calm. After a brief pause, the three began to devise a rescue plan. The underground laboratory was divided into 3 levels. The first level focused on mutated plants, the second on mutated animals and altered humans, while the third was dedicated to human experimentation, where Ning Chen was confined in a laboratory on the third level. Su Rushu began to share her findings. While they were strategizing the rescue, Ning Chen was enduring unimaginable torment. You are among the most resilient individuals I have encountered, truly worthy of being the captain of the Eagle Falcon Squad. A middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat remarked, gazing with satisfaction at Ning Chen, who was bound to the experiment table. You are indeed a rare specimen. I am confident that with your cooperation, I will flawlessly execute this experiment. I relish that fierce gaze of yours, akin to that of a ferocious beast. The man chuckled lightly, since you still have the energy to glare at me. Let us proceed. Double the dosage for him, he instructed his assistant in a frigid tone. Doctor, doubling the dosage could be lethal, the assistant protested. Dio as I say, the doctor replied, his tone growing even colder. His thoughts lingering. Others may perish, but this particular subject will surely survive. Understood, the assistant responded, then slowly injected a vial of cold liquid into Ning Chen's body. Soon, excruciating pain engulfed Ning Chen, more intense than any he had previously experienced. Were it not for the restraints binding him to the experiment table, he would have been writhing in agony. That moment, all that consumed Ning Chen was pain. The relentless torment weakened his willpower. While crimson light flickered in his eyes, Doctor, like the other test subjects, he is exhibiting red light in his eyes. It seems this subject is destined for failure, the assistant lamented, contemplating. It appears the doctor has overestimated this subject's endurance. I believe he will persevere. The doctor maintained his confidence in Ning Chen, reflecting. If he cannot withstand double the dosage, how will the subsequent experiments proceed? As the doctor's words faded, the red light in Ning Chen's eyes did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified. Doctor, look at his eyes. He is undergoing transformation into an altered human, the assistant exclaimed, pointing at Ning Chen. At that moment, the doctor furrowed his brow, fixated on Ning Chen. The latter's eyes became increasingly crimson, while scales began to emerge on his long legs. What shall we do now, doctor? The assistant inquired, observing Ning Chen's transformation. Wait, the doctor replied, still harboring hope for Ning Chen. As time ticked away, the characteristics of an altered human became increasingly evident on Ning Chen. Sharp claws sprouted from his fingertips. The doctor's brow furrowed deeper. Could this truly end in failure? If this individual could not endure the double dosage, how would the experiment continue? While the doctor was lost in thought, the red light in Ning Chen's eyes began to fade away. Doctor, look, the assistant exclaimed with excitement. The doctor naturally noticed the changes in Ning Chen, smiling as he remarked, I knew he would not disappoint me. In the midst of his speech, the red light in Ning Chen's eyes vanished entirely, and soon the scales on his legs disappeared as well. After a brief moment, his nails returned to their original state. I knew you were the best, the doctor exclaimed fervently. I will kill you, Ning Chen declared, his weary eyes opening. Chapter 54. The rescue. I must accompany you to the laboratory to rescue Ning Chen. There is no room for negotiation, Zhao Yonghua stated resolutely. I understand your feelings, but if you come with us, who will lead the assault on the Wang family estate? Zhao Fan fixed his gaze on Zhao Yonghua. Rest assured, Su Rushu and I will ensure that Ning Chen is brought out unharmed. I will have Old Ding lead the team. It is settled that we move, Zhao Yonghua proclaimed decisively. Hearing Zhao Yonghua's words, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu understood that further persuasion was futile and ceased their arguments. Thus, Zhao Yonghua made arrangements, and Chen Ming directly led the three of them outside the east gate. At this moment, Chen Ming was capable of teleporting 3 individuals 3 times. This is the place, Brother Chen. Below 2,000 meters, Su Rushu indicated. Chen Ming nodded, confirming that there would be no issue below 2,000 meters. And soon their figures vanished from the east city gate. Ning Chen, Zhao Yonghua called out, his eyes ablaze as he rushed to Ning Chen, who lay on the experiment table. Brother, you came? Ning Chen smiled as he opened his eyes. How did you get in? The assistant shouted in panic, sprinting toward the door. Zhao Fan swiftly dispatched the assistant with a spatial blade, showing no mercy for such a person. Su Rushu pressed a button, releasing Ning Chen from his restraints. Just then, alarms blared throughout the laboratory. Brother Chen, take the general and Ning Chen and leave quickly. We will handle things here, Su Rushu instructed. I won't leave, Brother Chen. You must take Ning Chen away immediately. Zhao Yonghua insisted, as Ning Chen had just been administered muscle relaxants and ability suppressants, leaving him completely powerless. Brother Chen, take the general and Ning Chen and go, Zhao Fan asserted without further discussion. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's command, Chen Ming did not allow Zhao Yonghua to argue, instantly teleporting away with Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chen in his mind. Zhao Yonghua's safety was paramount. As they departed, Su Rushu remarked, "We are under a mental power barrier. That individual is stronger than I am." Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, Zhao Fan's brows knitted tightly together. Just then, the laboratory door swung open, and a gentleman of refined appearance strode in. This was the doctor referred to by the assistant moments earlier. "Since you have liberated my experimental subject, you might as well remain here," the doctor stated, his gaze sweeping over Su Rushu and Zhao Fan with a satisfied demeanor akin to an X-ray. "What level is your ability?" Zhao Fan inquired, fixing his eyes upon the doctor. "Level 3. I am currently at the early stage of level 3, the doctor replied, a smug expression crossing his face as he observed the astonishment of the two. "You need not envy me. As long as you follow me, I shall elevate you to level 3 in no time." "And what do you possess that would enable us to ascend to level 3? Su Rushu questioned, regarding the doctor intently. "I have developed a serum for ability advancement. If you obediently serve as my experimental subjects, I will continuously administer the enhancement serum, allowing your abilities to skyrocket," the doctor declared, his gaze fixed upon them. "Becoming your experimental subjects renders our enhanced abilities meaningless," Su Rushu retorted with a cold laugh. "On the contrary, it is quite beneficial. As your abilities increase, so too will your physical prowess, allowing you to better assist with my experiments," the doctor replied with a smile. "What experiments are you conducting?" Zhao Fan probed. "You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you," the doctor responded dismissively. "Is the serum for ability advancement truly effective?" Su Rushu pressed further. "Indeed, it is real, though not yet perfect. It has a minor flaw that does not affect its overall efficacy," the doctor asserted with a grin. "What flaw?" Su Rushu inquired again. "You will discover it once you try it," the doctor said gently, then inquired, "Now, will you tell me if you are willing to be my experimental subjects?" "We refuse," both Su Rushu and Zhao Fan replied with disdain. "That decision is not yours to make," the doctor said, his tone soft yet firm. With that, 2 waves of psychic energy surged towards Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. Su Rushu's psychic ability clashed head-on with the attack, while Zhao Fan's spatial manipulation sought to strike the doctor, only to be intercepted by the doctor's psychic barrier. "Both of your abilities are rare." "How commendable," the doctor remarked, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Without a breeze, the doctor's psychic assault surged forth again. Thus, the two found themselves embroiled in combat with the doctor, who not only possessed the early stage of level 3 abilities but also demonstrated exceptional strength. Under the pressure, both Su Rushu and Zhao Fan were compelled to reveal their true capabilities. Had it not been for their multitude of techniques, they would have been captured by the doctor already. Green liquid surged from Su Rushu's palms, crashing against the doctor's psychic barrier, while Zhao Fan wielded dark waters of spatial energy against him. The potent corrosive properties relentlessly eroded the doctor's psychic shield, which now appeared perilously unstable. The doctor gazed intently at the two. "I did not anticipate that your abilities would possess such formidable corrosive strength." "Splendid, splendid indeed." You are increasingly meeting my expectations, he said, licking his lips with a smile. Do you know what this is? He asked, producing a vial of purple serum and another of green, pouring their contents into his mouth. The first is an ability recovery serum, and the second is an instant advancement serum. With just one dose of the recovery serum, your expended abilities will be restored instantly, and with the advancement serum, your abilities will elevate by one level. Quite miraculous, wouldn't you agree? He boasted, casting aside the empty vials. With a thickening of his psychic barrier, the doctor launched 2 psychic assaults that shattered Su Rushu's defenses and surged into their minds. Wreaking havoc within, the 2 emitted muffled groans, their heads pounding as if on the verge of explosion. Is the pain so unbearable that you wish to sever your own heads? The doctor inquired with a smile. After a moment, he continued, Why endure this agony? Simply agree to become my experimental subjects, and I shall relieve your suffering immediately. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you won't end up as simpletons, he observed as they clutched their heads. Stop resisting. Just agree, and the pain will cease, he coaxed. Have you made up your minds yet? The doctor's voice echoed in their minds. When they remained silent, he chuckled lightly. I prefer obedient children, but you seem quite disobedient. No matter. I suspect you will soon change your tune. With that, another wave of psychic energy surged into their minds, causing them to writhe in torment. Still unwilling to agree? The doctor observed, his tone both mocking and bemused. Your stubbornness is commendable, but your willpower is truly exceptional. Rarely found in experimental subjects, he continued. It seems I must escalate my tactics to bring you to submission. A pair of agonized cries escaped their lips. Such delightful sounds. I revel in them, the doctor remarked with a gentle expression, then turned cold, asking, Will you agree or not? We would rather die than agree. Zhao Fan spat through clenched teeth. Ah, a noble declaration. But should you perish, I shall simply use your corpses for my experiments. Therefore, even in death, you cannot escape, he said with a grin. Suddenly, a flicker of panic crossed the doctor's eyes as he realized his psychic power was slipping from his control. Spiraling uncontrollably into Zhao Fan's mind, he attempted to sever the psychic tether, yet found it unmanageable. Why abilities are malfunctioning, he murmured. Unbeknownst to him, Su Rushu discovered that his own psychic abilities could now consume another's. Regardless of whether this development was good or bad, he recognized that it significantly favored him in this moment. Suppressing his confusion, he began voraciously absorbing the invading psychic energy. As the doctor's psychic energy diminished, a flicker of malice crossed his features. He abruptly severed his connection, groaning in pain that few could endure. Filled with resentment, he unleashed his remaining psychic force into Zhao Fan's mind. Ack! Zhao Fan exclaimed. Collapsing to the ground, Zhao Fan, Su Rushu cried, rushing to his side. The doctor, with a cold chuckle, turned to leave the laboratory. Chapter 55. The immortal plan having injured Zhao Fan, Su Rushu could not allow the doctor to depart unscathed. He swiftly erected a psychic barrier around the doctor, obstructing his escape, and unleashed a barrage of psychic attacks and green liquid directly at him. You seek death, the doctor roared, retaliating with his own psychic assault. In an instant, their energies collided, and Su Rushu's powers began to devour the doctor's. So your psychic abilities can indeed consume mine. The doctor exclaimed with fervor. Do you realize how valuable this ability is for research? I had intended to let you go today, but now I have changed my mind. I cannot let such a promising experimental subject slip away. Upon the conclusion of the doctor's words, a tremendous surge of psychic energy surged towards Su Rushu. Momentarily taken aback, Su Rushu's own psychic power surged forth in response, and the two forces collided, initiating a fierce consumption of the doctor's psychic energy. At present, the doctor's psychic prowess surpassed Su Rushu's by 2 significant levels, rendering her attempts to absorb his energy increasingly arduous as she began to retreat step by step. Even if your psychic abilities possess an absorptive quality, what good does it do? Your level is far too low. You can only consume a mere fraction of my psychic energy, the doctor proclaimed with a hearty laugh, unleashing an even more formidable wave of psychic energy towards Su Rushu. Despite her tenacious resistance, Su Rushu found her energy dwindling further. Such was the chasm of disparity in levels. Was it truly insurmountable? She pondered while cradling the unconscious Zhao Fan. This is an unconquerable mountain, young one. You must resign yourself to fate. The doctor chortled on why fate is not dictated by the heavens. I shall not submit, Su Rushu retorted fiercely, and with that, she unleashed all her psychic energy in a bid to consume the doctor's power. Overreaching, the doctor scoffed, downing a vial of energy-restoring potion before amplifying his psychic output. Su Rushu let out a muffled groan, her gaze hardening further as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and unleashed thousands of green spheres upon the doctor. This maneuver was one that risked her own vitality to vanquish the enemy. The room erupted in a cacophony of explosive sounds, yet, as Su Rushu's psychic energy finally ran dry, she found herself unable to maintain a psychic barrier, resorting instead to shielding Zhao Fan with her own body. However, the anticipated pain never came, as though it had been entirely repelled. Simultaneously, an invisible force surged toward the injured doctor. Agonized cries erupted from his lips as his legs vanished from sight. Zhao Fan, you're awake? Are you feeling unwell? Su Rushu exclaimed with palpable delight that I'm fine. Zhao Fan replied with a smile, sitting up despite his desire to remain in Su Rushu's embrace. The moment was not opportune. I will kill you both, the doctor bellowed in a fit of rage, summoning a throng of mindless mutants to his side. Why, darlings, seize them, he commanded, gesturing at Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, and instantly, the mutants charged forward. Red-eyed mutants, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu noted, simultaneously thinking. Are they truly mutants? As they shouted, the two unleashed their attacks upon the horde of red-eyed mutants. Thus, the battle commenced. Soon, they discerned a troubling fact. The red-eyed mutants possessed astonishing regenerative abilities, their wounds mending almost instantaneously. Not only that, but severed limbs appeared to regrow at a visible pace. Ha ha ha, these darlings are immortal. You cannot kill them, the doctor declared, nestled in the embrace of a red-eyed mutant. Having lost his legs, immortal? The two scoffed, their battle persisting. Indeed, immortal, the doctor replied with fervor. If you join me, I shall grant you immortality as well. Like them? Living like that is worse than death, Zhao Fan retorted with derision. No, you are different from them. They are mere flawed specimens. Your willpower is formidable, and you can certainly become my first batch of perfect specimens, the doctor insisted, his gaze, and suddenly, the serpent woman barged in, followed closely by a mindless mutant pleading for salvation. The serpent woman's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. In Chapter 56, titled Framing, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu directed their attacks towards the mindless mutant, simultaneously sealing the laboratory door. To their astonishment, their assaults were inexplicably devoured by this thoughtless creature. What kind of ability is this? Su Rushu furrowed her brows, gripping her military knife and charging forward. Followed closely by Zhao Fan. I don't know. It's just incredibly powerful. Many outside have already been consumed by it, the serpent woman quivered, hiding beside the laboratory table. Although Zhao Fan and Su Rushu did not utilize their abilities, their coordinated efforts ultimately led to the demise of the mindless mutant, from which they extracted its crimson crystal core. Ha ha ha, do you like the gift I've bestowed upon you? Even as I depart, I intend to make quite the spectacle of it, the doctor's voice reverberated throughout the laboratory. Hearing his words, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu's expressions changed dramatically. You haven't left, Zhao Fan stated. I did leave, but I've returned, the doctor laughed heartily, adding, now, release my treasures. I will transform the Kyoto base into a living hell. You're still human. What benefit do you gain from this? Su Rushu inquired. My happiness, the doctor replied with a chuckle, before continuing, if you agree to become my test subjects, I may spare the Kyoto base. Impossible, Zhao Fan retorted, unwilling to sacrifice himself for the people of the Kyoto base. You are exceedingly selfish, the doctor countered, then posed the question again. For the safety of the Kyoto base, will you become my test subjects? We refuse, Zhao Fan interjected before Su Rushu could respond, fearing she might impulsively agree, given her past as a soldier defending the nation. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's declaration, the doctor laughed mockingly. People of the Kyoto base, did you hear that? Your General Zhao's son, Zhao Fan, and his companion Su Rushu refused to sacrifice themselves for your sake. They are truly selfish, remember. All the calamities you face today stem from Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. The doctor's voice echoed continuously throughout the Kyoto base, employing some unknown means to ensure his words reached all. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu's faces paled further. If the doctor truly possessed the power to broadcast such messages, they found themselves in an even graver situation. The Dr. S tactics were indeed insidious, rendering their stay in the Kyoto base untenable. Zhao Fan, Su Rushu, this is my gift to you, which I believe you will thoroughly enjoy. The doctor declared with glee, I'm leaving now, but when next we meet, you shall find yourselves on my operating table, so relish your fleeting moments of freedom, ha ha ha. With that, his voice faded into silence. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu were left with a sense of foreboding. You made the right decision in refusing to become the Dr. S test subjects, the serpent woman remarked, her gaze fixed on Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. No one could comprehend the agony of being a test subject better than she, who had been forced into such a role. Thank you for your understanding, Su Rushu replied, pondering how many outside could truly empathize with their plight. The serpent woman smiled faintly. Without lingering further, Su Rushu took the lead, while Zhao Fan carried Zhang Yuni, with the serpent woman trailing behind. Together, they exited the laboratory. Outside, chaos reigned. The trio, accompanied by the remaining individuals from the laboratory, fought their way through. The doctor had left behind a horde of mindless mutants, but no other information. The exit lay in the Wang family's backyard, which was in utter disarray. Not only was the Wang family in turmoil, but the entire base was in disarray as well. The mindless mutants rampaged through the base, wreaking havoc, their superior abilities making combat exceedingly difficult for the base's defenders. After delivering Zhang Yuni to their villa and ensuring his safety, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu absorbed crystal cores to restore their powers while simultaneously eliminating the mindless mutants. Though these thoughtless creatures possessed greater strength, the duo's cooperation allowed them to swiftly bring each one down. Boss, beauty, help! The five-colored macaw squawked, spotting Zhao Fan and Su Rushu as if they were saviors. Desperately flapping its wings towards them, is it my meat that attracts them? Zhao Fan remarked, observing three mindless mutants pursuing the macaw. Why meat doesn't tea smell good? Not at all, the macaw protested, flapping its wings vigorously. Zhao Fan ceased to tease the macaw and, alongside Su Rushu, engaged in battle, successfully defeating the three mindless mutants. Impressive, my friend, the macaw flattered. Zhao Fan, let us head over there, Su Rushu suddenly suggested, and they dashed towards the designated location. They arrived at the Kyoto base's office building, where a level 3 mutated sunflower was wreaking havoc. The destructive force of this mutated sunflower was immense, toppling every structure in its path, including the office building itself. At that moment, the sunflower was flaunting its power, with no one daring to challenge it. Upon their arrival, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu unleashed their most potent attacks. Zhao Fan's obliteration, spatial cutting, and black water were all directed at the formidable sunflower. Meanwhile, Su Rushu attempted to communicate with the sunflower using her plant abilities, seeking to control it. Through their seamless cooperation, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the arrogant mutated sunflower. Why didn't you two agree to become the Dr. S test subjects? So many lives have been lost in the base because of you. You are truly selfish. How not chastise them? I am ashamed of you, she continued, fixing her gaze on them. How could General Zhao, a man of such selflessness, have a son like you? You are a disgrace to General Zhao, another person remarked, glaring at Zhao Fan. You are a disgraceful failure, someone else added. Indeed, you are a shame to General Zhao. You are unworthy of being his son. Why are you still alive? Why don't you go die? Another shouted. How can you still have the audacity to remain in Kyoto? Get out of the Kyoto base. The surviving individuals began to hurl accusations at Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. The two remained silent, fully aware that the situation they dreaded had come to pass. Just as they prepared to leave, a group of mindless mutants surged towards them. Help! Zhao Fan, Su Rushu, save us! The crowd cried in panic. Zhao Fan smirked with a hint of sarcasm before launching into action against the mindless mutants. This is human nature, he remarked with scorn. There are still many good people, Su Rushu responded, quickening her attack speed. After dispatching several mindless mutants, Su Rushu commented, Zhao Fan, have you noticed? Though they are level 3, they do not possess true level 3 strength. Zhao Fan nodded, acknowledging indeed, they were artificially cultivated, so it's normal for their abilities to be lacking. After their exchange, they resumed their search for targets, undeterred by the words of the FEW.AS chaos unfolded in the base. With individuals battling the mindless mutants and mutated plants that had escaped the laboratory, yet another wave of crimson-eyed mutant rats surged forth. The Kyoto base was doomed, a sentiment echoed by many. They hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to flee. Amidst the turmoil, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu remained unfazed, relentlessly pursuing the creatures released by the doctor. The current state of the Kyoto base is all Zhao Fan and his partner S doing. How can our Zhao family maintain a foothold here? Zhao Yongnian's wife, Wang Shuxian, lamented in the living room, her expression clouded with worry while the men fought the mutant rats outside, leaving the elderly and infirm sheltered indoors. Second uncle acknowledges Zhao Fan, but we, the Zhao family, do not. Zhao Fan's actions have nothing to do with us, Zhao Shuang stated, a twin to Zhao Lan. Foolish child, regardless of whether we acknowledge him or not. As long as he is the son of your second uncle, he is one of us. Just like Ning Chun, even if our family does not recognize him, in the eyes of others, he is still our Zhao family's son-in-law. Wang Shuxian said, her expression tinged with helplessness, a glimmer of insight flashing in her downcast eyes. Mother, you make a valid point, but what should we do now? I can't bear the thought of being pointed at while walking down the street in the future. Zhao Shuang replied, Ask me. What does a mere woman know about such matters? Wang Shuxian frowned, then turned to her husband, Dad, what do you think we should do? What connection does the Kyoto base have with Zhao Fan and Ru Chu today? Zhao Yonghua's mother, Zhou Ruya, gazed at Zhao Yongnian's wife and Zhao Shuang, pondering. What are these two scheming? They should not think she is unaware. Grandma, did you not hear what the doctor said? If they agree to become the doctor's test subjects, this catastrophe at the Kyoto base would not have occurred, Zhao Shuang exclaimed, her face contorted with rage. In the end, it all boils down to Zhao Fan and Su Ru Chu being excessively selfish. They possessed not an ounce of sacrificial spirit. Upon hearing Zhao Shuang's words, disappointment deepened in Zhou Ruya's eyes as her gaze fell upon Zhao Yongnian's wife. Eldest brother's wife, do you share this sentiment? Mother, it is not merely my opinion. It is the consensus among those at the Kyoto base, Wang Shuxian replied. Looking down, I ask you, do you not think so as well? Zhou Ruya inquired, fixing her gaze on Wang Shuxian. Wang Shuxian sighed, Mother, regardless of the situation, Zhao Fan is still my second brother's child, my nephew. How could I wish for him to become someone else's experimental subject? However, others do not think likewise. Zhou Ruya smiled faintly at Wang Shuxian's response. You are correct in your thinking. Zhou Ruya continued, Old man, do not remain silent any longer. What are your thoughts on this matter? After a brief pause, Zhao's father spoke. Regardless, Zhao Fan is the child of our second son and your grandson. Our Zhao family will not disown him. Grandfather, acknowledging Zhao Fan at this juncture will only bring trouble to our family. Zhao Shuang interjected, harboring deep-seated resentment towards Zhao Fan alongside her brother Zhao Lan. Second uncle is entangled with that Ning Chen fellow, while third uncle is indiscriminate in his affairs, changing partners more swiftly than one changes attire, and remains unmarried, let alone having children. When the apocalypse erupted, third uncle was abroad on business, and whether he can return is uncertain. If Zhao Fan had not appeared, our generation would consist solely of my brother and me. The children from my aunt's side do not count as part of the Zhao family, and all would belong to us. Now, with Zhao Fan as a competitor, we naturally feel reluctant. Previously, there was no pretext, but now that Zhao Fan has created such a situation, she wishes for her grandfather to use this incident as an excuse to sever ties with Zhao Fan. Grandfather, I must stress that you cannot show any leniency at this time. If you do, our Zhao family will truly have no standing in the base. Zhao Shuang implored the old general. Are you suggesting that your grandfather should cast out your second uncle and his son? Zhou Ruya asked, her expression calm as she regarded Zhao Shuang. Mother, Shuanger does not mean that, Wang Shuxian quickly interjected. She merely speaks for the future of our entire Zhao family, Mother, as Zhao Fan's relatives. We naturally oppose his becoming an experimental subject. However, others do not share this view. Given the disaster the base is facing, it is certain that Zhao Fan will be loathed at this juncture. Allowing Zhao Fan to acknowledge his ancestry would be highly detrimental to our Zhao family. Thus, I believe now is not the right time for him to do so. Furthermore, even if Zhao Fan cannot acknowledge his ancestry for the moment, he remains my second brother's son and a child of the Zhao family. Wang Shuxian articulated. Father, do you not agree? She queried again. Zhao's old general remained silent, prompting Zhou Ruya to speak. Since everyone knows that Zhao Fan is a child of our Zhao family, why should we not acknowledge him? Mother, I did not say we should not acknowledge him. My point is that now is not an opportune time for that. After some time has passed and Zhao Fan's situation has faded from public memory, it would not be too late for us to acknowledge him, Wang Shuxian asserted. Eldest brother's wife, It seems you do not wish for Zhao Fan to acknowledge his ancestry, as his return would obstruct your son's path. Zhou Ruya remarked candidly, no longer wishing to conceal her thoughts. Mother, how could you think so of me? That is truly hurtful, Wang Shuxian replied, wiping away tears. Eldest brother's wife, whether you think this way or not. We both know the truth. There is no need for you to put on such a facade in front of me. Zhou Ruya offered no leniency towards Wang Shuxian. Mother, I never imagined that you would think of me in this light. Is that truly how you perceive me? Wang Shuxian lamented, her expression sorrowful. Grandma, in your words regarding my mother and brother, I must speak a word of fairness. My elder brother is the long-standing heir of the Zhao family, the inheritor of this generation. If anyone is obstructing, it is my elder brother who is blocking Zhao Fan's path, not the other way around, Zhao Shuang stated. Grandma, what is your true intention in wanting Zhao Fan to return? Shuanger, how can you address your grandmother in such a manner? Quickly apologize, Wang Shuxian chided Zhao Shuang. Mother, I speak only the truth. It is indeed my elder brother who obstructs Zhao Fan. Grandma has her own agendas. Why should I apologize? Zhao Shuang retorted. Simply because your grandmother is your elder. You should apologize at once, Wang Shuxian admonished. No need. Zhou Ruya interjected, continuing, it is not boastful of me to say that the most promising among us is the second son. Had Zhao Fan not appeared, everything in the hands of the second son would have been inherited by Zhao Lan, my nephew. But now that Zhao Fan has arrived, the second son has a biological child of his own, and all that he possesses will eventually be passed on to Zhao Fan. Can you still claim that Zhao Fan has not obstructed Zhao Lan's path? Upon hearing Zhou Ruya's blunt words, both Wang Shuxian and Zhao Shuang's expressions shifted. Zhou Ruya observed their changing faces and declared, let me be clear today. Zhao Lan is the eldest son and grandson of the Zhao family. And while I have no say in his inheritance of our family's assets, should he covet what rightfully belongs to the second son, I cannot turn a blind eye. Biological children and those born later are indeed different. Zhao Shuang muttered, you are correct. Biological and later-born children differ significantly. I pour my heart into caring for later-born children, only for them to show ingratitude in return. Why biological son, regardless of my past mistakes, will never harbor resentment towards me, Zhou Ruya scoffed, referring to Zhao Yonghua, the child of Zhao's father and his previous wife. Ruya, what nonsense are you spouting? All children are yours, regardless of when they were born. Zhao's old general countered, no longer feigning silence. Upon hearing her husband's words, Zhou Ruya let out a cold huff. What, in your opinion, do you truly think about Zhao Fan's situation? I demand a clear answer from you today. Ruya, Zhao Fan is our biological grandson. Naturally, I would not wish for him to become an experimental subject. However, objectively speaking, Zhao Fan's actions were indeed inappropriate. Had he consented initially, the base would not have faced such a calamity. Nor would so many lives have been lost. The people at the base harbor hatred towards Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu, which I can understand. Subjectively, Zhao Fan is a member of the Zhao family, and his actions have brought severe repercussions, plunging our family into a crisis. Zhao's old general spoke solemnly. I see. You intend to protect yourself by abandoning Zhao Fan and Ruchu, Zhou Ruya sighed. Though she had anticipated this outcome, hearing it spoken aloud still brought her sorrow. Ruya, for the sake of our family's interest, I must take this course of action. You can understand, cannot you? Zhao's old general asked. Though he felt guilt towards his late wife, he could not allow Zhao Fan's actions to jeopardize the family's welfare, he thought. After today, the ordinary populace of the base and several other families will undoubtedly not spare Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu, as their actions have incited widespread outrage. Upon hearing Zhao's father's words, Wang Shuxian and Zhao Shuang lowered their heads to conceal their amusement. I understand. I truly do, Zhou Ruya said with a hint of derision. But you have truly wounded my heart this time. At that moment, she had already made a decision. Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu remained unaware of the turmoil occurring within the Zhao family. Even if they were informed, they would care little. At that moment, they had rejoined Zhao Yonghua. The power of their beast-taming abilities was now evident, as Zhao Yonghua and Zhao Fan managed to subdue several high-level mutated rats from the mutated rat swarm, commanding them to gather the scattered mutated creatures throughout the base in the grand square of Kyoto, leading to their self-destruction. Soon, the mutated rat swarm was eradicated by the father and son duo. For the first time, the people of the Kyoto base recognized the formidable nature of beast-taming abilities. However, this revelation did not alter the base's perception of Zhao Fan, as they all remembered the cause of the calamity at the Kyoto base. After the mutated rat swarm was eliminated, the mindless mutated humans, mutated beasts, and mutated plants that had surged from the basement were also eradicated by Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu. Once they were vanquished, the subsequent tasks were far from over. Ordinary people who had been bitten by the mutated creatures needed to be identified and quarantined, but these matters no longer concerned Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu. At that moment, the two returned to their villa, where upon arriving, they first went to check on Zhang Yunyi this time. Zhang Yunyi had yet to awaken, but the black scales that had covered his face had vanished, replaced instead by a layer of black grime. "What a foul odor," Zhao Fan remarked, holding his nose. "If you find it so odious, why not cover your own nose instead of mine?" Su Ruchu chuckled. Her spirits lifted upon seeing Zhang Yunyi's recovery. "I was merely concerned for your comfort," Zhao Fan cheerfully remarked. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Su Ruchu smiled and replied, "But I don't mind the smell." "I am aware that you do mind," Zhao Fan retorted, "because I understand you better than you know yourself." After listening to Zhao Fan, Su Ruchu chuckled softly and said, "It seems the washing marrow fruit is indeed effective." "Indeed," Zhao Fan affirmed. The two were unaware of when Zhang Yunyi would awaken, so they proceeded to take a bath to restore their abilities. Just as they absorbed a few crystal cores, the raucous noise from outside interrupted their training. At that moment, a throng had gathered at the entrance of their villa, and the crowd continued to swell, predominantly consisting of ordinary folk. "Zhao Fan, Su Ruchu, our relatives died because of you. Come out and give us an explanation," some shouted. Others cried, "You two are unworthy of remaining in the Kyoto base. If you have any sense, you should quickly leave." Letting them leave the base would be too lenient. They should pay for the lives of our deceased loved ones. Yes, they must pay with their lives. Pay with lives, pay with lives. Get out of the base, get out of the base. Upon hearing their words, a few individuals hidden within the crowd smirked, seizing the opportunity to speak up. "Zhao Fan is General Zhao's only son. He is far too precious to sacrifice for our base. General Zhao would never agree to that. Is the life of General Zhao's son more valuable than ours? Is his life more important than that of the thousands in the base? He is General Zhao's only child. His life is certainly more precious than that of us ordinary people. Indeed, our lives are worthless. Who can blame us for not having a father who is a general? The world is unjust, and human hearts are no longer pure. Having a father who is a general is impressive. But even if they do, they should still pay for our relatives' lives. Yes, pay with lives. If they do not repay our loved ones with their lives, let them remove General Zhao's position." Under the deliberate guidance of a few, Zhao Yonghua became embroiled in the situation. Chapter 58. The siege. Su Ruchu and Zhao Fan found themselves trapped within their home, while Zhao Yonghua was confined in the high-level conference room. "General Zhao, although this matter is not the fault of your son, the public does not share that sentiment. If this is not handled properly, it may incite unrest within the base," Base Director Wu Changji said. His face a portrait of difficulty. Wu Changji was a product of compromise among the 8 great families, lacking the confidence to speak before them. Zhao Yonghua paused briefly and said, "This is clearly a trap set by that wretched doctor, deliberately framing my son and daughter-in-law. If you believe that charlatan's words, I can only say that you all have left your wits at home. If that is the case, I must trouble you all to return home and bring your brains back before we continue this meeting." Zhao Yonghua sat upright, gazing at everyone. The crowd murmured, wondering if they had just been insulted as brainless. "General Zhao, the issue is not about our belief. Rather, it is the public's disbelief," Wu Changji remarked, maintaining his composure despite his inner displeasure. Upon hearing Wu Changji's words, Zhao Yonghua chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his smile, and then surveyed the crowd, asking, "I wish to know if anyone here truly believes that wretched doctor's words?" While it was a personal decision whether or not to use someone as a test subject, Zhao Fan's refusal was entirely reasonable. However, in that situation, such a refusal was indeed disadvantageous for both Zhao Fan and Su Ruchu, particularly affecting their reputations. If they were ordinary individuals, reputation would be inconsequential. Yet, he did not wish for them to remain ordinary. They would undoubtedly become leaders of the base in the future, and thus he would not allow them to bear a reputation that disregarded the lives of the populace. As long as he firmly asserted that it was that doctor who had framed them, their reputations would remain untarnished. After Zhao Yonghua finished speaking, he observed the silent crowd and remarked with a light laugh, "Have you all truly forgotten your wits at home? I have not forgotten my wits, and therefore I do not believe a word from that doctor. It is undoubtedly that doctor who has deliberately framed Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. Sun Jian said with a smile. Sun Jian was the elder brother of Sun Yong and had a good relationship with Su Rushu. Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, Zhao Yonghua was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the first to speak in his favor would be the Sun family, given that there was little camaraderie between the Zhao and Sun families. Why would he frame Zhao Fan and Su Rushu? What benefit would he gain from such actions? Lin Yuanfeng, the head of the Lin family, was the first to challenge. Sun Jian chuckled lightly and said, "Does an enemy need a reason to frame us? Our antagonistic relationship provides ample justification. Or does Lin Yuanfeng believe that the doctor and we are not adversaries?" Sun Jian inquired with a faint smile. "The doctor released so many monsters. How can he claim that he is not our enemy?" Lin Yuanfeng paused before saying, "The doctor is indeed our enemy. You see, you have also stated that the doctor is our enemy. Since the doctor is our enemy, anyone with a semblance of reason would conclude that he is deliberately framing Zhao Fan and Su Rushu." Sun Jian paused before continuing, "Everyone has witnessed Zhao Fan and Su Rushu's performance today. Their strength is undoubtedly superior to that of the Kyoto base's top individual, Lin Yi. With such prowess, how could Zhao Fan and Su Rushu not be worthy of the doctor's malice? Wouldn't you all agree?" Sun Jian surveyed the crowd. Indeed, Zhou Xinyuan chimed in, "The doctor is engaged in an anti-human endeavor. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu are formidable, and they can be considered the doctor's greatest adversaries. Thus, the doctor certainly wishes to eliminate them. The method he employed to frame Zhao Fan and Su Rushu is indeed insidious. We are all intelligent individuals. It is impossible not to grasp this point." Zhou Xinyuan addressed the assembly. Wu Changji paused briefly and said, "The current issue is not whether the doctor has framed Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, but rather how to quell the public's anger." Sun Jian chuckled and remarked, "Let us note that it is the doctor who has incited the public's fury, not Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. On the contrary, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu are the great benefactors of the base. For it is evident that they have slain 90% of the monsters today. Their contributions cannot be erased." Sun Jian cast a glance over the crowd. Yes, their contributions cannot be dismissed. If it were not for them today, the Kyoto base could very well have faced annihilation, Zhou Yuanxin said solemnly. "I am not being alarmist." Zhou Yuanxin added, "This is indeed not an exaggeration. I witnessed it firsthand. Had it not been for Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, the base would have been in grave peril. Thus, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu are undeniably the great heroes of the base," Sun Jian stated. "Hero is perhaps an overstatement. Protecting the base is everyone's responsibility. It is merely their duty," Zhao Yonghua interjected, secretly thinking to himself, "Sun Jian and my cousin are indeed astute politicians and cunning merchants. With just their eloquence, they have managed to turn the tide. Protecting the base is indeed everyone's responsibility, but Zhao Fan and Su Rushu have merit. Even if we do not reward them, we cannot allow them to bear the weight of an undeserved reputation. That would dishearten those who have contributed." Sun Jian addressed the assembly, pausing before continuing, "Therefore, regarding the public's misunderstandings, we should take responsibility to clarify them. This is also the duty of us leaders of the base." Base Director Wu, shall we now discuss how to clarify matters to the public? Sun Jian swiftly redirected the conversation. Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, Wu Changji paused and asked, "What does everyone think of Councillor Sun's proposal?" After Wu Changji finished speaking, Zhao Yonghua felt a surge of amusement within. Zhao Fan had explicitly stated his reluctance, and we all heard it. The public heard it as well. The public is not foolish. If we step forward to clarify, they will surely think that we are protecting our own, and trust in us will inevitably wane, Lin Yuanfeng remarked. "Councillor Lin, it seems you truly did not bring your wits today." The voices of Zhao Fan and Su Rushu were clearly simulated by the doctor. Without such an act, how could it have been so convincing? Sun Jian said with a light laugh. "Councillor Sun, I believe it is you who has not brought your wits, otherwise how could you think the public is so easily deceived?" Lin Yuanfeng said with a tone of ridicule, having grown irritated by Sun Jian's repeated insinuations. "I would like to clarify that I have spoken with Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. They have never uttered the words unwilling. This is purely the doctor's slander against them." Zhao Yonghua interjected once more. "You speak without proof. What evidence do you have?" Lin Yuanfeng inquired, gazing at Zhao Yonghua. "The fact that the doctor is our enemy serves as the best evidence," Zhao Yonghua replied, and then continued, "Once we conclude our discussion on Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, I propose we discuss matters regarding the underground laboratory. I second that." Sun Jian raised his hand in agreement. "I second that." Zhou Xinyuan added, "Zhao Yonghua, Do not attempt to divert the topic. Lin Yuanfeng suppressed the anger brewing within him and spoke. I am not diverting the topic. I am merely stating a fact. Zhao Yonghua added. I wish to know who among us, besides the Wang family, has conspired with the doctor. I share your curiosity regarding this matter. Yet before we delve further, let us first resolve the issues concerning Cheng Qingfan and Su Rushu. Otherwise, it may dishearten our heroes, Sun Jian remarked. Neither Zhao Fan nor Su Rushu are aware of the unfolding events here. At that moment, both individuals, hearing the commotion outside and witnessing the increasing crowd, furrowed their brows in concern. Rushu, shall we step outside for a moment? Zhao Fan suggested, glancing at Su Rushu. Su Rushu nodded and replied, let us first confer and synchronize our statements before we venture out. After reaching a consensus, the two of them proceeded to exit with measured steps. Boss, Beauty, may I incinerate those surrounding our doorstep? The five-colored macaw inquired upon their emergence. No, Zhao Fan replied. You two have been berated and yet remain silent. Your passivity is quite disheartening, the five-colored macaw retorted indignantly. Despite your newfound intellect post-mutation, human affairs are beyond your limited understanding, Zhao Fan asserted. I comprehend. I can discern when you call me a fool. The five-colored macaw lamented, Beauty, your Zhao Fan constantly bullies me. Truthfully, I would prefer to bully you, Su Rushu chuckled. You two, as a couple, conspire against my solitary existence? Just wait, for tomorrow I shall seek a companion. The five-colored macaw declared. Go ahead. Do not return unless you find one, Zhao Fan jested. Even if you invite me back, I shan't return, the five-colored macaw huffed, flapping its wings as it retreated to its chamber. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu exchanged amused glances before making their way outside. Dear friends, what compels you to gather at my doorstep in the dead of night instead of seeking slumber? Zhao Fan inquired with an impassive expression. Our kin have perished. How could we possibly find rest? A figure, eyes ablaze with hatred, glared at them. My family has been wounded by aberrance and is now quarantined. How can I sleep while their fate hangs in the balance? Another voice chimed in. My parents were not slain on the escape route, yet now they have succumbed within the refuge. Their demise is most unjust. Lamented another. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt condolences for your losses, and I empathize with your sorrow. However, what relevance does this hold concerning your encirclement of my residence? Su Rushu stated, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Are you feigning ignorance? A voice inquired. How can we be accused of feigning ignorance? Zhao Fan responded, visibly displeased. Were it not for you two, would our loved ones have perished or been harmed by aberrance? It is solely due to your actions, an angry female voice declared. Indeed, if you had consented to serve as the doctor's subjects, he would not have assaulted the refuge, and our kin would still be alive. Another voice echoed amid the tumult. General Zhao is selfless. How can he have a son like you? Yet another voice rose above the clamor. You are unworthy of being General Zhao's son. Your father's illustrious name has been tarnished by your actions. A chorus of discordant voices surged forth. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, their mental abilities probing the crowd, exchanged knowing glances at those orchestrating the descent. Ladies and gentlemen, you have only heard the doctor's directive for us to serve as subjects and my refusal. This is a deliberate manipulation for you to hear, in truth. The dissenting remarks attributed to me were fabricated by the doctor imitating our voices, intending to frame us and render us unwelcome in the Kyoto refuge. Revealing his nefarious intentions, Zhao Fan addressed the assembly. Do not fall for their deceit. You speak nonsense. You are merely seeking excuses. Had I known this would transpire, I would have acted differently, a voice retorted. Yes, you are fabricating lies. Friends, the doctor is our common enemy. Our loved ones have perished because of him, because of his isolation. Yet, you place your trust in the words of our adversary and assault our benefactor. Such actions are nothing short of betrayal, a clear, resonant female voice erupted from the throng. The crowd turned toward the source, their eyes landing on a beautiful woman with a serpent's tail. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu narrowed their eyes slightly at the sight of the snake woman. They are not our benefactors. They are our foes. Your defense of them indicates that you have been bought. Speak. What inducements have they offered you? A voice challenged. Indeed, what rewards did they bestow upon you? The snake woman answered calmly. They have given me nothing, she asserted. Impossible. If they offered you no benefits, why defend them? A man questioned. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu scrutinized the individual. who, feeling their gaze, instinctively shrank back. Attempting to diminish his presence, I am not defending them. I am simply speaking the truth. Conversely, you continually assert that Zhao Fan and Su Rushu have benefited me, deliberately misleading the crowd. What is your true agenda? The snake woman fixed her sharp gaze upon him. What do you mean by questioning my motives? The man replied coolly. Let me guess. Your intention is to mislead us victims, urging us to spare Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. You claim to be a victim, yet your family is alive and well. How can you possibly be one? A male voice interjected. I recognize this individual. He is from the Lin family's hunting team. Named Wang Wei. His parents and family are all in good health. If anyone doubts this, they may visit his home, the man declared, providing Wang Wei's address to the crowd. Thank you, brother, for revealing Wang Wei's circumstances. I was misled by him. He claimed that his family perished during the attack by the aberrants. He expressed his hatred and his desire to confront Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. I followed him here, only to realize I had been deceived. Another voice emerged. I too was duped by him. It appears I have been used as a pawn. You slander us. Your words are pure fabrication. Wang Wei fumed in indignation. The ones spouting nonsense are you. You are the true slanderers. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu are the great heroes of the refuge, yet you rally a crowd to besmirch their names. What, pray tell? Do you hope to achieve? A sharp inquiry pierced the AIR.IT has come to my attention that General Zhao and General Lin are at odds. Now, who does not know that Zhao Fan is General Zhao's long-lost son? Wang Wei, by leading this group to tarnish Zhao Fan's reputation, seeks to undermine General Zhao, aiming to force him out of the refuge. I ask you all, do you wish to see General Zhao expelled? I do not wish to see General Zhao driven out. His presence brings me comfort. My family was rescued by General Zhao. He has shown us kindness. I was momentarily blinded by delusion, joining in the defamation of General Zhao's son. I owe General Zhao an apology, and my family was also saved by General Zhao. I too regret my actions. Another voice chimed in. Regardless of your sentiments, it was Zhao Fan who saved my life today. He is my savior, declared a newcomer from the periphery. I owe my life to Su Rushu. Had it not been for her this afternoon, I would have perished. Hearing of your assault on my benefactor's home fills me with indignation. Both of them possess formidable strength. They have vanquished most of the creatures that breached the refuge. They have saved countless lives, and yet, you have allowed yourselves to be incited by that villainous doctor. Turning your ire against Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, I must insist that you have fallen victim to the doctor's machinations. Have you not realized this? The voice of inquiry resonated among the crowd. The prowess of Zhao Fan and Su Rushu has been witnessed by many today. If such individuals were to be expelled from the refuge, it would spell immense loss for us all. Should the doctor launch another assault on our Kyoto refuge, the absence of these two formidable foes would only serve to bolster his cause. This is the ultimate aim of the doctor's ploy, to eliminate two of his greatest adversaries with your unwitting assistance. Let us all reflect carefully, for my assertions hold truth, the speaker concluded. Do not allow your emotions to cloud your judgment. To heed the divisive words of our enemy, the doctor, would be to grant him unwarranted satisfaction. Upon hearing the words of that individual, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Even those who had been deliberately seeking to provoke a reaction fell momentarily silent. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu directed their extraordinary abilities towards the individual, committing his visage to memory. The hour was late into the night. It would be prudent for everyone to reflect upon the remarks I just made. Very well, you may all disperse now, the individual addressed the assembly. To those who speak on behalf of Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, what benefits have they bestowed upon you to justify your efforts to exonerate them? At this moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. We merely speak the truth, came the light-hearted response of the individual, who continued, I have no familial ties to Zhao Fan or Su Rushu, nor am I a soldier under General Zhao's command. I am but a survivor rescued from the clutches of the Dr. S laboratory by Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. The brutality and bloodshed of the Dr. S methods are known only to us. The experimental subjects. Were it not for Zhao Fan and Su Rushu's intervention today, I would soon have become one of those mindless monstrosities. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu saved my life, for which I am eternally grateful. However, my gratitude does not compel me to speak on their behalf. The reason I voice my thoughts is that the doctor once informed us experimental subjects that, in his eyes, everyone within the Kyoto base is merely a specimen under his control. Whenever he sees fit, he will seize a few for his purposes, I do not know if anyone here has experienced the sudden disappearance of individuals from the base. If so, they have undoubtedly been taken by the doctor. The individual proclaimed. Indeed, I know of such a case. My neighbor's daughter vanished without a trace from the base. Her absence has left my neighbor in despair. A middle-aged woman remarked, her voice trembling with fear. I too have witnessed similar occurrences. It is outrageous that such a depraved doctor would abduct them. Thus, my claims are not unfounded, the individual asserted. I bear witness to your truthfulness. I too bear witness to your truthfulness. Thank you all for corroborating my words, the individual said, then continued. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu thwarted the Dr.'s grand scheme, depriving him of the Kyoto base, the location with the highest concentration of experimental subjects. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for them, devising this insidious plot in an attempt to eliminate Zhao Fan and Su Rushu with the aid of the base's inhabitants. What could be more tragic than having one's greatest enemy perish at the hands of those they strive to protect? I have spoken my piece. Whether you choose to believe it or not is no concern of mine. The individual then turned to Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. Zhao Fan, Su Rushu, my name is Mei Yang. Thank you for saving me. I shall forever remember your act of mercy. With a bow, Mei Yang then turned to depart. Zhao Fan, I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. My name is Wang Hai. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Wang Hai also bowed before leaving. After expressing their gratitude to Zhao Fan and Su Rushu, one by one, they departed. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, then gradually followed suit. Those who had been instigating chaos, sensing the tide had turned, blended back into the crowd. At that moment, Su Rushu and Zhao Fan chose not to pursue the troublemakers. They gazed at the now vacant entrance, shaking their heads as they retreated into the courtyard. Thus, a farcical episode drew to a close, yet both were acutely aware that this matter was far from resolved. Chapter 60. Global Evolution. How is your condition? Su Rushu inquired of Ning Chen as he arrived shortly after the crowd had dispersed. Upon hearing Su Rushu's question, Ning Chen offered a wry smile. Aside from a slight heaviness in my limbs when utilizing my abilities, my physical state appears to be stable. However, after being injected with such an array of unknown substances, it remains uncertain if there will be any aftereffects. Pausing briefly, Ning Chen continued. I recall the last time I was administered those mysterious substances. The madman claimed that scales had begun to form on my legs, and my nails had become long and sharp. His assistant even suggested that I was on the verge of becoming a mindless monster. Now, I feel fine, but whether I may eventually transform into such a creature, I cannot say. Should the day come when I become a mindless beast, I hope you will be merciful enough to end my existence. That is impossible. If such a day were to arrive, it would be General Zhao himself who would take action, not us, Zhao Fan firmly replied. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Ning Chen wore a bitter smile. I understand the general well. If I were to become a mindless aberration, he would not only spare my life, but would likely keep me alive. I do not wish to live in such a state devoid of dignity. Thus I implore you to assist me. We cannot grant you this favor. Zhao Fan shook his head. We will not aid you. Moreover, these are merely your speculations. Discussing them is of no significance at this juncture. Zhao Fan stated. Ning Chen, with a weary smile, remarked, I am acutely aware of my own physical condition. The energy within me has become increasingly volatile. I fear the day of reckoning is not far off. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Regarding the Dr.'s words and their repercussions within the base, you need not worry. The general will handle it. Ning Chen redirected the conversation. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, Su Rushu paused before asking, were those few individuals who spoke on our behalf today sent by you? Some were indeed sent by us, but the Snake Woman and Mei Yang were not among them. Nor were those who offered their apologies at the end. Ning Chen clarified. I see. Su Rushu and Zhao Fan responded. This illustrates the adage that good deeds are rewarded, Ning Chen noted. The three continued their discussion regarding the matter until Zhang Yuni regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Zhang Yuni discovered that his physical condition had greatly improved. Not only had all discomfort vanished, but the erratic energy within him had also dissipated, leaving behind a remarkably pure vitality. The scales that had covered his body did not truly disappear. They could manifest when needed and conceal themselves when unnecessary. Hearing Zhang Yuni's account, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu were filled with joy. They promptly relayed Zhang Yuni's condition to Ning Chen. Ning Chen, we still possess a cleansing fruit. Would you like to utilize it? Zhao Fan inquired. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Ning Chun did not hesitate to express his desire for it. Upon hearing Ning Chen's response, Zhao Fan retrieved a cleansing fruit from his space and handed it to him. Ning Chun took the fruit and immediately placed it in his mouth. Ning Chun, why are you consuming it so hastily? Zhao Fan questioned. I cannot bear to wait any longer, Ning Chun replied. Which of your rooms is vacant? I shall go there now. Just as Su Rushu escorted Ning Chun to the guest room, Zhao Yonghua arrived. They brought Zhao Yonghua into Ning Chen's room, and upon seeing Ning Chen's pained expression, Zhao Yonghua's heart ached for him. He immediately climbed onto the bed and embraced Ning Chen. Attempting to alleviate his suffering, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu remained present, explaining Ning Chen's situation to Zhao Yonghua, along with the benefits of the cleansing fruit. After hearing their words, Zhao Yonghua felt a measure of relief. He looked at them and said, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. There is no need for thanks between us, Zhao Fan responded. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's remark, Zhao Yonghua smiled faintly. We still have cleansing fruits. Would you like one? This way, you two can share in Ning Chen's trials and tribulations, Zhao Fan added, tossing a cleansing fruit to Zhao Yonghua without waiting for a response. You two may endure together. We shall take our leave, Zhao Fan declared as he and Su Rushu exited, closing the door behind them. Just as they intended to return to their room, Su Rushu was whisked away by the exuberant Zhang Yuni. Zhao Fan shot a few glare-filled looks at Zhang Yuni before sauntering back to his own room alone. What are you doing in my room? Zhao Fan glared at the multicolored parrot perched on their sofa. Zhao Fan, have you been abandoned? The parrot cackled gleefully. Zhao Fan shot a deep glare at the parrot, then seized it and promptly tossed it out the window. The forsaken spouse is truly terrifying. I should never have provoked a forsaken spouse, the parrot squawked as it flapped its wings. Your parrot is rather amusing. Your little one is quite intriguing as well, Zhang Yuni remarked with a smile. Hearing Zhang Yuni's words, Su Rushu laughed, her smile genuine and exceptionally radiant. From your smile, it is evident that you are living a joyous life. Seeing you like this makes me wish to find a companion, Zhang Yuni said with a grin. Indeed, it is time for us to find you a sister-in-law, Su Rushu replied playfully. Captain, if I recall correctly, you are 39 years old this year, are you not? Indeed, I am 39. Feeling quite aged, Zhang Yuni chuckled. You may feel aged, yet you do not appear so. You seem more like a youthful individual in your 20s, Su Rushu remarked with a smile. I may appear youthful. Yet my heart is weary, Zhang Yuni replied. Zhang Yuni shook his head and chuckled. Su Rushu smiled lightly, then, with a more serious demeanor, inquired, Captain, what are your plans for the future? I intend to establish a hunting team to make a living. Zhang Yuni replied after a brief pause. So, you do not plan to return to the military headquarters? Su Rushu asked. The military. I am already considered a dead man, Zhang Yuni said with a wry smile. Adding, moreover, I have no desire to return at this moment. Forming a hunting team does sound appealing, Su Rushu responded with a grin before asking, Captain, how did you end up in the laboratory? Zhang Yuni offered a bitter chuckle and explained. Before the apocalypse erupted, my superiors assigned me a secret mission. Upon arriving in Kyoto, I was taken to that laboratory. Is that so? Su Rushu asked, astonished. Although she did not voice her thoughts, Zhang Yuni understood. It is precisely as you suspect. That laboratory existed prior to the apocalypse and was officially sanctioned, but few were aware of it. The purpose of establishing this laboratory was to create beings that do not die. Zhang Yuni elaborated, continuing, however, the laboratory had only recently been established when the apocalypse broke out. The researchers there, aside from the doctor and his assistant, either perished at the hands of mutated beasts or were assimilated by them. After the apocalypse, the surviving doctor continued the previous experiments, becoming even more deranged. He claimed it was a great era and that he would surely complete the plan for the undying. Zhang Yuni wiped his face and continued. I was among the first batch of experimental subjects and the only one from that group to survive. The doctor always placed great hope in me. Each time I encountered him, I would inquire about the outside world. Thus I learned of the apocalypse and that nearly all who knew of the laboratory's existence did not survive the outbreak. I thought I would perish within that laboratory, yet, unexpectedly, you managed to rescue me. Zhang Yuni said with a faint smile. Upon hearing Zhang Yuni's words, Su Rushu asked, Captain, among those who knew of the laboratory's existence, who else is still alive? Lin Lao, Hao Lao, Wang Lao. Zhang Yuni paused before replying. Su Rushu's gaze sharpened as she remarked, So, these three families are connected to the laboratory? No wonder they have so many high-level ability users. It must be a result of using enhancement potions. Zhang Yuni scoffed and replied, the so-called enhancement potions are merely half-finished products. If consumed continuously, the ultimate outcome is becoming mindless monsters. Not only the enhancement potions, but all drugs developed in that research facility are half-finished products. Prolonged use leads to one inevitable result, being reduced to soulless husks. Su Rusha's expression faltered as she asked, if that is the outcome, why does the doctor still consume them? He claims to be a special case. Zhang Yuni retorted with a sarcastic tone. Oh. Su Rusha responded softly, pausing before asking, Captain, do you believe the outbreak of the apocalypse is related to this laboratory? There is no connection. How should I put it? Zhang Yuni hesitated before explaining. The doctor stated that prior to the apocalypse, several mutated marine creatures were discovered in the ocean. These mutated beings not only exhibited enhanced physical attributes, strength, speed, agility, but also displayed increased aggression. Research revealed that these mutated marine creatures contained many new substances, prompting the establishment of this secret research facility. However, just as progress was being made, the apocalypse erupted. The doctor claimed that the apocalypse was a form of evolution for all species on this planet, wherein sentient beings with abilities evolved into the most perfect forms, while those without consciousness were deemed failed products. Zhang Yuni, having spent the most time with the doctor, had acquired considerable knowledge. Global evolution? Su Rushu pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, global evolution. This presents both an opportunity and a challenge for humanity, Zhang Yuni stated. Su Rushu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Zhang Yuni's perspective. Global evolution could propel humanity to unprecedented heights or lead to its ultimate demise. Su Rushu remarked gravely. Zhang Yuni nodded in response. Chapter 61. Plans for departure. Zhang Yuni learned about the events following the apocalypse from Su Rushu, while Su Rushu gained insights regarding the laboratory from Zhang Yuni. The following day, after borrowing some crystal cores from Su Rushu, Zhang Yuni departed from the home of Su Rushu and Zhao Fan, setting out to find a place to stay. Just as he left, the disheveled Ning Qian emerged from the bedroom, pinching his nose. Zhao Fan, find a set of clothes for both me and your father, Ning Qian shouted at Zhao Fan. All right, Zhao Fan replied, promptly retrieving 2 unopened sets of new clothes and underwear from his space and handing them to Ning Qian. Do you need water? Zhao Fan inquired. Yes, Ning Qian replied without hesitation. Prepare some food for us as well, a lot of it. I feel as though I could eat an entire cow. You really are quite greedy? Zhao Fan remarked with a smirk. Am I supposed to be polite in my own son's house? Ning Qian retorted, not considering herself an outsider. Zhao Fan, what do you think? Ning Qian asked with a smile. Hurry up and take a shower. You smell terrible, Zhao Fan instructed, turning on the water for them. A son doesn't mind a mother's appearance. How can you despise me? Ning Qian followed Zhao Fan. Are you my mother? Zhao Fan raised an eyebrow. I may not be your mother, but I am your father, Ning Qian stated with conviction. Well, you certainly have quite the ability, Zhao Fan teased with a smile, to have a child at the age of 10. That's quite an accomplishment, Ning Qian, catching the implication, turned to Zhao Yonghua in the room and complained, Brother, Zhao Fan is bullying me. Su Rushu shook her head and smiled before heading to the kitchen to check on a large pot of braised meat simmering within. A moment later, Zhao Yonghua and Ning Qian emerged from the room, both looking refreshed. Their abilities had both progressed to the early 2nd level, and Ning Qian had transformed into a merfolk variant, gaining water-based powers. After they emerged, Zhao Fan and Su Rushu served them the braised meat and rice. Both were not picky eaters and devoured their meals, as they were exceedingly hungry. Once satiated, they convened in the living room, not venturing out to work, as they had matters to discuss with Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. After sitting down, Zhao Yonghua recounted the content of their previous meeting to the 3 of them. The base will make a statement clarifying your situation today, Zhao Yonghua said, looking at Zhao Fan and Su Rushu. This resolution was made possible largely thanks to Sun Jian. Since Rushu is close as a brother to Sun Jian's sibling, it is only natural that Sun Jian would support Rushu, Zhao Fan added to it. Turns out there was such a relationship. No wonder Sun Jian's attitude was unsurprising. Zhao Yonghua chuckled, then proceeded to explain the current situation at the base. In short, the factions within the base were embroiled in intense conflict. Dio, you wish to pursue the position of base leader in Kyoto? Zhao Fan asked after a moment of contemplation. I have no desire for it. Zhao Yonghua replied without hesitation. Why not? Zhao Fan queried, wondering if in his past life, Zhao Yonghua had also been reluctant to become the base leader at this time. Zhao Yonghua paused before saying, This is precisely what we wanted to discuss with both of you today. What is it? Zhao Fan asked. Zhao Yonghua hesitated, then stated, I plan to leave the Kyoto base to establish a new base. What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhao Yonghua inquired. Great minds think alike. Zhao Fan and Su Rushu exchanged glances and smiled, as they had intended to discuss this very topic with Zhao Yonghua. Not expecting him to bring it up first. It seems this life truly differs from the last. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chen exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. When did you develop this idea? Ning Chen asked. On the way to the Kyoto base, Zhao Fan replied. We were even a bit ahead of you. Shortly after you left, we had the same thought. We have been stockpiling supplies these past few days. Ning Chen explained, then asked, why do you want to venture out on your own? Rushu, you explain, Zhao Fan said, looking at Su Rushu. Su Rushu nodded and smiled, saying, the factions in the Kyoto base are complex. Rather than waste time on factional disputes, it is more prudent to invest that time in establishing a new base. That is one reason. We think along the same lines, Ning Chen chuckled. And the second reason? Su Rushu continued. The second reason is that both you and General Zhao have supporters, Su Rushu replied with a smile. Why still call him General Zhao? You should be addressing him as Dad. As for me, you can simply call me Little Dad, Ning Chen interjected. Has the paternity test result come out? Zhao Fan inquired. It was out long ago. The results confirm we are indeed father and son, Zhao Yonghua said eagerly. Looking at Zhao Fan, but the results are at home, so I cannot show you right now, in a rush, Zhao Fan said, automatically disregarding Zhao Yonghua's eager gaze as he shifted the topic. Rushu, it's time for you to share the third reason. Upon hearing Zhao Fan's words, a flicker of disappointment flashed across the eyes of Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chen. Su Rushu sighed inwardly and remarked, thirdly, Zhao Fan and I possess various mutated crops, including mutated rice, mutated corn, mutated sweet potatoes, mutated peanuts, mutated lotus roots, mutated cabbages, and mutated pumpkins, along with a herd of spiritual beasts such as cattle, horses, and sheep. With these resources at our disposal, we can undoubtedly advance both agriculture and animal husbandry. Ensuring that our base will never lack sustenance, we have the material foundation to establish the base. Upon hearing Su Rushu's words, excitement gleamed in the faces of Zhao Yonghua and Ning Chen. What do ordinary people lack the most? It is food. You two are truly capable, Ning Chen remarked as he gazed at them. The credit does not belong to us, but rather to the brothers Bao Su and Bao Yu. For they are the ones who can identify edible mutated plants, Zhao Fan replied with a smile. Finding such talented individuals is also your achievement. Otherwise, how could others fail to discover them? Ning Chen responded with a smile. Then turned to Zhao Yonghua and inquired, brother, do you agree? Indeed, Zhao Yonghua said with a smile before asking, is there a fourth point? Yes, Su Rushu replied. Fourthly, both the general and Zhao Fan possess the ability to control beasts. And I can manipulate mutated plants, which constitutes a significant advantage for us. After Su Rushu finished speaking, Ning Chen and Zhao Yonghua nodded in agreement. Is there a fifth point? Ning Chen asked. Su Rushu nodded and continued. Fifthly, Ning Chen can now be considered a mutated individual as well, and having a mutated person in charge of the base will foster a sense of trust among other mutated individuals, especially since many bases currently harbor prejudice against them.